In the year 6746, in the city of Tianhai, Yin Country, a spirit awakening ceremony was in full swing at the third high school in the southern part of the city. Tang Di, a time traveler from Earth in 2022, sat in the awakening pod, reflecting on the dramatic changes in this world. Just over a decade after he left Earth, the entire planet was split open by a mysterious force, transforming into a continent within the endless divine lands. This place not only held abundant oil, minerals, and rare earth resources, but also contained spiritual energy capable of altering the laws of physics. Humanity initially thought they had found a paradise, only to discover terrifying beasts roaming the continent. These beasts were covered in spiritual energy barriers, making them impervious to regular weapons. Humans could handle the initial level 1 and 2 beasts, but when the first level 6 beast, Nightmare's Origin, appeared, even a week of continuous bombardment couldn't prevent it from destroying 4 cities. Even more frightening, these beings, known as giant beasts, would become smarter after consuming humans. Like being addicted to a drug, they frantically hunted humans. In just 5 years, the human population plummeted from 6 billion to 500 million. In this life and death crisis, beast masters emerged. They could analyze the spiritual energy nodes within beasts and construct blueprints within themselves to eventually nurture new life spirit beasts. It was the beast masters who, with their lives, protected humanity's last cities. During the spirit awakening ceremony, the teacher announced each awakener's abilities. From level high temperature abilities to level spirit gathering abilities and a level hardness abilities. Some students were pleased, while others were disappointed, as becoming a beast master meant a life free from want in this world. When it was Tang Di's turn, the teacher calmly announced, Tang Di, awakening successful. Ability detection, enhanced visual ability, level F. But only Tang Di knew that his true ability was far more complex. It was a mysterious ability called Touch of Reality, which could rapidly scan biological structures, analyze all possibilities, and even evolve the weakest creatures into powerful beings. As he left the school, Tang Di was tightly embraced by his sister, Tang Ji. The siblings, who had lost their parents, were supposed to inherit the estate of their level 8 Beastmaster parents and live a wealthy life, but greedy relatives took most of their inheritance. To support her brother, Tang Ji had joined the highly dangerous Survey Corps. Looking at the table full of rich dishes, Tang Di wanted his sister to retire, but the harsh realities left him silent. Tang Ji reassured him, Don't worry, your sister is a level 4 Beastmaster, not so easy to kill. Plus, I'm naturally beautiful, and there are plenty of protectors around me. The Spirit Beast Blueprint is one of the most precious items in the world. After awakening their innate talents, those who wish to become beast tamers must construct and successfully manifest a spirit beast. Over centuries of development, beast tamers no longer rely on the corpses of giant beasts to record node constructions. Instead, the Spirit Beast Blueprint serves as a precise psionic copy. By following the nodes and meridians depicted on the blueprint, gradually engraving them into a repository, and nurturing it within the Dantian, one can perfectly replicate a spirit beast. Aren't we going to receive the blueprints from school tomorrow? Tang Di said casually. However, Tang Ji responded with a serious expression. The free spirit beast blueprints they provide you with are at best for a level 4 potential bug, and they are all at the half-millimeter level, which is very weak. Hearing this, Tang Di's mouth twitched, thinking he had hoped for a somewhat battle-capable blue wolf, but instead, it turned out to be a bug. Don't worry about the blueprints. I'll figure something out for you. Getting a blueprint for a level 6 potential armor baboon shouldn't be a problem, Tang Ji said confidently, then took out her phone, seemingly to contact someone. Sis, a level 6 potential spirit beast blueprint? Even at the millimeter level, it costs millions of flame coins. Where would you get that kind of money? Tang Di was anxious, knowing that Tang Ji only made about $1 million a year, and that was with her working tirelessly. He had researched and found that a level 6 potential armor baboon started at least 4 million. If Tang Ji didn't eat, drink, or train, it would take her 4 years to save that much. Don't worry about it. I have it under control. Tang Ji's tone was firm, but Tang Di retorted unhappily. You have it under control. My foot. Just then, the door suddenly opened, and a middle-aged man in military uniform walked in with a stern face. Xiao, Uncle Xiao, what brings you here? Tang Ji looked terrified upon seeing the man, quickly sitting upright and not daring to put her legs on Tang Di. Xiao Lin snorted, sat down, and looked at Tang Ji, saying, With your talent, you should have been a level 5 beast tamer by now. Have you been saving all the resources you've received over the past 2 years to buy blueprints for Xiaolo? Hearing this, Tang Di's eyes immediately reddened, feeling both touched and angry. Sis, are you crazy? You're a member of the Survey Corps. Are you willing to risk your life for me? The Survey Corps constantly undertakes missions outside the safe zones of Yin Country, where danger lurks, and a bit more strength means a better chance of survival. Seeing Tang Di genuinely worried, Tang Ji pouted and didn't dare speak. Xiao Lin, noticing this, smiled and said, Xiao Lu, I'm here for you this time. It'll take you to get a better blueprint as a gift. Uncle Xiao, this isn't appropriate. You've taken care of us siblings so much over the years, and now you're spending money on a blueprint for me. Tang Di hesitated. Enough with the nonsense. Your father and mother were my lifesavers, and you too are like my own. Get ready to leave, and you, little girl, come along too. Zhao Lin's tone was firm and uncompromising. Zhao Lin, the deputy commander of the Tianhai City Military Department, holds significant authority. 2 years ago, when he was transferred to Tianhai City, the first time the Tang siblings met him, this towering man hugged them and cried for a long time. After that, Zhao Lin took care of the two of them more than his own son. Tang Di once joked that if Zhao Lin had been transferred a few years earlier, Tang Ji wouldn't have needed to join the investigation corps. Because of this, Tang Di still didn't understand why Tang Ji hadn't retired yet. With Zhao Lin around, they could have lived comfortably in Tianhai City, so why did Tang Ji insist on risking his life in the investigation corps? As he was thinking this, Zhao Lin's car stopped at the entrance of the military headquarters building. He got out and called, I'll take you to the supply depot. Following Zhao Lin, they walked boldly into a massive warehouse filled with supplies for the military headquarters of Tianhai City, a dazzling array. Zhao Lin pointed to a row of blueprints for main battle spirit beasts and said casually, each has detailed annotations. Feel free to choose. I'm taking your sister to get some cultivation resources. This girl has fallen behind in her training. With that, he led Tang Ji, who was as obedient as a quail, in another direction. Tang Di acknowledged and began selecting from the room. Red Patterned Demon Wolf, level 5, 6-star potential, with a high temperature trait, 64th millimeter blueprint, from the Chun Hall. Golden Armored Scorpion, level 5, 8-star potential, with a venomous trait, 64th millimeter blueprint, from the military's mapping corps. Thunder Roar, level 6, 9-star potential, with strong and lightning affinity traits, half-micron blueprint, from Fist Company. Looking around, Tang Di noticed the highest level blueprint was a quarter-micron golden sword flying fish, from the Blueprint Giant Penguin Company. It had sharpness and resilience traits, along with a skill named Golden Wind Stab. Tang Di calculated that this blueprint would be worth at least 30 million yen outside. However, the box containing the blueprint had a reserved label, clearly already claimed. He sighed, touching the box labeled Thunder Roar, thinking, if not, should I settle for the bear? Just then, Tang Di's gaze fell on a small glass case in the corner. Inside was a specimen of an insect, about 30 centimeters long, streamlined, and entirely silver white, catching his eye. Having been into reptiles in his past life, Tang Di was immediately drawn to the metallic sheen of its exoskeleton. It was a ghost-killing tiger beetle, which could reach a power level of 9 stars at level 9, just a step away from a holy beast. To obtain this specimen, the capital had paid with over 30 lives. Suddenly, Zhao Lin's voice startled Tang Di. Don't bother with that. Its blueprint hasn't been deciphered yet. Which blueprint caught your eye? Want Uncle Xiao to give you some advice? Tang Di nodded, about to put down the specimen when his hands suddenly tingled as if electrocuted, with faint blue patterns appearing, barely noticeable. These patterns quickly spread to the center of the specimen, instantly covering the ghost-killing tiger beetle inside. At the same time, in Tang Di's mind, a library where beast masters construct spirit beasts emerged with a blueprint so intricate it made his head spin. Typically, a level 5 potential quarter-micron blueprint would have about 1,000 energy nodes initially, but Tang Di's had tens of thousands, and they kept increasing. The more he examined the outline, the more familiar it seemed. Frowning, his eyes darted between the blueprint in his mind and the specimen in his hand, and his eyes widened as he gasped. Could this be the blueprint for the ghost-killing tiger beetle? When the nodes in the blueprint in Tang Di's mind finally stopped increasing, he saw the detailed information of the blueprint. It was the ghost killer tiger armor beast, with a potential of level 9, 9 stars. Its passive skill, solid as a rock, makes its entire shell extremely hard, reducing the power of both physical and psychic attacks by 25. The passive skill Light and Shadow Camouflage allows it to stay still for 3 seconds, blending its aura and form into the environment completely. The passive skill Keen Sight grants it excellent vision for both static and dynamic situations. The active skill Ghost Kill locks onto a target and launches an attack, becoming completely invisible and using ultra-high-speed impact to penetrate the target. The active rule skill Inherent Speed allows it to maintain a constant speed in any environment. The characteristic of 2 to 14 Mach means that when speed exceeds 300 meters per second, any attack's power increases by 50. The Vitality characteristic increases the strength of the psychic barrier by 5 for every 1 increase in speed beyond 300 meters per second, with an equivalent increase in psychic energy consumption. Did my cheat finally activate? Tang Di finally understood that it seemed his talent had been triggered. This was his first talent, Rapid Scan. It turns out that as long as he touches a giant beast or spirit beast, he can perfectly transform it into a blueprint and imprint it into his library. Judging by the precision, It's at least at the micron level or higher. Tang Di could bet that if this thing were sold, it could easily fetch billions. Xiao, what's up with you? Zhao Lin noticed Tang Di staring blankly at the specimen in his hand and gave him a nudge. Tang Di quickly snapped back to reality, swallowed, and smiled. I'm fine, Uncle Zhao. It's just that this thing is so beautiful. It mesmerized me. Zhao Lin snorted, saying helplessly, beautiful? This thing is anything but beautiful when it kills. Its abilities are too sinister, lacking any masculine energy. Stop looking at it. Come check out this golden sword flying fish blueprint. Golden sword flying fish? Isn't that already reserved? Tang Di asked in confusion. Zhao Lin smiled at this and replied nonchalantly. It's reserved by Xiao Chen's mom for him. Don't worry about it. Out of all the blueprints here, I recommend you use this one. It has high potential and comes with 2 extra traits and a skill. Once you're at university, no one will dare underestimate you with this. The Xiao Chun Zhao Lin referred to is his biological son, Xiao Chun. Hearing that Zhao Lin wanted to give his son's blueprint to him, Tang Di felt increasingly indebted and quickly waved it off. Uncle Xiao, I can't accept this. Chun and I are like brothers. How can I take his? Even if Chun doesn't mind, how could I face him in the future? Zhao Lin wasn't pleased to hear this. He waved his hand decisively, displaying his military demeanor. Why so much fuss? Just take it. I'll get you some resources later so you can build it up properly. That's an order. With that, Zhao Lin forced Tang Di to accept the golden sword flying fish blueprint, maintaining a stern face. Tang Di made a mental note to repay this elder, who was more like family than blood relatives, if he ever had the means in the future. Although Zhao Lin was a level 6 beastmaster and the deputy commander of Tianhai City, such a blueprint was undoubtedly a significant expense. 2 months from now is the big exam. As Zhao Lin drove, he instructed Tang Di, I've arranged a training room for you at the military headquarters. The energy concentration there is 5 times that of the outside. You and Xiao Chun can spend the next 2 months building your spirit beast there. Today marks the beginning of the spiritual awakening, which determines whether you can become a beast tamer. The big exam in 2 months is similar to college entrance exams. Your score will determine which universities you can attend. Universities here vary in quality, mainly reflected in faculty and facilities. Institutions like the Evergreen University founded by the Three Saints in the capital or the Tongtian Tower University in the Magic City require extremely high scores for admission. The exam is straightforward. Go into the wild and hunt giant beasts. Your performance is judged based on the number and quality of beasts you hunt. By the way, Xiaolo, have you decided which university you want to apply to? Tang Ji, sitting beside him, asked with a wink. Tang Di thought for a moment, just about to speak when Tang Ji interrupted. You should apply to the Research University in the capital. Our parents' old acquaintances are there. The Research University is actually the Spirit Builder Academy, specializing in researching spiritual equipment and blueprints. What? Can I just join the army directly? It's a quicker way to improve my skills, and you wouldn't have to risk your life anymore. Tang Di hesitated. Tang Ji playfully put an arm around his shoulder, joking. Oh, don't worry about me. Listen to your sister, apply to the Research University. It pays well and is safe. Once you're wealthy, I'll retire and live off you. Tang Di felt a stirring in his heart, as his talents seemed well suited for being a spirit builder. After all, he could instantly see the internal structures of all giant and spirit beasts, making blueprint drawing a breeze. All right, that works. I'll aim for the Research University, but you have to promise me, once I can support you, you'll retire immediately. Tang Di said firmly. Tang Ji laughed and replied, all right, no need to rush. Your sister isn't that easy to take down. Zhao Lin, driving in front, listened to the siblings' banter and sighed softly, his grip tightening on the steering wheel. When they arrived downstairs, Zhao Lin asked Tang Di to go up first, saying he had something to discuss with Tang Ji. Eager to test his talents, Tang Di quickly headed upstairs. Zhao Lin turned to Tang Ji with a serious tone. I've heard from your commander that you want to transfer to the Pursuit Corps? Tang Ji smiled slightly, but Zhao Lin, with a stern face, shouted, nonsense. With your current strength, what good would it do to go there? Unyielding, Tang Ji looked at Zhao Lin and said, Uncle Xiao, my parents were killed by the cult of spirit destruction. If I do nothing, how can I call myself their daughter? Zhao Lin's face turned red with anger as he pointed at Tang Ji. I'm investigating your parents' case. They were deceived by an insider and then killed by the cult. If we don't find that insider, you'll only alert them by investigating. Tang Ji clenched her fist, biting her lip. Uncle Xiao, I know my limits. I won't reveal my intentions until I reach level 7. But the Pursuit Corps' job is to hunt down giant beasts and the cult. I think every cult member killed is a victory. Seeing Tang Ji's serious expression, Zhao Lin hesitated, then sighed, casting a sideways glance. Is this why you want Xiao Lu to apply to the Research University? To keep him safe in a secure zone, away from knowing your detailed plans if you join the army? Tang Ji nodded. I don't want Xiao Lu dragged into this. He was too young back then. The nation's and family's revenge is mine alone to bear. After a long silence, Zhao Lin reluctantly shook his head. Be careful. Tang Ji replied, I will. With that, she opened the car door and went upstairs. Zhao Lin remained in the car, lighting a cigarette, his thoughts drifting back to the memories of the siblings' parents, his gaze growing cold. Suddenly, with a bang, the car window shattered. Zhao Lin took a deep breath and drove the car, now without a window, into the night. The house of the Tang siblings was left to them by their parents and is located in the city center of Tianhai City. It is a standalone 3-story villa covering an area of 500 square meters, complete with a garden, swimming pool, and a training room. However, the maintenance costs for many of these facilities are high, and the siblings have not been able to afford them, leaving the facilities unused. For example, the swimming pool downstairs now resembles a large ecological bottle, and the training room requires a significant amount of spiritual liquid to maintain. Nonetheless, the training room remains tranquil, and Tang Di eagerly retreats there as soon as he gets home. He calms himself, focusing his mind on the repository within his brain, and begins to carefully study the blueprint of the ghost tiger armor beast. As his gaze deepens, his excitement grows. Newly awakened beast tamers can only see 50 to 70 of the blueprint because some of the finer meridians are undetectable. Although they can be seen with instruments, the lack of control over spiritual energy makes constructing those fine pathways futile. As a beast tamer's strength increases, more nodes can be constructed, enhancing the abilities of the spirit beast. It's akin to a game where leveling up grants skill points to unlock new skills or enhance existing ones. Tang Di realized that the blueprint he held was undoubtedly the complete blueprint of the ghost tiger armor beast. Yet, he was puzzled by the different colors on the blueprint. Normally, spiritual energy nodes and pathways should be light blue, but he saw 5 colors of lines: blue, green, purple, red, and gold. Blue was the most prevalent, followed by green, with only 3 golden lines. As he pondered this, his attention fell on a green line, and suddenly, a message appeared. Connecting it would increase spiritual energy recovery speed by 15. Tang Di's heart skipped a beat, and he turned his gaze to a purple line, which, when connected, would grant the skill stealth, allowing him to forcibly enter an invisible state for 15 seconds. The first attack after breaking invisibility would have its power increased by 30. His heart raced wildly, and he forced himself to remain calm, turning his attention to the scarce red lines. Connecting them would grant the trait Spirit Break, increasing damage to spiritual barriers by 50 and reducing the target's barrier recovery speed by 50 for 1 minute. At this point, Tang Di could no longer maintain his composure. He quickly returned to the present, grabbed a bottle of cold water from the fridge, and gulped it down. After several minutes of deep breathing, he managed to steady his heartbeat. Calming his mind, Tang Di delved back into the repository, focusing on the 3 golden lines. Connecting them would grant the rule skill Stasis, allowing him to select a reference point and a target, forcing them to remain relatively stationary for a duration depending on the level. Tang Di trembled all over. A rule skill. Spiritual energy can alter physical laws, but not all levels of spiritual energy can achieve this. The extraordinary abilities possessed by powerful beasts or spirit beasts are known as rule skills. Any spirit beast blueprint containing a rule skill is incredibly valuable, with people willing to exchange their entire fortunes or even their lives for it. Now, Tang Di only needed to connect a few spiritual energy nodes to obtain all of this. How could he not be excited? Suddenly, Tang Di remembered the second ability of his talent crown of the Spirit Builder, which could transform mosquitoes into dragons. At this moment, he seemed to finally understand the true meaning of the description of his talent. To verify this, Tang Di quickly took out the blueprint of the golden sword flying fish and activated rapid scanning with a thought. Instantly, the entire content of the blueprint surged into his mind like a tide, proving that rapid scanning was effective on blueprints as well. Once the blueprint was stored, Tang Di was pleasantly surprised to find that nodes and networks not originally present on the blueprint appeared, with colors interweaving from blue to gold. However, compared to the Ghost Killer Tiger Armor Beast, the additional lines on the Golden Sword Flying Fish were much fewer, especially with only 1 golden line. Once connected, he could learn the rule skill, Pierce, which allowed him to select a target and launch an attack with a 300 increase in power, ignoring spiritual barriers and any defensive capabilities, ensuring a hit. The precision of the attack improved with increased strength. This meant that, although the attack would definitely hit, whether it struck the head or the thigh depended on luck, unless one's strength was exceptionally high. Nevertheless, with the skill's 300 power boost and its ability to bypass any defense, it could leave multiple holes in an opponent. Sigh, Xiao Chun, since it's for Uncle Xiao's sake, I'll give you a stroke of luck. Tang Di decided secretly, planning to mark a few more lines on the blueprint and then give it to Xiao Chun. Although he could construct the golden sword flying fish after reaching level 2, Tang Di felt grateful for Zhao Lin's care for the siblings and naturally wouldn't keep it for himself. But how could he fill in those lines? To prevent unauthorized distribution, the blueprint required biological feature binding to activate and view its entirety. Moreover, once spiritual energy was injected, the blueprint would immediately be stored, turning the blueprint tablet into a useless item. However, with rapid scanning, Tang Di easily saw its entirety, making it almost as if he could access any blueprint for free. But without binding, he couldn't edit the blueprint. Once bound, Xiao Chen couldn't use it. After some thought, Tang Di decided to take a gamble, betting on Xiao Chen's trust in him. Right, I haven't checked how many resources Uncle Xiao gave me yet. With the blueprint matter settled, Tang Di looked at the blue wristband on his wrist. It was a storage bracelet, a type of spatial storage item. Although not very high-end, with only 10 cubic meters of space, it was still worth tens of thousands. With a wave of his hand, a light screen popped up, and the list of contents made the corner of his mouth twitch slightly. 1,000 liters of number 90 spiritual liquid, 500 liters of number 95 spiritual liquid, 100 pieces of number 60 gold attribute spiritual crystals, 500 pounds of penguin brand gold attribute beast feed, a box of 5 milliliter empty mind potions, a box of 5 milliliter gathering potions, and a standard 105 horizontal saber. Uncle Xiao. Tang Di looked at these abundant resources, smiling wryly but feeling warm inside. Not only was a blueprint worth millions not enough, but he also received resources worth several million yuan. Even a father and son relationship wouldn't go this far. Number 90 spiritual liquid, representing 90 purity of spiritual energy extract, was priced at 1,000 yuan per liter and was an essential resource for beast masters and spiritual beasts cultivation. Number 95 spiritual liquid was even more expensive, at over 2,000 yuan per liter. As for the number 60 gold attribute spiritual crystals, each piece cost 20,000 yuan and was excellent for enhancing metal-type spiritual beast power. Adding up the rest, Tang Di estimated the total value to be 6 to 7 million. In this era, a normal person's annual income was only about 100,000 yuan. Uncle Xiao, I will repay this kindness someday. Tang Di vowed silently, clenching his fist. The next morning, when Tang Di woke up, he found a note left by Tang Chi that read, "Urgent call from the troops, don't worry." Tang Di sighed softly, not surprised, as this had happened before. After getting dressed, he headed straight to Zhao Lin's house. "Oh, Xiao Lu is here, just in time for breakfast," said Zhao Lin's wife, Han Yu, as she opened the door. Tang Di quickly asked, "Auntie Han, don't worry about me. Where's the Chun?" Han Yu replied, "That kid is still sleeping. You might as well go wake him up." Tang Di nodded and went straight to the second floor, entering his best friend's room. In the room, Zhao Chun lay sprawled on the bed like a giant beast. He was nearly 2 meters tall with a solid build. Tang Di casually picked up a roll of toilet paper from the table and threw it at Zhao Chen's legs. With a loud ow, Zhao Chen woke up, sat up, and seeing it was Tang Di, he cursed. "You must be out of your mind. That hurt like hell." The two bantered as they went downstairs. At the dining table, Han Yu said, "You two need to work hard over the next 2 months. Constructing the first spirit beast is crucial. Remember to follow the blueprint exactly, no messing around." While a spirit builder can use experience to open more nodes and pathways to enhance a spirit beast, if you're not a builder, doing it randomly could result in a crippled or weak beast. That's why each blueprint is so expensive. Behind every new blueprint is the hard work of countless builders. "Don't worry, Mom. We'll leave after we eat," Zhao Chen said with impatience, finishing his meal quickly and dragging Tang Di off to the military headquarters. Zhao Chen was somewhat of a young master there, so they were not stopped. They soon arrived at a spacious room nearly 100 square meters in size. "Yongla, your golden sword flying fish is high level. It's best to absorb gold attribute spirit crystals while constructing it, or else you might not finish in 2 months, Xiao Chen advised. Yongla was Tang Di's courtesy name. In this era, everyone, male or female, received a courtesy name at the age of 6. Tang Di's name was Di, and his sister once encountered an old man at a stall who gave her the name Yongla. Coincidentally, in his past life, Tang Di's surname was Zhu, making him feel a connection with the Yongla emperor. "I don't have enough to construct the golden sword flying fish. This one is yours," Tang Di said, setting aside these thoughts and handing the blueprint to Xiao Chun. No, my dad gave it to you. If I give it back, he'll kill me. Besides, if you give it to me, what will I use? Mine is the diamond giant ape, which doesn't suit you," Xiao Chun quickly said, trying to return the blueprint to Tang Di. "Stop arguing and just take it. My parents left me a blueprint with an 8th level potential, and I want to add a few nodes to your golden sword flying fish," Tang Di said firmly. Hearing that Tang Di's parents left him a blueprint, Xiao Chun felt slightly relieved, but the latter part of the sentence made him nervous. "Come on, brother Le. If you want to become a spirit builder, practice on something else. Don't ruin good stuff," Xiao Chun pleaded, but seeing Tang Di's serious expression, he knew he was determined. "My talent is quite unique." Tang Di finished speaking, knowing that if it weren't for Zhao Lin's countless acts of kindness to him and his sister, along with his relationship with Xiao Chun, he would never have revealed his talent. Xiao Chun hesitated for a moment, but then, gritting his teeth, he said firmly, "All right, brother, I trust you. Worst case, I'll try again next year." The major exam could indeed be retaken, but one could only repeat once, and the difficulty would increase, so most people wouldn't attempt it lightly. Hee, don't worry, brother. I'll give you a gift of fortune, Tang Di said as he helped Xiao Chun bind the blueprint, and then opened the editing mode. The blueprint's editing function was usually used to mark things like the order and numbering of psionic nodes, or to highlight key features. Drawing nodes directly was quite challenging due to the rough psionic environment. When spirit builders crafted spirits, they needed to sketch on a specialized platform and project it onto the blueprint with a machine. However, relying on the extraordinary perception brought by his rapid scanning ability, Tang Di painstakingly drew 6 green lines, 2 purple, 1 red, and 1 gold for Xiao Chun. All right, build it according to this. After finishing, Tang Di sat down, ignoring Xiao Chun's slightly anxious expression, and immersed his mind in the library. Constructing a spirit beast was an extremely meticulous task, like carving a sculpture. The blueprint was merely a sketch on wood, and the beast master had to carefully engrave it with psionic energy. Tang Di took a deep breath, mobilized a strand of psionic energy from his dantian, and prepared to start engraving. Just then, the previously dim and lifeless blueprint of the ghost tiger armor beast suddenly emitted a faint glow. As soon as the psionic energy touched the blueprint, it surged, as if invigorated. Startled, Tang Di hurriedly tried to control it. If something went wrong with the construction, there was no way he could succeed before the exam, not even with 2 extra months. As he attempted to control the psionic energy, Tang Di tilted his head in surprise, noticing that although the energy moved quickly, it followed the blueprint's lines precisely, like a high-speed train on tracks. Wait a minute. Suddenly recalling something, Tang Di gritted his teeth and injected more psionic energy. The energy seemed to possess intelligence, automatically constructing along the blueprint. In just a moment, it had illuminated 7 or 8 of the tens of thousands of psionic nodes. The psionic energy light track. So this was the third ability of his talent. Constructing the first spirit beast, there was a prodigy in Magic City who averaged 8 minutes per node. Compared to himself, that person was nothing but a novice. Excited by this realization, Tang Di had initially thought he only needed to construct the main outline, as there were tens of thousands of nodes that couldn't possibly be completed in 2 months. But now, he estimated he could finish the entire Ghost Tiger Armor Beast in just 2 or 3 days, with a potential of 9 stars at level 9, allowing him to excel in the major exam. With this in mind, Tang Di eagerly channeled his psionic energy into the blueprint, watching the nodes and pathways light up with joy. However, only a few minutes later, he felt a strong wave of dizziness, almost fainting. Damn, I forgot that constructing a spirit beast requires a lot of psionic energy. Awakening from the construction, Tang Di panted heavily, his face pale as a sheet. Fortunately, the training room had a spirit gathering effect, with a psionic concentration 5 times higher than outside, allowing for a quick recovery. Unfortunately, without constructing the first spirit beast, a beast master couldn't actively absorb psionic energy. Otherwise, the speed could be several times faster. As Tang Di sat there passively waiting for his psionic energy to recover, he glanced at Xiao Chun, who was sitting beside him with his eyes closed, and an idea struck him. Could his psionic energy light track be used on others? With this thought, Tang Di decided to try using the light track on Xiao Chun. Panting heavily, Xiao Chun exclaimed, "Le Gu, Lu Yi, could you let me know before you test your abilities next time? You almost scared me to death." His face was ashen, and he genuinely felt like he had a near-death experience. The little bit of spiritual energy he had been accumulating surged forward as if it had sprinted 100 meters. Stay calm. With my help, we can light up all the nodes within 2 months. Remember, don't reveal my abilities to anyone, not even Uncle Xiao or Aunt Han, Tang Di said, patting Xiao Chun on the shoulder with a smile, while warning him to keep it a secret. Xiao Chun nodded seriously, understanding the uniqueness of Tang Di's abilities, revealing it would surely bring more harm than good to his brother. All right, let's get started. After I add the nodes, your golden sword flying fish will have 20,000 nodes. We don't have much time. Tang Di calculated that after constructing some nodes, it took over an hour for his spiritual energy to refill passively. This meant they had just enough time. Xiao Chen also understood the importance of the situation and slapped his thigh, saying, "All right, for the next 2 months, we'll eat, drink, and sleep right here." In a private room of a restaurant in Tianhai City, a middle-aged man was elegantly dining with a knife and fork, while a smaller man with a humble demeanor stood beside him. "Lord Zhang, our people have confirmed it. The hidden secret realm will open in 2 months." He paused, hesitating before continuing. But what? If our calculations are correct, the hidden realm will open right during Tianhai City's major exam. Coincidentally, it's also within the exam area. Lord Zhang nearly spat out his mouthful of high-grade beast meat, his eyes widening in surprise. Are you sure? Can there really be such a coincidence? The man could only smile wryly and nod. This complicates things. There might be a fragment of the holy pillar there, and although it's not confirmed, the preceptor is very concerned about it. Lord Zhang mused to himself, his expression growing more serious. I'll contact the preceptor. You notify the other followers to be ready for orders. Also, inform that family to cover for us. The subordinate immediately went to make arrangements, while Lord Zhang squinted his eyes, gazing towards the distant Mufeng forest. For the sake of the calamity, I must secure that secret realm. For a beastmaster with above-average talent, constructing a blueprint with 3,000 nodes typically takes about a month and a half. With ample resources, it can be done in 25 days. Now, Tang Di and Zhao Chun had been living in the training room for 58 days. At this moment, a slender golden fish floated around Zhao Chun, swimming in midair as if in water. Tang Di sat cross-legged nearby, his brow furrowed. He had completed his construction half a month ago, yet Tang Di still hadn't finished constructing and manifesting his spirit beast. Finally, after another 3 hours, Tang Di's eyes snapped open, spiritual energy surging throughout his body. This energy slowly converged beside him, forming a small silver-white insect the size of a palm. Success! Tang Di exclaimed, flipping up with excitement as he gazed at the small insect hovering in the air. From now on, you'll be called Ghost Killer. We are in this together through thick and thin. Tang Di extended his hand and gently lifted the guisha. The creature seemed quite satisfied with its name, rubbing its forelimbs and making a chirping sound. Yongla, tell me about the attributes of your guisha. Why is it taking so long? Zhao Chun, growing impatient, asked eagerly. Tang Di chuckled, reached into his pocket, and pulled out a card. With a light flick, a light screen appeared. This card was an exclusive identification for beast tamers, quickly displaying identity and, upon synchronization, revealing detailed abilities of the spirit beast. Guisha attributes: Tiger Armor Gold, Illusion, Level 1, Potential Level, Sacred Beast 3 stars. Tang Di began to introduce. Impenetrable Defense 1 passive. The entire shell is extremely hard, reducing the power of physical and spiritual attacks by 25. Light and Shadow Camouflage 1 passive. Remain still for 3 seconds to blend completely with the environment, hiding all presence. Keen Sight 1 passive. Gain excellent dynamic and static vision. Ghost Kill 1 active. Lock onto a target to initiate Ghost Kill, becoming fully invisible during the skill activation. 20 of the damage is converted to true damage, which can penetrate spiritual barriers to hit the body. The faster the speed, the higher the true damage proportion, with the current skill level conversion limit at 40. Strong Concealment 1 active. Instantly erase all presence, including form, sound, and scent. The first attack after canceling Strong Concealment gains a 30 power boost. Inherent Speed active rule skill. Define an independent movement speed that remains absolutely constant in any environment. 2 Mach to 14 Mach Stillness active rule skill. Select a reference object and a target to forcibly keep them relatively still. Duration depends on the level. Traits: Penetration. When speed exceeds 300 meters per second, any attack power increases by 50. Vitality. When speed exceeds 300 meters per second, every 1 speed increase boosts spiritual barrier strength by 5 and spiritual energy consumption by 5. Spirit Break. Any attack causes 50 more damage to spiritual barriers. Zhao Chun was dumbfounded, his mouth twitching. Sacred Beast level potential. He finally understood that above level 9 and 9 stars was the Sacred Beast level. However, the abilities of this spirit beast seemed quite eerie. These abilities were clearly designed for ambushes, with super speed, complete invisibility, and shield-piercing assassination. Thinking of this, Zhao Chun chuckled, looking at Tang Di. Brother Lo, we're going to be lifelong brothers, right? If I ever offend you somehow, you have to let me know. Don't keep it bottled up, okay? Huh, did a donkey kick your brain? Tang Di was puzzled by Zhao Chun's words, probably not realizing that Zhao Chun was scared he might be secretly taken down in the future. By the way, let me show you my Xiao Jing. With that, Zhao Chun also took out his card, and the attributes of the Golden Sword Flying Fish appeared instantly. Golden Sword Flying Fish attributes: Gold, Water, Level 1 star, Potential, Level 9 stars. Copper Skin and Iron Bones 1 passive. Increases defense capability, reducing spiritual and physical attacks by 15. Wind Riding 1 passive. Significantly increases agility, enabling wind riding, with a 25 speed increase. Golden Scales 1 passive. Increases the purity of gold attribute spiritual energy and enhances the absorption speed of gold attribute spiritual energy. Golden Wind Stab 1 active. Condenses gold attribute spiritual energy to perform a focused thrust. Heavy Sword No Edge 1 active. Perform a heavy slash within a 20-meter radius centered on oneself. A Line of Golden Light 1 active. Execute a powerful vertical slash. If it hits a single target, damage is doubled, dealing 250 damage to spiritual barriers. Penetration rule skill. Select a target to activate the skill. The first attack power is increased by 300, ignoring spiritual barriers and any defense capabilities, and is guaranteed to hit. The precision of the attack point improves with increased strength. Traits. Sharpness, stabbing, and slashing skills deal 20 more damage. Resilience. Resistance to illusion-type skills increases by 30. Berserk. The more severe the injury, the higher the skill damage, up to 200. Although he had long known that Tang Dis Spirit Beast was powerful, Xiao Chun was still shocked. Unbelievable. Xiao Chen's current golden sword flying fish is incredibly powerful, especially with its berserk trait. When it's on the brink of death, if it can launch a piercing attack with a streak of golden light, that strike will unleash 1200 of its ultimate power. Seeing Tang Di's doubts, Xiao Chen smiled wryly and said, "Well, hitting with a streak of golden light isn't that easy. Let me show you." With that, he waved his hand, merging the golden sword flying fish into his body. As a beast master, he could fuse with his spiritual beast to use its abilities. After merging, Xiao Chun was covered with a faint golden energy barrier, and he drew a silvery white saber. He raised the saber high, and golden light burst forth. After holding this pose for nearly 2 seconds, he suddenly slashed down. The metal pillar in front of him broke instantly, splitting in two with a single stroke. Even without any enhancements, the power of this strike was equivalent to the full strength of a level 2 spiritual beast. However, the preparation time was really too long. Tang Di immediately noticed this flaw and laughed, saying, "Looks like you need a support beast with control abilities." Here, support refers to auxiliary spiritual beasts. Beastmaster's spiritual beasts are divided into 3 categories: main combat, support, and functional. Main combat beasts are used for fusion or as primary attackers. Usually, a beastmaster will nurture 1 or 2 to handle different situations. Support beasts provide enhancements, healing, or debuffs to restrict opponents. Functional beasts vary widely, used for transportation, detection, navigating complex terrain, or assisting in cultivation. Thanks a lot, Yonglo. No need for formalities between brothers. From now on, I'm sticking with you. Xiao Chen patted Tang Di's shoulder, attaching himself to him. Tang Di chuckled and punched him lightly. For Tang Di, in this lifetime, he didn't have many friends, almost only Xiao Chun, so he was naturally willing to help him. As they were chatting, the door to the training room opened, and Zhao Lin walked in with a frown. "You two rascals have been in here for 2 months. The big exam is tomorrow. Hurry up and come back with me. Change clothes, and take a shower." With that, Zhao Lin dragged them back to wash up and change. After 2 months without washing or changing clothes, even Tang Di found it unbearable. After cleaning up in his own bathroom, Tang Di headed to Zhao Lin's house. For some reason, Ghost Kill seemed to be quite comfortable perching on his head, staying still for a while before becoming invisible, leaving no trace. "Pretty eerie, I like it," Tang Di thought to himself, choosing the Ghost Kill Tiger Armor Beast 20 for its high potential and 80 for its ghostly aura. "I'm determined to be a bright and sunny guy," he hummed a tune as he arrived at Zhao Lin's house. By then, Hanyu had already prepared a table full of delicious dishes, and Zhao Chun was staring at them wide-eyed. To save time, they had been drinking nutritional liquids almost every day for the past 2 months, and their taste buds were yearning for real food. "All right, sit down and eat," Zhao Lin said, greeting Tang Di as he arrived. Tang Di didn't hesitate, sitting down and diving into the meal. After he and Zhao Chun each had 6 or 7 bowls of rice and were starting to feel a bit sluggish, Zhao Lin finally spoke. "Here are your admission tickets and the exam details. Study them before bed tonight, and don't put too much pressure on yourselves." This was a stern father's way of providing comfort. Tang Di and Zhao Chun exchanged glances, and Zhao Chun spoke up without hesitation. "Dad, mark my words, whether it's the written test or the martial test tomorrow, Yonglo will be first, and I'll be second, just like I said." He smirked with disdain. "Humph, just keep boasting. Tomorrow, a few lads from our military department and the young master from Hongfeng Heavy Industries will all participate in the big exam. If you can get into college, I'll be satisfied." Zhao Lin felt secretly pleased, knowing the strength of his son. Seeing his father's disbelief, Zhao Chen wanted to argue, but Tang Di stopped him with a stern look. He understood that actions speak louder than words, and it would be a pleasant surprise for Zhao Lin. If the awakening day made Tianhai City buzz with excitement, today it was fully ablaze with activity. The entire city saw businesses and shops shutting down, and every TV station broadcasted live from the Yusho Master exam in Mufeng Forest. The exam saw a massive participation of over 30,000 students. Don't underestimate these 30,000. Only 1% awakened the Yusho Master talent, meaning these candidates were carefully selected from 3 million people. If not for candidates from other cities joining, Tianhai City alone would struggle to gather even a few thousand Yusho Masters. The candidates were divided into groups of 300, proceeding to take the written test. At this moment, tens of thousands gathered in the central square, where a middle-aged man began announcing in a booming voice from a high platform. Numbers 1 to 300. Proceed to Examination Hall 1. Numbers 301 to 600 to Examination Hall 2. Tang Di glanced at his exam number and chuckled. Number 8. Zhao Chun, hearing this, excitedly said, Yongla, you're number 8? What a coincidence, I'm number 9. He pulled Tang Di along to Examination Hall 1. The so-called examination halls were essentially large tents set up around the central square, with a gigantic transparent gem inside. All the candidates stood at their designated spots. A middle-aged examiner in combat attire coldly instructed, when I say begin, you only need to summon your spirit beast. If you have a large spirit beast, report to me now. This was the written test. The exam consisted of 2 parts, the written test and the martial test. The martial test was straightforward and brutal: kill a giant beast. The written test was graded based on the potential of the summoned spirit beast. The more nodes and complexity, the higher the score. This provided an opportunity for students whose first spirit beast might not be strong in combat, but had special abilities. The written test accounted for only 20 of the overall exam score, with the martial test being the main focus. Since everyone is ready, the written test begins. As the examiner's words fell, lights flickered in the examination hall, and almost simultaneously, the central gem lit up, displaying everyone's scores on TVs and phones across Tianhai City. On the high platform, headhunters from various factions turned their attention this way. Chun Mahai summoned a level 7, 9-star potential spirit beast, purple striped giant anaconda. Score 70. A gasp echoed through the examination hall. The purple striped giant anaconda, with a level 7 potential and over 10,000 nodes, showed this young one's talent was quite impressive. The headhunters nodded in satisfaction at the proud figure standing in the distance. Qianlin summoned a level 8, 5-star potential spirit beast, Flame Eagle. Score 80. Just as the headhunters' voices faded, another astounding score emerged. The level 8, 5-star Flame Eagle, with nearly 20,000 nodes, proved Qianlin did not disappoint. Qianlin? You mean the young master of Hongfeng Heavy Industries? The headhunters, initially excited, sighed in disappointment upon hearing the association with Hongfeng Heavy Industries. Old Qian, your grandson has quite the potential. What talent did he awaken? A robust man in military attire asked an elderly man beside him with a smile. He was fortunate to awaken an S-level talent, the celestial phoenix flame. The elder smiled slightly, pride gleaming in his eyes. The room was filled with knowledgeable individuals, and the person who had just asked the question was none other than Li Gongquan, the chief commander of the Tianhai City military. As the crowd collectively gasped, the elder Qian Donglai proudly explained, the Tianhuang flame can significantly increase the temperature of flames and enhance the power of fire-based skills. Most importantly, it has an exceptional adherence ability. To complement Xiaolin's talent, I went to great lengths to acquire the blueprint of the Flame Eagle, personally drawn by Master Chun. Upon hearing this, the high-ranking officials in attendance couldn't sit still. Master Chun, a renowned spirit architect from the capital, specializes in designing blueprints for avian spirit beasts. Each blueprint he creates includes 3 to 4 additional skills and traits compared to the original versions. The surrounding people congratulated him, saying, "Congratulations, Elder Qian. It seems the championship of this academic exam will surely belong to the Qian family." Qian Donglai's face was filled with a proud smile, naturally feeling pleased. Wang Huban, summon a level 8, 1-star potential spirit beast, Thunderwolf. Score, 74 points. The proctor's voice rang out, followed by Lu Yi. Summon a level 8, 3-star potential spirit beast, Mist Demon. Score, 76 points. These scores drew the attention of the high-ranking officials towards Li Gongquan. They all knew that these 2 individuals were nurtured by the military, and their results were expected. However, with each node of Thunderwolf and Mist Demon reaching nearly 20,000, it was evident that these 2 had secretly awakened their talents months ago. Li Gongquan merely chuckled while watching the screen, and the atmosphere gradually relaxed. However, Zhao Lin, seated beside him, was still nervously scanning the room. Li Gongquan knew that Zhao Lin's son was also participating in the exam, so he smiled and reassured him, "Old Zhao, don't worry. Your kid won't let you down." Zhao Lin only managed a slight smile in response, though his eyes still betrayed his anxiety. Suddenly, the proctor's voice came through again, this time trembling slightly. "Zhao Chun, summon a level 9, 9-star potential spirit beast, golden sword flying fish." Score, 93 points. This result was like a thunderclap, stunning everyone present. "What? That's impossible," Old Zhao exclaimed, then burst into laughter. "Old Zhao, I'm telling you, your son must join the military. I'll personally write a recommendation letter for him." "That's an order." Li Gongquan snapped back to reality from his shock and turned to the equally bewildered Zhao Lin, patting his shoulder with excitement. "What? Oh, all right. I'll make sure he joins the military, but if the kid really doesn't want to, there's not much I can do." Li Gongquan continued to persuade. "Old Zhao, in all these years, we brothers haven't asked you for much. I'm telling you, With our son's talent, I guarantee he'll become at least a frontline general in the military. Qian Donglai and the others looked serious. The capital forces had always maintained a delicate relationship with the military, often engaging in subtle power struggles. Clearly, they did not wish for the military to grow stronger, as that would mean adhering to more regulations in the future. Before they could process what happened, a voice filled with disbelief echoed. Tang. Tang Di. Summoned a sacred beast-level potential spirit beast, the ghost-slaying tiger armor beast. Score 100. The room fell into a deathly silence. The usually composed figures who wouldn't flinch even if a mountain collapsed were now glued to the screen, their eyes almost piercing through it. Countless eyes were locked onto Tang Di, who stood there smiling with his hands in his pockets, as if they wanted to devour him. Shock, confusion, curiosity, greed, a myriad of emotions flickered across these prominent figures' faces. Sacred beast-level potential was something not everyone understood, but these people knew very well. Only powerful entities like the three sacred gates might have preserved some legacy spirit beasts with the potential of a sacred beast. But the ghost-slaying tiger armor beast? Wasn't the blueprint for that creature unsolvable? It was then that Qian Donglai spoke, bringing everyone back to reality. Yes, the ghost-slaying tiger armor beast, known for its incredible speed and mysterious abilities, had very few research samples, and the blueprint remained a mystery. So where did Tang Di get the blueprint from? A mistake? Impossible. The true spirit stone detects souls and cannot be wrong. Li Gongquan, seeing through their thoughts, quickly explained. No worries, the secret will be revealed during the martial test. He smiled slightly. All right, everyone, we should head over there. After all, we're the award presenters. The literary test was brief, merely involving the summoning of spirit beasts for evaluation. An hour later, the results were announced. Tang Di glanced casually at the rankings, noticing he was first. Xiao Chun was second, followed by Qian Lin, Lu Yi, and Wang Huban. As for Chun Mahai and the like, Tang Di didn't bother to remember. Xiao Chun, noticing Tang Di's glance at the results, approached him as he was about to leave the crowd. Hey, Yongla, where are you going? We have to go on stage to receive our awards soon. What? Awards? What awards? Tang Di asked, puzzled. You didn't know? The top 10 in both the literary and martial tests received generous rewards. Xiao Chen's voice was filled with excitement. Tang Di's mouth twitched. Just as he was about to inquire about the rewards, a booming voice resonated in the square. Now, please welcome the top 10 students from the literary test to come on stage for their awards. Soon, Tang Di and Xiao Chun were on the platform, with the award presenters being those important figures usually seen only on TV. Li Gongquan smiled as he handed a storage wristband to Tang Di and asked, You're quite impressive, young man. Interested in joining the military? Noticing the rank insignia on his uniform, Tang Di was taken aback to realize he was speaking to a general. Thank you for the offer, General, but my sister wants me to apply to a research university, so it's still uncertain. I'll see when the time comes, Tang Di replied. Li Gongquan nodded, thinking that it was good he hadn't made a decision yet. He then moved to Xiao Chun, whose previously reserved smile turned into a bold grin. Huh, you've got potential, kid. Put in some effort during the martial test, and your Uncle Li will reward you greatly. Xiao Chun grinned sheepishly at Tang Di and then said to Li Gongquan, Thank you, Uncle Li, but I've promised Yongla to stick with him. Li Gongquan raised an eyebrow, thinking that this young man had quite the charisma. The award ceremony concluded quickly, and everyone hurried to head to Mufing Forest outside the city for the important martial test. Hundreds of buses departed from the central square, and once they were all gone, someone in the crowd near the square took out a phone. Master, it's confirmed that the level 6 beast masters Xiao Lin and Li Gongquan are headed to Mufing Forest, and our insider is ready. Good. Be prepared to act at any moment, the other person replied. Understood, for the calamity. The mystical land of Mufing Forest connects with the northern mountain range. Despite regular cleanups by cities like Tianhai, many beasts still inhabit this area. As the beasts here are all below level 3, it has become a prime location for students' annual exams. At this moment, a giant python is fiercely battling a human armed with a broadsword. The python, 5 meters long and covered in fine scales, has a gaping mouth full of sharp fangs and is rated as a level 1, 8-star beast. Its crimson eyes fixate on Xiao Chun, its massive body twisting as its tail lashes out at him. Xiao Chun quickly blocks with his broadsword, but is still knocked back by the immense force. His golden energy barrier flickers, but despite being thrown several meters, he remains mostly unharmed. All right, kid, let me show you something today. Xiao Chun, undaunted, dispels his energy barrier, choosing to withstand the python's attacks with his bare body. After 2 rounds of exchanges, Xiao Chun is struck in the abdomen by the python's tail, causing blood to spew out. Seeing blood, the python's eyes glow even redder as it opens its mouth wide, its teeth gleaming with a blue light, ready to bite. Xiao Chun holds his broadsword across his chest. Although bitten, he manages to block most of the sharp teeth, with only 3 or 4 piercing his shoulder and thigh, causing blood to gush out. However, Xiao Chun grins fiercely, breaks free from the snake's mouth, and retreats a few steps, raising his broadsword high. Seeing Xiao Chun injured, the python lunges forward without hesitation, intending to finish him in one bite. At this moment, the python's energy barrier remains intact, clearly holding the upper hand. Just as it prepares to bite off Xiao Chen's head, Xiao Chen's golden energy is fully charged. A streak of golden light flashes as he swings his sword down. The python's water blue energy barrier shatters instantly, turning into light particles, and the broadsword slices into its massive head, splitting the toughest skull in two. In a life-or-death struggle, combined with the golden energy and special attributes, this strike is terrifyingly powerful. Despite Xiao Chun being only level 1 star, he manages to instantly kill the python along with its energy barrier. Xiao Chun sits on the ground, attempting to stand up, but the pain from his wounds makes him grimace. These injuries were deliberately sustained to trigger the life-and-death battle. Fortunately, his innate ability is to accelerate energy absorption and wound recovery. After giving himself some time to catch his breath, he disengages the fusion. The golden swordfish watches its injured master, letting out a few soft cries. Just as Xiao Chun is about to speak, a shadow emerges from the water, and a second python looms overhead, attacking his head. At this moment, he hasn't fused with his spirit beast and is unable to move, facing imminent danger. Just as Xiao Chun is about to crush a bead, an invisible ripple sweeps across. The python, about to launch its attack, suddenly pauses with its mouth open, and its massive head falls into the water, staining the river with blood. Immediately afterward, a gust of wind and a terrible roar ensue, prompting Xiao Chun to cover his ears. Moments later, Tang Di stands before him with a broadsword on his shoulder, extending a hand. Damn, Yongla, that's not cool. You waited until the last second to act. Were you trying to scare me to death? Xiao Chen's ears ache from the sonic boom Tang Di caused, while Tang Di rolls his eyes. Do you know how much energy it cost me to use inherent speed once? He possesses 2 rule skills, stillness and inherent speed. The rules of the skills can alter the laws of physics, but they consume a significant amount of psionic energy. Tang Di used his inherent speed for just 1 second, launching a ghostly strike at Mach 2, and instantly killed a level 1 8-star giant anaconda. However, this strike also consumed 2/3 of his psionic energy. Despite the high damage of the skill, Tang Di faced the embarrassing situation of insufficient psionic energy. He thought to himself that the points for level 1 beasts were too low, and he needed to venture deeper to find level 2 and 3 beasts. Tang Di and Xiao Qin calculated their scores and found that each of them had taken down 20 unranked beasts and gained 2 points per level 1 beast. Tang Di had taken down 10, while Xiao Chun had taken down 9. They checked the real-time leaderboard on their phones. Qian Lin was in first place with 75 points, Wang Hubin in second with 66 points, and Lu Yi in third with 60 points. These were all level 2 beast masters who were still lingering on the outskirts, clearly not competing with them. Tang Di felt a sense of urgency. He wanted the first place prize. Tang Di got quite a few good things for being first in the written test, he said, patting Xiao Chun on the shoulder, with his other hand pointing at Qian Lin on the phone screen. 1,000 liters of number 90 spirit liquid, a level 3 temporary barrier, and 5 million yen yuan. The value of the spirit liquid speaks for itself, especially the level 3 rock attribute temporary barrier, which can passively activate when a beast master is under heavy attack and is sold at a high price. Unlike battle armor, which requires the user's psionic energy, this barrier is entirely passive and could save a life at a critical moment. Having tasted success, Tang Di was determined to aim for first place in the martial test. He told Xiao Chun, all right, I'll follow your lead. Once my Xiao gene is full, we'll head out. With that, the two of them took out spirit liquid and beast feed, and fed their respective spirit beasts. Meanwhile, back at the base camp, Li Gongquan, Zhao Lin, Qian Donglai, and other high-ranking officials gathered, watching numerous screens broadcasting the students' battles in real time. Commander, we've measured it. That strike by Tang Di had a speed of about 680 meters per second, with power equivalent to a full-strength strike from a level 5 3-star beast, someone reported, causing everyone present to gasp. Gentlemen, the ghostly strike and tiger armor beast's rule skills have been used. There shouldn't be any suspense left, Li Gongquan said with a wry smile. It was astonishing that a level 1 beast master could display the power of a level 5. Previously, some doubted the authenticity of Tang Di's spirit beast, but now they were only thinking about how to recruit Tang Di to their side. Mr. Qian, your grandson is truly impressive. He must be at level 2 5-star by now. Li Gongquan casually asked. Qian Donglai nodded with a smile. You have a keen eye? He's about to reach level 2 4-star soon. But the talent from the military department is also performing excellently this time. Let's not mention it. Your descendants are all outstanding. Look at mine, interrupted a company boss. Look at Chin's child. they're only scoring in the teens. The name Chun Ming, head of the Chun family, one of Tianhai City's prominent families, showed a look of helplessness. Ah, brother Xiao, you're exposing my wounds. My kid just won't put in the effort. He's probably wandering around the outskirts, driving me crazy, Chun Ming said, displaying a completely defeated demeanor, causing everyone to chuckle. Soon, the topic shifted, and no one noticed Chun Ming sending a few messages on his phone. For the rest of the afternoon, Tang Di and Zhao Chun ventured deep into the Mufeng forest. Here, the beasts were mostly at level 2, with even some level 3 beasts appearing. Despite their best efforts to slay these creatures, their scores still lagged behind the top 3. Qianlin with 130 points, Wang Huban with 109 points, Lu Yi with 103 points, Tang Di with 91 points, and Zhao Chun with 88 points. Tang Di thought to himself, forget that lousy reward. After taking down a level 3, 1-star Jiashan Xiao, the two sat behind a large rock, panting and complaining. Tang Di initially believed that with his Ghost Slayer Saint Beast level potential, he could compete with others. However, he underestimated the combat strength of level 2 Beast Masters. A level 1 Beast Master can only bond with one Spirit Beast, while a level 2 can have two, with the second usually being a support beast. An excellent support beast paired with a main battle beast is far more effective than a simple addition. As Zhao Chen bandaged his wounds, he rolled his eyes. He had just taken on the Jiashan Xiao Heiden, relying on Tang Di's sneak attack to kill it, ending up covered in injuries himself. We've both qualified points-wise. Can't we take it easy for the rest of the day instead of rushing to kill more beasts? Zhao Chen asked, munching on a chicken leg after resting for half an hour. Tang Di nodded. The top 3 were so far ahead that it seemed impossible to catch up, so they decided to take it easy. Just as they were about to hunt more beasts, Tang Di suddenly felt a jolt, involuntarily turning his head westward. The glow of the setting sun faded, and an invisible force seemed to call him to a specific place. He noticed his hand emitting a faint glow, reminiscent of using the touch of truth. Let's head west and hunt beasts there, Tang Di said firmly. What? West? That's even deeper into the forest. Zhao Chen complained, but he was still dragged along by Tang Di. As night fell, the moon hung high in the sky, and over Tianhai City, the sky was exceptionally clear, not a cloud in sight. Soldiers at the city gate were smoking and chatting idly. Suddenly, the radio on a burly soldier's shoulder crackled to life with a terrified scream. The Spirit Slayers and Beastmen are attacking. There are so many. The message abruptly cut off, leaving only anguished cries. Hello? Hello? What's happening? Respond. The burly soldier demanded urgently, but there was no reply. Communication had been severed. He immediately ordered, sound the alarm. The Spirit Slayers and Beastmen are attacking. As he spoke, a soldier turned to press the nearby button, only to be stopped by a scaled hand, or rather, a claw. Good evening, gentlemen, said the owner of the claw, drawing all eyes to him. He had a slender body covered in scales, resembling a lizard but standing upright and speaking. Beastman. When beasts devour enough humans or beast masters, they evolve, and beastmen are born from this process. Shoot. Xiao Lu, sound the alarm. The burly soldier, the team's leader, ordered. Bullets rained down on the creature, but they were all blocked by a psychic barrier, unable to penetrate. The orc's vertical pupils narrowed slightly, and with a sweeping motion of its massive claws, it tore 3 soldiers into pieces, sending flesh and blood flying. The captain realized he couldn't stop the orc and decisively pulled the pins on 2 spirit-breaking grenades, lunging towards the beast. The orc effortlessly ripped through his body, but the grenades exploded at that moment. With a loud boom, the orc was pushed back, yet remained unscathed. In that instant, Xiao Lu, disregarding his own safety, pressed the alarm button. The piercing alarm echoed over Tianhai City. Hearing it, the orc roared angrily, as if declaring his identity. I am Zago, exposed, attack directly. With that, Zago picked up a soldier's walkie-talkie, opened the city gates, and countless shadows surged in like a tide, spreading throughout the city. Commanderly, there's an invasion. Several orcs and members of the Soul Slayer cult have been spotted in the city. A messenger burst into the command center, leaving everyone focused on the surveillance stunt. The martial test ended early, and the students quickly returned. Old Xiao, come with me. Upon hearing this, Li Gongquan immediately led Zhao Lin out of the command center. Everyone, let's go take a look, lend a hand if we can. Qian Donglai tapped the ground with his cane and led a group out as well. Their foundation was in Tianhai City, and they couldn't stand by and do nothing. Meanwhile, countless signal flares shot into the sky, and all the candidates received the message that the exam had ended. Although 99 of the candidates were puzzled by the early conclusion, upon seeing the termination flares, they all headed back to the command center. Only Tang Di and Zhao Chun were exceptions. Tang, the exam is over. Let's not linger here. We've already encountered 4 level 3 beasts on the way. Zhao Chun plopped down on the corpse of a crystal wind sheep, refusing to move further. Let's rest for a bit. I feel something's nearby. Tang Di fed some spiritual liquid to Ghost Kill, sending it to keep watch around them. What's so important, brother? If we go any further, we might not make it out alive. Xiao Chun complained, but still prioritized feeding spiritual liquid to the golden sword-flying fish, staying alert for surprises. I don't know, but it has to do with my talent. We'll go 2 more kilometers, and then head back. Tang Di knew Xiao Chun made a good point. They could handle level 3 beasts, but a level 4 beast was a different matter, a sure death if encountered. An hour later, both were more or less recovered and ready to move on. Suddenly, through a soul connection, Ghost Kill shared its vision with Tang Di. The scene showed 3 people, one of whom Tang Di recognized as Chun Mahai, a fellow candidate. Another was tall, wearing a bizarre red half-mask. The last one shocked Tang Di immensely. Although human-like in body, it had an insect-like hard-shell face, with abnormally large eyes and a mouth with insect-like mandibles. What is that? Tang Di exclaimed. Xiao Chun, seeing Tang Di's pale face, asked with concern, Yongla, what did you see? Upon learning Tang Di saw an insect person, Xiao Chun blurted out, Orc. Tang Di realized where the orcs came from, his expression turning icy. Yongla, Tianhai City has been invaded by orcs and the Soul Slayer cult. Let's forget about these people and get out of here. Also, a beast turned orc is at least level 4, we can't handle that. Xiao Chun, seeing real-time news on his phone, urged Tang Di to leave quickly. Tang Di gritted his teeth, wanting to recall Ghost Kill and head back. Indeed, a level 4 orc was more troublesome than a beast of the same level, and they couldn't handle it. Just then, an invisible wave spread out, and the blue glow on Tang Di's hand suddenly flashed, a beam of light shooting out, pointing in a direction. Following the light, Tang Di saw a mountain wall not far away, with the blue light piercing straight into it. Without hesitation, he rushed towards the wall. The moment he touched it, he felt a strange sensation in his heart. It seemed to have triggered some kind of mechanism as the soil and rocks covering the mountain wall began to crumble. Soon, an ancient, gray-white door was revealed. No way, there's a secret realm here. Xiao Chun, who was well informed, exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the door. A secret realm? What's that? Tang Di asked curiously. It turns out that on this endless divine land, many intelligent races once existed, but they were all wiped out by giant beasts. The relics of these intelligent races were preserved through spatial means, waiting to be discovered by future generations. These preserved relics are called secret realms. They might contain all sorts of strange things, perhaps just a storage room, or possibly a small world of its own. Whether one can find fortune inside depends on destiny. This time, it was Xiao Chun who was excited. He stepped forward, ready to open the stone door. But Tang Di quickly stopped him. Don't do it, let's hide quickly. Those 3 people are coming this way. He wanted to help, but was informed by Ghost Kill that the 3 people would arrive in a few minutes. So he hurriedly took Xiao Chun to hide behind a large rock some distance away. This spot was over 400 meters from the stone door, making it impossible for even a level 4 beast man to detect their presence. Ghost Kill stayed near the stone door and soon went into camouflage mode, leaving no trace of his presence. Through Ghost Kill's perspective, Tang Di saw the 3 people arrive at the stone door. The masked man looked at the ancient door and laughed. This is it. I hope what's inside is worth the price. It better be, Chun Mohai snorted. Our Chun family is taking a huge risk cooperating with you. Whether it's placing bombs in the armory or setting fire to the chemical plant, if any of this gets out, our Chun family will be doomed. Don't worry. The priest named Zhang chuckled, touching the mask on his face. He said to the beast man beside him, Tu Weigong, open the door. All right. The beast man named Tu Weigong extended 2 hands with barbed hooks and slowly pulled open the stone door. The 3 exchanged glances and entered one after another. 5 minutes later, Tang Di and Xiao Chun cautiously approached the stone door. De Chun, first inform your father about the collusion between the Chun family and the cult of spirit slayers, Tang Di whispered. The cult of spirit slayers is a complete demonic cult. They abduct women and children, assassinate important scientists and genius beast tamers, all for what they call a calamity. To them, humans are guilty and should serve their so-called 12 heavenly beasts. Being devoured by them is considered an honor. The cult of spirit slayers once orchestrated a beast tide, colluding with beastmen to completely destroy a city. That city, with a population in the millions, became a buffet for the giant beasts. The river flowing through the city was stained red. Therefore, any sane person would see the cult of spirit slayers as deserving of eradication. The authorities have issued a bounty. Killing a member of the cult of spirit killers earns a reward of 100,000 yen, while capturing one alive offers 500,000. After announcing the bounty, the Chun family seemed to have forgotten the meaning of the word fear. Once Xiao Chun informed his father, he turned to Tang Di. Tang Di sensed the presence of the 3 individuals. Both the priest Zhang and Tuigong were at least at level 4 in strength, while Chun Mahai was at level 2, quite formidable opponents. Let's watch and see, he suggested. Then he casually asked Xiao Chun. Do you have any explosives or anything like that? To his surprise, Xiao Chun produced a metal box. My father gave me this. It's a spirit-breaking bomb, along with a kilogram of flame-burst explosive. Tang Di twitched at the corner of his mouth. This was much more potent than any other explosive he could think of, made by mixing the blood of a flame beast with other substances. Just 1 kilogram could rival the strike of a level 5 spirit beast. With this in mind, Tang Di flashed a dangerous smile, thinking to himself that it was worth a shot. He said to Xiao Chun, "Let's take a gamble. Here's the plan." Xiao Chun responded with excitement. "Let's do it. We have to. Just capturing one priest from the cult of spirit killers would earn us 1.5 million yen." Both of them shared a mischievous grin, well-versed in the art of ambush. More than half an hour later, Chun Mahai, Priest Zhang, and Tui Gong emerged from the depths of the secret realm. Priest Zhang, coughing and pale, looked extremely weak. That was truly dangerous. If it weren't for the items given by the bishop, we might not have made it out, he remarked. Tui Gong had lost an arm, and a large wound on his chest was oozing milky white fluid. Chun Mahai, in relatively better condition, had only suffered torn clothing. Excitedly, Priest Zhang exclaimed, "We got it! If I'm not mistaken, this is a part of the sacred artifact we've been searching for." He held an object resembling a compass, his face full of excitement. However, at that moment, Tui Gong suddenly heard a faint clicking sound. Boom! In an instant, blue energy and rolling flames surged forth, engulfing the entire passage. Both Tui Gong and Priest Zhang, being level 4 powerhouses, quickly enveloped themselves in psionic barriers. But this was a spirit-breaking bomb combined with flame-burst explosive. The barriers were nearly shattered. In the nick of time, Priest Zhang summoned a Rastan land turtle, conjuring an earthy shield wall to block the brunt of the explosion, providing Tui Gong and Chun Mahai a moment of relief. Priest Zhang, drenched in cold sweat, was about to relax when he felt the imminent threat of death. Turning his head, he caught a glimpse of a blade before his world spun, and he saw his headless body. What is that? Tui Gong's bug eyes widened in disbelief at the sight of Priest Zhang's decapitated body. Then, he noticed a young man holding a knife not far away, emitting strange squeals as he lunged at the youth, thinking that the latter was only level 1 in strength. Even in his injured state, he believed he could crush him with one blow. Stealth. The youth was Tang Di, who, without hesitation, activated his stealth ability and vanished into thin air. Tui Gong was stunned, carefully sensing his surroundings, until he detected a faint heartbeat at the end of the passage. Die! He shot towards the exit with bullet-like speed, determined to tear apart the human who dared to toy with them. Unfortunately, the heartbeat he sensed wasn't Tang Di's. Tang Di's stealth ability rendered him completely invisible, erasing all traces of his presence, including his breath, sound, and footsteps. As Tui Gong lay in ambush at the passage entrance, the only thing he could detect was Xiao Qin's heartbeat. When he suddenly charged forward, the first thing that caught his eye was a flash of golden sword light. Clang! Xiao Qin's long-prepared golden wind thrust left only a white mark on Tui Gong's shell. What the heck? Where did this iron turtle come from? Xiao Qin exclaimed, quickly retreating. Realizing it wasn't the young man from earlier, Tui Gong was momentarily taken aback, then launched a fierce attack on Xiao Qin. However, he dared not go all out, keeping over 70% of his attention on guarding his surroundings. Earlier, Tang Di's ghostly strike at 5 Mach speed had effortlessly decapitated the 4th-level Priest Zhang, leaving Tui Gong wary. Now, without his psionic barrier and severely injured, he found himself evenly matched with Xiao Chun, a 1st-level beastmaster. Meanwhile, Tang Di, not far away, entered a camouflaged state. His inherent speed of 5 Mach had drained 3/4 of his psionic energy. With the added use of his stealth skill, his energy was nearly depleted. Glancing at Xiao Chen's situation, Tang Di felt slightly reassured. If given about 5 minutes, he could unleash his inherent speed and ghostly strike again to slay the beast man. But they had overlooked one person. Suddenly, a giant purple-striped anaconda, over 10 meters long, slithered through the passage, hissing as it charged at Xiao Chun. Chun Mohai staggered out of the passage, with a blue bird-like spirit beast floating beside him, channeling blue energy into him and the anaconda. Qingke, shield Tui Gong, and Purple Dragon, strangle that kid. With Chun Mahai's command, the bird-like spirit beast immediately sent a blue thread to Tui Gong, forming a psionic barrier on his surface. The massive body of the giant anaconda, accompanied by a fierce wind, rolled towards Xiao Chun. Damn it, I'll fight you to the end. Yongla, you must escape and let my father avenge me. Flames of anger flickered in Xiao Chen's eyes, his shout signaling his determination to fight to the last. Tang Di, disregarding the side effects of consuming spirit liquid, gulped down a vial, frantically absorbing the surrounding psionic energy. Within a few exchanges, Xiao Chun could no longer hold on, and his psionic barrier shattered. Chun Mahai sneered inwardly, thinking, how dare they ambush us? Strangle. The giant anaconda immediately coiled around Xiao Chun, its reverse scales shredding his flesh like blades. As Chun Mahai watched in triumph, the anaconda opening its jaws, he suddenly felt a chill at his back. Looking down, he saw a sharp blade tip protruding from his heart. Cough. How is this possible? He couldn't comprehend it. His Chinke had ultrasonic scanning abilities and confirmed no one was around. Where did this attack come from? He simply couldn't believe it. Before he could figure it out, Tang Di swiftly withdrew his combat knife, turned, and sliced Chun Mahai's head in half. The giant anaconda and Chinke, poised to attack, instantly dissolved into blue light particles and vanished. After completing all this, Tang Di, supporting himself with the combat knife, half knelt on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood mixed with spirit liquid. Forced to consume the spiritual liquid to restore his energy, Tang Di felt as if his entire body was being scorched by flames, the pain unbearable. Yongla, watch out, he shouted. But before his warning could fully escape his lips, a sharp claw was already upon him. Tu Weigong's voice was harsh and grating, clearly having anticipated Tang Di's arrival. Xiao Chun posed little threat to him, but this young man in front of him had remarkable abilities, capable of stealthy attacks and swift escapes, making him a priority target. The claw was originally aimed at Tang Di's head, but in a life-or-death moment, he instinctively leaped back. The sharp claws tore through his chest and pierced his knee, sending waves of agonizing pain through him as he collapsed to the ground, gasping. Let's see how you run now. A level 1 nobody daring to ambush a level 4 warrior? You've got guts. Though the blow hadn't killed him, Tu Weigong felt confident of his victory, leisurely taking out a bottle of spiritual liquid and drinking it. As a beast man, he could directly absorb the liquid, forming a thin, yet formidable, level 4 protective energy barrier on his body. You too have potential. Consuming your energy will surely enhance my power. Tu Weigong approached the fallen Tang Di step by step, whose eyes were cold with despair. At that moment, Xiao Qin stood in front of Tang Di, sword in hand, shouting angrily. You'll have to get through me first if you want to harm my brother. Tang Di looked at Xiao Chun standing protectively in front of him, letting out a bitter laugh, thinking a smarter person would have abandoned him and fled. Tu Weigong sneered and continued to advance slowly. Tang Di noticed Xiao Qin's injuries were severe too, with his abdominal wound exposing his internal organs, and his heart tightened with fear. Were they really going to die at the hands of this monstrous beast? Injured, Tang Di's eyes lit up, and he quickly said to Xiao Chun, Chun, let's gamble one more time. I'll make that iron beast unable to move for 2 seconds. Use that move. Xiao Chun was initially taken aback, but then his body trembled, and he nodded firmly. The next second, he roared and charged at Tu Weigong. Tu Weigong smirked, intending to raise his claw to tear Xiao Chun apart, but suddenly found himself unable to move, not even his eyes. Xiao Chun raised his sword high, his berserk power growing stronger the more injured he was. His skill, enhanced by the rules, tripled in power, ignoring any defense and guaranteed to hit. A streak of golden light, its power doubling upon impact. Tu Weigong sensed the raised sword, feeling an intense aura of death emanating from it, and roared with fury, struggling with all his might to move. However, he was restrained by Tang Di's other rule-based skill and mobility. Tang Di had chosen a rock on the ground, keeping Tu Weigong stationary relative to it. As long as he had energy, Tu Weigong couldn't even move a finger. Die! Xiao Qin shouted, the golden light slicing down, cutting through Tu Weigong's body along his spine. His tough, armored body was split in two. The gamble paid off, the strike landing at the orc's head. Seeing Tu Weigong split into 2 halves, Tang Di, exhausted of his energy, fainted immediately. In the command room of the military headquarters in Tianhai City, the atmosphere was tense. Commander Li Gongquan, Zhao Lin, and Qian Donglai, among others, stared intently at the screen, deeply shocked. 2 level 1 beast masters had managed to kill a level 4 cultist of the Spirit Slayer cult and a level 4 beast man, and even dealt with a level 2 human trader in the process. It was truly unbelievable. Everyone present was silently exclaiming in their hearts, wondering who would dare provoke this young man after witnessing his ability to become invisible and assassinate at supersonic speed. Qian Donglai recalled the scene of Tang Di eliminating cultist Zhang, his face full of gravity. He said to Zhao Lin, Old Zhao, I'm telling you, Xiao Chun must join the military. His final move is almost as powerful as a level 5. It's simply monstrous. Li Gongquan, holding Zhao Lin by the shoulder, wouldn't let go. Zhao Lin, helpless, could only smile wryly, having no way to deal with his superior. They had just finished dealing with the chaos in the city, covered in the blood of giant beasts and beast men, with a small portion belonging to the Chun family. The video served as irrefutable evidence of collusion with the Spirit Slayer cult, a crime punishable by death even if the king of Yin came. After handling everything, Zhao Lin went to the hospital, relieved to see that his son and Tang Di were unharmed. He also brought back the video recorded by Zhao Qin's chest camera, capturing the life-and-death battle between Tang Di and Xiao Chun. Gentlemen, the performance of those two youngsters speaks for itself, Li Gongquan said. Therefore, the first and second places in this assessment go to them. Does anyone have any objections? Qian Donglai and the others could only twitch their mouths, having nothing to say in the face of a level 1 defeating a level 4. Seeing everyone in agreement, Li Gongquan promptly issued a document, releasing it along with the video as proof. Afterwards, Qian Donglai and the others left, while Li Gongquan stayed behind with Zhao Lin. The girl you recommended for the pursuit squad has sent news, Li Gongquan said, prompting Zhao Lin to sit up straight and ask eagerly, what news? Li Gongquan smiled slightly, signaling him to relax. Good news. The girl went out with the team, killed a cultist of the Spirit Slayer cult, and destroyed a hideout, earning a level 4 merit. Hearing this, Zhao Lin breathed a sigh of relief, a smile appearing on his face, but he quickly grew tense again. Doesn't that mean my family's ID will show her merit as a family member? Li Gongquan nodded with a wry smile, aware of the Tang family situation, and reminded Zhao Lin to think about how to explain it to Tang Di. The pursuit squad had a mortality rate of 70%, practically a hell on earth. 2 days later, Tang Di slowly woke up, still weak, with his energy depleted. The forced consumption of spiritual liquid had caused meridian damage and metabolic issues, leaving him utterly exhausted. Zhao Chen's voice sounded in his ear. Brother, your sleep quality is really something. Tang Di turned his head with a wry smile, seeing Zhao Chun on the hospital bed next to him. The latter had a large cut on his abdomen, but fortunately, his talent was in healing, and he had mostly recovered, although the doctors wouldn't let him leave the hospital. Yongla, this is for you, Zhao Chen said, holding the item that cultist Zhang had clutched before his death, the very thing Tang Di had sensed. At that moment, Zhao Chun took out an object resembling a compass from his pocket and handed it to Tang Di. In that instant, something seemed to trigger in Tang Di's mind, and he instinctively reached out to take it. As his fingers touched the greenish-blue compass, it transformed into specks of starlight that merged into his forehead. His consciousness suddenly plunged into his mind, where the specks of light gradually formed a massive handprint. On this hand, there were 12 grooves, but only one was currently glowing. Tang Di observed that his 3 abilities from his true touch talent had turned into 3 orbs of light, embedding themselves into the grooves. The touch of the gods, a unique talent, he thought to himself. The first ability was rapid scan, allowing him to instantly imprint the essential structure of any creature through touch and replicate it into his spiritual platform. The second ability was the crown of the spirit builder, which could analyze all possibilities of any creature, forming a tree diagram. With this ability, even mosquitoes could be transformed into dragons. The third ability was ether tracing, where blueprints imprinted into the spiritual platform could rapidly materialize with the injection of ether. The fourth ability was essence of all things, which could gather a large amount of ether, significantly enhancing ether absorption efficiency, operation speed, and accumulation rate, with the purity of gathered ether reaching 100. This effect could apply to other targets within a radius of 1 to 20 meters, with shared benefits halved, and if applied to multiple shared targets, the benefit would be only 33. Let's soar. Tang Di was thrilled, realizing his sense of the secret realm was due to his incomplete talent. The name, Touch of the Gods, alone was enough to stir his emotions. Looking at the grooves, Tang Di was filled with anticipation, knowing there were still 8 more powerful abilities to unlock. He couldn't wait to try out the newly awakened essence of all things. Exiting the sea of consciousness, Tang Di immediately activated the essence of all things. A point of light appeared on his right index finger, and ether from the surrounding environment surged towards him like a tide. The once spacious hospital room was instantly shrouded in thick white mist, which gradually dissipated, revealing an ethereal light and shadow ripple in the air. Tang Di quickly entered a meditative state, witnessing the pure ether racing through his body. If ordinary Beastmaster's training was like walking, his was akin to riding a high-speed train. The bottleneck of level 1 star was easily broken through under this high-speed ether impact, advancing to 1 star, 2 stars, 3 stars, until he stabilized at 6 stars. Feeling the abundant ether within, Tang Di got out of the hospital bed and unleashed a powerful punch with the overwhelming ether. The speed and force of his punch were astounding. He realized his physical condition was now more than double what it was before, even without the possession of the Ghost Slayer. The concentration of ether made him feel incredibly invigorated, as though immersed in boundless power. Yongla, was this your doing? Zhao Chun, who was also feeling the ether gathering, had entered a meditative state, now reaching level 1, 4 stars. Tang Di suddenly remembered that his essence of all things could affect a range of 20 meters, meaning Zhao Chun could share in it too, making their training speed incredibly fast. Yes, my talent evolved, Tang Di thought to himself, relieved. This was something to keep secret. He knew Zhao Chun would take his talent secret to the grave. Zhao Chun didn't overthink it. Knowing Tang Di was his brother was enough. Looks like you're recovering well. Zhao Lin entered the hospital room with a smile, first inquiring about the injuries of the two individuals and using his psychic abilities to assess them. As the assessment deepened, a buzzing filled his mind. Level 1 for stars? Level 1 6 stars? What was going on? Zhao Lin looked at them in disbelief, his lips moving slightly as if he wanted to say something. But he ended up just waving to Tang Di with a smile. He wasn't foolish. When Tang Di had managed to create the ghost tiger armor beast and Zhao Chun had demonstrated his exceptional talent with the golden sword flying fish, Zhao Lin realized that Tang Di was hiding a secret. However, being worldly wise, Zhao Lin chose to see through it but not to reveal it, maintaining a mutual understanding without words. Son, you should step out. I need to talk to Yonglo alone, Zhao Lin said, sending Zhao Chen out of the room. Then, under Tang Di's surprised gaze, he took out a piece of paper. It was a commendation certificate for Tang Ji, a member of the 17th Battalion of the Eastern Division of the Pursuit Corps, mentioning her achievements in killing a cult of the spirit assassin priest and helping to destroy their hideout, earning a level 4 merit. While the other details were not as significant, Tang Di's attention was captured by the words Pursuit Corps. Why? Tang Di was stunned, filled with confusion. He couldn't comprehend why his own sister would join the Pursuit Corps unit specifically designed to combat the cult of the spirit assassin and beastmen, known for having the highest mortality rate among all corps. Before, when Tang Di wasn't yet a beastmaster, he might have understood Tang Ji's choice to support herself in him. But now that he had become a beastmaster, why would Tang Ji choose to risk her life? Uncle Xiao, you must know something. Please tell me, Tang Di pleaded, his eyes glistening with a red hue as he looked at Zhao Lin. Zhao Lin cleared his throat, having prepared an explanation long ago, but faced with Tang Di's reddened eyes, he found himself at a loss for words. Finally, he sighed, his gaze flickering as he slowly spoke. It has to do with your parents. Your sister is doing this to protect you. She doesn't want you to bear too much. Bear too much. Tang Di's emotions began to unravel. In this world, Tang Ji was his only family, and now she had joined the Pursuit Corps, a place where death could come at any moment, all to spare him from too much burden. How could he remain calm? Zhao Lin wanted to offer some words of comfort, but didn't know where to start. Just then, the phone on the bedside table rang. Tang Di picked it up and saw that it was Tang Ji calling. Xiao, how have you been lately? How did you do in the martial test? Tang Ji's voice came through the line. Sis, what is it about mom and dad that made you have to join the Pursuit Corps? Tang Di asked in a cold tone. There was a brief silence on the other end before Tang Ji slowly replied. Oh, you found out about the Pursuit Corps? Well, you don't need to worry about mom and dad's situation. It's not that big of a deal. Realizing that Tang Ji didn't want to discuss it, Tang Di took a deep breath, his eyes resolute. You won't tell me, huh? Fine, then I'll join the military and the Pursuit Corps too. No, you absolutely cannot join the military. Tang Ji's voice was urgent, almost a scream. Why not? Why can you go, but I can't? What is it that we siblings can't face together? Tang Di's voice rose, a mix of anger and confusion. Tang Ji was silent for a moment before speaking seriously. Xiaolu, I won't interfere with anything else, but you cannot join the military. If you do, we'll be strangers from then on. Tang Ji's voice carried a hint of seriousness, making Tang Di's heart tighten. He knew that once Tang Ji got serious, he had no choice but to comply. Although he was unhappy about it, Tang Di agreed. Fine, I won't go to the military department, but you have to promise me that after the next upgrade, you won't construct a spirit beast. I'll handle the blueprints and cultivation resources. He understood the dangers of the pursuit squad and knew he had to prepare a powerful spirit beast for Tang Ji. With his god's touch, creating a blueprint for a sacred beast wasn't difficult. All right, as long as you stay out of the military department, I'll even consider marrying you. Tang Ji replied with a slightly lighter tone, but she still reminded him. Be careful and don't charge ahead recklessly. The siblings exchanged a few more words before hanging up. Next to him, Zhao Lin sighed in relief. Glad he didn't have to explain to Tang Di himself. Uncle Xiao, I want to go to the War Academy, Tang Di suddenly announced. What? Take me with you. Zhao Chun exclaimed as he walked in, followed by a doctor. Both Tang Di and Zhao Chun had recovered enough to be discharged from the hospital. At Tang Di's home, Zhao Lin ran his hand through his hair in exasperation, looking at the two determined young men. You two are really set on going to the War Academy? Tang Di nodded firmly, and Zhao Chen nodded along with him. Zhao Lin rolled his eyes, glaring at his son. Do you even know what the War Academy is? No idea. But if Yongla is going, I'm going too, Zhao Chen replied, leaving Zhao Lin even more frustrated, wondering if this kid was really his own. Zhao Lin opposed their decision to go to the War Academy for a simple reason. The War Academy was the only top-tier institution in Yin country without a score requirement. While there were other prestigious schools like Capital University, Magic City University, Zhuling Hall, and the Three Saints Hall, their score requirements were extremely high, each only admitting a few hundred students annually. In contrast, the War Academy admitted tens of thousands yearly, a reflection of its staggering dropout and mortality rates. Located in Day City at Yin Country's border, the academy was surrounded by wilderness ruled by giant beasts. Its training method was brutally straightforward. Throw students into the wild to pioneer. Out of 30,000 students each year, only about 10,000 made it past the first monthly exam, and 5,000 by the end of the first year. Those who didn't drop out succumbed to the beasts. Moreover, the academy regularly conducted exams involving combat with beastmen, with midterms and finals consisting of arena fights or jungle skirmishes. I'd rather see my students die in battle than wet their pants at the sight of a beast, declared the founding principal of the War Academy. Fine, fine. If you want to go, go. I can't stop you. Xiao Lin conceded, turning to leave. Oh, here's your reward for placing first and second in the martial test. Keep it safe. Seeing that he couldn't dissuade them, Xiao Lin gave up, tossing them 2 storage bags before leaving. Tang Di and Zhao Chun exchanged glances, feeling a bit lost, but not overthinking it. They opened the storage bags and exclaimed, "Oh my god, we struck it rich, brother." Inside this storage bag, there are a full 2,000 liters of number 95 spirit liquid, around 10 kilograms of spirit crystals with various attributes, and over a dozen level 4 beast cores from giant beasts. However, the most precious item among them is the barrier amplifier. This is a pair of elongated devices resembling neckband headphones. Once hung around the neck, they significantly enhance the toughness of the spirit energy barrier. Specifically designed for military use, the Scorpion-style 4th-generation amplifier can increase the resilience of the spirit energy barrier by 20%, and even a single unit costs over $1 million. Zhao Chun took it out and hung it around his neck. Tang Di casually did the same, smiled at Zhao Chun, and asked, "Why are you coming to the War Academy with me?" "I'm here because of my sister and the responsibility she bears." Although Tang Di wasn't sure what Zhao Lin and Tang Ji were hiding, he had a vague sense that their backgrounds were extraordinary, which made both of them quite apprehensive. Zhao Lin is a deputy commander, and anything that could make him so cautious must be remarkable. Against an unknown enemy, strong capability is the most crucial. Since entering the military wasn't an option, the only choice was the notoriously brutal and bloody War Academy. Despite the thorny path ahead, Tang Di was determined to forge ahead. However, Zhao Chun had no such necessity. With a powerful family background and the support of the golden sword flying fish, he didn't need to venture into danger alongside Tang Di. "With such a strong ally like you, how could I not stick with you?" Zhao Chun said with a confident grin, patting Tang Di on the shoulder. Tang Di smiled and said no more. From the moment Zhao Chun stood in front of the orc, their bond became stronger than that of brothers. "De Chun, do you know which main battle spirit beast is the most powerful?" Tang Di asked. "The most powerful? In terms of overall ability, the fiercest should be the legacy spirit beast of the 5th family of the 3 holy gates, the golden scaled dragon," Zhao Chun replied. The 3 holy gates are the largest ancient families in the Flame Nation, with the 5th family being the Li and Jiang families. Each of these families possesses unique inherited talents and spirit beasts, with the blueprints of these beasts protected by rules that outsiders cannot decipher, relying solely on their own awakening. The golden scale dragon is a standout among the direct descendants of the 5th family, with potential at the holy beast level, boasting 3 formidable rule-based skills: Molten Gold Dragon Flame, Eternal Gold Shield, and Dragon Body. Each skill's effects are considered extraordinary. However, despite its strength, the Golden Scale Dragon is beyond Tang Di's reach. He was thinking of finding a powerful main battle spirit beast for Tang Ji, and while the Golden Scale Dragon is indeed strong, even obtaining a specimen is difficult. He decided to set it aside for now. After all, he's not yet a spirit cultivator, and presenting a groundbreaking blueprint would be hard to explain to his sister. "De Chun, let's get discharged. We should first train to level 2. Relying on just one spirit beast is really tough." In a spacious conference room of a high-rise building, 6 people sat around a conference table. Among them, a distinguished middle-aged man was reviewing a report and said, "You've all seen it, right? The last images sent back by Priest Zhang before he died. What we have might very well be a part of a sacred artifact." His expression was serious, as if contemplating something deeply. The true relics of sacred artifacts are incredibly perilous, and given the capabilities of Zhang Jiaoshi and his group, they most likely wouldn't make it through. It's probably a counterfeit. An old man casually tossed the report he was holding and spoke with a tone of disdain. The others nodded in agreement with the elder's assessment. In their pursuit of sacred artifacts, the spirit-slaying cult had encountered numerous replicas, some of which even exhibited the power of true artifacts, but they were ultimately fakes. The middle-aged man leading the group pondered briefly, then nodded slightly, saying, "Elder Chun is right. However, just in case, we should keep an eye on it, especially those 2 prodigies who ambushed Zhang Jiaoshi. If their talents are as formidable as rumored." He gestured at his neck, implying their intentions. Assassinating talented human-beast tamers was indeed the core business of the spirit-slaying cult. A month had passed since Tang Di and Zhao Chun were discharged from the hospital. During this time, Xiao Chun had been staying at Tang Di's home, too afraid to return to his own place. The reason was none other than Xiao Chun's mother, Han Na. Upon learning that Xiao Chun was going to the war academy, Han Na broke down in tears, causing much distress to Xiao Chun and his father, Xiao Lin. Any mother would react similarly upon hearing their child was heading to a place with such a high mortality rate. As a result, whenever Xiao Chun returned home, Han Na would cry, make a scene, and threaten drastic actions, refusing to let him go. Fortunately, Xiao Lin supported Xiao Qin's decision to take on the challenge, and after some persuasion, the mother-son relationship wasn't severed. However, there was a silver lining. During this month, both reached the level of second-tier beast tamers. Tang Di was now at 2-star second tier, while Xiao Chun was at 5-star second tier. Tang Di's level was below Xiao Chen's because his ghost-killing tiger armor beast had greater potential. A beast tamer's progress relies on their spirit beast, and the higher the potential of the spirit beast, the harder it is for the tamer to break through, with more solidified level barriers. Thus, a high-potential spirit beast isn't always beneficial. Yongla, what should I choose for my second spirit beast? Xiao Chen asked while scrolling through his phone on the couch. Something supportive. Ideally, one with strong control abilities, followed by shield breaking and damage boosting capabilities. Tang Di replied absent-mindedly, also engrossed in his phone. Strong control abilities. I think the Rock of Noxon suits me well, Xiao Chen said, sharing an entry from a bestiary with Tang Di. Tang Di glanced at it. The Rock of Noxon was a giant beast native to the Kingdom of Britain. With a potential rating of 7 stars and 8 levels, this earth elemental beast resembled a rhinoceros, with immensely strong spirit energy barriers, capable of overwhelming opponents of the same level. Moreover, it could master powerful skills like Earth's Torrent, Stone Forest, Stone Coffin, and Jade Barrier. However, it was rarely chosen by beast tamers due to its unpredictability. Some rocks of Noxon had extraordinary talents and combat prowess, while others lacked skills, serving merely as meat shields. More intriguingly, the disparity between their potential upper and lower limits was vast. Some could break through to the 9th level, with one even reaching sacred beast status under a British duke, while others couldn't progress beyond the 5th level. Consequently, it was rated as 7 stars and 8 levels. Realizing this, Tang Di looked up to see Xiao Chun gazing at him with a knowing expression, understanding why Xiao Chun had chosen this spirit beast. Alright, fine. If you can get the blueprints or a specimen of the Rock of Noxon, I'll help you with it, Tang Di agreed, unfazed that Xiao Chun had figured out part of his abilities. No problem. The blueprints aren't expensive. I'll get them right away. Xiao Chun dashed out, while Tang Di continued to pore over the bestiary with a furrowed brow. He needed either a secondary combat spirit beast or a supportive one. His ghost-killing abilities were already quite comprehensive, with the only critical flaw being endurance. Thus, spirit energy replenishment was his top priority, and he hoped his second spirit beast would have some control and damage-boosting abilities, ideally with some offensive capabilities as well. However, after 3 days of scouring the bestiary, Tang Di still hadn't found a giant beast or spirit beast that met his requirements. Should he settle for less? Tang Di had a few potential spirit beasts in mind, contemplating whether to make do with them. Just then, a notification popped up from the Beast Tamer's Home app. A lecture on the mysterious ancient civilization's giant beasts would be held the following afternoon. Tang Di, intrigued by the concept of ancient beasts, clicked on an ad. The first thing he saw was an elderly man with white hair. This was Su Zhongwu, a renowned professor from the capital's university and an authority on ancient beasts, currently on a lecture tour. The introduction included pictures of bizarre giant beasts, which piqued Tang Di's interest, especially since the professor was bringing rare ancient beast specimens. This could be an opportunity to see the specimens and possibly recreate the blueprints. With limited access to the precious beasts he desired, and dissatisfaction with lesser ones, Tang Di decided to try his luck. Professor Su Zhongwu chose to hold his lecture at the vast museum, the largest in Tianhai City, known for its collection of rare beast specimens. Among them, the most prized was a reverse fin whale with Saint Beast level potential. However, Tang Di wasn't interested, finding such beasts to be cumbersome, requiring vast resources, and only effective in deep waters. He casually walked into the museum's auditorium, found his seat at the front, and sat down. The auditorium, capable of holding thousands, was almost full, showcasing the influence of scientists. In this era, thousands of years into the future, traditional celebrities were a thing of the past. The new stars were either beast masters defending humanity or scientists researching spiritual energy devices and beast structures. Professor Su Zhongwu was a scientist in the latter category, with numerous anatomical papers that helped spirit builders decode blueprints for several level 9 potential beasts. Lost in thought, Tang Di was suddenly aware of a fragrant breeze. He turned slightly and saw a stunning woman. She was tall and slender, with skin like porcelain, a slim waist, and golden hair that shimmered under the lights. Her face was perfectly sculpted, like a work of art. Most captivating were her long, narrow eyes with vertical pupils reminiscent of a dragon beast. When her gaze met Tang Di's, his hidden ghost killer beast suddenly appeared, spreading its wings, and Tang Di sensed a trace of rule power. Could she be at the Saint Beast level? The woman raised an eyebrow at the sudden appearance of the ghost killer, seemingly surprised. Tang Di was startled by how quickly she recognized the beast level. The ghost killer communicated telepathically, confirming that she also possessed the aura of a saint beast. Tang Di gestured for the ghost killer to merge with him, then smiled at her, saying, "You have a keen eye, miss." She smiled back, extending her hand and introducing herself. "Li Si, pleased to meet you." Tang Di shook her delicate hand, exuding a gentlemanly demeanor, while thinking of how he'd use this hand in the evening. As they sat down, Tang Di initiated the conversation. "Miss Li, I presume you also have a spirit beast with Saint Beast level potential?" Li Si didn't deny it. Saint Beasts could sense each other, and she nodded, smoothly changing the topic. "Yes. Mr. Tang, are you also interested in ancient mythical creatures?" "Sort of. I'm actually looking for a second spirit beast that suits me, but after searching for a long time, I haven't found one that I like. So, I'm here to clear my mind and find some direction." "A second spirit beast? You mean like a cane? If you don't mind, you could share your needs. Maybe I can offer some suggestions." Li Si's tone was elegant, her movements graceful, neither too familiar nor too distant, which left a good impression on Tang Di. Thinking it was just a chance encounter, he shared his requirements. After listening, Li Si's golden dragon eyes lit up, looking at Tang Di with amusement. "There is indeed a giant beast that perfectly matches your needs, but its blueprint is undecipherable in this world now." Tang Di raised an eyebrow, about to ask more, when a loudspeaker in the hall announced in an old voice, "Welcome everyone. This old man is here to tell you a story again." The humorous opening drew waves of laughter from the audience. Following the voice, Tang Di saw a small but spirited old man, dressed simply and casually, with a kind smile. He was one of the vice presidents of the Yin Nation Academy of Sciences, Su Zhongwu. Humanity has been here for just over 4,000 years. According to carbon dating, this continent has existed for trillions of years. Su Zhongwu waved his hand, and a screen behind him displayed images of lush, colorful plants. "We have divided this vast time into several epochs. Today we're talking about the 8th epoch, 30 trillion years ago." Su Zhongwu stood up, pointing at the various plants in the images, and continued, "This epoch is known as the most extreme epoch, with average temperatures reaching 160 degrees. If we had arrived then, we'd have turned into 6 billion roast ducks upon landing." Amidst the laughter, Su Zhongwu painted a vivid yet harsh world. In the 8th epoch, light had 9 colors. Pink was stronger than purple energy, and brown was duller than red. During that time, some places had surface temperatures reaching thousands of degrees, while others were over 200 degrees below zero. Constant sandstorms and frequent earthquakes and volcanic eruptions made this epoch hellish. Yet, giant beasts still survived in such an environment. The magic scale lizard, a level 9 potential beast, was so formidable that even sacred beasts avoided fighting it. Su Zhongwu presented 4 specimens, the first 3 being powerful main battle spirit beasts, one of which, the rockshell squid, caught Tang Di's interest. He marveled at the fierce creatures born from the 8th epoch's hellish environment. "The giant beast that fits your criteria is this one," Su Zhongwu said confidently. "Of course, we can only fantasize about it now." Li Si suddenly reminded Tang Di to focus on a palm-sized gel-like object on Su Zhongwu's table. Inside it was a lizard with a kaleidoscopic black. According to this, the world's only remaining, most complete magic scale lizard amber specimen. Its abilities were extremely unique. As Su Zhongwu elaborated on the hypothesized abilities of the magic scale lizard, Tang Di looked at the specimen in his hand with greed. He began plotting how to steal it or persuade Professor Su to let him examine it. "Oh, it's already this time, huh? Well, our storytelling session ends here. I'll be displaying these specimens at the vast museum for 3 days. Those interested can take a look." Tang Di could hardly believe his ears. The specimen of the demon scale WIRM lizard was going to be displayed in the museum? He stared intently at the specimen on the stage, humming a little tune in his mind. He had thought that if this specimen was stored away, it would be difficult to see it again. Now that it was on public display, it would be easy for him to admire it. It was a special fate that brought them together, like a family. At this moment, Li Si got up to leave, but Tang Di was too focused on the specimen to pay attention to her beauty. He just nodded, his eyes still fixed on the demon scale WIRM lizard. Li Si didn't think much of it and headed backstage, where she saw Su Zhongwu chatting cheerfully with a middle-aged man. "Lan Lan, I saw you chatting quite happily with that young man. Which family is he from?" her uncle asked. "Uncle, we just met by chance and exchanged a few words," Li Si replied, rolling her eyes in mild annoyance. "Oh, just by chance? You don't even greet the boys your age at home, and now you say you were just chatting?" her uncle teased with a knowing smile. Li Si explained reluctantly, "That man's name is Tang Di. I talked to him a bit more because he also has a spirit beast with sacred beast potential." Hearing this, Su Zhongwu and the middle-aged man were stunned. Sacred beasts are exceedingly rare, with known types numbering less than 30, and 26 of them belonging to ancient family lineages. These families are powerful and influential. Li Si's sacred beast was one she had never seen before. Teacher, are there any known sacred beasts among the arthropod spirit beasts? Li Si asked Su Zhongwu, frowning slightly. Su Zhongwu pondered for a moment and shook his head. Absolutely not. Tell me about the features of his sacred beast. Although Li Si had only caught a glimpse of the ghost tiger armor beast, she had noted its features clearly and relayed them to Su Zhongwu. From her description, it seemed similar to the silver electric shuttle elephant, but that only had a level 6 potential. A high potential, small sacred beast? She wasn't sure. I need to see it for myself, Su Zhongwu said, heading out. With Li Si following, curious. I'm not going, old Su. You have to keep a good watch for me in my absence, Li Si's uncle joked. Uncle, Li Si called out helplessly. Fine, I'm leaving. I won't say anything else. At that moment, in the vast main hall of the museum, Tang Di looked at the specimens of 4 ancient giant beasts with a hint of disdain. These useless specimens were surrounded by high-level security measures, which was frustrating. On the display, there were warning lines and beast tamers with canine spirit beasts guarding them, along with invisible infrared alarms and a layer of reinforced glass inside. How am I supposed to use the god's touch here? Tang Di wondered to himself. Was this forcing him down a path of crime? He considered sneaking in at night, using the ghost tiger to shatter all the glass, and escaping at high speed when 2 figures blocked his view. Looking up, he saw Li Si's face with a faint smile. We meet again, Mr. Tang. Seeing the beautiful woman lifted Tang Di's spirits a bit. Just as he was about to greet her, an elderly man approached unexpectedly. Mr. Tang, I heard you have an arthropod sacred beast. Could I possibly take a look? Tang Di was startled and took a half step back, wondering what was going on. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Professor Su Zhongwu. Professor, Li Si tugged on Su Zhongwu's sleeve and gave Tang Di an apologetic smile. Inquiring about the species and abilities of a beast tamer's spirit beast is a major taboo, akin to asking for a bank card's pin. Su Zhongwu realized his mistake and awkwardly smiled. Right, it's purely academic. I just want to have a look. I promise not to disclose anything, and I can offer you a data entry fee. How about that? Data entry fee? Tang Di was intrigued. Li Si explained. If a research institution wants to observe someone else's spirit beast, they have to pay a data entry fee. The more detailed the observation data, the higher the fee. For a sacred beast, even simple observation usually costs around 10 million yen yuan. 10 million yen yuan. Just for a look? Tang Di was tempted to agree immediately upon hearing the figure, but then glanced at the specimens in the display. Wasn't this a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? Is it too little, Mr. Tang? No problem. I can offer 13 million. I just need half an hour to observe. Su Zhongwu assumed Tang Di found the offer insufficient, given that those with sacred beasts typically aren't short on money. No, it's not the money. I can forgo it. But I wonder, Professor Su, could you agree to one condition of mine? Li Si narrowed her dragon eyes cautiously, aware that many had used rare spirit beasts as bait to make excessive demands on her teacher. Could Tang Di be one of those people? All right, I agree. Su Zhongwu was about to consent when Li Si interrupted him, reminding him to first hear Tang Di's condition. I can do without the money, but could I have a close look at those 4 specimens? Tang Di's request left both Li Si and Su Zhongwu stunned. Foregoing over 10 million just to see some specimens? Was he a fellow academic enthusiast? It's known that these specimens, aged billions of years, hold little practical value today, only allowing one to speculate on some of their former abilities, deciphering blueprints being impossible. This young man truly regards money as dirt, Su Zhongwu mused, feeling his own materialism sharply contrasted with Tang Di's noble character. Li Si's impression of Tang Di improved significantly, her lips curling into a slight smile. Is it not possible? We can negotiate. I'll let you observe my ghost killer for an hour if I can just have a brief look. Is that okay? Tang Di understood deep down that he's no gentleman, considering it a loss if he leaves home without money or misses a discount on eggs. However, the blueprints of the rock-shell squid and the demon-scale lizard were far more valuable than over 10 million, prompting him to reluctantly say no to the money. Yes, absolutely yes. Su Zhongwu didn't expect Mr. Tang to be so devoted to science and readily agreed, praising Tang Di's noble character, making Tang Di blush slightly. It's almost closing time. I'll have the specimens moved to the lab, where we have some observation instruments that might be useful for you, Li Si suggested. Tang Di and Su Zhongwu agreed readily, and they all headed to the lab together. Gaowu Creatures, a top-tier laboratory under the Gaowu Group, is rumored to have the backing of certain influential families in the capital, allowing its business to spread nationwide. Many enhancement agents for mystical beasts originate from the Gaowu Group, and it has even reached a monopolistic position. In a spacious observation room, Su Zhongwu intently watched the ghost killer tiger armored beast perched on Tang Di's head, occasionally exclaiming, "Wow, this is actually a ghost killer tiger armored beast. It must be an awakened one. Otherwise, it couldn't possibly reach the level of a sacred beast, at most a level 9 extreme." As the instrument scanned the appearance of the ghost killer tiger armored beast onto the computer, Li Si also curiously leaned in. Su Zhongwu confidently stated, "Lan, Xiao Li, even without a femtoscopic scan, I can assert that it possesses at least 2 rule skills, and it has mastered at least 2 Battle King skills." As a professor of structural studies, Su Zhongwu deduced the ghost killer's abilities from ratings and subtle details, which surprised Tang Di. "Battle King skills? What are those?" Tang Di asked curiously. Li Si explained, "A Battle King refers to an exceptionally gifted individual within a species, known as a Battle King. They usually possess very powerful skills or traits, known as Battle King skills. Your mystical beast is a Battle King." Li Si's dragon-like eyes showed admiration and awe for the ghost killer. Tang Di nodded, understanding that this might refer to the purple or red lines on the blueprint. "Professor Su, I'll leave the ghost killer here for you to study. Can I go check out those specimens?" "Sure, no problem. Xiao Li, accompany Mr. Tang. I need to take a closer look," Su Zhongwu replied. Knowing her teacher's passion for research, Li Si led Tang Di to an adjacent room. Tang Di instructed the ghost killer to stay put and occasionally move without going invisible, then followed Li Si into the next room. As soon as the door opened, Tang Di eagerly rushed to a massive specimen, his eyes shining like car headlights. Li Si couldn't help but laugh at Tang Di's eager response. "This young man really resembles my teacher." At this moment, Tang Di had activated the divine touch, and the specimen before him was a divine swift goose. This raptor belongs to the 8th era, a thunder tribute flying giant beast, with potential reaching from level 8 to sacred beast level. Su Zhongwu had once remarked that the existence of such a creature was akin to a thunderstorm. It has special organs that can store energy, and its feathers can instantaneously release energy, with immense explosive power. However, this specimen was clearly in its juvenile stage, far from adulthood. Looking at the divine swift goose with a wingspan of over 15 meters, Tang Di marveled. "This is just the juvenile stage? How much would it need to eat when fully grown?" Despite the ferocity of 8th era giant beasts, Tang Di decided to archive it, just in case someone might need it in the future. He placed his hand on the specimen, activating the divine touch. Instantly, an invisible energy swept across the divine swift goose's body, and a blueprint quickly formed in Tang Di's mind. 1 gold line, 3 red lines, and over 10 purple lines. After constructing it twice, Tang Di realized the gold lines represented rule skills, the most valuable ones. The red should represent the battle-hardened king's skill, while the purple is a level below that. Tang Di gazed at the lines on the blueprint, nodded, and thought it would suffice. Then, his attention shifted to a specimen resembling a wolf by a Cydia gray ash sulfur wolf. This giant beast is always shrouded in smoke and highly flammable, belonging to the fire attribute, with potential ranging from level 8 to that of a sacred beast. However, the specimen was quite damaged, with obvious signs of repair. Tang Di didn't pay much attention and reached out to use the divine touch. The blue lines extended but stopped halfway. Failed. Tang Di was stunned. It was his first failure with the divine touch. Trying again, the blueprint of the gray ash sulfur wolf in his mind shattered after only a third appeared. It seems that even if the corpse or specimen can be scanned, completeness is still a key factor. Shaking his head, Tang Di didn't delay and turned to use the divine touch on the rockshell squid. He considered it a perfect spirit beast for Tang Ji, with immense combat power. Instantly, a complete blueprint emerged, much to Tang Di's delight. Looking at the lines, he was surprised. 2 golden, 3 red. Definitely sacred beast potential. The divine goose and rockshell squid, one at level 9 limit, the other with extremely high potential. This piqued Tang Di's interest in the beasts of the 8th era, thinking he should ask the old man if there were any other specimens. At this moment, Tang Di's gaze finally landed on his target, the magic scale trickster lizard. He placed his hand on the palm-sized specimen, took a deep breath, and mentally repeated that he must succeed. Blue light swept over, and the blueprint of the magic scale trickster lizard appeared in his mind, making Tang Di's breath quicken. Success! He quickly delved into his consciousness to examine the trickster lizard's lines. 3 golden for red. Incredible. It seemed like a loss of over 10 million, but actually, it was a massive gain. "You seem to really like this magic scale trickster lizard." Suddenly, Li Si's voice startled Tang Di. He hurriedly calmed himself and replied, "Yes, the beasts of the 8th era are all very powerful. Indeed, the environment of the 8th era was like a purgatory, and any creature that survived that time possessed extraordinary skills." Li Si's voice flowed like a clear spring, elegant as the scent of orchids in the rain, paired with her striking beauty, momentarily dazing Tang Di. "Mr. Tang, Mr. Tang?" Li Si called gently, seeing Tang Di lost in thought, and couldn't help but chuckle at his reaction. "All right, I've seen enough. Let's go check on Professor Su. Tang Di, a bit embarrassed, scratched his head and quickly changed the subject, suggesting they find Professor Su. Li Si didn't press the matter and followed him back to the adjacent room. It wasn't long before Su Zhongwu finished as well, and Tang Di, eager to start constructing the magic scale trickster lizard, expressed his intention to leave. Mr. Tang, here's my contact information. If you ever wish for a precise scan, feel free to reach out. Before leaving, Su Zhongwu exchanged contact information with Tang Di, who then hurriedly departed. As soon as Tang Di was out of sight, Li Si's phone chimed. Tang Di, 18 years old, possesses a detection-type talent and owns a ghost killer armor beast with sacred beast potential. Regarding family, his parents' records are locked and hidden, leaving only one surviving relative, his sister, Tang Ji, who is in the pursuit force. In the recent major martial examination, he ranked first and, with a friend, killed a spirit-slaughtering cult priest and a level 4 orc. His potential is rated a grade, and he has applied to the War Academy. No supporting forces have been identified behind him so far. Wow, a level 1 beast master slaying a level 4 spirit-slaughtering cult priest and orc? Young people these days sure are bold, Su Zhongwu remarked with a smile after seeing the information on Li Si's phone. Meanwhile, Li Si appeared deep in thought, murmuring to herself, Tang, with parents' records hidden. This sounds somewhat familiar. In a flash, Tang Di returned home to find Zhao Chun waiting impatiently. As soon as Tang Di walked in, Zhao Chun eagerly handed him the blueprint, urging him to get started. Tang Di glanced at the blueprint and confirmed it was indeed the Nazan stone. With his improvements, the blueprint's lines settled at 2 gold and 2 red, reaching the potential of a holy beast level. Tang Di instructed Zhao Chun to begin the construction while he returned to his room to review the blueprint for the Magus-scaled WIRM. As he examined the lines representing abilities and characteristics, Tang Di was increasingly astonished, feeling that this creature was truly otherworldly. After over 2 hours of deliberation, he finally selected 3 gold, 3 red, and some purple lines for the construction. The previous Ghost Slayer had 3 gold lines, but one was so deeply etched that he couldn't even construct the nodes. However, the Magus-scaled WIRM was different. It was born with 3 powerful rule-based skills. Lao Zhao, pack your things. Let's find a spirit forging facility to stay for the next month. Tang Di called out to Zhao Chun as he opened the door. Zhao Chun immediately understood, agreed, and started packing. Both of their spirit beasts had holy beast level potential, and even with spiritual energy tracks, it would take more than a month to complete. They had been officially accepted by the War Academy, with about 2 months left before they had to report, including travel time, making the schedule quite tight. Not long after, they packed their essentials into storage rings and headed to the largest spirit forging facility in Tianhai City, Tianfu Spirit Forging Facility. These facilities provide a high concentration of spiritual energy for beast masters, accelerating the cultivation or construction of spirit beasts. As they entered, Zhao Chun, acting like a nouveau riche, tossed his card on the counter, saying, Membership, the best and largest forging room, 1 month for now. Oh, certainly, sir. Please follow me. The receptionist's face lit up with a smile, and she led Tang Di and Zhao Chun upstairs, swaying her graceful figure. Tang Di couldn't help but think how much this resembled certain bathhouses from his previous life. With this strong sense of déjà vu, the receptionist brought them to a well-equipped room over 500 square meters. The package costs 66,000 per person, totaling 132,000, and the payment has been successfully processed. Please take your membership cards, and feel free to call me if you need anything. The receptionist emphasized anything, making Tang Di suspect the place might not be entirely legitimate. Sure thing. We'll call you when we need something. Zhao Chun played along, taking the opportunity to flirtatiously brush her waist, grinning mischievously. Stop fooling around. Do you think we have all the time in the world? Yongla, I'm telling you, with your lack of romantic sense, you'll end up a perpetual bachelor. Zhao Chun teased, and Tang Di, about to retort that women only slowed him down, suddenly thought of Li Si. However, the thought was fleeting, and Tang Di pushed aside the distractions, activating a device near the door. Instantly, the room's spiritual energy concentration nearly doubled. Seeing Tang Di preparing to construct his spirit beast, Zhao Chun also got serious and sat down. The room's energy was already dense, and with Tang Di activating the spirit of all things, the bright room became enveloped in mist, resembling a fairyland. Train for a while now, and I'll help you once the energy is depleted. Zhao Chun agreed without hesitation, while Tang Di quickly immersed his consciousness into the psychic energy reservoir, rapidly constructing with psychic light trails. Meanwhile, the reserve of spiritual liquid at the Tianfu Spiritual Forging Pavilion was depleting rapidly. In the monitoring room, a staff member reported to Zhao Lei, some guests have complained that the psychic energy in their rooms is very low, even lower than outside. Is it an equipment issue? Don't bother me, just go check it out. Zhao Lei replied absent-mindedly, preoccupied with thoughts of a girl he had flirted with the previous day, dismissing him casually. The staff member, left with no choice, went to placate the customers and increase the atomization power of the spiritual liquid, barely meeting the standard psychic energy levels in several forging rooms. However, they were unaware that Tang Di was the real culprit. The omnipotent spirit was dominantly drawing in all surrounding psychic energy and purifying it, making their area seem like a paradise, while the psychic energy levels in other rooms were lower than outside. Over a month later, Xiao Lei saw the financial report and his eyes nearly popped out. In just over a month, we lost over 7 million in spiritual liquid? That's impossible, he angrily questioned. Our pavilion, running at full capacity for a month, would at most cost 4 million in spiritual liquid, yet we've spent over 12 million. Xiao Lei felt a chill run down his spine. Although this was a family business of the Xiao family, and he was family too, how could he cover this 7 million deficit? If the family held him accountable, he would be in big trouble. Manager Xiao, it's room 1. A staff member quickly informed Xiao Lei of the anomaly in room 1. In just over a month, they've consumed more spiritual liquid than all the other forging rooms combined. Whenever they're training, the other advanced forging rooms are out of psychic energy, and the consumption rate is dozens of times the norm. Xiao Lei's expression darkened as he realized who might be responsible energy thieves. Forging rooms increase psychic energy concentration by atomizing and purifying it, while energy thieves use devices to re-liquefy the atomized energy into spiritual liquid and then sell it. Those two damn energy thieves, daring to steal spiritual liquid right under Tianfu's nose. Xiao Lei fumed, gathering a few strong men and heading towards room 1. Meanwhile, Zhao Chun emerged from his construction state, stretched lazily, and excitedly summoned a four-legged, horned spirit beast about half his height. The Nazan stone affectionately nuzzled Zhao Chun, appearing extremely joyful. Almost simultaneously, Tang Di opened his eyes, with a tiny lizard the size of a finger perched on his shoulder, making a yeah sound, looking very cute. The little lizard's black scales shimmered with a peculiar luster, resembling metal, yet not quite, reflecting strange colors. Its big eyes blinked adorably as it extended its tongue to lick Tang Di's fingertips. Who would have thought that this seemingly cute spirit beast harbored such immense power? The demon scale lizard, light, illusion level, level 1. Potential level, sacred beast 8 stars. The passive skill of the demon scales allows its unique scales to refract psionic attacks, absorbing 75 itself and making the enemy bear 25. This ability also applies to psionic barriers. Its passive skill, spirit absorption, grants it a second psionic organ, enabling it to store more psionic energy. The active skill, environmental camouflage, allows it to blend seamlessly with its surroundings, facilitating stealth. The active rule skill, spirit pouch, can hatch various spirit eggs, each causing different effects. The trickster mind skill places a spirit egg that, once passively or actively triggered, deprives all creatures within a 10-meter radius of sight and hearing for a duration dependent on strength, with a minimum of 2 seconds. The wither skill places a spirit egg that, once triggered, gradually paralyzes creatures within a 50-meter radius, reducing or completely halting muscle activity. The efficiency and effect of the toxin depend on strength, with a minimum decrease of 1,000th of their mobility per second. The armor attachment skill allows the target to consume a spirit egg, restoring psionic energy, slowly healing injuries, increasing the toughness of psionic barriers, and enabling the psionic barrier to share the demon scale effect. The insight skill places a spirit egg that lasts for 60 minutes, providing true vision within a 50-meter radius. The active rule skill, mimicry, allows the demon scale lizard to perfectly imitate non-living objects, making it completely undetectable. Tang Di looked at the abilities of the demon scale lizard, imagining how wonderful it would be if someone tried to fight him in the future. If he encountered someone with a bad temper who wanted to brawl, he could guarantee that within 10 minutes, they'd either suffer from depression or schizophrenia, or worse, high blood pressure or coronary heart disease. With bad luck, they might even experience a stroke or incontinence. The spirit eggs produced by the spirit pouch alone occupied 3 golden lines, demonstrating how formidable these abilities are. Tang Di's own ghost kill abilities were all about stealth and assassination, while the demon scale lizard added countless control and debilitation traps, along with its eerie demon scale ability. Tang Di's survival and annoyance capabilities were enhanced to an extreme degree. He promptly gave it a name that didn't match its appearance, Dark Demon, and summoned Ghost Kill to let the 2 little creatures get acquainted. Yongla, isn't this little thing a bit too small? What abilities does it have? Tang Di didn't hold back, registering the psionic data on his phone and projecting it to Zhao Chun with a wave. Zhao Chun was stunned for a while after reading it, then gave a skeptical smile. Brother, have you had a mental evaluation? These 2 spirit beasts of yours together don't even have a trace of yang energy. They're all about being sneaky. Tang Di blushed, scratched his head, and modestly accepted the compliment. Zhao Chun, however, was unimpressed and continued. Fine, let me show you what true masculine power is. With that, He revealed the abilities of his own creature, De Huang, Rock of Noxon, light potential level, sacred beast 3 stars. The passive skill, immovable as a mountain, enhances the strength of the psionic barrier by 300, providing an additional 30 reduction in physical and psionic damage. When the psionic barrier shatters, it explodes, dealing damage within a 20-meter radius and stunning all affected targets for 3 seconds. The passive skill, Earth Underflow, allows the user to slowly gather psionic energy when standing on the ground, increasing the speed of psionic energy flow. The active skill, Earth Flood, creates a wave of sharp rocks centered on the user, sweeping across an area. The active skill, Stone Coffin, locks onto a target, instantly trapping them in a stone coffin where they are immobilized, and their psionic energy is drained to replenish the user. It can be released at any time. The active skill, Fearless Charge, selects a path for a charge, increasing damage to the psionic barrier by 100. The rule skill, 2 Scales, actively changes the mass of rock constructs, including the user's own weight, with the multiplier depending on strength, up to 3 times. The trait, Thick Earth, enhances the power of Earth attribute skills by 20. Tang Di nodded, thinking to himself that these 2 rule skills are extremely powerful, especially the Earth Flood, enhanced by 2 Scales, which has the potential to be devastating. The skill, Immovable as a Mountain, is formidable as well. If someone unaware recklessly approaches De Huang in a fight, they could be blown half to death after breaking the shield. Not to mention, there's a stable 3-second stun afterward, making it a god-tier skill for both offense and defense. Tang Di smiled slightly and remarked, impressive, but we might need to train even harder. Xiao Chun also gave a wry smile, feeling a mix of pain and pleasure. The improvement speed of a beast master's strength is 50 influenced by their own talent and 50 by their spirit beasts. For example, a beast master with 2 levels even potential spirit beasts requires 100 units of energy to break through a level, whereas one with 2 sacred beast potential spirit beasts needs 10,000 units. Moreover, the bottlenecks during level breakthroughs become extremely tough. Tang Di encouraged, keep training, let's get your De Huang and my black demon to level 2. He sat back down, recalling Zhao Lin's mention of the War Academy being a place full of hidden talents. Due to its harsh and complex environment, many noble families send their heirs or candidates here for training. Thus, to live comfortably and achieve goals here, strength is paramount. Just as Tang Di sat cross-legged, preparing to activate the spirit of all things, the door of the spirit refining room suddenly unlocked with a crisp sound, and the heavy door was kicked open violently. Get those energy thieves out of here. Tang Di and Zhao Chun immediately summoned their spirit beasts, glaring angrily at the intruders. Zhao Chun stepped forward coldly and demanded, are you looking for trouble? Me? Looking for trouble? You 2 energy thieves dare to do such unscrupulous things on our Tianfu's turf, and you say I'm looking for trouble? Zhao Lei signaled to the 4 burly men beside him, all beast masters, with one named Kong Jie exuding the most formidable aura. Kong Jie waved his hand, summoning 2 spirit beasts, a massive black bear and a large hunting dog. Don't worry, boss, I'll make sure these energy thieves can't get out of bed for at least a month, he said confidently. Tang Di and Zhao Chun exchanged a glance, their expressions serious. Tang Di whispered to Zhao Chun, use full force right away. Zhao Chun nodded in response. Kong Jie, with a fierce look, ordered, Steel Claw, Bloodthirsty Hunt, Blood Fong, Hunt and Tear, cripple their arms for me. The 2 spirit beasts roared and charged, and the battle was about to begin. Seeing the 2 figures rushing towards them, Tang Di quickly concealed himself in the air, while Zhao Chun had his big yellow beast stand in front of him. Tang Di was fearless in the face of a level 3 giant beast, but he was wary of a level 3 beast master due to their acquired skills. Beast masters also undergo qualitative changes, with level 3 being the first minor transformation. At this stage, they can construct various auxiliary skills, which, though strange and diverse, can significantly enhance the abilities of their spirit beasts. At that moment, the attacking giant bear lost its target and looked around in confusion. Meanwhile, the hunting dog bared its fangs, gleaming with a golden light, and fiercely bit at the energy barrier of the big yellow beast. With a crisp sound, several of the dog's teeth broke, and it retreated with a wail. Kong Jie was dumbfounded, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. As a level 3 beast master, his carefully nurtured level 3, 8-star golden-toothed hunting dog had broken its teeth, trying to bite what seemed like a newborn calf. Xiao Lei was also puzzled. As a beast master, he could sense that the strength of these 2 young men was around level 2, 5 stars, and their spirit beasts were at most level 2, 5 stars. How could they easily break the fangs of Kong Jie's golden-toothed hunting dog? Is that it? No way. Is that all a level 3 beast master can do? Didn't you eat? Zhao Chun was also stunned by the scene. When the big yellow beast conveyed the message of tickling through their mental connection, Zhao Chun immediately straightened his back. Across from him, Kong Jie, with a dark expression, now wielded a battle knife and mumbled as he infused his spirit energy into his two spirit beasts. Little brat, I was just planning to break one of your arms, but because of what you said, now you won't keep either. As soon as he finished speaking, the muscles of the giant bear and hunting dog instantly swelled, with faint flames rising from their bodies. This was the captain's fire armor and body activation. Previously, the captain's golden-toothed hunting dog had only been level 3, 5 stars, but with this technique, it could take down a level 3, 8-star camel monkey. You're doomed this time, some onlookers helpfully explained. At this moment, the golden-toothed hunting dog and giant bear lunged at the big yellow beast, their sharp claws and teeth all striking its energy barrier. A crisp crack sounded once more, as claws fractured and teeth shattered. Kong Jia and Xiao Lei's eyes filled with blood, staring in horror at the big yellow beast. What kind of spirit beast is that? Why does it have such terrifying defense capabilities? Zhao Chun exaggeratedly cupped his ear in a listening gesture, continuing to mock Kong Jia with exasperation. What did you say, Big Yellow? You're tired? Did you hear that? Put in some effort. Or do you need to eat something first? I don't believe it. Kong Jia felt his worldview collapsing. How could a dignified level 3 beast master be unable to defeat a level 2 spirit beast? Under Zhao Chen's taunts, his blood pressure skyrocketed, and he charged forward again in fury, swinging his battle knife with his two spirit beasts. Swish! A cold flash passed in an instant, and the heads of the hunting dog, giant bear, and Kong Jia's arm wielding the knife were all severed simultaneously. Blood spattered everywhere as Kong Jia was stunned for several seconds before he clutched his severed arm, wailing in agony. Tang Di flicked the blood off his sword, sheathed it without a change in expression, and turned to look at Xiao Lei. Xiao Lei felt a chill run down his spine, as if he were being watched by a bloodthirsty beast, and involuntarily stepped back. But before he could react, Tang Di vanished again, followed by a sharp crack. Xiao Lei's teeth flew out, and he fell to the ground, glaring angrily at Tang Di. How dare you hit me? This is Xiao family territory, you're dead, and your whole family will pay for this. Tang Di had only intended to teach him a lesson, but those words stirred a murderous intent within him. I'll cripple one of your hands this time as a warning. There's a price for having a filthy mouth, he said, swinging his sword towards Xiao Lei's arm. Just then, a shadow swooped in, and a pitch-black spear knocked Tang Di's sword aside. You've got guts, harming people on Xiao family grounds, said a tall, young man, holding a heavy spear and staring coldly at Tang Di, the spearhead aimed right between his eyes. You want to kill me? Tang Di retreated into invisibility, which made the young man's brow furrow and his vigilance rise. Tang Di observed from the shadows and noticed the young man wore a uniform-like outfit with a badge featuring a blood-red palace design on his chest, inscribed with Zhao Ruiji. A student from the War Academy. Tang Di recognized the emblem as the War Academy's crest. Perfect, let's see what this student is capable of. At this moment, Zhao Ruiji focused all his attention on his hearing. Through countless life and death battles, he had honed his skills against invisible beasts and beastmasters, relying on sound when sight failed him. Heartbeats, footsteps, breathing, these were the markers of an invisible target. Yet he felt uneasy, unable to hear or sense anything. Suddenly, a cold gleam appeared before him, and his arm instinctively raised the spear to block. Clang! The blade stopped just a millimeter from his nose. So fast, so devious. Zhao Ruiji snorted angrily, his spear forcing Tang Di back, then summoned a mass of tentacled flesh, swinging his spear to attack. An explosion sounded, but Tang Di remained unfazed, causing a nearby spirit egg to burst. The intense light blinded Zhao Ruiji, accompanied by a loud ringing in his ears. Tang Di seized the opportunity, activating his invisibility to launch another stealth attack. Crack! The strike landed on Zhao Ruiji's psychic barrier, which cracked but did not shatter. While Tang Di was surprised, Zhao Ruiji swung his spear with his eyes closed, a windmill move pushing Tang Di back, and summoned two spirit beasts. One was a small green octopus, the other a massive hexagonal creature metallic tungsten. Tang Di's eyes lit up. He recognized the spirit beast, a level 9 potential main battle spirit beast. Humans could never purify metal to 100, but through psychic energy, pure elemental life forms like metallic tungsten emerged, known for its incredible hardness and top-tier defense and attack among level 9 spirit beasts. Perfect for a test. Tang Di stood about 20 meters from Zhao Ruiji, waiting for him to recover. Impressive skills, but you've made a mistake attacking on Zhao family grounds. You won't leave unscathed, Zhao Ruiji said, rubbing his eyes and locking his gaze on Tang Di in the distance, his murderous intent growing. As for the consequences of killing, he didn't care. This was Xiao family territory. A few deaths would go unnoticed. Really? You think you can stop us, you moron? Was your mother drinking fake wine while pregnant to give birth to such an idiot? Tang Di sneered, raising a finger. I'll make one attack up front. If you can block it, do as you please. If not, well, you might die. With that, Tang Di vanished into thin air once more. Xiao Ruiji was about to attack when he hesitated, the metallic tungsten floating beside him quickly blocking his front, pushing him into a corner. This way, he only needed to defend from the front, confident in the defensive capability of the metallic tungsten, whose psychic barrier Tang Di, a level 2 beastmaster, couldn't possibly break. Just as he felt smug, a long sword suddenly appeared, easily piercing through the metallic tungsten's dark golden psychic barrier, through its incredibly hard body, finally stabbing into his shoulder. Impossible. The blade pierced right through Xiao Ruiji's shoulder and embedded deeply into the wall behind him. Those around were stunned into silence by the sight. Although the others might not know, Zhao Lei understood well that Xiao Ruiji was the third young master of the Xiao family, a prodigious talent. At just 19, he was already a level 3 9-star beastmaster, and his reputation at the War Academy was unmatched. Yet, this genius was defeated in a single strike by someone of the same age, Tang Di. The power of that strike was likely something even a level 4 beastmaster couldn't withstand. However, Tang Di's strength was no fluke. He had used half of his spiritual energy to achieve a speed of 3 Mach. With the increase in his Ghost Slayer skill level, his shield-breaking true damage had reached 40. With all these powerful skills combined, Xiao Ruiji had no chance of defense. Tang Di, suppressing his fatigue, maintained a cool demeanor as he withdrew his blade and prepared to leave. Xiao Ruiji clutched the bleeding wound on his shoulder, glaring at Tang Di with malice. He knew Tang Di had shown mercy. Otherwise, his head would have been pierced through. Yet this mercy was a huge humiliation for someone as proud as him. Leaving so soon? You injure a member of the Xiao family and think you can just walk away as if we don't exist. A deep voice, filled with authority, echoed from the other side of the corridor as they moved to leave. Tang Di glanced towards the direction of the stairs, let out a small laugh, and turned back, saying, "Oh, we were falsely accused and nearly maimed. Are we supposed to just let it happen?" As he spoke, he noticed Zhao Chun giving him a slight nod. The burly middle-aged man, with a piercing gaze and overwhelming presence, was clearly fused with a spirit beast. Yongla, he's a level 5 beastmaster, Zhao Chun murmured, casting a glance at Tang Di. Taking a deep breath, Tang Di adopted a resolute expression and respectfully asked, "May I know the name of this esteemed elder?" "Oh, want to know my name so you can come back for revenge later? I'm Zhao Jutong, a director of Tianfu Group," Zhao Jutong replied, watching Tang Di with an amused expression, seemingly curious about his reaction. "Mr. Zhao, given the circumstances, let's not mince words. How about I sever an arm as an apology?" Tang Di remained unfazed, though Zhao Chun beside him was visibly anxious. Despite advanced medical technology, regrowing a severed arm could affect the meridians, potentially causing blockages. "I'm not crazy. Fight one and another comes. When does it end?" "I'll take the fall," Tang Di said dismissively, earning a derisive chuckle from Zhao Jutong. "Don't be so sarcastic, kid. Let me think. If you had only injured others, losing an arm might suffice. But you've harmed our third young master, and that's not just about losing an arm." Tang Di's expression grew colder, his brows furrowing. "What do you propose then, Mr. Zhao?" Zhao Jutong's amusement deepened, his laughter growing louder. "Lose an arm, and then an eye," he declared. Zhao Qin seemed truly alarmed, summoning De Huang as if ready to fight, but Tang Di held him back. Yongla had the ability to regenerate limbs, but his eyes could not be restored. The old scoundrel just wanted to cripple you. Zhao Chun was seething with anger as he tried to persuade Tang Di. However, Tang Di shook his head slightly, his voice firm. "It's useless. If I don't agree with you, we won't be able to leave this spirit forge today." With that, he turned to Zhao Jutong and asked, "Elder, if I were to truly sever an arm and an eye, can you guarantee that you'll let the two of us leave?" Zhao Jutong nodded with a smile. "I promise no one will stop you. You can leave safely." Yet, inside, he was secretly laughing, relishing in the struggle of these weaker individuals before him. "All right." Tang Di took a deep breath and drew his sword, as if preparing to act. Xiao Ruiji also stepped forward, sneering. "Let's make you a cripple first, then kill you. You think you can leave after injuring me?" As Tang Di raised his sword, the Xiao family members wore smug expressions, as if witnessing an inevitable tragedy. "A bunch of fools, you really think I'd listen to you?" Tang Di suddenly sheathed his sword and burst into laughter, looking at the Xiao family with a seemingly foolish expression, and started hurling insults. These words stunned Xiao Ruiji and Zhao Jutong, but soon fury surged in their hearts. "Kid, you're dead today." Zhao Jutong had never been insulted like this, especially with Tang Di's words stinging him to the point of near apoplexy. Xiao Ruiji's face turned red with anger as he shouted wildly. "Uncle Seven, kill them, we must kill them." Zhao Jutong roared in anger, arcs of electricity coursing over his body, ready to charge forward. However, the originally surging spiritual energy in Zhao Jutong's body now felt as thick as cement, its flow severely slowed by more than half. De Huang, double the weight with the scales, Earth Torrent. Zhao Chun was well prepared, feigning desperation as he summoned De Huang for this very moment. Da Huang raised its horn and stomped the ground fiercely, sending countless sharp cement shards sweeping toward Zhao Jutong and his men like a tidal wave. The cement shards, originally weighing 10 pounds, now weighed 30 or 40 pounds under the scale's influence. Their power greatly increased. Damn it, Zhao Jutong wasn't afraid of these, but Zhao Lei and Zhao Ruiji behind him couldn't withstand it, so he had to summon a spirit beast to shield them. After the earth torrent ended, Zhao Jutong shot out like a cannonball, quickly locking onto Tang Di and Zhao Chun, who had already reached the staircase window. You think you can escape in front of me? Dream on. As a level 5 beast master, his strength was worlds apart from Tang Di and Zhao Chun, and he could cover 100 meters in the blink of an eye. Bang, clang. Just as he accelerated, Zhao Jutong's vision went white, and the ringing in his ears forced him to stop. In less than 3 seconds, his sight and hearing returned, and he charged again. Suddenly, he noticed Tang Di and Zhao Chun standing by the window, seemingly mouthing words to him. It was sand soldiers. Zhao Jutong felt his scalp tingle and swore to kill these two today. He exerted force, speeding up recklessly, but just as he took a step, another clang sounded, and his vision and hearing were stripped away again. Arg! Damn it, if I catch you, I'll skin you alive. This feeling of being toyed with drove Zhao Jutong nearly insane, yet he was helpless. He couldn't comprehend why a level 2 Beastmaster's attack could deprive him of sight and hearing for nearly 3 seconds, but he was beyond caring, only wanting to take Tang Di and Zhao Chen's lives. Golden Wind stab. With a crack, Zhao Chun shattered the bulletproof glass and looked at the 8-story height below, swallowing hard. Huff, huff, hold on to me. Where's your father and the others? Tang Di's face was pale, his spiritual energy greatly depleted in the attempt to escape. Not far away, 600 meters. At 600 meters, Tang Di gritted his teeth and suddenly had Zhao Chun grab his shoulder, then leapt from the 8th floor. Almost simultaneously, Zhao Jutong's hand tightly grasped Tang Di's ankle. At inherent speed, 3 machs. Tang Di roared in his mind, and in an instant, he vanished from his original position. My hand. Tang Di's inherent speed didn't gradually accelerate, but instantly jumped to the set speed. The acceleration, empowered by the force of rules, directly tore Zhao Jutong's fingers off. Zhao Jutong felt a tremendous force wrench his fingers from his palm. The intense pain of having his fingers severed caused the level 5 Beast Master to tremble uncontrollably. Looking down, he saw his hand with only the broken thumb and the oddly bent little finger still attached. I will kill you. I swear I'll stop at nothing until you're dead. Zhao Jutong looked up and saw Tang Di and Zhao Chun crash heavily onto the road hundreds of meters away. With a wave of his hand, a white eagle-like spirit beast appeared, flying towards them. Seconds later, the spirit beast was overhead, and Zhao Jutong leapt down, a long sword appearing in his hand. You little brat, die. He had already enhanced himself with the auxiliary spirit beast, significantly boosting his strength and speed, confident that this strike would decapitate Tang Di. Dare to kill in broad daylight? The Xiao family of Tianfu is truly audacious. Bang! Before the deadly strike could reach Tang Di, Zhao Jutong heard a familiar voice, followed by a fist slamming into his chest. The immense force sent him crashing into the ground, coughing up blood. Who dares interfere with the Xiao family's affairs? He spat, eyes red with rage, searching for the one who attacked him. His gaze finally locked onto Zhao Lin, who was filled with murderous intent. Why is the deputy commander of the Tianhai city forces here? Zhao Qin stood straight behind Zhao Lin, perfectly embodying the saying of relying on the powerful. Oh, the Xiao family is truly impressive. You call my son a weakling, want to cripple him, and after he gets beaten, you still dare to kill him to silence him? And in broad daylight. Zhao Lin had already received Zhao Chen's message and rushed over. Tang Di had anticipated that the Xiao family wouldn't keep their promise, so he'd instructed Zhao Chun to contact Zhao Lin to come, while they stalled for time to escape the Spirit Forge and meet up with Zhao Lin. Commander Zhao, this is all a misunderstanding. When Zhao Jutong heard Zhao Chen call Zhao Lin dad, he realized he'd hit a brick wall this time and silently cursed Zhao Lei. How could the son of the deputy commander of Tianhai City be considered weak? Just wait until I get back. I'll deal with you for putting me in this mess. As a level 5 beast master, he understood he couldn't possibly defeat the level 6 Zhao Lin, and the Zhao family didn't want to provoke the military, so he had no choice but to back down. A misunderstanding? I saw you with my own eyes trying to kill my nephew in the street, and you call that a misunderstanding? At that moment, Zhao Lin released a unicorn with blue mane, which, sensing its owner's anger, began to emit a mist of white ice. The Silver Frost Swift Beast is a powerful primary battle spirit beast with level 9 potential. Commander Xiao, we did act impulsively earlier. However, your nephew severely injured our young master and left my hand like this. Can we just let this matter go? Let it go? Zhao Lin glared at Zhao Chun and Tang Di, his voice thundering. Zhao Jutong's lips twitched slightly as his gaze shifted between the lively Zhao Chun and the pale Tang Di. Just then, Zhao Chun suddenly collapsed, convulsing violently, His fingers twisted like chicken claws, eyes rolled back, and foam at the mouth. Tang Di, even more dramatic, pulled out a greasy napkin, handed it to Zhao Lin, and said shakily, Uncle Zhao, I might not make it. Please give this letter to my sister. Before he could finish, he passed out with a snap. Zhao Jutong was stunned, his mind whirling in agony. Yongla, hang in there, he shouted urgently, then instructed the two soldiers beside him. Quick, get them to the hospital. Zhao Lin, ever the sly one, quickly called his men to load Tang Di and the convulsing Xiao Chun into the vehicle and sped off to the hospital. Did you see that? You dared to harm two children like this? With symptoms like that, they won't recover for 6 or 7 years. Zhao Lin's expression was as fierce as a bandit, causing Zhao Jutong's face to alternate between blue and purple. Cursing inwardly, he tried to steady his breathing and asked, So Commander Zhao, what do you think we should do to compensate? Your Tianfu group deals in battle armor, right? You'll need to provide 2 sets of level 4 battle armor and swords, won't you? At least 70 spirit crystals per person, 100 each, right? And about a few thousand liters of 95 grade spirit liquid as a gesture. Zhao Lin's demands were like a lion's roar, causing Zhao Jutong to tense up. 2 sets of level 4 battle armor and swords. Even without any added functions, each set costs over 20 million. Commander Zhao, this is robbery. Zhao Jutong was shocked, not expecting Zhao Lin's appetite to be so large. Then I'll report to Commander Li that your Xiao family attempted to kill a human genius in broad daylight, possibly colluding with the Spirit Slayer cult. How about applying for the General Military Department to send people down for investigation? Zhao Lin's threat was as sharp as a blade, tightening Zhao Jutong's heart. He knew that if the General Military Department got involved, the Xiao family would be in trouble. Watching Zhao Jutong go make a call, Zhao Lin's lips curled slightly with satisfaction. This time, I'll really make you pay. Meanwhile, Tang Di and Zhao Chun didn't go to the hospital, but went straight home. Tang Di excitedly said to Yonghua, We can make a fortune this time. My dad's a pro at extorting people, and he doesn't leave a bone unturned. It's a waste not to take advantage of that rich fool. He paused and continued. By the way, that Zhao family's young master is also from the War Academy. We might face trouble from him in the future, so we should find a chance to deal with him first. Tang Di coldly gestured across his neck. Seeing this, Xiao Chen nodded. At the War Academy, losing a few people to beast hunts was all too normal. Tang Di wasn't bloodthirsty, but he sensed that Zhao Rui would definitely plot against them once they enrolled, so it was better to strike first. The little black magic on his shoulder meowed cutely, and Tang Di stroked its head, thinking, War Academy, and the secret of my parents' death, here I come. Fool, this disaster that befell the Xiao family. Were you out of your mind at the War Academy? In a spacious room of the Xiao family mansion in Tianfu, the elder glared fiercely at Zhao Ruiji, his voice stern and severe. How could Zhao Chun, the son of Zhao Lin, be interested in your meager spiritual energy? And Tang Di, his close friend and your peer, who defeated you with a single move, would such a genius stoop so low? This elder was none other than Zhao Yishuan, the head of the Zhao family, over 100 years old and a formidable level 8 beastmaster. He had led the Zhao family to great renown in Tianhai City. Zhao Ruiji, once his most cherished great-grandson and promising heir, now faced his wrath after being defeated by Tang Di with a single move and offending Zhao Lin. Great-grandfather, I realize my mistake, Zhao Ruiji said, sitting in a chair with his head bowed, full of remorse. Mistake? What exactly was your mistake? Zhao Yishuan frowned, his voice heavy. I shouldn't have acted rashly, causing the family to compensate with 2 sets of high-quality armor and various resources, resulting in a loss for the family. Zhao Ruiji's voice was filled with regret. Foolish, Zhao Yishuan roared, his presence overwhelming, sending Zhao Ruiji flying. His hawk-like eyes fixed on Zhao Ruiji as he questioned, Does the Zhao family lack armor and resources? The real issue is your lack of observation and judgment of the situation beforehand. Impulsiveness is always the downfall of a leader. Sitting on the ground, a flash of understanding crossed Zhao Ruiji's eyes. He thought to himself that he was different from those commoners. He was the young master of the Xiao family. If he had investigated and communicated before acting, perhaps his 7th uncle wouldn't have been injured, and Zhao Lin wouldn't have been offended for no reason. Zhao Yishuan noticed the change in Zhao Ruiji's expression and nodded slightly. I understand the youthful passion, but you must not lose yourself in the violence of the War Academy, Zhao Yishuan said, helping Zhao Ruiji up. The stern look on his face gradually softened, returning to its usual kindness. Great-grandfather, you are right. I will personally apologize to Zhao Chun and Tang Di in the future. At this moment, Zhao Ruiji's demeanor was entirely different from before. His hostility reigned in, revealing a hint of a smile. Zhao Yishuan felt relieved, taking out a ring. This is the compensation for the 2 of them. Deliver it personally. Remember, the visible compromises are unimportant. It's the hidden threats that are truly dangerous. His last words carried a chilling undertone. Thank you for your guidance, great-grandfather. I will deliver it right away. Xiao Ruiji understood, raised his eyebrows, and left. The next day, faced with Xiao Ruiji's apology and compensation, Tang Di and Zhao Chun were caught off guard. Zhao Chun, initially intending to mock Xiao Ruiji, couldn't bring himself to do it when he opened the door. Yonla, the Zhao family sure is generous, Zhao Chun remarked, looking at the compensation. 2 sets of level 3 armor, 70 attribute crystals, and 1,000 liters of 95 grade spirit liquid. He couldn't help but recall his father's ruthless extortion skills, truly impressive. However, Zhao Qin didn't realize that the Zhao family agreed to this because they were genuinely concerned. Otherwise, they could have demanded more. Something's not right, very not right, he thought, becoming alert. We must be cautious of this person in the future. There's something sinister about him, something very sinister. Tang Di squinted his eyes, furrowing his brow as he cautiously eyed the item on the ground. He warned Zhao Chen, when something seems off, there's usually more to it. This guy doesn't look like a good person. Just then, Zhao Lin, having finished distributing things, hurriedly arrived. As Tang Di opened the door, Zhao Chun, who had been peeking from behind, suddenly let out a scream, almost jumping out of the window. Zhao Chun, you stay put. Han Na, who was behind Zhao Lin, glared at Zhao Chun, making him shrink back like a wilting plant, too scared to move. You two are reporting for duty tomorrow, so let's have a meal together before you leave, Han Na said, tugging Zhao Chen's ear while scolding him and taking the opportunity to reprimand Zhao Lin as well. You brat, it's been almost 2 months since you came home. What? Are you afraid your mom's going to eat you? The Zhao father and son could only lower their heads, accepting Han Na's lecture. Watching this scene, Tang Di felt a mix of comfort and a tinge of envy. There was a time when he too had such a harmonious family. The next day, the Tianhai city station was packed with people, as countless students were leaving home to study in different cities. Don't push yourselves too hard. If things don't work out, you can always withdraw, and we'll figure something else out for you, okay? Han Na, with teary eyes, reminded them once more. Zhao Chen grinned broadly and hugged Han Na. Don't worry, Mom. Yongla and I are really strong, really strong. Han Na wanted to say more, but Zhao Lin interrupted with a pat on her shoulder. All right, a real man should aim far. It's good to explore, but you two be careful, especially Yongla. Tang Di knew what he meant and assured him with a smile that he would be cautious. All right, get on the train now. Hearing the announcement that the train was about to depart, Zhao Lin urged them to board. Watching the platform gradually shrink and disappear, Tang Di's excitement grew. Time to train, there's a week until we reach Dae's city. He summoned the Black Demon, which let out a cute sound before merging with Tang Di to enter training mode. Zhao Chun was ready too, and Tang Di immediately activated the spirit of all things. Hey, why is the spirit energy concentration on this train so low? Zhao Chun asked, puzzled. Yeah, I feel like there's no spirit energy in the air around us, Tang Di replied. This is first class, sold by compartments, so it's quite private. At this time, passengers in nearby compartments also noticed the low spirit energy concentration, but couldn't find the cause. In another compartment, a girl with a baby face suddenly opened her eyes. Her adorable face showed a hint of curiosity as her eyes, shining with blue light, glanced toward Tang Di's compartment. A spirit gathering talent? No, this is more domineering than drawing spirit energites plundering. Interesting. With a chuckle, she flicked her wrist, causing a bewitching pink-purple flame to appear, enveloping the entire room. Her fingers formed a seal, and instantly, the spirit energy that had been drawn away gathered around her again as she resumed her training. A week passed quickly for beast tamers, gone in the blink of an eye. Ah, my neck is cracking. Zhao Chen stepped out of the compartment, twisting his neck with a satisfying crack, his face full of relief. Tang Di also stretched his body, feeling the stiffness from a week of continuous training. They joked and laughed as they walked out of the station, seeing buses lined up with the emblem of the War Academy on them. Are you here to register? A boy about the same age as Tang Di and the others stood there, smiling at them. Yes, we're all here to register, Tang Di replied. I'm Zhuang Ku, in charge of welcoming new students. I'm your senior. Follow me. The second bus is leaving soon, and it gets there faster. With that, he led Tang Di and Zhao Chun onto the second bus, which departed shortly after as he had said. Zhuang, I heard the Academy's first monthly exam has a high casualty rate. Is that true? Zhao Chun, trying to be friendly, chatted with Zhuang Ku. It's true. Let me warn you as your senior. The rumors outside are a bit exaggerated, but out of 100 people, maybe 70 or 80 survive the monthly exam, and of those, only about 50 don't drop out. Zhuang Ku's answer made Tang Di silently lament the casualty rate. If this were another prestigious institution, losing 30 out of 100 students would surely have parents digging up the school's ancestral graves. Zhuang Ku was quite talkative and very outgoing. After just a few words, he and Zhao Chun were already calling each other brothers. Listen, brother, here's a piece of advice. For your first monthly exam, make sure to team up with others or join a strong hunting group. Your chances of survival will be much higher. Tang Di was quite impressed with Zhao Chen's social skills. In just over an hour's ride, Xiao had managed to extract a lot of information from Zhuangku. First of all, the perks at the War Academy are quite generous. Regular students get 200 hours of free access to the Spirit Refining Room each month, 6 specific attribute spirit crystals of number 70, and 500 liters of number 90 spirit liquid. Additionally, each student can earn points through various methods. These points can be exchanged for resources, such as top-tier spirit cultivator training, which can awaken skills, traits, or even legendary techniques in spirit beasts. Opportunities like these are impossible to buy outside, no matter how much money you have. But at the War Academy, they can be exchanged for points, though a lot of points are required. Secondly, courses at the War Academy also require points. Yes, hiring teachers for classes costs points. Overall, at the War Academy, every bit of knowledge and resource requires points. Besides the 100 points allocated each month, students need to participate in various activities, complete academy commissions, or venture into the wilderness to hunt giant beasts. The more Tang Di thought about it, the more it reminded him of those sales companies in his past life. The more you do, the more you earn. But here, it's more brutal. Going out to hunt giant beasts for points means risking your life. We're here. Let's get off the bus. Just as Tang Di was criticizing the War Academy's competitive system, the bus arrived at their destination. Brother Zhuang, with so much money, why isn't the War Academy located in the city center? Why put it out here in the middle of nowhere? Xiao Chun was saying this when suddenly, a magnificent complex came into view. Spanning 7,400 square kilometers, with buildings of varying heights, it was guarded by several level 9 beast tamers, with 8 spirit masters in residence, countless exclusive stores of top-tier battle armor and weapon companies, and branches of research and medical companies. Zhuangku was smiling as he introduced the Academy's many benefits, but his expression suddenly changed, becoming somber as he said, "Every tile here is engraved with the names of students who fought and died against giant beasts, and every drop of cement is mixed with the blood of those beasts." As he spoke, a strong aura of killing intent emanated from him, making Tang Di and Zhao Chen swallow hard. "All right, everyone, welcome to the War Academy." Tang Di's eyes widened as he looked at the massive gate made of beast bones, exuding a bloody aura of battle. The towering and oddly shaped buildings behind seemed to proclaim the blood-soaked spirits they housed. "It looks like everyone is here." As all the students got off the bus, a tall man in a red and white uniform spoke in a loud voice that everyone could hear clearly despite its volume. "My name is Lin Meng, one of the vice principals of the War Academy. Everyone, follow me into the academy." Lin Meng's voice was firm and commanding, carrying a cold edge of battle that made you instinctively want to obey. "Be careful not to get too scared." Zhuangke suddenly said something inexplicable with a strange smile on his face, then left the group and walked towards a side door. Tang Di and Zhao Chun exchanged puzzled glances and followed the crowd through the massive arched gate. The main entrance of the War Academy resembled an ancient city gate, with towering walls on either side and a central archway constructed from beast bones, leading into a dark passageway. Eh. The black creature on Tang Di's shoulder tilted its head in confusion and let out a curious sound. "What is it?" Tang Di asked casually. The creature squinted its eyes and suddenly spat out a transparent spirit egg, which flew into the passage with a pop. Immediately, the creature merged with Tang Di, and he felt as if he had gained a third eye, seeing everything clearly within the passage. This ability, called insight, was a rule skill of the creature, akin to a true sight that could perceive everything around. Inside the passage, there were countless glass jars and portraits. One jar contained the split head of a lion, preserved in a solution, its flesh still vivid. It was marked as Zadwa Jinua, a level 9 beast man who had led a beast tide that destroyed 7 cities and devoured thousands of humans, beheaded by the 5th Han Tang in 5382. Nearby, a jar held a massive eyeball with a 3-meter diameter, floating in solution. It was labeled Red Bug, a superclass beast that single-handedly destroyed 5 cities, consuming millions, with tens of thousands of beast tamers perishing under its egg-laying. It died in a mutual destruction with Jiangtinka in 6201. The jars displayed the remains of numerous giant beasts and beastmen, with brief introductions of the heroes who defeated them. On the other side, beneath each portrait, lay weapons. Li Zhongyuan, a level 9 beast tamer, fought valiantly in the Xianyang beast tide, slaying hundreds of thousands of beasts before dying in battle. Qin Suishue, another level 9 beast tamer, broke through alone in the Beishan beast tide, fighting 2 level 9 beastmen to a mutual death. Sun Hao, a superclass beast tamer, defended a city alone, battling 14 superclass beastmen, killing 8, severely injuring 6, and ultimately dying in a self-destructive blast, earning the title of Unyielding War God. As Tang Di observed these, he instinctively moved forward, his blood boiling with a sense of tragic grandeur. These specimens and weapons seemed like badges of honor, bearing countless heroic souls. After viewing all the giant beast remains and beast tamer plaques in the passage, Tang Di realized he was alone. Impressive, Lin Meng said with a smile, looking at Tang Di with admiration. This hero's path is filled with the pressure and aura of giant beast remains, yet you walked through it with ease. Truly impressive. He gestured for Tang Di to look back. Turning around, Tang Di saw other students struggling, drenched in sweat, shuffling along the passage. Those who could still stand were fortunate. Many were crawling on the ground, some even screaming and crying. See? They can barely stand, let alone study the stories of those predecessors like you did, Lin Meng remarked with curiosity. I'm very curious about the spirit beast you're fused with. The pressure and aura on this hero's path can only be withstood by a level 6 spirit beast or a high-star sacred beast potential spirit beast. Tang Di chuckled, knowing his black demon had sacred beast potential at 8 stars. He waved his hand to end the fusion, letting the black demon rest on his shoulder. It's called black demon. As for its type, that's a secret. Lin Meng studied the black demon closely, letting out a soft hiss, then turned his scrutiny to Tang Di. A sacred beast, definitely a sacred beast, he thought, pondering whether this young man was a scion of the 8 sages or one of the 3 sacred gates. Oh, is there someone who came out before me? As Tang Di was lost in thought, a girl with a baby face emerged. Her complexion was slightly pale, but she showed no significant reaction. Tang Di was startled, as he had relied on the dark magic to shield all murderous intent and pressure to walk over calmly. Yet this girl's talent was truly impressive. My name is Zhong Yuhuang. Maybe we can spar or collaborate sometime, Zhong Yuhuang said with a bright smile, extending her hand to Tang Di. Hello, I'm Tang Di. He shook her soft hand, noticing it felt similar to Li Si's. Your family really sent you here, huh? Lin Meng, who seemed to know the girl, stood with his hands behind his back, a smile playing on his lips. Well, you know my family. They'd rather we die in battle than live in disgrace. There's no other way. Zhong Yuhuang pouted cutely, her expression showing helplessness. Wow, man, you're something else. I nearly wet myself in there, and you just strolled through like it's a morning market. Xiao Chun, sweating profusely, leaned on Tang Di's shoulder, panting as he came out. Seeing Xiao Chun, both Zhong Yuhuang and Lin Meng raised their eyebrows, especially Lin Meng, whose gaze deepened. He could sense the aura of sacred beast-level spirit beasts emanating from Tang Di and Xiao Chun. Are sacred beasts so common these days? It seems the top 3 of Yinghao Road are set. You 3, take these. Lin Meng glanced at the time and tossed a gemstone to each of them. The top 3 get 2,000 points each and an additional 20 hours of free use in the spirit refining room every month. Tang Di murmured an acknowledgement, weighing the blue gemstone in his hand. It was shaped somewhat like a goddess's tear and contained a small space inside it was a spatial item. About an hour later, students who managed to pass began to emerge, some walking, some crawling, while over a third had fainted in the passage and were carried out on stretchers by staff. Congratulations to all of you. You are now officially students of the War Academy. So this was the War Academy, the final threshold. Tang Di grew even more interested in the academy. You all now have a new number on your phones. Use it to locate your senior students, who will help you settle in and inform you about the academy's details. As Lin Meng finished speaking, various phone alerts went off, and the students pulled out their phones to check. When they looked up again, Lin Meng had vanished, leaving them to use their phones to find their guiding seniors. Brother Zhuang, let's go. I must treat you to a drink today. As luck would have it, Tang Di and his companion's guide was Zhuang Ku, whom they had met earlier. Well, I won't say no. You guys are the top 3, and those who achieve such a rank are bound to be influential figures in the academy. I should definitely get on your good side. Zhuang Ku, with his hearty personality, put an arm around Zhao Chen's shoulders, leading them into a restaurant. This war academy was more like an independent city than a school, complete with all sorts of entertainment facilities, exclusive amenities for beast tamers, and even a gentleman's club. The Academy of War is quite lenient when it comes to the personal lives of its students. However, anyone who dares to kill or maim within the academy will face dire consequences. While sipping his drink, Zhuangko asked, have you decided on your major and minor yet? Tang Di replied with some confusion, major and minor? Doesn't our academy offer free courses? Zhuangko chuckled, yes, but even if you have to spend points, you still have to take them. If you fail either your major or minor at the end of the term, you'll be expelled. Tang Di silently cursed, feeling like the academy was forcing students to earn points just to attend classes. If it weren't for needing points to attend classes, why would I bother being a freshman guide? Participating in that once earns you 100 points, equivalent to slaying a 3-star, level 3 beast, Zhuang said helplessly. Tang Di asked curiously, Brother Zhuang, you're currently a level 4, 3-star beastmaster. Killing a level 3 beast should be easy for you, right? Zhuang smiled bitterly, took a sip of his drink, and slowly began to tell his story. He had been quite prestigious in the academy, becoming a level 4 beastmaster by the age of 19, with a rare gift for aerodynamics. In the scientific world, it's known as aerodynamics, but in the fantasy realm, it's called the Master of the Gale, which greatly enhances wind-related skills. With this talent, Zhuangke had once ranked in the top 100 of the second year. However, a few months ago, he entrusted his main battle spirit beast, the Qingfeng spirit horse, to a spirit-building institution, which then committed a serious mistake, leaving the spirit beast gravely injured. Two of its four hooves were completely unable to exert force, severely impairing its spiritual energy flow. Worse, the institution was backed by powerful forces, and Zhuangke lost the lawsuit, having no choice but to accept the outcome. If I abandoned the spirit horse and chose a new main spirit beast, I wouldn't be in this state. But I can't bear to do it. I've spent a fortune seeking out spirit builders for it. All to no avail, Zhuangke said, taking a large gulp of his drink, his young face lined with age-inappropriate weariness. Tang Di felt sympathetic, playfully nudging the ghostly creature on his head, which lazily flapped its wings. Brother Zhuang, I'm a spirit builder. If you don't mind, I can take a look for you. Zhuangke was taken aback. What? You're a spirit builder? Tang Di nodded. Yes, I am. Brother Zhuang, let me tell you, Yongla's spirit building skills are absolutely top-notch. Though still skeptical, Zhuang Ku, encouraged by Xiao Chun, agreed in a moment of drunken boldness. They hailed a cab, and Zhuang Ku first took Tang Di and Xiao Chun to the dormitory area. The dorms were spacious single rooms, easily accommodating 4 to 5 people. The three of them went to Tang Di's room, where Zhuang Ku eagerly released his Qingfeng spirit horse. As the spirit horse appeared, a gentle breeze swept through the room. However, as soon as the blue-green-haired spirit horse appeared, its legs buckled, nearly collapsing to the ground, much to Zhuang Ku's distress. Brother Zhuang, I can't have anyone present during the spirit-building process, so if you could. Tang Di didn't want to reveal too much of his abilities, but seeing Zhuang Ku as a decent person with great potential, he decided to make an exception. Alright, Brother Tang, if you can heal Qingfeng, I'll follow you from now on. Whether it's forming a hunting team or going on hunting trips, just say the word. Zhuang Ku said earnestly, his eyes filled with hope, before turning to leave and closing the door. Tang Di chuckled, feeling that Zhuang Ku was indeed a man of straightforward loyalty. Refocusing, Tang Di reached out to the Qingfeng spirit horse, which snorted warily, showing some resistance. At that moment, the black beast on Tang Di's shoulder let out a cry, and the pressure of a sacred beast was instantly released, making the Qingfeng spirit horse much more compliant, following its master's command. Tang Di activated the divine touch, quickly scanning as the nodes and pathways of the Qingfeng spirit horse vividly appeared in his mind. With just one glance, Tang Di noticed the problem. More than 10 meridians were severed, and several nodes were severely damaged, which was the reason for the spirit steed's disability. He casually reconnected the broken meridians and stabilized the damaged nodes. Within seconds, the spirit steed's condition was restored to its former state. Tang Di appeared relaxed, completely unaware that he had just performed an extraordinary feat. The attributes of the Qingfeng spirit steed were impressive: a potential level of Tier 3, 8 stars, and an ability level of Tier 8, 2 stars. It possessed the like the wind passive skill, which increased the power and speed of wind element skills, as well as its own movement speed, by 20. The breeze as blade passive skill allowed all wind element skills to deal an additional 20 damage to psionic barriers. The wind fills the building active skill could create a wind field with a diameter of 100 meters, attacking all targets within. The hurricane slash active skill targeted an enemy, launching 5 wind blades, each with damage increased by 10 consecutively. The Eye of the Storm active skill repelled all targets within a 30-meter radius, centering on itself. Its Wind Spirit trait increased the speed of psionic absorption, further amplifying all skill power in a hurricane environment, while reducing the power of incoming wind element skills by 30. Tang Di nodded slightly as he reviewed the Qingfeng Spirit Steed's attributes. Although small, it was well-rounded, with each ability being quite impressive. Paired with Zhuang Ku's talent, it could easily battle across levels. After a brief moment of thought, Tang Di focused his mind and chose a red line, quickly engraving it. This was a new skill, a Battle King technique, a small gift from Tang Di to win favor. The disintegration active skill targeted an enemy, imprisoning them, and within 3 seconds, the target would be subjected to a relentless barrage of 40 wind blades, a formidable single-target killing skill. After the process, the Qingfeng Spirit Steed felt the power within it, its azure body quivering slightly. It gently nuzzled Tang Di's face with its head, seemingly expressing gratitude. Tang Di smiled and opened the door to walk out with it. You're out? It's okay, Brother Tang. It's fine if you can't fix it. Even if it's a spirit, the steed, you can stand up. Zhuang Ku saw Tang Di emerge after just a few minutes and assumed he couldn't help. After all, he had consulted several 6th, even 7th level spirit builders who were powerless, let alone Tang Di. However, when he saw the steed trotting towards him, the towering man, standing 1.9 meters tall, was moved to tears, hugging the horse's neck and crying. Yongla, I guess we've done a good deed today, haven't we? Zhao Chun teased with a smile, and Tang Di laughed along. Others might see spirit beasts as mere tools, but he always regarded them as family. After crying for a while, Zhuang could check the steed's attributes and was stunned. A battle king technique, which took Tang Di just a moment to connect, was something other beast tamers found nearly impossible to awaken in their spirit beasts. Ah, your spirit steed is quite insightful. It opens several nodes on its own. I merely helped you connect them. Tang Di casually remarked, and after a brief moment of surprise, Zhuang solemnly bowed to him, saying, Brother Tang, from now on, your matters are my matters. I'm not good with words, but just say the word if you need help, and I'll be there. You're too kind, Brother Zhuang. We're new here, so we could use a seasoned guide like you. Tang Di replied earnestly. Meanwhile, Zhao Chen leaned in with a cheeky grin, teasing, lead the way, experienced driver. With that, the serious atmosphere was instantly lightened, and Zhuang could join in with a knowing smile that all men understood. Tang Di rolled his eyes and shook his head in resignation. By the way, Brother Tang, with your high spirit building skills, why not major in spirit building? Zhuang Ku suggested, turning the conversation to a more serious topic, which piqued Tang Di's interest. The War Academy, as it turned out, was a comprehensive institution with various disciplines: combat, strategy, spirit building, spirit mechanical engineering, spirit biology, and spirit medicine. Most students opted to major in combat to save time and credits since the exams required no written tests. The final exam only required killing a beast one level higher or an equivalent orc. Other courses required classes and simulated battles, and without talent, it could be a waste of credits and time, potentially affecting the unified exams. It's said that students with a talent for spirit building hardly need to exert themselves for exams. The Academy even offers level recognition, and becoming a level 1 spirit builder ensures a lifetime of comfort, regardless of graduation. Zhuang Ke said enviously, clearly aspiring to be a spirit builder himself. All right, I'll major in spirit building and minor in combat. Tang Di decided without hesitation. Being a spirit builder made it reasonable for him to send spirit diagrams to Tang Ji. Also, deciphering blueprints from beast carcasses was a spirit builder's job, giving him plenty of opportunities to access the powerful beast's remains and directly obtain their blueprints. I'll major in combat and minor in spirit biology. Xiao Chen quickly decided as well. Under Zhuang Ke's guidance, they completed their registration and subject confirmation on their phones. It's getting late. You freshmen have a performance match tomorrow, Zhuang Ke said, jumping out of the dormitory window and summoning his spirit steed, disappearing into the night like a breeze. I'm right next door. Call me if you need anything. Zhao Chun yawned, heading to his room, exhausted from the day's walk on Yinghao Road. Tang Di acknowledged, but continued his practice. Meanwhile, by a riverbank at night, a tanned, skinny old man was fishing. Seeing Lin Meng approach, he casually asked, Mengzi, any good seedlings this time? If you call me Mengzi again, I'll kick you, believe it? Lin Meng replied with a hint of annoyance. Seriously, any good ones? The old man pressed on. Quite interesting ones, actually. You know the Zhong family, right? Lin Meng replied. The old man nodded, lifting a 3 to 4 pound fish, skillfully cleaning it before placing it on a nearby stove. The Zhong family, Zhong Yuhuang. She's the granddaughter of old Zhong, incredibly gifted and quirky, a good seedling. Is she the only one? The old man asked. There are a few others, including 2 kids with holy beasts, Lin Meng added with a smile. What? Holy beasts? The old man spat out his beer in surprise, asking, whose kids are they? From the 3 sacred sects or the 8 virtues king's family? I checked, they're neither. But these 2 boys are intriguing. During the first level exams, they took down a level 4 cultist from the Spirit Slayers and a level 4 orc, Lin Meng continued. The old man dragged out his words, bold. Though those 2 were severely injured, 2 level 1 kids daring to attack them decisive. I like it. There are a few other interesting youngsters too, but they're scheming, hiding their abilities. They could have finished Yinghao Road in minutes, but deliberately took their time to blend in with the crowd, Lin Meng noted. Every year, those family kids are full of intrigue. It's understandable, the old man nodded. By the way, arrange some tough opponents for those 2 boys tomorrow. I want to see their skills. After a night of cultivation, Tang Di stretched his body, and the spirits, Ghost Slayer and Dark Demon, stretched alongside him. Dark Demon let out a contented sound, extending its limbs. Tang Di took out some beast food to tease the 2 sacred beasts, smacking his lips. Although their presence significantly slowed his cultivation progress, with the help of the spirit energy tracks and the essence of all things, he barely reached the level of 2 stars and 7. The path ahead was destined to be challenging. Yawning, Tang Di checked the time and decided to wake up Xiao Chun, who was sleeping next door. He kicked Xiao Chun awake and dragged this insomniac-like friend to the communal cafeteria for breakfast. The cafeteria's gigantic beef and grass-fed chicken, both from non-classified giant beasts, were surprisingly cheap at just 1 point per serving. Tang Di thought the cafeteria must be running at a loss. The blood and flesh of non-classified giant beasts contained spiritual energy, and regular consumption gradually strengthened one's meridians. No matter what it was, it tasted good. With his mouth full of grease, Xiao Chun mumbled, "Hey, you guys are here too." At that moment, a gentle female voice came as Zhong Yuhuang approached with her tray and sat beside Tang Di. Xiao Chun teased, "Miss Zhong, you eat at the communal cafeteria too?" Zhong Yuhuang smiled slightly. "I am considered a young lady, but my family is demanding. What's yours is yours, and the family is the family. You have to earn what you want with your strength." She spoke while eating, showing no airs of a young lady. Tang Di nodded in approval. "Well said. For a family to thrive long-term, there can't be too many freeloaders." He had witnessed the rise and fall of many family businesses in his past life, feeling a sense of nostalgia. Zhong Yuhuang immediately retorted, "By the way, young Master Xiao, your father is a deputy commander somewhere. Why are you eating here?" Clearly, she was not one to be taken advantage of. Xiao Chen replied helplessly, "Nonsense, my dad doesn't embezzle. He only earns a small amount annually. I'm just a young master like an elephant trunk clam." Zhong Yuhuang seemed to be a social expert, quickly bonding with Tang Di and Xiao Chen. Her beauty and sweet voice indeed made her likable. As the three chatted enthusiastically, a handsome boy in a school uniform approached from a distance, calling out, "Huang Huang." The three of them immediately felt uncomfortable. Young Master Chang approached, looking at Zhong Yuhuang with deep affection. "I'm infatuated with you. Whether or not you're the little princess of the Zhong family, I'll marry you and love you forever." His declaration was almost laughable. Tang Di thought to himself, this guy really knows how to play his cards awkwardly. He initially didn't want to intervene in others' affairs, but Chang Hua suddenly looked at Tang Di and said coldly, "Excuse me, could you move aside? My Huang Huang might not like being too close to someone like you." Tang Di's forehead twitched slightly, and he responded with a smile, "No, I can't. Honestly, I don't really like being close to someone like you. It tends to bring misfortune." Hearing this, Chang Hai squinted his eyes, but seemed to maintain his composure in front of Zhong Yuhuang. He calmly asked, "May I know your name, sir? Which family do you come from?" "My name is Yang Xiao, the bright left envoy of the Ming cult," Tang Di replied without batting an eye. Chang's eyebrows furrowed. "Ming cult, bright left envoy? Never heard of it. I'll have someone investigate. I am Chang Hai, from the Chang family, one of the 8 virtuous kings. May I ask what your relationship is with my fiancée?" Tang Di's mouth twitched, not because he was impressed by the title of 8 virtuous kings, but because he didn't expect Zhong Yuhuang to be engaged to someone so slick. "I'm your father. Let me tell you, Chang, if you keep pestering me, don't blame me for not giving your family any face. Also, they're my friends, so you'd better not get any funny ideas." Zhong Yuhuang's eyes widened, and the aura of a beast master erupted, clearly showing her genuine anger. Friends? A second-rate nobody can be friends with Yuhuang? Yang Xiao, right? No matter your intentions with Yuhuang, you'd better watch yourself, or else." Before he could finish, Zhong Yuhuang's face darkened even more. Chang Hai said nothing further and turned to leave. "You've got it tough," Tang Di teased once they were gone. Zhong Yuhuang took a bite of her bun, looking troubled. "Who doesn't? By the way, that Chang has a small mind. If he causes you any trouble, come find me. I'll handle it. Doesn't he look down on people? Him? If he really tries something, who needs backup then?" Tang Di smirked, the confidence instilled by Ghost Slayer and Black Demon making him almost arrogant. "Yeah." The Black Demon on his shoulder also let out a sound, cheering for its master. But this cute cry made Zhong Yuhuang's hand tremble slightly as she held her chopsticks. "It's about time. Let's head to the training ground," Tang Di suggested, picking up his tray and signaling to Zhong Yuhuang and the others from the same class. "You go ahead. I need to make a call," Zhong Yuhuang replied, and Tang Di and Xiao Chun headed to the training ground without further thought. "Mountain collapse, what's going on?" "An ancient beast's aura, even older than our giant rock dragon clan." Zhong Yuhuang's eyes widened. The giant rock dragon, the Zhong family's ancestral spirit beast, had been passed down for tens of thousands of years. Yet, Tang Di not only had a sacred beast, but one even older than the giant rock dragons. Could it be one of the hidden royal families? Or the chosen one of this generation? She mused aloud, then pulled out her phone to dial a number. "It's me, brother. Help me investigate someone named Tang Di. I want all the information on him." "Tang Di? That's a man's name. Our brother-in-law. You're crazy. Just do it, or I'll tell Grandpa all your little secrets." Zhong Yuhuang threatened, her forehead veins bulging in frustration, wondering why her family members never seemed to be reliable. The training ground, or rather, a massive stadium, was enormous. Tang Di estimated it was at least the size of 10 stadiums from his previous life. "We need to go through Channel 6 for the exhibition match," Xiao Chen said, looking at his phone's directions. They entered Channel 6 and saw their classmates already waiting there. "All right, everyone's here. Let's go up," Lin Ming called out, floating in midair. With a wave of his hand, the ground beneath them began to rise, and the ceiling above them split apart. The intense vibrations made many students anxious, some even merging with their spirit beasts. When the ascent stopped, the full grandeur of the circular training ground was revealed. On behalf of the 40,000 students and staff of the War Academy, I welcome our new warriors. As the resonant voice echoed through the air, everyone in the circular grandstand of the training field stood up and applauded enthusiastically. Dressed in red and white uniforms, they resembled a wave of red and white, creating a magnificent ripple effect. Young warriors, the elderly man announced. I am the head of the War Academy, Lei Huiyao. The crowd looked up to see a lean old man in red and white armor, smiling warmly at them. Lei Huiyao. Is he the Thunder God? Wow, a level 9 9-star Beastmaster. The whispers around Tang Di sent a shiver through his heart. The name Thunder God was renowned throughout Yin country. It was said that Lei Huiyao once single-handedly slaughtered hundreds of thousands of giant beasts, including level 9 beastmen and monsters. This legendary battle earned him the title of Thunder God, and he was celebrated as the world's foremost group attack beastmaster. Children, although this is an exhibition match, I urge you to give it your all. Your senior students are watching you from the stands, and your performance today could determine whether you join a good hunting group in the future, Lei Huiyao said with a kind smile, revealing the true significance of the exhibition match. Tang Di glanced around, understanding dawning on him. Hunting groups were essentially teams formed spontaneously by the students. Just like any society, these groups had their own hierarchy. The stronger ones were led by skilled individuals, providing more safety and better benefits than smaller groups. Therefore, a standout performance in the exhibition match could catch the attention of a powerful group, making life at the War Academy considerably easier. Among the thousands present, many quick-witted individuals realized this and began to stir with anticipation. With a wave of his hand, Lei Huiyao announced, "Let's skip the chatter and begin the exhibition match." However, with so many participants, a selection was necessary. As he spoke, a terrifying pressure emanated from him, his eyes flashing with lightning. The pressure, like a shockwave, sent level 1, 3, or 4-star beast masters flying at first contact. Tang Di felt a slight tremor, but the shockwave was too weak for him, barely causing him to sway before he steadied himself. Oh, still over 400 left, Lei Huiyao noted, nodding to Lin Meng. Let's get them into groups quickly, no time to waste, Lin Meng replied impatiently. Congratulations to the young warriors still standing. You've been divided into 10 groups for head-to-head battles, with the winners advancing. Oh, and the top 10 will receive some prizes, Lei Huiyao announced as a light screen appeared behind him, displaying all the participants' names and dividing them into 10 groups. The rewards for the top 10 were also revealed. For those ranked 10th to 6th, the prizes included a blueprint for a level 8 potential beast, a 64th of a micron, 300 pieces of 75th spirit crystals of choice, 500 liters of 96 spirit liquid, and 20 hours of free monthly access to the spirit refining room. For the 5th and 4th places, the rewards were a level 9 potential beast blueprint, a 64th of a micron, 400 pieces of 75th spirit crystals of choice, 700 liters of 96 spirit liquid, and 20 hours of free monthly access to the spirit refining room. The 3rd place received a level 9 potential beast blueprint, a 64th of a micron, 5,000 points, and one-time usage rights for the positioning booster. 2nd place receives a blueprint for a level 9 potential beast, half a nanometer, 8,000 points, and 2 uses of the position amplifier. 1st place gets a level 9 potential blueprint, a quarter nanometer, 10,000 points, a level 5 battle weapon, and 2 uses of the position amplifier. Tang Di looked at these rewards and couldn't help but marvel at the wealth of the War Academy. Each level 9 blueprint is worth over $1 billion, and Tang Di had never even heard of the position amplifier, but if it's a reward for the top 3, it must be significant. As for the level 5 battle weapon, it's outrageous. Even without enhancements, it would require 2 billion yen to obtain. After the random assignment was completed, the teacher, wearing a referee armband, began guiding the students to their designated arenas. Tang Di checked his number and found he was in Group 3, while Xiao Chun was in Group 5. Hey, what a coincidence. You're in Group 3 too. In the competitor's resting area, Zhong Yuhuang, also in Group 3, waved at him. Tang Di smiled and greeted her. Got rid of the Chong family's clingy one? Why bring that up now? Let's focus on the competition. This year, we might not have a gathering of heroes, but it's definitely a chaos of talents. Zhong Yuhuang rolled her eyes and pointed to the stage. At that moment, 2 people were already on the first platform. In the first match, level 3 8-star Beast Master Qian Lin faced off against level 3 2-star Beast Master Zhang Yifei. As the referee gave the signal, both were propelled backward, especially Qian Lin, who moved with incredible speed. 3 spirit beasts were summoned simultaneously, the most striking being a flame eagle with a wingspan of nearly 10 meters. With a flap of its wings, a strong wind arose, and the massive flame eagle launched an attack from high above. Zhang Yifei, who became a level 3 beast master at 18, was no ordinary talent. He had already fused with his spirit beast, and a black shrimp stood before him. High in the sky, the flame eagle let out a sharp cry, and patterns appeared on its orange-eared feathers. Flames rose at Zhang Yifei's feet, and a massive pillar of fire shot into the sky. Zhang Yifei was quick, rolling away just in time, but before he could react, the scattered flames from the pillar converged again, engulfing him. Missed concealment, Zhang Yifei shouted angrily, and a water-blue spiritual energy barrier appeared around him, resisting the scorching flames. Simultaneously, the entire platform was shrouded in thick fog centered around him. A clever move, using the fog to obscure the battlefield, making it difficult for the flame eagle to aim its skills, while he could conserve his energy within it. Tang Di admired Zhang Yifei's countermeasure, but Zhong Yuhuang sneered beside him. It's useless. You think the young master of Red Maple Industries only has this much skill? He's from your hometown. Don't you know his capabilities? Tang Di was taken aback, but before he could ask further, he saw the flame eagle dive down, and Qianlin jumped onto its back, flying into the sky. A petty trick, you think this can block my attack? Qianlin chuckled, summoning a spirit beast that looked like a red scallop. Then, he astonishingly threw the spirit beast from tens of meters high into the fog below. Flame burst. The flame eagle's black eyes turned purple in an instant, and the temperature rose rapidly wherever its gaze landed. When the flame eagle's sight swept over a spot, it suddenly erupted with intense fire, engulfing the entire platform. The way the flames erupted was peculiar. They first absorbed the surrounding fog, and then burst out all at once. Hidden in the fog, Zhang Yifei had not anticipated such a ferocious move and was blown away on the spot. When the flames touched him, his spiritual energy barrier melted immediately, and he was knocked out of the platform, crashing heavily to the ground, coughing up blood. First match, Qianlin wins. Tang Di looked at the scene before him, filled with confusion. The power and scope of the explosion just now were definitely at a level 5. It's not that a level 3, 9-star flame eagle couldn't reach that level with full force, combined with the Beastmaster's talent and other auxiliary abilities, but rather, the flame eagle hardly consumed any spiritual energy, while Qianlin's spiritual energy was significantly depleted. Didn't you understand? Zhong Yuhuang noticed Tang Di's puzzled expression and patiently explained. Do you remember the shell-like spirit beast Qianlin threw in at the beginning? I saw it, but that shell looked like it was only level 2, and it didn't seem to have any combat power. You underestimate the young master of Hongfeng Heavy Industries, Zhong Yuhuang chuckled, pulling out her phone and opening a page. Collapse Core, a consumable spirit beast. It has only 9 spiritual energy nodes, lacks intelligence, and possesses no senses. When it dies, it doesn't counter the host, but rather returns some spiritual energy. Constructing 3 in succession only occupies 1 spirit beast slot. It collapses and explodes when encountering specific attacks. Are there really such spirit beasts in the world? Tang Di asked in amazement, thinking to himself that there are indeed spirit beasts like bombs. That's an artificial spirit beast, a product of spiritual energy bioengineering, deliberately designed. Qianlin majors in combat and minors in spiritual energy biology, where many seemingly unbelievable artificial life forms exist. Zhong Yuhuang took a sip of her drink and pointed to an elderly man in the distant stands. See him? He's the head of the spiritual energy biology department, Zhou Shuqian. Qianlin is surely aiming to impress him. Following her gesture, Tang Di saw Zhou Shuqian smiling at Qianlin in the arena, and Qianlin slightly bowed, clearly intending to showcase the collapse core to win the elder's favor. The second match, level 2, 8-star Beastmaster Xiao Chun versus level 3, 7-star Beastmaster Guru. As the match began, Tang Di shifted his attention to the stage. Hearing Xiao Chen's name, Tang Di looked in that direction and saw Xiao Chun confronting a young man in blue battle armor. Tang Di wondered if wearing battle armor was allowed in exhibition matches. Why not? If you have the ability, you could wear level 9 armor on stage, Zhong Yuhuang replied casually, her gaze also turning towards Xiao Chun. Tang Di, however, focused on Guru instead. Being the same age as them and reaching level 3, 7 stars was indeed impressive. Guru had no family background but had exceptional talent, awakening a heavy scale armor at 16, which enhanced both his and his spirit beast's defensive abilities, making his fighting style quite aggressive. These are important secrets of other beastmasters, Zhong Yuhuang mentioned casually, causing a slight shift in Tang Di's expression. Don't look at me like that. These details might be secrets to ordinary people, but to us from prominent families, they're practically public knowledge. Zhong Yuhuang patted Tang Di's shoulder, candidly revealing the truth, making Tang Di wary and deciding to be more cautious with those forms and tests in the future. Lost in thought, the battle on the stage had already begun. Guru summoned a massive horned ram, the double-head gold-cracking ram, which charged forward. Despite its name, it only had 1 head, but the unique pattern on its chest resembled a human face, earning it the name Doublehead. The dual-headed golden ram charged forward, its body covered in a scale-like pattern of energy barriers, exuding a powerful aura as it rushed towards Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun merely glanced at it, summoned De Huang, and stood ready with his sword, as if preparing to face the attack heat-in. A level 2 7-star Nazan rock, trying to withstand my charge? That's suicide, Guru thought to himself, then drew his heavy sword and rushed towards Xiao Chun. Bang! Clang! The attacks from the dual-headed golden ram and Guru hit De Huang simultaneously, but the expected shattering of the shield and death did not occur. Instead, there were just two dull thuds. Now over 2 meters tall and weighing an astonishing 2 tons, De Huang's energy barrier absorbed the powerful attacks without even a ripple. Is that all? Don't hold back. We're classmates, show me what you've got. Xiao Qin taunted with a smile. Guru, too shocked to be angry, hurriedly retreated, eyes wide with disbelief. That attack, just now, never mind a level 2 spirit beast. Even a level 3 9-star spirit beast might have had its energy barrier shattered. Guru clenched his fist and summoned a crystal-like little fish that floated beside him. Ling Ling, boost our attack with wind shear, then hit him with torrent blast. The little fish flashed blue, enveloping both the dual-headed golden ram and Guru in a blue glow. A water arrow transformed into a stream of light and struck De Huang. Charged together. The dual-headed golden ram charged again, while Guru used a spirit beast fusion skill, lightning flashing on his heavy sword. Break it! The skills from man and beast struck De Huang in an instant. Clang! The arena fell silent. Impossible, this can't be. Guru was in shock as De Huang remained unmoved like a mountain, its energy barrier unscathed. The torrent blast from Ling Ling was supposed to weaken the energy barrier's toughness, and coupled with Ling Ling's boost as a shield-breaking skill, it should have had an effect on the Nazan rock. All done. Then it's my turn. I'll give you 5 seconds to prepare. I'm attacking from the front, aiming for your left shoulder, Xiao Qin said, his psychological tactics impeccable. After this battle, win or lose, Guru would question everything. But being a genius, upon hearing Xiao Qin's intention to counterattack, Guru stepped back, eyes red, and stood ready with his sword. De Huang, stone coffin. With a stomp, four triangular stone slabs rose from the ground beneath Guru, trapping him. As soon as he was trapped, he felt his energy rapidly depleting and realized the danger. 2 seconds later, when he tried to burst his energy to break free, the heavy stone slabs opened automatically. Suddenly, his vision was filled with golden light, and his energy barrier shattered upon contact. He felt excruciating pain in his shoulder, his body crushed by immense force. Bang! Guru coughed up blood and collapsed, his shoulder shattered. Turning his head with difficulty, he saw the flat of the blade resting on his shoulder and managed a wry smile. Even with armor, his shoulder was shattered. If the blade had been sharp, half his body might have been cleaved off. I concede, Guru said, wiping the blood from his mouth and raising his hand in surrender while lying on the ground. Xiao Qin emerged victorious. After winning, Xiao Qin wasn't overly excited. Instead, he conscientiously lifted Guru onto a stretcher. Those 2 spirit beasts of Xiao Qin's are something else. The one outside is a Nazan rock, right? But why do I sense the aura of a sacred beast? Lei Huiyao mused aloud, squinting his eyes from his high vantage point. It is a sacred beast. But Nazan rock spirit beasts are highly variable. This kid must have gotten incredibly lucky to encounter one like this. That energy barrier, though, is incredibly tough, almost at level 6, Lin Meng replied casually, stroking the fur of a blue-haired cat in his arms. Indeed, he's a promising talent. Lei Huiyao nodded in approval. Next match, level 2 9-star Beast Master Tang Di versus level 3 9-star Beast Master Lin Zhongyi. Old Lin, is that young fellow from your family? Lei Huiyao glanced at the graceful young man stepping onto the stage and asked Lin Meng with a smile. Lin Meng responded coldly. Yes, but I've long been expelled from the Lin family. Whatever happens to them is none of my concern. His gaze swept over the handsome Lin Zhongyi, his tone laced with a hint of frost. Lei Huiyao shook his head helplessly, deciding not to bring up old grievances. Instead, he looked down at the information in his hand and exclaimed in surprise. Oh, level 3, 9 stars, with a talent for invisibility magic, able to make himself and his spirit beast vanish. TSK, that Tang Di kid is in for a tough time. His eyes sparkled with anticipation, as if awaiting an exciting showdown. I advise you to concede right away. My abilities are rather brutal, not suited for dueling, only for killing. In the arena, Lin Zhongyi glanced coldly at Tang Di and said bluntly. Unfazed, Tang Di retorted with a smirk. What did you say? Did I just hear a dog barking? He was not intimidated by Lin Zhongyi's provocation, instead feeling even more invigorated. Lin Zhongyi snorted disdainfully, drew a long sword, and prepared to face the challenge. Begin. At the referee's command, Lin Zhongyi released a silver-gray cheetah, slender and swift. At the same time, he merged with the spirit beast, a faint black energy barrier forming around him. Watching this, Lei Huiyao remarked, a cold thorn beast, a level 9, 8-star potential assassin-type spirit beast. Old Lin. Choosing this as the main battle spirit beast, your young one has quite the thirst for blood. He couldn't help but feel a pang of concern for Tang Di, knowing that the cold thorn beast's attacks were often lethal. The Lin family has always been bloodthirsty. These youngsters frequently fight each other for the position of family head. So choosing a cold thorn beast as the main spirit beast isn't surprising. Lin Ming's voice was filled with disdain, despite it being his former family. In the arena, with a wave of his hand, Lin Zhonghe and the cold thorn beast vanished into thin air, leaving Tang Di standing there, wide-eyed in disbelief. It's over. With invisibility and the cold thorn beast, if that kid isn't dead, he'll be seriously injured. Lei Huiyao sighed, while the surrounding contestants began to murmur, feeling sorry for Tang Di's misfortune. Only Xiao Chun couldn't help but laugh. Playing hide-and-seek assassination with Tang Di? That's hilarious. Tang Di, standing there, was almost laughing himself. Isn't this like a hapless father losing a child just asking for trouble? Just then, the cold thorn beast's claws, glinting with black light, aimed at Tang Di's back, and Lin Zhonghe's slender sword thrust towards his waist. Lin Zhonghe was certain that this strike would gravely injure Tang Di, especially seeing Tang Di seemingly petrified by his invisibility, not even summoning his spirit beast. Swish. The cold thorn beast and Lin Zhonghe landed. Both bewildered. How did they miss? But Lin Zhonghe quickly regained his composure, scanning the surroundings with his sword, astonished to find that Tang Di had disappeared. Stealth? The same abilities as me? Huh. Trying to play invisibility and assassination in front of a member of the Lin family? Lin Zhonghe found it laughable. Everyone knew that the Lin family's assassination skills were unparalleled. Yet here was someone trying to show off in front of experts. Gulyuo, find him for me. With a wave of his hand, a giant blue snail appeared, releasing an invisible wave. The sonic snail could easily detect hidden targets through sound waves and lock onto them. Additionally, it had thermal imaging, long-range enemy detection, and tracking capabilities. This was a spirit beast specifically trained by the Lin family to counter invisibility. Such a clumsy attempt at stealth is useless against me. I suggest you give up now, or else you'll suffer, Lin Zhonghe started to say, but was interrupted by a message from Gulyuo. It hadn't found anything. How could that be? No thermal imaging or sound waves. Could the guy have left the arena? But with so many advanced beast masters present, how could he have escaped without them noticing? I'll give you one more chance to come out yourself, or else don't blame me. Slap. You talk too much. If you found me, then make your move. Lin Zhonghe was about to threaten again when suddenly Tang Di appeared in front of him, delivering a slap that left Lin Zhonghe stunned. I, Lin Zhonghe, the second young master of the Lin family, got slapped in front of thousands? I will kill you today. Lin Zhonghe's eyes turned red with anger, and he thrust his sword towards Tang Di's forehead. His cold stab beast sensed its master's fury and bared its gleaming fangs, lunging for Tang Di's throat. But as he took 2 steps forward, Lin Zhonghe was blinded by a flash of white light, his ears filled with buzzing. Tang Di chuckled, retreated 7 or 8 meters, and vanished again. Blinded and deafened, Lin Zhonghe hastily positioned Gulyuo in front of him, pressing his back against the snail's shell in a defensive stance. 5 seconds later, Lin Zhonghe's vision returned, but there was no sign of Tang Di. Fine. If you're going invisible, so will I. I refuse to believe my level 3 beast master's invisibility time is less than yours. Stealing himself, Lin Zhonghe and his cold stab beast and Gulyuo disappeared again. Boy, your invisibility must also consume spiritual energy. As a level 2 beast master, can you have more spiritual energy than a level 3 beast master like me? Hidden in the void, Lin Zhonghe taunted, knowing that if the boy made a sound or slipped up, Gulyuo would find him immediately. Hey buddy, watch your step, there's a rock. Huh. Oh, thanks. Lin Zhonghe, fully focused, heard a voice nearby, glanced down, and thanked the person. Wait a minute. Realizing too late, Lin Zhonghe tried to strike, only to be met with another swift, hard slap on his left cheek. This blow knocked him out of his invisibility, and the loud smack sent his blood pressure soaring, nearly making him explode with rage. In his 18 years of life, he had never been so humiliated. You must die. You have to die today. Ah, the blue blood scourge. Lin Zhonghe's eyes were red, his body shrouded in black mist, charging toward the noted invisible Tang Di with lightning speed. Ding! But after only 10 meters, his vision was once again filled with blinding white light. Arg! Come out if you dare, I'll crush you like a bug. This was torment, pure torment. What kind of spirit beast had such sinister abilities? Watching Lin Zhonghe, who was now shouting and swinging his sword wildly, completely losing his mind, Lei Huiyao on the high platform found it hard to watch. Hey, old Lin, you're his elder. Maybe you should concede for him. This is just torture. If that Tang kid keeps this up, your boy might not handle it mentally, Lei Huiyao said, wincing. No one's dead, no rules broken, why stop? If he can drive him insane, that's his skill. It's his own fault for being too weak, Lin Ming said with a blank expression, continuing to stroke the cat in his arms. Meanwhile, on the arena floor, Lin Zhonghe regained his sight in just over 3 seconds, but his sanity hadn't returned, and he began to bombard the entire arena with area skills. Hidden in the void, Tang Di found it a bit boring and sneered. Let me show you what assassination really is. He'll give you a chance. In 10 seconds, he'll launch a stealth attack from the front. If you can block it, he'll admit defeat. In the void, Lin Zhonghe suddenly heard Tang Di's voice. Years of assassination experience allowed him to immediately determine Tang Di's position. Just as he was about to make a move, his body froze, telling him when to strike and from where. This was an insult. A blatant insult. When had Lin Zhonghe ever been insulted like this in the art of assassination? Unforgivable. At this moment, Lin Zhonghe made a silent vow that someone who dared to insult the Lin family like this could not be left alive. Though he was filled with resentment, his body responded honestly. He gathered his courage, hardening his exterior. He had his spirit beast activate defensive skills and donned a set of level 4 armor, creating a layer of defense. Lastly, he put away his rapier and took out a shield. Tang Di watched without any interference. Once Lin Zhonghe was ready, Tang Di squinted, and his internal energy began to deplete rapidly. Setting his inherent speed to Mach 4, he activated strong stealth, entering an invisible state to enhance the power of his strike. Ghost kill. Locking onto Lin Zhonghe, Tang Di closed the distance of several dozen meters in an instant, appearing right in front of the spirit beast. The spirit energy barrier, adorned with scale patterns, shattered upon contact. The warblade sliced through its hard shell and struck Lin Zhonghe. The spirit energy barrier on his body, fused with his beast, shattered, followed by the armor breaking and the shield splitting in two. Finally, Tang Di's blade grazed Lin Zhonghe's scalp, cutting across. Although not critically injured, half of his hair was shaved off, transforming the handsome Lin Zhonghe into a half-bald man. Still not admitting defeat, ultimately, Tang Di placed the blade on Lin Zhonghe's neck. At this moment, Lin Zhonghe weakly sank to the ground. It was his first time facing the threat of death so closely. Though he had experienced life and death battles before, this was the first time he faced a death threat with no power to resist. Raising his head, he cast a venomous glance at Tang Di, who held the blade. He didn't want to lose. The Lin family couldn't lose. In this match, Tang Di was victorious. However, the referee declared his defeat on his behalf. With the blade at his neck, Tang Di could have easily ended him. Hearing the referee announce his victory, Tang Di ignored Lin Zhonghe's cold stare, sheathed his blade, and stepped down from the arena. Who is that guy? If he doesn't have a family background, get someone to approach him right away and recruit him into our hunting group. In the stands, a young man in a school uniform with a 3-letter pin on his chest watched Tang Di intently. At his words, those around him were stunned. Others might not know, but everyone at the War Academy knew Jiang Chui. He was backed by a company called Zalibi, specializing in spirit energy medical potions, with annual net profits in the billions. With such a powerful financial backer, Jiang Chui had formed a hunting group at the War Academy called Dechu. Although he was only in his 3rd year, his cultivation had reached an impressive level 5 Beastmaster, with many experts under his command. This Dechu was among the top 10 powerful hunting groups at the War Academy. Alright, he'll go contact him. Watching his member run off, Jiang Chui chuckled softly. Others might not recognize talent, but he knew very well. Tang Di's final strike was as swift as lightning and incredibly powerful, clearly demonstrating the presence of the force of rules. The spirit beast he possessed was evidently a formidable assassination-type beast that had yet to be deciphered, the ghost killer tiger armor beast. With such a powerful spirit beast, the force backing him must be significant. Jiang Chui thought to himself that he could seize this opportunity to connect with Tang Di, not only to build a relationship, but also to investigate the power behind him. Weighing the pros and cons in a matter of seconds, Jiang Chui quickly ordered his subordinates to recruit Tang Di. The name, Tang Di, was unfamiliar to him. Which force was backing him? On the high platform, Lei Hui's gaze was as sharp as a hawk's, instantly discerning the capabilities of Tang Di's ghost killer tiger armor beast. He understood that to possess such an unprecedented spirit beast, a substantial force must be supporting him, so he inquired with Lin Ming. Interestingly, when he sent his covert operatives to investigate, they found nothing. Oh, hidden so deeply. Lei Hui raised an eyebrow, surprised, knowing the capability of his own operatives. Next up, level 4 Beastmaster Zhong Yuhuang would face off against level 3 3-star Beastmaster Chao Ji. Oh, it's my turn, we'll talk later. Tang Di had just exchanged a few words with Zhong Yuhuang before she stepped onto the stage. Tang Di nodded, also curious to see Zhong Yuhuang's combat style. She was a tall, sweet-looking girl, but when she fused with her spirit beast and drew her weapons from storage, the crowd gasped in astonishment. She wielded 2 heavy swords, each 2 meters long and over 30 centimeters wide. Especially when she lightly tapped one of the swords on the ground, the hard surface cracked instantly, indicating its immense weight. Begin. As soon as the referee's voice fell, Zhong Yuhuang shot forward like a cannonball. Xiao Ji summoned a beetle-like insect beast with an energy barrier as solid as iron. However, as Zhong Yuhuang swung her swords, each strike was as fast as lightning and as heavy as a mountain. Boom, boom, boom. The air was filled with explosive sounds, and the insect beast was knocked away in less than a second. Zhong Yuhuang, her face cold, charged straight at Xiao Ji. Facing the Tyrannosaurus-like Zhong Yuhuang, Xiao Ji activated his spirit beast's ability, hurling large stones at her. Yet Zhong Yuhuang was unfazed, pushing through the attack to reach Xiao Ji, smashing through the energy barrier with her swords and pressing the blade's tip to his chest, coldly stating, "You lost." I, I concede." Xiao Ji seemed to want to say something, but ultimately gave up, raising his hand in defeat. Zhong Yuhuang won. Victorious, she sheathed her giant swords, instantly reverting to her sweet appearance, and hopped off the stage to sit beside Tang Di. "So how was that? Was I fierce, or what?" she asked with a smile. Tang Di smiled back, responding, "Buddy, you were incredibly fierce." Zhong Yuhuang's personality resonated with Tang Di, prompting him to invite her. "Would you like to go hunt giant beasts together sometime?" "Of course," Zhong Yuhuang replied without hesitation, extending her fist. "By the way, should we form a hunting team?" Zhong Yuhuang suggested. Tang Di pondered briefly and replied, "A hunting team? I hadn't thought about that before. Let's wait and see. We're new here and don't fully understand the ins and outs yet. We can observe for a while." Zhong Yuhuang nodded, laughing. "Ah, the cautious old soul, thinking things through." "What do you mean, an old soul?" "That's called being prudent." Tang Di entered the arena 3 more times, facing opponents who were relatively weaker and less arrogant than Lin Zhongyi. He easily defeated them, trying to avoid any hard feelings. Through these matches, he realized that his powerful spiritual beast potential was holding back his cultivation progress. Nowadays, even cultivators with slightly stronger family backgrounds had reached level 3, while those relying solely on their innate talent were at high level 2. Determined, Tang Di resolved to dedicate more time to cultivation, as leveling up would allow him to form more spiritual beasts, creating a more complete lineup. Reaching level 3 would also enable him to learn enhancement skills, significantly boosting his overall combat power. As he mused to himself, a young man in armor interrupted his thoughts, smiling as he asked, "Excuse me, are you Tang Jr.?" Tang Di turned around, slightly surprised. "Yes, I'm Tang Di. Is there something you need, senior?" The young man continued, "Oh, I'm from the Dechu hunting group. Our leader would like to invite you to join Dechu. What do you think, Junior?" Tang Di suddenly understood. They were trying to recruit him. He politely declined. "Sorry, I'm not interested in joining any hunting group right now." "Don't be so quick to refuse," the young man smiled. "These are the conditions our leader is offering, and I assure you, they won't disappoint." He handed Tang Di a piece of paper. Tang Di was astonished by the contents. 50-70 grade attribute spirit crystals per month, 1,000 liters of 95 spirit liquid, 1,000 points, a set of level 3 armor and weapons with 2 attributes, and 2 enhancement manuals rated above 75 points. The offer was indeed tempting. The armor, weapons, and manuals alone were worth over 2 billion yen yuan. Zhong Yuhuang, who also saw the contents, was equally amazed. After a brief moment of thought, Tang Di still shook his head and said, "Thank you for Dechu's generous offer, but I really don't want to join any hunting group at this time." The young man replied helplessly, "All right, our leader said you're always welcome at Dechu, Tang Jr." With that, he turned and left. Zhong Yuhuang asked with a meaningful tone, "Dechu has significant backing, and even after you graduate, this experience could be quite beneficial. Aren't you considering it?" Tang Di shrugged. "It's too limiting." Tang Di indeed wanted to build his own force, but he didn't want to join large, chaotic groups. He hoped for a smaller, elite team where he could have the final say. At that moment, Zhao Chun lazily approached, sitting down with an arrogant sneer. "Yongla, it's boring. So far, no one can break the shield. Your Huang's spiritual barrier is like a stone in a latrine. I am guessing that a beast master below level 4 would have a hard time breaking it." Tang Di knew that De Huang's spiritual barrier was incredibly strong, and even his ghost kill couldn't shatter it without reaching a speed of over 4 Mach. The top 10 have been decided. We'll have a great show soon. Shortly thereafter, hundreds of participants had competed, leaving only the final 10. Tang Di, Zhong Yuhuang, and Zhao Chun were among them. The last match would be a free-for-all, with rankings determined by the order of elimination. All 10 participants took the stage as the referee began explaining the rules. As expected from the Academy of War, the straightforward and brutal rules were clear at a glance. As soon as Tang Di stepped into the fray, he sensed the hidden complexities within the chaotic battle. 6 participants had somehow formed an alliance, eyeing the other competitors with hostility. "Miss Zhong, what do you think?" Tang Di asked Zhong Yuhuang beside him without hesitation. She promptly agreed to form a temporary alliance. The referee, seeing everyone ready, immediately announced the start of the match. Instantly, chaos ensued. In the center, Qianlin was the fastest, summoning a fiery hawk that soared into the sky, targeting Tang Di with the clear intent to eliminate him first. Frowning slightly, Tang Di quickly activated stealth, vanishing into thin air, his eyes fixed on Zhao Zhe. Zhao Zhe, a formidable beastmaster of rank 3, 9 stars, had a rare dragon-type spirit beast by his side. But why was he targeting Tang Di? Seeing Tang Di disappear, Zhao Zhe sneered and shifted his focus to Zhao Chun. He summoned a silver-white toad, which puffed up its belly, and its mucus instantly struck Zhao Chun's Da Huang. The other 5 rushed forward, relentlessly unleashing shield-breaking skills against Zhao Chun's Da Huang. Who's the tough turtle now? Da Huang, unleash the earth torrent. Da Huang's massive horns gleamed yellow as its front hooves slammed into the ground, sending a wave of sharp stone shards surging toward all the spirit beasts and beastmasters. Bang, bang, bang. This move was no joke. Many spirit energy barriers cracked, and one spirit beast shield was completely shattered. Zhong Yuhuang observed the situation, let out a cold laugh, and charged into the crowd wielding 2 heavy swords like a raging dinosaur. Screams echoed around. Seeing his side at a disadvantage, Zhao Zhe scoffed and summoned an octopus enveloped in water bubbles. Tide rise. The octopus shivered, sending streams of water to his teammates and their spirit beasts, forming a spirit energy barrier. Zhong Yuhuang noticed a layer of mucus on the ground. Stepping on it would gradually dissolve the spirit energy barrier, evidently the work of a control-type support spirit beast. A corrosive spirit energy barrier? Easy, Da Huang. Charge with me. Zhong Yuhuang said to Zhao Chun while slashing down a spirit beast as large as a bull. Da Huang responded, charging at a beast master like a tank, bulldozing through obstructing spirit beasts and shattering the beastmaster's spirit energy barrier. Golden wind stab. A flash of gold pierced through the beastmaster's shoulder, forcing him to surrender and become the 10th place. Blunt heavy sword. With a thrust of the battle blade into the ground, metallic blades spread out, repelling the encroaching spirit beasts. Seizing the opportunity, Zhong Yuhuang leaped high, her heavy swords transforming into dragon heads as they smashed into the ground. Golden ripples spread out, sending 2 more beast masters and their spirit beasts out of the arena, leaving only 7 participants. As Zhong Yuhuang and Zhao Chun prepared to target a 4th person, flames erupted beneath them, engulfing them in a towering pillar of fire. This fiery pillar had clearly been premeditated, its intense heat scorching Zhong Yuhuang and Zhao Chun, dimming their spirit energy barriers. Qianlin had made his move. Qianlin, who had been observing the battlefield from above, finally decided to make his move. The strength of the 2 warriors was astonishing. Miss Zhong, the eldest daughter of the Zhong family, was already known for her prowess, but even Zhao Chun displayed unexpected power. Standing on the back of his flame eagle, Qianlin glanced at Zhao Zhe, who returned the gaze. It seemed they had reached a tacit understanding. Zhao Zhe raised his hand, and a dark green pterosaur slowly emerged, a corrosive venom dragon. This spirit beast, with a potential level of 9, was known for its destructive power, having once obliterated 2 cities with its fierce poison. Faced with such a formidable opponent, Zhong Yuhuang and Zhao Chun were in trouble, as their fierce fighting style was exactly what the corrosive venom dragon could counter. Hey, where's that guy named Tang Di? Someone asked, as the crowd speculated whether he had already been eliminated. Many present recognized the corrosive venom dragon, famed for its corrosive and restrictive acid and neurotoxic venom. Once a spirit energy barrier is attacked, it quickly weakens and requires immense spirit energy to maintain. Under such conditions, few could hold out for long. Acid rain, commanded Zhao Zhe, and the corrosive venom dragon spewed a stream of acid that exploded in the air, raining down on Zhao Chun and Zhong Yuhuang. The range was too vast for them to completely evade, and white smoke immediately rose from their spirit energy barriers. With the clear stream of the Langya octopus beneath them and acid rain above corroding their barriers, they would soon be left defenseless if this continued. Zhong Yuhuang contemplated whether to go all out, and just then, 3 pillars of flame erupted around them. She dodged to the side, but this time, the pillars exploded, the intense shockwave separating the 2. Zhao Zhe's beastmasters immediately began to attack Zhong Yuhuang, while Zhao Chun was held back by Zhao Zhe himself, with Qianlin relentlessly bombing from above. The outcome seemed inevitable. In the stands, several hunting group leaders nodded in approval of Zhao Zhe's tactics. Both Zhong Yuhuang and Zhao Chun were known for their direct assault styles, and separating them to defeat individually was indeed a smart move. Captain, it seems Miss Zhong isn't all that impressive, a young man in armor from the great Chu hunting group remarked with a mocking smile. Huh. Zhong Yuhuang is only using about 30% of her strength. Do you really think that's all she's got? And I bet Zhao Chun isn't using his full power either, Jiang Chui said casually while looking at his phone. What? They're not going all out in this situation? Are they waiting to die? The young man seemed skeptical, a hint of doubt in his eyes. To him, It seemed that Zhong Yuhuang and Zhao Chun were doomed to lose. They're waiting for Tang Di to make a move, Jiang Chui replied just as someone nearby exclaimed. The young man looked up to see two people on the back of the flame eagle. At that moment, Qian Lin spat out blood, a war blade suddenly protruding from his chest. When did you? Qian Lin was stunned. Get lost, Tang Di said unceremoniously, kicking him off the flame eagle. The eagle dove down, catching Qian Lin just before he hit the ground, but he landed outside the arena. A judge hurried forward to check and found that the blade had cleverly avoided the heart and lungs, only cutting through a few ribs, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief and announce Qian Lin's score. In the arena, Tang Di slowly landed, smiling teasingly at Zhao Zhou and the others, as if to mock. Did you enjoy the fight just now? You seven already knew each other and pretended not to be familiar with Qian Lin at first, only to act at the critical moment. Such a sly plan. Now that you understand, what can you do? The two of them are about to break the shield. Can you handle the three of us alone? Zhao Zhe, relying on the corrupted dragon and Langya octopus for control, was not afraid of Tang Di in the slightest. The ground was covered in slime, making Tang Di's stealth useless. So young, too young. Tang Di glanced at the three of them and mocked. Do you still dare to use your psionic powers now? Zhao Zhe frowned, immediately activated his psionic energy, and his face turned pale as he noticed the energy slowing down and his muscles beginning to numb. Poison. As a poison expert, Zhao Zhe instantly realized and glared maliciously at Tang Di, burning with anger. Despicable. You actually poisoned us secretly. Tang Di snorted coldly. He had already spread spirit eggs across the arena while invisible, and the poisonous mist had silently enveloped the entire stage. Zhao Chun and Zhong Yuhuang were immune to the poison only after consuming the Black Devil's armored spirit eggs. Tang Di first dealt with Qian Lin because he was the only one unaffected by the poison while in the air. Zhao Zhe clutched his chest, glaring ferociously at Tang Di, as if wishing to devour him. Tang Di found this curious, wondering why Zhao Zhe held such a grudge against him, but he didn't dwell on it. He signaled to Zhao Chun, who immediately understood and kicked all three off the stage. At this moment, only 3 people were left on the stage. Tang Di said to Zhong Yuhuang, "You two figure it out yourselves. I'm not interested in the rewards for the top places." Zhong Yuhuang sheathed his heavy sword, casually flipped his ponytail, and jumped off the stage. Tang Di and Zhao Chun exchanged a glance, and ultimately decided the winner through rock, paper, scissors, with Zhao Chun taking first place in this exhibition match. Previous matches were always bloody battles, but this year it ended like a farce. Lei Huiyao laughed out loud, gave Lin Ming a look, and then disappeared with a fishing rod. The War Academy is different from other places. There is no award ceremony for such small events, and rewards are sent directly to their dormitories. Other high-level officials got up to leave, and Lin Ming cast an inadvertent glance at Tang Di before leaving as well. After a morning of exhibition matches, the trainees were to report to their respective departments in the afternoon, and Tang Di headed alone to the building of the Spirit Construction Department. However, most of the academy did not know that after this battle, much of their information was being recorded in various hunter groups and factions. In the infirmary, Zhao Zhe, who had already recovered, lay on the bed, still pale. Third brother, Zhao Qin's spirit beast, is very strong, and I could feel he wasn't using his full strength. The most mysterious is Tang Di. I still don't know what his spirit beast is or when we got poisoned. At this moment, if Tang Di were present, he would surely understand why Zhao Zhe had such hatred for him. The one Zhao Zhe called third brother was Zhao Ruiji. It's okay, I know you did your best. I've got a pretty good idea of his abilities, just rest well. Zhao Ruiji, no longer with the crazed look he had before, smiled reassuringly at his brother before turning to leave. Just outside the ward, he pulled out a communicator and sent a message. "Miss, this is the person you asked us to keep an eye on." He went to the War Academy and took second place in the exhibition match. In a luxurious mansion, Li Si held the latest data on Tang Di, browsing through it. Is there a video? I want his battle video right now. Halfway through, Li Si's eyes widened, and she ordered her subordinates to find the video immediately. When she saw the small, lizard-like spirit beast on Tang Di's shoulder, she gasped. "Prepare the car, we're going to see Teacher Su right away." From Tang Di's showdown with Lin Zhonghe to his eventual loss in rock, paper, scissors, to Zhao Chun, Su Zhongwu, and Li Si watched the events unfold frame by frame 3 times. They were filled with disbelief. How could this be possible? Su Zhongwu leaned closer to the screen, his eyes locked on the small blue-black lizard on Tang Di's shoulder, his face incredulous. "Teacher, is that really a demon-scaled, eerie lizard on his shoulder?" Li Si asked anxiously. Su Zhongwu paused for a moment, then sat back heavily and sighed. "Yes, it indeed is a demon-scaled, eerie lizard." Li Si's mind buzzed and went blank. A colossal beast from 30 trillion years ago, the 8th epoch, had been reborn in this era as a spirit beast? I'm going to contact him right now and find out how he did it. Su Zhongwu suddenly stood up like a madman, pulling out his phone to call Tang Di. "Teacher, Please calm down. Li Si hurriedly stopped him. This kind of ability is definitely a closely guarded secret. Even if you ask, he won't tell you. If you encounter someone sensitive, they might even resort to silencing you. We should keep this to ourselves and never tell a third person, Li Si advised sternly. Su Zhongwu realized his impulsiveness and nodded. You're right. We can't let others know about this. But I still want to know how he managed to turn a beast from the 8th epoch into a spirit beast. Both understood that Tang Di had specifically observed the demon-scaled eerie lizard last time, and now it had become his spirit beast. They couldn't believe there wasn't a connection. Li Si's plan was flawless, and Su Zhongwu immediately agreed. All right, I'll contact those old friends who have specimens and organize an exhibition in Day City. He quickly took out his phone to make the arrangements, while Li Si focused intently on the video of Tang Di's battle, fingers trembling unconsciously. Could he be the one? After the exhibition match, Tang Di headed to the Ling Construction Department's building to register. Along the way, he once again felt the absurdity of this war academy, as he had to take the subway from the campus grounds to the Ling Construction Department's buildinga, full 14 stops. Looking at the dense subway lines, Tang Di couldn't help but recall his previous life commuting in the capital city. Following the GPS on his phone, he finally found the Ling Construction Department's building. Is this really a teaching building? Tang Di pondered, staring at the 30-story skyscraper before him. Inside, he immediately spotted the sign for registration and walked straight over. Behind the registration desk sat a girl with a delicate appearance, chatting with a handsome guy beside her. Hello, I'm a new student here to register, Tang Di said. Yuqing, I just bought a Pegasus chariot. How about we go for a ride tonight? The guy suggested with a smile. Tang Di interjected. Excuse me, I'm here to register. I've also reserved a spot at the Dodge Hotel, ahem, for dinner tonight. Shall we have a meal together? Hey, buddy, I'm here to register. Twice interrupted by Tang Di, the effeminate-looking boy finally couldn't hold back his anger. He shouted, what's all the noise for? Can't you see we're talking here? The registration is over, so why don't you just leave? Tang Di rolled his eyes, not wanting to engage with this fool. Instead, he turned his attention to the girl named Yuqing. Senior, I'm a new student here to register. My name is... Didn't you hear me? I said get lost. The boy, seeing that Tang Di was still there and now bothering Yuqing, angrily slammed the table and glared at Tang Di. Tang Di glanced at him coldly, pulled out his registration documents, and placed them in front of Yuqing. Senior, could you please help me with the registration? Are you deaf? I said it again, get out of here. Bang! No one saw how Tang Di moved, but suddenly the boy was thrown into the air, spinning 2 or 3 times before crashing heavily to the ground. Cough, cough, you dare hit me? I'm Wang Yijie, cough. Wang Yijie had just turned over when Tang Di stepped on his face, pressing him back to the ground. I don't care who you are. I gave you a chance to speak like a human, but you chose to act like a dog, barking nonstop. Tang Di pressed down hard with his foot, and there was a crack as the tiles beneath Wang Yijie's head almost embedded into the floor. Help, help, he's killing me. Wang Yijie, with a few teeth broken, couldn't help but cry out for help. Yuqing was also frightened and immediately pressed the alarm, causing a piercing siren to blare throughout the building. What's going on? Why is the alarm sounding? Several security guards rushed in as soon as the alarm blared, seeing Tang Di stepping on Wang Yijie. They immediately shouted, hey, let him go. Sure thing. Tang Di smiled, lifted his foot, and personally helped Wang Yijie up from the ground, but casually slipped something into his mouth. What did you make me eat? Wang Yijie swallowed it unexpectedly, looking at Tang Di in horror. What? How should I know what you ate? Maybe it's your own booger, since you can't seem to stop eating crap. You call me a dog? What's your name? Do you believe I can kill you? Oh, I'm itching for a fight. Please, I beg you, come over and kill me. Tang Di taunted, leaning his face closer. Wang Yijie, furious, ignored everyone around and swung his hand at Tang Di. But Tang Di was faster. As Wang Yijie reached out, Tang Di delivered a swift kick, hitting him below the belt. Wang Yijie's eyes nearly popped out, veins bulging on his forehead as he fell to the ground, writhing in pain. Everyone saw, right? He tried to hit me first, so this was self-defense. After the kick, Tang Di stepped back, raising his hands while looking at the security guards. The guards, seeing Wang Yijie wailing on the ground, winced and turned away. That looks painful. Let's not just stand here. Someone get young Master Wang to the infirmary. One of the guards snapped out of it and hurriedly had Wang Yijie carried away like a pig to the infirmary. As they were about to leave, a blue light flickered in Tang Di's eyes, and something inside Wang Yijie slowly shattered. Mess with me, and I'll make sure you're done for. Tang Di ignored Wang Yijie's removal and turned his attention to the girl named Yuqing. Her face was delicate, but she exuded a noticeable air of worldliness, quite different from Zhong Yuhuang's carefree nature and Li Si's dignified elegance. It seemed she was a femme fatale. Senior, please sign me in first, Tang Di said. Huh? Okay. As Yuqing registered his information, she whispered, if you want to leave, do it quickly. Wang Yijie's father, Wang Yiru, is a professor in our spirit architecture department and is very protective. Tang Di raised an eyebrow, thinking that this femme fatale was at least somewhat righteous. No problem. By the way, where is the perceptual ability test conducted? One of the admission requirements for the spirit architecture department is to determine if a person can become a spirit architect, which requires testing the sensitivity and precision of their perception. However, today's test was evidently not possible since no professors were present. No worries, I'm still here. Follow me upstairs, said a stern-looking middle-aged man who approached just as Tang Di was turning away disappointed. Professor Tao, you're still here? Tang Di inquired. Yes, and let me say, you must rely on your own strength. If you only think about leveraging connections, you'll always be weak, Professor Tao remarked, casting a glance at Yuqing before gesturing for Tang Di to follow him. Yuqing trembled at his words, lowered her head, and clutched the hem of her clothes. Tang Di couldn't be bothered with such trivial matters and followed Professor Tao into the elevator. My name is Tao Ran. You can call me Professor Tao, Tao Ran stated bluntly. I watched your exhibition match. Your combat skills are impressive. Why choose our spirit architecture department? Spirit architects earn more than ordinary beast tamers, Tang Di replied with a smile. That's true, but not everyone qualifies to be a spirit architect, Tao Ran responded without looking at him, gaining a bit more appreciation for Tang Di's honesty. Professor Wong has a bad temper, be careful. Since you have the ghost killer tiger armor beast, I assume your backing isn't weak. Contact them soon. Would they dare to make a move within the academy? Tang Di questioned. Can you stay in the academy forever? Both asked questions, but Tang Di chuckled softly, thinking it was troublesome. Yet he had no regrets, contemplating. If you dare to hunt me in the wild, let's see who ends up dead. With that thought, a glint of killing intent flashed in Tang Di's eyes. Tao Ran keenly sensed this hint of killing intent, reflecting on the young man's decisiveness and determination. We're here. Remove any amplifying accessories, armor, and place your storage items in the outside cabinet. The elevator stopped on the 17th floor, and Tao Ran led Tang Di into a room resembling an interrogation chamber with a one-way mirror. Place your items here. Tao Ran instructed Tang Di to sit in a cockpit-like apparatus and fitted him with a helmet. Just tell me what you see based on my questions. Tang Di nodded, focusing his attention ahead. Suddenly, his rapid scan activated, and in his perceptual view, a layered cone appeared, with the nearest layer having the largest radius and the farthest layer nearly pinpoint in size. Identify the color and shape of the appearing object. As Tao Ran's voice echoed, the first layer of the cylinder revealed a bright red triangle. Tao Ran murmured a soft hum and lightly tapped the instrument, causing the second layer to appear instantly, showcasing two patterns, a blue rectangle and a yellow trapezoid. The speed at which they appeared caught Tao Ran's attention, as these patterns typically required individual exploration to perceive. Most students would take several minutes at the second layer, yet Tang Di could articulate them immediately. Tao Ran adjusted the instrument again, and the patterns of the third layer emerged in succession, with increasing complexity. A red cross made of two rectangles, a yellow hexagram, a blue circle, a red and yellow trapezoid, a yellow and blue convex shape, and a red and blue grid pattern. For the first 5 layers, Tang Di identified them effortlessly, leaving Tao Ran quietly amazed. This perception test was akin to a vision chart from a past life, with a direct response. Tang Di remained calm, while Tao Ran's mind was in turmoil. Tang Di's immediate responses through 5 layers demonstrated his extraordinary perceptive abilities, a rarity in the history of the War Academy. Tao Ran felt secretly thrilled, glad he had made a cup of tea after work and happened to hear the alarm, leading him to discover such a prodigy. Professor Tao, is it over? Tang Di asked, unable to see new patterns for a while. Oh no, let's continue. Tao Ran swallowed nervously, feeling tense inside. The 6th layer belonged to the realm of high-level spirit builders. After adjusting the data, new patterns appeared before Tang Di. A 3D shape? A cylinder with red circles at the top and bottom, a yellow exterior, and a blue interior. Despite its complexity, Tang Di identified it immediately. Tao Ran fell back into his chair, astonished, thinking this kid was a monster. The difficulty of perceiving 3D shapes compared to 2D ones was like the difference between a grain of rice and the moon, yet Tang Di handled it with ease. Tao Ran took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, and increased the difficulty further. 2 symmetrical blue cones, with a red number 5 inside the top cone and a yellow number 7 in the bottom one. Tang Di still identified them without hesitation. Tao Ran, overwhelmed with excitement, accidentally made a loud noise that startled Tang Di, prompting him to remove his helmet and look at him in confusion. Professor Tao, are you okay? No worries, just stretching a bit. Haha, let's continue. Tao Ran patted Tang Di on the shoulder with a bright smile, but this smile sent a chill down Tang Di's spine, making him think that Tao Ran's gaze was as intense as Xiao Chen's when he looked at a girl. Meanwhile, in the ICU of the medical room, a middle-aged man was shouting at a group of doctors. How did my Xiao Jie end up like this? Who did this? On the hospital bed, Wang Yijie lay pale, eyes open, mouth agape, drooling uncontrollably, with tubes inserted in his chest and throat, and two more extending from his lower body. Wang Yiru, looking at his son in such a state, was overwhelmed with anger. Professor Wang, please calm down. Your son's condition is still complex, and we are investigating. The doctors tried to reassure him. Wang Yiru clenched his fists, paused for a moment, and with a trembling voice, asked, what is Xiao Jie's current condition? All muscles were paralyzed, completely losing the ability to move, with autonomous breathing stopped, the heart unable to beat, and loss of bladder and bowel control. Staring at the shocking diagnosis report, Wang Yiru angrily crushed the tablet in his hand. Professor Wang, the only external injuries are a fracture on the chin and one shattered part of your son's lower body. The rest seem to be signs of poisoning, but we haven't been able to identify the toxin, a doctor cautiously added. Continue with the treatment. I'll go find out what happened. Taking one last look at Wang Yijie, whose breathing and heartbeat were being maintained by machines, Wang Yiru, eyes bloodshot, walked out of the treatment room. Are you the ones who brought Xiaojie here? Thank you. Now tell me, who did this to him? Wang Yiru asked the guards, suppressing his anger. We don't know either. But it seems to be a new student reporting in. A new student? Wang Yiru snorted, summoning a spirit beast resembling a dragonfly. As it took off, it transformed into a streak of light, heading toward the building of the spirit cultivation department. Whoever it was, they would pay. Bursting into the lobby, Wang Yiru went straight to the surveillance room, where he saw Wang Yijie being punched by Tang Di and then having his head stomped into the ground. Well. Such humiliation, he exclaimed. Where is this person now? Professor Tao Ran took him to the 17th floor. With this information, Wang Yiru immediately took the elevator and quickly arrived at the entrance of the testing room. Through the window, he saw Tang Di lying within an apparatus, merging with his spirit beast. Wang Yiru smashed the glass with a punch and charged in. You little brat, today you'll pay with your life for what you did to my son. Inside the apparatus, just as Tang Di was about to reveal the answer to the 8th level test, he suddenly felt a strong killing intent directed at him. Instantly, he merged with his spirit beast, entering an invisible state, even tearing off the data cable from his helmet. At the same time, he saw a middle-aged man rushing toward him with a deadly punch. Clearly, this man intended to kill him. Wang Yiru, how dare you? Just as Tang Di was about to use his inherent speed to escape, Tao Ran shouted in anger, unleashing his aura and intercepting Wang Yiru's punch. The intense shockwave spread out, causing Tang Di's energy barrier to tremble. A 7th-level Beastmaster. Tang Di roughly gauged that these two individual strengths were around the 7th level, far beyond what he could handle at the moment. The previous battle with the Spirit Slayers had been successful only because they were severely injured and caught off guard. But now, facing a 7th-level Beastmaster, killing him would be as easy as squashing a bug. Tao Ran, this kid nearly killed my son. If you stop me, we're done. Wang Yiru withdrew his fist, but released 3 spirit beasts, clearly intending to eliminate Tang Di today. Tang Di understood that this middle-aged man was Wang Yijie's father. He had beaten his son and, as a lesson, had placed a toxic spirit egg in his mouth, meaning that for the next few days, he'd rely on machines to stay alive. Tang Di had anticipated Wang Yiru's revenge, but hadn't expected him to actually make a move within the academy. Looking around, Tang Di spotted a window and, using his inherent speed to its fullest, estimated that Wang Yiru wouldn't be able to catch up with him. As long as he could reach the principal's office, Tao Ran didn't believe Wang Yiru would dare to make a move. So what if things get ugly? Tao Ran, have taken a liking to this kid. If you want to harm him, I don't mind playing along. Tang Di felt a sense of relief in his heart, surprised that Professor Tao was willing to offend Wang Yiru for his sake at this moment. What a good person. He thought to himself, Tao, you're really something. If you're looking for trouble, I'll grant you that. With that, 2 of the 3 spirit beasts beside him lunged at Tao Ran, while the third charged directly at Tang Di. Don't be afraid, child. Tao Ran unhesitatingly stepped in front of Tang Di, summoning his own 3 spirit beasts to engage in a fierce battle with Wang Yiru. The clash between the 2 level 7 beast masters shook the entire building, making it buzz as if it could collapse at any moment. Outrageous. As a professor, how can you engage in a private duel? Just as the 2 were about to summon more spirit beasts, a formidable elder descended from the sky, dispersing their confrontation. Director Chun, this kid nearly killed my son. I demand his life in return. Wang Yiru shouted in anger. Director Chun, his hair graying but his presence vibrant, cast a cold glance at Wang Yiru and snorted, what trouble has your useless son caused this time? Honestly, with a son as spoiled as yours, I would have disciplined him several times over. Tang Di, huddled by the window, almost wanted to jump out and give Director Chun a thumbs up. Director Chun, this time Xiao Jie got into an argument with someone, and the latter severely injured him. Now Xiao Jie can't even take care of himself and has to rely on machines to live. His heart and lungs are ruined. Wang Yiru tearfully recounted, prompting Director Chun to finally turn to Tang Di by the window, frowning as he asked, "You're Tang Di, right? I watched your exhibition match, and you do have a ruthless hand. But the guy only argued with you, and you left him crippled?" Director Chun, it wasn't me who crippled him. It was my spirit beast's toxin, which paralyzes muscles. It seems like he needs machines for his heart and lung functions now, but the toxin will be metabolized in a day or two at most, Tao Ran explained. Paralyzing toxin? Are you sure? If anything happens to Xiao Jia, I'll kill you like a chicken. Try touching my disciple, and I'll fight you to the death. Tao Ran retorted unreservedly to Wang Yiru. Enough, you two. Let's put an end to this. Wang Yiru, you know what your son is like. This must have started because of him. So let him learn a lesson. If it truly becomes life-threatening, we'll address it then. Old Tao, you are also at fault. 3 months' resources will be deducted from you. Any objections? Director Chun decisively ruled, and Wang Yiru and Tao Ran exchanged a glare, but said no more. I have an objection. Just as Director Chun was about to conclude the matter, Tang Di straightened his back and looked directly at Wang Yiru. Director Chun, everything about this incident, including our conversation, is recorded. But Professor Wang wanted to take my life without provocation. This is not only against the Academy's rules, but also against the laws of Yin country. I refuse to accept this. Director Chun didn't expect Tang Di to be so confrontational with a spiritual master, even after crippling the man's son. Especially with that last statement, pointing out it was against both the Academy's rules and Yin country's laws. It put him in a difficult position. Young brat, do you really think Tao Ran can protect you for life? Wang Yiru coldly stared at Tang Di, his tone filled with murderous intent. For most secondary beast masters, facing a level 7 beast master and a spirit builder would be terrifying, like a quivering quail. However, Tang Di felt confident with Director Chun and Tao Ran by his side. His daring entrance, smashing through the glass, was indeed shocking. And now, you want to leave? Professor Wang, your son was rude, and I taught him a lesson for you. He only needs medical support for a day or two, but you intended to kill me? Does my life not count? Am I not a student of the War Academy? Tang Di spoke with righteous indignation, his words sincere and firm, especially when he mentioned being a student of the War Academy, glancing instinctively at Director Chun. Ahem, old Wang, you've gone too far this time. You can't just kill someone like that. You need to offer some compensation. Director Chun coughed, his tone disapproving, giving Wang Yiru a pointed look. Compensation? For this Tang nobody? Humph, impossible. I was going to kill you back then, so go ahead, call the inspectors to arrest me if you dare. Wang Yiru seethed with anger, snorting coldly before turning to leave. Tang Di wasn't bothered by this. Compensation didn't matter to him. Tang, being a War Academy student doesn't mean your family and friends are protected, does it? Wang Yiru paused halfway, his voice icy and cutting. Tang Di's previously upturned lips froze, and his pupils narrowed like needles. This man was courting death. Tang Di's only family was Tang Ji, and if anyone dared harm her, he would go berserk. Silence. Threatening a student's family? Do you really think I won't deal with you? Director Chun's voice thundered, seemingly hitting his limit, as he aggressively advanced towards Wang Yiru. Humph. Wang Yiru gave a final sneer before casting a last glance at Tang Di and striding away. Student Tang, Professor Wang is just a concerned father. Don't take his words to heart. Director Jin turned back, his tone softening, trying to comfort Tang Di. Don't worry, I'm not that petty. Director Chun was clearly a peacemaker. As soon as Wang Yiru left, he immediately reassured Tang Di. By the way, old Tao, when did you take on an apprentice? You have such high standards, haven't taken a student in 7 or 8 years. What changed this time? Yeah, Professor Tao. I feel pretty average myself. Tang Di chuckled, warming up to Tao Ran, who had stood up to Wang Yiru for him, a gesture he deeply appreciated. Average? Tao Ran was taken aback, then realized Tang Di might be completely unaware of his spirit-building potential. Could Tao Ran be his mentor? Hey, old Tao, what's with the goofy smile? Answer my question. Director Jin pressed, looking puzzled as he nudged Tao Ran. Oh, this kid's talent. His character. His character is excellent, a true gentleman. I, Tao Ran, like such students. Tao Ran finished with a hint of pride, while Tang Di was puzzled, thinking, a gentleman? Me? Where did Professor Tao learn those words to praise me? If Xiao Chun were here, he'd probably point at Tao Ran and call him blind. If Tang Di had anything remotely gentlemanly about him, he'd eat his hat. Director Chun, as the head of the spirit building department, had an exceptionally keen eye. Seeing the broken testing equipment, Tao Ran's eyes lit up. He asked, were you testing perception just now? I happen to be free today. Let's move to another place and continue. I'm curious to see how Tang's perception is. At that moment, Tao Ran's alertness heightened, and he thought to himself, this old guy is trying to steal my apprentice. Director Chun, you're so busy. You can't let the perception test of a student take up your time. He quickly said, no worries, I'm free today. Director Chun replied nonchalantly. How can you possibly have nothing to do? Tao Ran panicked and quickly pulled out his paper. Here's my paper, please take a look. Xiao Tang, come with me first. I'm not looking. I've given myself a day off. I want to see Tang's perception. Director Chun insisted, leaving Tao Ran helpless. He could only take the old rascal to another room to restart the test, erasing the previous records. Director Chun sat leisurely on a chair nearby, sipping tea, while Tao Ran shot him a glare, feeling secretly discontent but powerless. He had no choice but to let Tang Di sit in the machine again. Tang Di, unfazed, put on the helmet and prepared to start. For the first 3 levels, Tang Di answered promptly, and Director Chun watched expressionlessly. By the 4th level, Tang Di still answered in a second, prompting Director Chun to nod, thinking to himself, this is a promising talent. At the 5th level, Tang Di was just as quick, and Director Chun put down his thermos, walked over to Tao Ran, and focused intently on the instrument data. By the 6th level, Tang Di's performance remained impressive, leaving Director Chun wide-eyed and scratching his head in bewilderment. When Tang Di answered the 7th level, Director Chun couldn't help but interrupt. Wait. Old Tao, you didn't do anything, did you? He was secretly suspicious. I get it. I set it to the lowest difficulty just to fool you. Tao Ran replied with a huff. Director Chun rolled his eyes and decided to try it himself. He reset the 7th level's internal visual 3D image test. Yet Tang Di continued to answer fluently, without hesitation. Unconvinced, Director Chun pushed Tao Ran aside and personally set up the 8th level test. 3 spheres, red, yellow, and blue, nested within each other. Inside the innermost blue sphere, there are 10 tricolor lines, each containing a white hollow number. Director Chun explained while nervously watching Tang Di. Gulp. Tao Ran and Director Chun simultaneously swallowed, frozen as if a spell had been cast on them. Director Chun? Professor Tao? Did I say something wrong? Tang Di asked, noticing their lack of response. No, it's completely correct, Director Chun said, striving to remain calm. Get ready. Don't be nervous. This is the 9th question. As he spoke, he exchanged a peculiar look with Tao Ran, seemingly filled with anticipation. Tang Di noticed the exam had changed again. It started with a square plane, then other shapes joined to form a rectangular prism. The prism began changing color, stretched, and finally exploded into small dots. The transformation wasn't complex, and Tang Di described the entire process accurately. Thud. Director Chun plopped onto the floor, mouth agape like an idiot, blinking in shock. Perception, domain. Let's calm down first. There's still the final 10th question. Let's see how the 10th question goes. Tao Ran helped the dazed Director Chun up and signaled him to start the 10th question. Director Chun took several deep breaths, tapped lightly on the machine, and the two of them nervously watched the screen, awaiting Tang Di's response. But at that moment, Tang Di saw something very strange. The 10th floor seemed particularly small, and its contents were quite insignificant. Tang Di couldn't help but take another look, removing his helmet with a hint of difficulty on his face. Seeing Tang Di not respond, but instead take off his helmet, Tao Ran and Director Chun couldn't help but sigh in relief. It's okay. Not seeing the 10th question is completely fine. Don't be discouraged. You've already done excellently. Tao Ran comforted him. Yes, your perceptive abilities are perfectly suited for a spirit builder. Don't lose heart. This test doesn't mean much. The two quickly stepped forward, afraid that the 10th question might affect Tang Di's state of mind. However, Tang Di scratched his head and spoke somewhat awkwardly. Director Chun, Professor Tao, it's not that I didn't see the 10th question, it's just, there was too much content in it. Xiao Tang, don't worry about that silly test. Perception is important, but not everything. Tao Ran quickly interjected. Director Chun initially thought Tang Di was troubled about not seeing the 10th question's content, but realized halfway through. What did you see? How much did you see? I saw many blinking and non-blinking dots, each seemingly in motion. The smaller ones revolved around the larger ones, and the larger dots also moved according to some pattern. There were so many, I couldn't count them all, Tang Di said with amazement in his voice. So many. A flash of shock appeared in Director Chun's eyes. He can actually see so much? That's the 5th grade micro level, and he can fully perceive their motion paths? No worries, seeing them is good enough. Let's say you got the 10th question right. Director Chun smiled slightly, and then asked, by the way, Xiao Tang, my name is Zhen Yuding, an 8th level, 9-star spirit builder and beast master. Are you interested in becoming my apprentice? Old Zhen, are you trying to snatch up my apprentice? Tao Ran suddenly burst out, pointing at Zhen Yuding's nose and cursing. Hey, even if I am today, Xiao Tang, if you become my disciple, I'll cover all your spirit beast blueprints and cultivation resources. You can choose any battle armor or weapon below level 7. Zhen Yuding retorted, offering enticing terms. You're really something. Using material temptations to corrupt a student's mind. Despicable. Tao Ran was furious, almost grinding his teeth, watching his potential apprentice slipping away. Although he was also a spirit builder, he couldn't match Zhen Yuding's resources. Thank you for your offer, Director Chun, but Professor Tao protected me before, and I owe him. I'm not a gentleman, but I value relationships, Tang Di said, turning to Tao Ran, coughing lightly, and bowing. Professor Tao, I've never learned any spirit builder techniques before, I wonder. Good, good. You'll be my personal disciple from now on. Tao Ran replied eagerly, smiling broadly as he accepted Tang Di as his apprentice. Watching the newly formed mentor-student pair, Zhen Yuding chuckled softly, thinking to himself that the young man was indeed loyal and righteous. All right, since you two are now mentor and student, I won't say more. Xiao Tang, make sure to learn well from old Tao. Tang Di made a silent resolve, wanting to give his sister a blueprint and curious to see what a spirit builder was like. He would certainly give it his all. Don't worry, spirit builders earn well. I won't miss out on that opportunity. After Zhen Yuding got up and left, he immediately called Lei Huiyao. Dean, where are you? It's urgent. I'm coming to find you now. In less than 5 minutes, he had traveled several kilometers to reach a small riverside. Lei Huiyao was still leisurely fishing, and Zhen Yuding, accustomed to the Dean's laid-back nature, got straight to the point. Dean, we have a remarkable talent in the spirit building department. Lei Huiyao held his fishing rod steadily, seemingly indifferent. A remarkable talent in the spirit building department? How remarkable can it be? The spirit building department has always been an auxiliary to the combat department. Only in areas like deciphering spirit beast blueprints, skill addition, and developing auxiliary skills do spirit builders shine. You should know him. His name is Tang Di. During today's perceptive ability test, I found that this kid already has a perception field. Snap. There was a crisp sound as Lei Huiyao seemed to lose control of his strength, breaking the fishing rod in his hand. Director Zhen, you can't joke about this. A perception field is an ability only guides possess. Zhen Yuding was satisfied with Lei Huiyao's reaction and stroked his beard with a smile. Hee, although it's still in its infancy, even just the infancy of infancy, it is indeed a field. Today was his first test, and he could perceive the microcosm at the 10th level. How's that for potential? Lei Huiyao's eyes widened as he took a deep breath and then burst into laughter. Ha ha. Good, very good. My War Academy is producing talents. I came to find you because I want this kid to participate in the Spirit Sculpture Poetry Gathering in 6 months. Since the participants are already decided, a last-minute change requires your signature. Spirit Sculpture Poetry Gathering? Isn't that open to all spirit builders below the advanced level? He's just starting, isn't it too early? Although Lei Huiyao wasn't a spirit builder, he had lived for centuries and wasn't lacking in insight. Zhen Yuding gave a mysterious smile and spoke with great confidence. With that level of perception alone, this kid can rank in the top 100 at the Spirit Sculpture Poetry Gathering. With basic knowledge, the top 10 wouldn't be a problem. Hearing this, Lei Huiyao pondered for a moment before nodding decisively. All right, you decide who to replace, and I'll sign when the time comes. Then I'll go handle it right away. Zhen Yuding turned and left in a hurry. Watching him leave, Lei Huiyao chuckled and shook his head, thinking to himself that for more than 20 years, the War Academy's spirit builders hadn't performed well, often being mocked by other academies as the Barbarian Academy, with the perception that they only knew how to fight. Moreover, with the intense battles and fatalities in the Great Yin martial arena, their students often accidentally killed opponents, leading to resentment from other top academies. Thinking of this, Lei Huiyao felt helpless. These kids lived on the edge, constantly fighting for survival, while those pampered young masters and ladies had harsh words. In competitions, others used techniques, while their students fought with life-risking tactics, making accidental deaths inevitable. It seemed that old man Zhen wanted this kid to be a trump card. Seeing through Director Zhen's plan, Lei Huiyao clicked his tongue, deciding to let things unfold naturally. He pulled out another fishing rod and continued fishing. Taoran led Tang Di into the Spirit Construction Department's building and went straight to his office. He sent a file to Tang Di's phone, which contained basic knowledge and theories about spirit constructors. Take a look at this, Taoran said. Then, he picked up a transparent glass panel from the desk and placed it in front of Tang Di. Professor Tao, what is this? Tang Di asked curiously. Taoran's face lit up with a kind smile, clearly appreciating the title of teacher. This is the original template. You need to construct a spirit energy module on this template using formulas and special scripts. After compiling it through the compiler, it becomes an executable module. Only with the executable module can precise spirit construction be performed. Is this like writing code? Tang Di was taken aback, recalling his first Hello World program. This is all basic knowledge. Spirit constructors have excellent memory. You should be able to grasp it in a day or two. Taoran continued, his tone encouraging. Oh, by the way, I've also given you the key to the lab. He lightly tapped Tang Di's phone with a black device, and soon Tang Di received a text message. You have unlocked access to the Spirit Construction Department's Lab 73. Tang Di thanked him gratefully, thinking to himself that this lab was a valuable resource that many people competed for. He nodded earnestly. I'll master the basics you sent me within half a month. And there's a visualization device in the lab. I'll give you 30 hours of free usage each month, so make good use of it. Taoran's expression turned serious, exuding a sense of authority. Starting tomorrow, you'll follow me closely and learn the spirit construction knowledge thoroughly. Tang Di was slightly taken aback, then coughed lightly, a bit embarrassed. Teacher, I'll take the spirit construction knowledge seriously, but I might form my own hunting group, so I can't neglect my strength. Taran laughed heartily. Haha, you plan to excel both academically and physically. That's good. Although our academy's spirit construction department might not be the best, our spirit constructors are definitely the toughest fighters. He understood Tang Di's perspective, as strength often spoke louder than words in the War Academy. However, Taran made Tang Di promise to spend at least 2 days a week with him to learn spirit construction techniques. Tang Di calculated and agreed readily. Make sure to study the basics thoroughly. Oh, and since you're my student, I have a gift for you, Taran said, pulling out a card from his pocket. Tang Di took the card and looked at Taran with curiosity. This is my VIP card. You can go to the Penguin Dock in the Academy and have a spirit blade custom made for free. It's an essential tool for a spirit constructor. Thank you, teacher, Tang Di said gratefully. He was quite familiar with spirit blades, which were essential tools for spirit constructors, much like scalpels for surgeons. Spirit blades, also known as construction pins or engraving knives, were all the same tool. They were expensive, with the blade requiring high-grade beast core powder and the handle being crafted with complex techniques. The most basic spirit blade cost around 6 million, and products from the Penguin Dock, a leading enterprise, were of high quality and naturally came with a high price. Taran smiled at Tang Di, filled with anticipation for this promising student. The student thanked the teacher, promising not to bring him shame in the future. Tang Di was filled with gratitude, and Tao Ran, with a gentle smile, patted his shoulder and said warmly, "All right, off you go. Remember to quickly familiarize yourself with the basics and be cautious in the beast domain." Tang Di nodded, feeling the teacher's concern, and returned to his dorm with a mix of emotions. Yongla, you're finally back." As soon as he entered the room, Xiao Chun rushed over excitedly, wrapping an arm around his shoulder, his voice loud and exuberant. "Just speak up if you have something to say. Why are you acting like an overexcited baboon?" Tang Di pushed Xiao Chun aside and glanced around the room, noticing another person sitting on the sofa. "Tang, my brother, I'm here to invite you on a hunt," said Zhuang Ku, holding a bottle of beer and greeting Tang Di. In the War Academy, hunting was a unique term referring to hunting giant beasts in the beast domain. Zhuang Ke had received news about a battle king dragon beast, not very high in level, around 4-star level 6. Dragon beasts are a special kind of giant beast, containing rule-based spiritual energy in their beast cores, which, when processed, can awaken new skills in spirit beasts. Therefore, whenever a dragon beast appears near the War Academy, the students, like sharks in the sea, compete to hunt it. Zhuang Ke continued. "Only my friend and I know about this news. However, the dragon beast combat power is indeed formidable, especially this battle king, so we're a bit apprehensive." Hearing this, Tang Di understood Zhuang Ke's intention. It was clear he wanted to invite them to join the hunt for this battle king dragon beast. What exactly is the strength of this battle king, and is there any information on its skills? Tang Di, being cautious by nature, wanted more details. "Well, according to my friend, it's an ice dragon, but that's all we know," Zhuang Ke replied. "An ice dragon?" Tang Di's pupils slightly contracted, and he felt a twinge of excitement. Ice-type giant beasts have extremely strong combat power, with ice attribute attacks often locking onto targets and being difficult to defend against. Only ice and vibration types can penetrate shields to attack the body under certain conditions. By the way, the ice dragon is over 300 kilometers from the academy, and we also have to consider other giant beasts along the way, Zhuang Ke said, slapping his forehead as if just realizing this issue. Although Tang Di had never been to the beast domain, Tang Ji had told him a lot about it. 300 kilometers meant deep into the beast domain, where even 5th level or higher beasts weren't uncommon. "Brother Zhuang, with our current strength, venturing that far is quite risky," Tang Di analyzed calmly. Zhuang Ke looked a bit disappointed upon hearing this. "Oh, I see. All right, I'll try asking someone else then." "Brother Zhuang, it's not that we're refusing, we just need some time to prepare. How about setting off in a week?" Tang Di added. Hearing Tang Di agree, Zhuang Ke was pleased, but was a bit anxious about the week-long wait. "Prepare? What takes a week to prepare?" "It's the Battle King Dragon Beast. Bringing it back would earn each of us at least tens of thousands of points." Seeing Zhuang Ke's anxious expression, Tang Di sighed lightly and started to analyze the situation with his fingers. Venturing 300 miles into the beast territory was indeed a good training opportunity for newcomers like them. However, both Tang Di and Xiao Chun were only level 2 beast tamers, still away from reaching level 3, and they needed to master some basic enhancement skills. A lack of manpower was also an issue. Tang Ji had once told Tang Di that the beast territory was categorized into levels based on the grade and density of the beasts present. Within a 100-kilometer radius of Day City, the beast territory was only level 1 and 2, but at 200 kilometers, level 3 territories started to appear. At 300 kilometers, it was primarily level 4 and 5 territories, indicating the high level of danger. Thus, Tang Di decided to include Zhong Yuhuang. She hadn't gone all out in the exhibition match, and as a level 4 beast tamer, her combat strength was among the top in this cohort. Brother Zhuang, I need you to get me a topographic map of the area within 300 kilometers of the academy, along with the most detailed distribution map of the beasts, Tang Di instructed. All right, no problem. Zhuang Ke listened to Tang Di's analysis and found it very reasonable, so he complied without hesitation. This mission is more dangerous than dealing with the seasoned king beast. The 300-mile journey is perilous, and we must plan the safest route, Tang Di concluded, having also inquired about the location of the Academy's points exchange center, intending to browse the store first. Zhuang Ke went off to get the maps, and Zhao Chun was sent by Tang Di to purchase large storage items, given that there would be no shortage of beast carcasses along the way. Tang Di then called Zhong Yuhuang to inform her about the mission to hunt the seasoned king beast. Venturing 300 miles into the beast territory sounds good, count me in. I should earn quite a few points from this trip. Zhong Yuhuang, being from the combat department, saw the benefits of hunting more beasts. All right, it's settled then. Also, do you have time now? Tang Di suddenly thought of a question and asked casually. I do, why? Want to invite me for a shopping trip? Zhong Yuhuang joked playfully, to which Tang Di rolled his eyes. You're overthinking it. I'm not your usual rich young master. I wanted to ask if you know of any potions that help in breaking through levels. Ugh, don't mention the surname Chang to me. It's annoying. Potions for breaking through? Why do you need them? Zhong Yuhuang scoffed before asking about Tang Di's purpose. It's complicated. How about we meet and discuss? Tang Di hesitated slightly. Half an hour later, Tang Di and Zhong Yuhuang met in front of an oval-shaped building. Seeing Zhong Yuhuang in her skirted school uniform, Tang Di couldn't help but take a few extra glances. Zhong Yuhuang had a well-proportioned, tall figure with curves that matched her doll-like face, making her quite a beauty. Well, how's my figure? Zhong Yuhuang asked with a smile, spinning around when she noticed Tang Di's gaze. Ahem, very nice indeed. It seems young Master Chang has good taste, Tang Di replied awkwardly. Are you trying to annoy me on purpose? Enough with the nonsense. Why do you need the breakthrough potions? They all have side effects, and your talent doesn't seem lacking. Zhong Yuhuang scoffed again before asking Tang Di's purpose. Tang Di thought for a moment and decided to share some information. I have 2 spirit beasts with sacred beast-level potential in my possession right now. Tang Di felt a sense of pride, while Zhong Yuhuang looked at him in surprise, thinking to herself. Tang Di actually has 2 spirit beasts with sacred beast-level potential. She knew Tang Di was exceptionally talented, but she didn't expect his spirit beasts to have such high potential. Zhong Yuhuang realized that having multiple spirit beasts with sacred beast-level potential could make it extremely difficult for a beast master to break through their current level. She finally understood why Tang Di, despite his extraordinary talent, was still stuck at level 2. All right, I'll try to help you select some potions with minimal side effects, Zhong Yuhuang said. Thanks, I'll treat you to dinner, Tang Di replied with a smile, hoping to leverage Zhong Yuhuang's insight in choosing the right potions. They walked into the exchange area, where there were no staff, only rows of terminals. To exchange any item, one simply had to scan their identity crystal, and all information would be synchronized. After selecting an item, it would be delivered to the student's dormitory by a designated person. The Captain 3 from the US, the low-frequency enhancement potion from Britain, the Krypton series from the pig farm. None of these will work. The side effects are too significant, Zhong Yuhuang said after browsing through the potions, which ranged from 1,000 to 11,000 points each, and finally shook her head. Wait, didn't the exhibition match reward you with usage times for the positioning booster? You can try using that first, she suddenly exclaimed, looking at Tang Di. Positioning booster? Oh, I think I was rewarded with 2 usage permissions, but what exactly does it do? Tang Di scratched his head, asking somewhat awkwardly. The positioning booster is essentially like a turbocharger. When a beast master is trying to break through a level, sometimes the bottleneck is too tough, and the spirit energy they have accumulated isn't enough to break through. With the positioning booster, by enhancing spirit pressure, it greatly increases explosive power, helping to break through the bottleneck. Zhong Yuhuang explained patiently to Tang Di on the subway to the training tower. Starting this thing consumes a lot of resources. Just the number 85 spirit crystals require 50 per minute, she added. Tang Di was intrigued, and he couldn't help but exclaim, that's a great deal, after checking the usage cost of the positioning booster on his phone. Each usage costs 7,500 war points, with a maximum duration of 12 hours. Since he could use it twice for free, he would be saving 15,000 points. By the way, have you claimed your blueprint reward yet? You might as well claim it at the training tower. Zhong Yuhuang noticed a pending reward icon on Tang Di's phone and guessed he hadn't selected his blueprint yet. Oh right, I forgot about the blueprint reward. Tang Di remembered that he had earned a second-place finish in the competition, granting him a choice of a level 9 spirit beast blueprint. As they chatted, they arrived at the training tower. The training tower was the combat department's building, equipped with high-level spirit forging rooms and specialized combat training instruments. Let's go to the 4th floor to claim the blueprint. Yu Huang, are you here to train too? Why are you with Yu Huang again? What a coincidence, or perhaps fate, that Tang Di and Zhong Yu Huang ran into Chang Hai as they walked out of the cultivation tower together. Chang Hai immediately spotted them, his voice cutting through the air like an alarm. Yu Huang, why are you with this guy again? And you must be Tang Di, right? A commoner with no background, yet you dare to deceive me? His eyes burned with jealousy, and his heart ached with bitterness. He had even investigated Tang Di's background, discovering he was nothing more than a nobody, which only fueled his anger. You two came to the cultivation tower together? What's your relationship? Chang Hai's voice dripped with disdain. The cultivation tower, meant for training, had become complicated by the presence of this potential romance. The closeness between Tang Di and Zhong Yu Huang enraged him, filling him with a desire to tear Tang Di apart. Chang, even if I had something with Tang Di, what does it matter to you? Who are you to question me? Zhong Yu Huang's voice was as cold as ice, confronting Chang Hai directly. Her patience had reached its limit, and the anger on her face grew more intense. Yu Huang, so you admit there's something between you two? You're the pride of the Zhong family, and yet you associate with such a worthless person? Aren't you ashamed? Chang Hai's voice was filled with anger and resentment. Hey, 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 bark all you want. But who are you calling worthless? Tang Di, who had no intention of getting involved, could not tolerate Chang Hai's insults. He met Chang Hai's gaze, refusing to back down. I'm talking about you. Deceiving Yu Huang with your underhanded tricks, living off her like a parasite. If you're a man, challenge me in the ring. No holds barred. Chang Hai, you want to fight? Fine, I'll take you on in the ring. Do you dare? Zhong Yu Huang stepped forward, unfazed, as an earthy yellow glow began to emanate around her, filled with murderous intent. Chang Hai felt the chill of her killing intent, taken aback by her determination. When did the academy allow life or death duels? Enough of this nonsense. Everyone go about your business. As the tension escalated, a combat instructor arrived, breaking the heated atmosphere. Chang Hai, you only pursue me for a marriage alliance with the Zhong family. There are plenty of women in our branch you can approach. But from now on, stay away from me. Zhong Yu Huang dropped these words coldly and turned towards the elevator. You're done for, aren't you? Brother, take my advice. Being a sycophant will get you nowhere. Tang Di thought to himself. Chang Hai's anger didn't explode as expected. Instead, it made him more cautious. Chang Hai's silence made Tang Di realize this guy was not simple. The elevator arrived, and Zhong Yu Huang beckoned, prompting Tang Di to quickly follow. Chang Hai walked out of the combat department building with a dark expression, his inner rage completely consuming him. As one of the 8 noble lords and the second young master of the Chang family, Chang Hai could never truly be a sycophant. What he valued was Zhong Yu Huang's talent and her status as the legitimate daughter of the Zhong family. Although he had some affection for her, his primary concern was his own interests. Marrying Zhong Yu Huang and securing the Zhong family's support would solidify his position as the next head of the Chang family. However, today his plans were completely disrupted by Tang Di. Young Master Chang, may I have a word with you? A peer blocked his path on a deserted school path. Xiao Ruiji, what did someone from the Xiao family want with him? Chang Hai was puzzled. Though he knew Xiao Ruiji, he couldn't fathom his intentions. Doesn't seem like young Master Chang has much regard for that Tang Di, does he? Xiao Ruiji wore a warm smile, his tone light. Chang Hai eyed Xiao Ruiji warily, assessing him. The latter shrugged, signaling for him to relax. No need to be tense. If you're not in a rush, shall we find a place to sit? Despite his caution, Chang Hai agreed, and followed Xiao Ruiji to a hotel. The War Academy was not short of wealthy individuals, as points could be directly exchanged for yen yuan at a high rate of 1:1000, though the exchange rate fluctuated. Thus, high-end hotels were abundant within the academy, and Xiao Ruiji chose one with high privacy. Upon entering the private room, Chang Hai found another person there, none other than Lin Zhonghe, also one of the 8 noble lords. Gentlemen, we all have some grievances with that Tang Di, don't we? Xiao Ruiji went straight to the point after they sat down. I'm not very talented, but I've set up a plan. In a week, Tang Di and a few of his companions will head to a level 4 beast domain, 300 kilometers away, for hunting. Xiao Ruiji's words were like bait, and Lin Zhonghe and Chang Hai immediately understood his intent. You want us to team up and take this opportunity to eliminate them all? Lin Zhonghe toyed with his teacup, asking coldly. Exactly. Usually, we're competitors, but the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Can we join forces this time? Xiao Ruiji's gaze was firm. We can team up, but under what identity are you proposing this alliance? As part of the Prosperous Union? As the young master of the Xiao family? Or just personally? Chang Hai's demeanor was starkly different from that of a sycophant. Purely personal, Xiao Ruiji replied, sipping his tea slowly. After all, this is the War Academy. No one will say anything if we take action in the beast domain, but involving our families would be troublesome. So, you're saying we have to handle this ourselves? Lin Zhonghe asked keenly. How much intel do you have on them? including their talents, spirit beasts, personnel, and route. Yes, we need to handle it ourselves. But my hunting group has skilled members who can join us. As for the intel, I'll provide it in detail in 3 days. Xiao Ruiji seemed well prepared, having everything ready before proposing the alliance. All right, count me in. I can also borrow 2 experts, 4-star level or higher, from my 4th brother's hunting group. Lin Zhonghe was the first to agree. Xiao Ruiji then turned his gaze to Changhai. Changhai tapped his fingers on the table, pondering for a moment, before finally speaking startling words. I agree, but I have one condition. If Zhong Yuhuang is with them, she must die too. When Changhai calmly finished speaking, Lin Zhonghe couldn't help but frown. Zhong Yuhuang was not only the little princess of the Zhong family, but also a beauty. Changhai had been pursuing her for over a year like a devoted admirer, and now he was talking about wanting her dead, truly ruthless. Don't look at me like that. Many of the direct descendants of the Chong family have their eyes on Zhong Yuhuang. Since I can't pursue a marriage alliance with her, I definitely can't let her go to someone else, Changhai said as he filled his teacup with tea, his expression cold and devoid of emotion. In large families, it's never about feelings, only interests. I know all the details about Zhong Yuhuang's spiritual beasts and some of her survival tactics. Also, I'll enlist the help of 2 5th-level seniors from the 4th grade, so it shouldn't be too difficult. Zhao Ruiji was just about to say it seemed too challenging when Changhai offered a price he couldn't refuse. Since young Master Chang is so sincere, I won't say more. I wish us success in our endeavor, Zhao Ruiji said as he raised his teacup, and the 3 of them smiled and toasted. Meanwhile, Tang Di suddenly sneezed on the 8th floor of the combat department building, thinking to himself that someone must be plotting against him. At that moment, he was with Zhong Yuhuang, selecting blueprints 9th level and even nanometer level ones. Even if he didn't need them himself, selling them could fetch over 1 billion yen yuan. These blueprints were categorized not only by the potential level of the spiritual beasts, but also by their precision. The smaller the unit, the higher the precision, and the better the representation of the beast's abilities. The level of detail ranged from 1/2 to the most precise 1/64th, with the price difference from lowest to highest being several times over. However, these blueprints could only be selected on the terminal and not directly viewed, rendering Tang Di's divine touch useless. Suddenly, a particular spiritual beast caught Tang Di's attention. The Muge beast group, with a 9th level 1-star potential. Its passive skill, Purification, could refine and absorb spiritual energy, increasing the speed of spiritual energy flow and accelerating training speed. Adaptive Barrier increased the toughness of the spiritual energy barrier by 20, enhanced absorption efficiency of same attribute attacks by 50, and allowed the barrier to automatically adjust attributes based on the attack. The active skill, Enhance Aura, increased the power of allied units' skills by 15. Accelerate Mirror, another active skill, created a prism that allowed one-way passage, increasing the speed and power of allied spiritual energy attacks by 20 after passing through. The trait, Rapid Healing, greatly improved the speed of self-healing, and High Drug Resistance significantly increased resistance to muscle and nerve toxins. Although these abilities seemed average, what caught Tang Di's eye was their uniqueness. This spiritual beast could be fused without occupying a fusion slot. Currently, Tang Di could only fuse with one spiritual beast, and only upon reaching level 6 could he fuse with a second. But seeing that this blueprint stated it didn't occupy a fusion slot meant he could fuse with a second spiritual beast even before reaching level 6. Oh, a parasitic enhancement type spiritual beast. While Tang Di was deep in thought, Zhong Yuhuang came over and saw him looking at the Muge beast group. She smiled and asked, Parasitic enhancement type spiritual beast? What kind is that? Tang Di, having never heard of the term, directly asked her. This is also a product of psychic bioengineering. Tang Di opened the image and was amazed by what he saw: a herd of pastoral beasts that were not a single organism, but a large group of cells with diverse shapes. Some resembled spindle-shaped muscle cells, while others looked like brain cells covered in synapses, densely packed and overwhelming to the eye. This was one of the artificial spirit beasts launched by Penguin Company. To harness its abilities, Tang Di needed to construct a spinal cell pouch that would directly parasitize within his body, continuously producing these cells. Incredible! Tang Di exclaimed, wide-eyed at the marvels of technology. He suddenly realized why this creature didn't occupy a fusion slot. It directly parasitized within the body, existing there once the construction was complete, eliminating the need for further fusion. At that moment, Tang Di felt a twinge of regret for not choosing psychic bioengineering as his minor. However, this creature didn't seem dark enough and didn't quite suit him. Just as he was about to give up, he thought it might be more suitable for Xiao Chun. Moreover, he wanted to see if the divine touch could modify an artificial spirit beast. So, Tang Di decisively proceeded with the exchange. Permission used. The item will be delivered to the temporary storage box in your dormitory within 60 minutes. Just then, Zhong Yuhuang asked in surprise, Are you really going to use it? Tang Di replied, Not really. It's not suitable for me, but it fits to Chun better. Zhong Yuhuang nodded in agreement. Oh, that makes sense. The big guy matches well with this thing. Chatting as they went, they arrived at the pressure tempering and spirit refining room area on the 25th floor. The pressure zone usually only has two types of equipment, a positioning pressurizer and a spirit building decompression chamber. Zhong Yuhuang, like a tour guide, led Tang Di to the high-pressure spirit refining chamber and gave him a thumbs up, urging him to give it a try. Seeing Zhong Yuhuang's playful smile, Tang Di felt something was amiss, as if there was some trickery involved. Tell me, is there anything fishy here? He asked. Come on, we're brothers. How could I harm you? Just go, but don't push yourself, Zhong Yuhuang said, almost shoving Tang Di into the high-pressure spirit refining chamber before slipping away. Identity verification successful. The usage permission for the positioning pressurizer was reduced by 1. As soon as he entered the room, an electronic prompt sounded, and Tang Di couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness. He wanted to go out and ask questions, but it was too late. After all, this equipment was expensive, costing 10 to 20,000 points per use, and he only had 3 to 4,000 points, so he couldn't afford to waste it. What's there to fear? This is official equipment from the War Academy. How bad could it be? Tang Di thought to himself, though he honestly opened the user manual to familiarize himself with the operation and effects. Then he opened the device that looked like a pressure cooker and got inside. Just as he was about to close the hatch, his phone on the table outside rang. Tang Di stepped out, puzzled, to find a message from Zhong Yuhuang. Don't push yourself too hard when breaking through a realm. If the spiritual pressure inside is too high, some blood vessels might burst. There was once a senior who recklessly broke through and ended up blowing up his little brother. What the heck? Tang Di was shocked and immediately called Zhong Yuhuang, but the call was instantly hung up. Furious, he sent a message back. Damn you. Haha. Zhong Yuhuang was in the lounge outside the spirit refining room, clutching her phone and laughing uncontrollably. If Tang Di hadn't been alert before she entered, she would have loved to wait for him to come in just to see his surprised expression. After laughing for a while, Zhong Yuhuang finally sat up straight, her mischievous look fading. She thought to herself that if it were Tang Di, he would surely triumph against two holy beast-level opponents. She seemed to ponder something and let out a long sigh. Meanwhile, Tang Di was inside the positioning pressure chamber, feeling anxious as he began his breakthrough. The spirit of all things and the spirit energy pathway activated simultaneously, gathering a large amount of spirit energy that started to run at high speed. This speed was already several times that of an average beastmaster. However, the third-level barrier remained as resilient as the Macedonian line, unmoved. Tang Di gathered his spirit energy once more, feeling a pressure beginning to compress the gathered energy. A surge of confidence hit him, knew he could do it. He directly controlled the energy and launched another assault. This time, the energy shot forward like a projectile, smashing into the bottleneck and shattering it. He had reached level 3. With the help of the spirit of all things and the spirit energy pathway, the previously suppressed realm was also released. Level 3, 1 star. Level 3, 2 stars. Level 3, 3 stars. It wasn't until he reached level 3, 3 stars that Tang Di's cultivation finally stabilized. Woohoo, this feels amazing. The sensation of rapidly increasing power made him shout out in excitement. He had been stuck at level 2 for a long time and could now finally master the amplification skills he had longed for. Although his divine touch was incredibly powerful, it didn't enhance his combat ability directly. Facing beast masters with talents that boost combat power, even with 2 holy beasts by his side, he still needed to test and maneuver. There's a saying, if you can obliterate someone hidden, why bother with maneuvering? The Ghost Slayer's ability could indeed obliterate, but with his current spirit energy, performing for consecutive 1 second, 5 Mach speed attacks would deplete all the energy of both him and the Ghost Slayer. Even with black magic's supply, it would only provide 3 more assassination opportunities. It seemed sufficient, but it's like a skilled player managing limited resources barely enough. What he desired was the thrill of mindlessly unleashing skills. Therefore, he needed to learn other amplification skills. As far as he knew, many amplification skills could accelerate spirit energy recovery. Having broken through to level 3, it was time to learn auxiliary skills. Opening the chamber door, Tang Di was surprised to discover that 11 hours had passed. However, it's normal for beast masters to lose track of time when their minds are completely emptied. He took out his phone and saw a message from Zhong Yuhuang, informing her he was heading back and would contact her if needed. Tang Di didn't think much of it. Since nothing was wrong with his companions, he headed back to the dormitory. Breaking through realms is mentally exhausting, and Tang Di felt extremely fatigued at the moment. On his way back to the dorm, he bought a few large buns and fed Black Magic and Ghost Slayer plenty of spirit crystals and spirit liquid before collapsing onto his bed and falling into a deep sleep. He ended up sleeping for an entire day and night. In his dreams, Tang Di seemed to see a point of light from the divine touch, emitting a faint blue glow, pointing towards the distance. In the treatment room, amidst the cheers and gratitude of all the medical staff towards his ancestors, Wang Yijie was finally discharged from the hospital. Sitting in the car on his way home, he was in tears, choking up as he spoke to his parents about his suffering. Mom, Dad, this time you have to stand up for me. His mother, Lu Yuan, teary-eyed, gently stroked his head and said with a pained expression, My poor son, I've already had someone investigate that person named Tang Di. He has no background, yet he dared to harm you so severely. Lu Yuan was not from an ordinary family. Although the Lu family wasn't as prominent as some of the super families, they were still quite wealthy. This was why she married a cultivation genius like Wang Yiru. Wang Yiru, standing by, cautioned her. Stop this nonsense. Tell your family to withdraw immediately. Outside the academy does not interfere with fights between students. But if external forces get involved and are found out, the consequences will be dire. Lu Yuan scoffed and glared at Wang Yiru. What do you mean? Our son was almost killed, and you, his father, don't care? Now you're stopping me from defending him? How spineless. Wang Yiru replied helplessly. You're being short-sighted. How am I not caring? That kid is now Tao Ran's direct disciple. If we're going to act against him, we need a plan so no one notices. Do you understand? Unmoved, Lu Yuan retorted angrily. I don't care about any of that. My son was beaten like this. That country bumpkin without a background must die. Wang Yijie chimed in. Exactly, Mom. He was too ruthless. I still have wounds on me. Lu Yuan resolutely said. All right, Mom will get justice for you. Wang Yiru muttered in resignation. A doting mother spoils her child. He then asked, What level are the people your family sent? Make sure they're not too high-ranked. You know the strength of those honorary principals at the academy. Lu Yuan replied. Not many. Mostly 4th level 9-star off-the-record personnel, and 2 5th level ones leading them. Hearing this, Wang Yiru relaxed a bit, thinking, if anyone above the 6th level came, those old monsters at the academy might notice. Dad, I want to go too. Wang Yijie's eyes burned with hatred. I'm at least a 3rd level 5-star beastmaster now. It would be best if I could take him down myself. He silently vowed to repay Tang Di 1,000-fold for this humiliation. Meanwhile, in the library, Tang Di, with a semi-covered face mask, was rapidly absorbing information, muttering to himself. His mask was actually a 3D reader, with countless data models, texts, and videos playing simultaneously in front of him as he studied. Although some basic knowledge was covered in high school, the concepts remained vague. It was only at a higher institution that he could truly delve deep. For instance, he knew that the first step in battling giant beasts was to break their shields, so when building a spirit beast team, a powerful shield-breaking beast was essential. However, the principles and efficiency of breaking shields varied with different levels and types of spirit beasts. Hence, Tang Di needed to study giant beast combat ecology, which included advanced elemental theory, giant beast skill analysis, environmental studies, and spirit beast synergy efficiency. When he encountered spirit beast synergy efficiency, he realized how misguided his and Xiao Chen's approach had been. Generally, the choice of a second spirit beast should be supportive, with a potential level not too high, capped at level 8. Otherwise, it would significantly hinder the cultivator's progress. Tang Di's mouth twitched slightly, feeling a pang of bitterness, akin to playing a card game with a hand full of high-star cards that were too cumbersome to play. After studying for about 2 hours, Tang Di took off his mask and closed his eyes for a short rest. Even as a beast master, the intense reading and learning took a significant toll on his mental energy. This was his 2nd day in the library, with only 4 days left until departure, and his understanding of augmentation skills was still theoretical. Tao Ran had once told him that learning skills without a theoretical foundation often becomes rigid and ineffective. To help Tang Di, Tao Ran specifically recommended some books and provided a set of augmentation skill materials with a rating of 90. The skill, named High Coagulation, allows the target's attack to carry a blood-coagulating toxin, reducing the flow of spiritual energy within and causing the blood to rapidly clot. When Tang Di saw this material, he realized that Tao Ran had a deep understanding of his ghost-killing ability, as this was a favored skill of shield-penetrating spirit beasts. After some study, Tang Di understood the 2 mechanisms of shield breaking. One involves skills that deal massive damage to the spiritual energy barrier, shattering it before attacking the body. The other involves shield-penetrating attacks, like Tang Di's ghost killing, which can penetrate the spiritual energy barrier to directly attack the body and cause special effects, gradually rendering the external spiritual energy barrier ineffective. High coagulation was almost tailor-made for ghost killing since the coagulating toxin is ineffective against spiritual energy barriers, only working when directly penetrating and damaging the body. Realizing Tao Ran's thoughtful intentions, Tang Di diligently studied these foundational concepts. However, the sheer volume of knowledge was overwhelming, and it took him 2 days to barely grasp the basic theories. As he began learning high coagulation, the initially obscure principles became much clearer. After gaining a preliminary understanding of high coagulation, the morning of departure finally arrived. At the south gate of the academy, hundreds of all-terrain vehicles were neatly parked. A tall young man in a fitted battle suit looked impatiently at the time on his wrist. Lao Zhuang, is it about time? Are the juniors you mentioned coming or not? He asked. Brother Qin, don't worry. Young people these days like to cut it close, Zhuangku replied with a smile. Just then, they saw 3 people riding scooters approaching from a distance. Brother Zhuang, we're here. My teacher talked my ear off this morning. Sorry for being late, Tang Di said apologetically as he got off the scooter and parked it at the return station nearby. Haha, Professor Tao is really looking out for you, Zhuangke laughed and introduced. This is my old buddy Qin Hong. Like me, a second-year, level 4 6-star beastmaster. Hello, Brother Qin. This is our first time hunting, so we hope you seasoned hunters can guide us, Tang Di said warmly, extending his hand. Qin Hong shook his hand with a friendly smile and replied. Not at all. Lao Zhuang says your skills are quite impressive. You can call me Old Qin or Brother Qin from now on. Seeing Qin Hong's easygoing nature, Xiao Chun naturally started chatting with him, occasionally letting out a few sly laughs, while Zhong Yuhuang rolled her eyes beside them. The 5 of them then got into the car, chatting as they drove slowly into the real beast domain. Tang Di watched the south gate gradually shrink behind them, gently stroking the black demon on his hand and listening to its cute, childish sounds. His spirits lifted. Beasts, here I come. Meanwhile, several off-road vehicles near the south gate quietly followed in their direction. Aren't we setting off yet? Lin Zhonghe, dressed in light blue battle armor, asked Zhao Ruiji across the table at a nearby restaurant. Zhao Ruiji took out his phone, smiled slightly at the clear locator icon on the screen, and replied, No rush. I was planning to lure some beasts to test their true strength, but now it seems Professor Wang's precious son will do it for us. Professor Wang's son? Oh, you mean that fool Wang Yijie? Lin Zhonghe responded, thinking to himself that after suffering so much at Tang Di's hands, Wang Yijie was unlikely to stay quiet. If others came to test them, it could lower their guard. Also, none of the scholars at my family have been able to identify Tang Di's second spirit beast. Chang Heyue, sitting at the table with a tablet in hand, was reviewing the detailed profiles of Tang Di and his group of 5. Upon seeing a photo of the black demon, Chang Heyue squinted, seemingly pondering something. And I suspect his background might not be genuine. The Ghost Slayer Tiger Armor Beast is notoriously difficult to decode, and we know it well. For him to construct it, there must be some backing. And then there's the completely unknown Lizard Spirit Beast. Chang Heyue continued analyzing. This is a good opportunity to test him. Our 3 families united no matter how strong the opposition. They can't afford to offend 3 of the 8 wise kings. Zhao Ruiji had planned everything. And upon hearing this, Chang Heyue nodded, gazing into the distance. Zhong Yuhuang, you've humiliated me to this extent. Don't blame me now. Tang Di initially thought traveling through the beast domain would be like speeding across the Hulumber grassland, but now he realized how foolish that idea was. Outside the War Academy was an ancient forest with abundant rainfall, rivers, and marshes interwoven, forming a fertile plain. This rich land naturally fostered a diverse array of life, becoming a haven for giant beasts. At the moment, Tang Di, Xiao Chun, and Zhong Yuhuang, following Zhuang Ku's advice, had already donned their battle armor. Zhuang Ku, sitting in the passenger seat, held a remote control for the drone flying above them. While using spirit beasts for reconnaissance was possible, drones had no biological scent, offering a broader and more direct view. Most importantly, if a drone was destroyed by a giant beast, it only cost a level 60 spirit crystal and a few thousand yen yuan. But if their spirit beast was killed, the resources needed to rebuild it could buy a dozen drones. Old Qin, I've spotted a Kibiaya giant anaconda. Looks like a level 4, 5 or 6 star in size. I've marked its location for you. Want to try your hand at it? Zhuang Ku, using the drone, identified the first target worth their effort. After driving less than 50 kilometers, they had fully entered this green hell-like forest. The in-car system was closely linked with everyone's phones, allowing them all to clearly see the marked location. Tang Di glanced over and noticed that the target was about 600 to 700 meters away. The road ahead seemed relatively flat, suggesting it might be worth a try. It wasn't a Kibiaya giant anaconda, but instead, a Great Plains millipede disguised as one. Just as Qin Hong was about to suggest dealing with it, Zhong Yuhuang looked at her phone and spoke. Look, if you observe the side of a Kibiaya giant anaconda, the junction between its back scales and belly won't have serrated protrusions. But this one does, and if you look closely, its back scales have layers of ring-like divisions. The number of rings indicates that this should be a level 4, 9-star Great Plains millipede. Zhong Yuhuang's detailed explanation earned her a thumbs up from both Qin Hong and Zhuang Ku, impressed by her keen observation. Well done, Sister Huang, you've got sharp eyes, Tang Di complimented, albeit in a somewhat slangy manner. Zhong Yuhuang raised her chin slightly with a hint of pride and said, Of course, my mother is a professor of giant beast ecology at Beijing University, and I minored in giant beast ecology. How could I not know? All right, Let's use this level 4, 9-star Great Plains millipede for practice and see how well we coordinate, Zhuangke concluded, and Tang Di and the others quickly got into combat mode. The all-terrain vehicle stopped about 200 meters from the Great Plains millipede, and the group carefully disembarked, stealthily approaching. This wasn't a controlled trial area but a real beast domain, a green hell where death could come at any moment. Everyone understands the hunting group's combat methods, right? Zhuangke asked as they reached a spot about 100 meters from the target. Tang Di nodded. They had learned a lot over the past few days, including the basics of joint hunting. If you can ambush, never engage directly, that's the first rule. If you can kill swiftly, don't drag it out, that's the second rule. The basic process involves close combat, beastmasters attacking first, then using weakening abilities immediately, and finally breaking the shield to deal with the main body. The positioning is similar to a game, with high defense, high health individuals at the front, while others spread out in the rear and sides for support and attacks. Good, get ready to move, Zhuangke said. His and Qin Hong's expressions turning serious as they led Tang Di and the others closer to the Great Plains millipede under the cover of rocks and trees. Old Qin, go! At Zhuangke's command, Qin Hong immediately summoned 2 spirit beasts to attack the Great Plains millipede. Qin Hong's weapon was a guandao, and he launched a surprise attack from behind, the guandao igniting with a yellow flame as he slashed at the creature's back. Hiss! The massive 20-meter-long body twisted instantly, emitting a piercing screech, and its energy barrier flickered. Deju, steel crocodile, break the shield, Qin Hong ordered, and the saber-toothed tiger and the massive gray crocodile used their shield-breaking abilities, biting into the Great Plains millipede. However, the effect was minimal, not even leaving a crack. At this moment, Zhong Yuhuang, surrounded by a glowing aura, charged forward, her greatsword's edge pressing against the millipede's abdomen. She shouted, "Armor break!" With a bang, the cracks spread instantly, proving highly effective. Hold him with the stone coffin, De Huang, Xiao Chun commanded as he moved forward. Although the stone coffin summoned by De Huang could only imprison part of the Great Plains centipede, it was enough. A flash of golden light, a blade shimmered through the air, and the level 3 battle weapon in Xiao Chen's hand seemed to trigger a special effect, vibrating as it struck the creature. With a crack, several fissures appeared, remarkable results. Disintegration. Zhuangke immediately used his seasoned king's technique, leveraging the shield-breaking feature of his breezy spirit steed. Wind blades, sharp as knives, sliced into the centipede. Within just 3 seconds, deep cracks appeared on the centipede's psionic barrier under their joint assault. The Great Plains centipede let out an enraged screech after being heavily struck, spewing a dense stream of water from its mouth, impossible to evade. This was its control skill. Find cover or break it, Zhong Yuhuang advised. Qin Hong and Zhuangke, seasoned veterans, had already distanced themselves, while Xiao Chun cried out in surprise, immediately hit by the water stream. Upon contact, the water expanded into a bubble, encapsulating and suspending him in the air. The next second, the centipede opened its maw full of fangs, ready to swallow Xiao Chun. Not good. Save him, the veterans exclaimed. Qin Hong and Zhuangke directed their spirit beasts to attack Xiao Chen's bubble, while Zhong Yuhuang charged at the centipede with 2 large swords, attempting to intercept it. At that moment, a bright light exploded, causing the charging centipede to convulse and scream in pain. For those who saw the light, a layer of magical scales appeared on their psionic barriers, shielding them from the light. De Huang seized the opportunity to burst the bubble with his horn, freeing Xiao Chun. Seeing the centipede writhing in pain, Xiao Chun couldn't help but curse. Damn you! Everyone back off! De Huang, use twin scales, then earth torrent. De Huang howled. The ground surged, and countless hard stone shards shot like bullets at the centipede's psionic barrier. Initially thin stone shards, under the effect of twin scales, increased in mass several times, striking with a muffled thud, causing more damage to the barrier. Pierce, a line of golden light. Xiao Chun now attacked with full force, the enhanced blade slicing through the centipede's abdomen, leaving a 3-meter-long gash. However, just as Xiao Chun withdrew his blade, the centipede recovered from its daze, its numerous eyes locking onto him. Its exoskeleton shifted, and a 3-meter-long spike shot towards Xiao Chun's head with astonishing speed, penetrating De Huang's psionic barrier and piercing Xiao Chun's armor. Pain shot through his shoulder, but Xiao Chun gritted his teeth, swung his sword, and severed the spike, forcibly pulling it out. De Huang's shield was broken, letting out a long, mournful cry. Yellow light rippled like waves, crashing into the centipede. Its psionic barrier shattered like glass, with no chance of repair. When De Huang's barrier was completely broken, it would endure all the damage and a few seconds of stun. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. Shield broken. Aim for the head, everyone attack. Qin Hong and Zhuangke were astounded that Xiao Chun, a newly advanced level 3 beastmaster, could shatter the psionic barrier of a level 4 9-star giant beast so quickly. But their combat instincts took over, and they immediately focused their attacks on the centipede's head, swiftly ending the battle. Join forces now. Qin Hong shouted, leading his spirit beast in a fierce attack on the head carapace of the Great Plains centipede. Don't hit the top of its head. That's its hardest bone. Aim for the eye sockets. Zhong Yuhuang also summoned her second spirit beast, a small yet eerie creature resembling a dog, with a silver horn protruding from its head. Zhong Yuhuang's heavy sword pierced into one of the centipede's eye sockets, violently stirring. Her peculiar spirit beast's horn also stabbed into another eye socket, seemingly unleashing a skill that caused an explosion of flesh and blood. Zhuangku unleashed his gale slash, with 5 precise wind blades stabbing into one eye socket, wreaking havoc inside its skull. Hiss! The combined attack made the Great Plains centipede screech in agony, shaking its head desperately to fling them off. At the same time, its originally black carapace turned blood red, and a sizzling white smoke rose from its legs as they touched the ground. Not enough damage, run. It's blood boiling. Zhuangke shouted, pulling the injured Zhao Chun onto the wind spirit steed and galloping away. But would the blood-boiling centipede give them a chance? Its rear half lifted and slammed down, sending countless crimson streams slicing towards Zhao Chun and the others. Roar! Shatter them! Zhong Yuhuang commanded, and her small beast roared to the sky, causing the crimson streams to tremble and then evaporate completely. Seeing its attack thwarted, the centipede moved at 3 to 4 times its previous speed, shooting 3 spikes directly at Zhuang Ku and his group. This time, the spike's length and speed were noticeably reduced for some unknown reason. Wind wall! Zhuangke shouted without looking back, as the wind spirit steed generated a tangible gust that dispersed the spikes. However, countless more spikes came at them like a storm of ink, forcing them to dodge clumsily. Tang, if you keep sitting back, I'll come and chop you up, believe it or not. Zhong Yuhuang, deflecting dozens of spikes, finally lost her patience and shouted into the air. It dawned on them that Tang Di hadn't made a move all this time. Suddenly, like a machine gun pea shooter, the centipede that was relentlessly firing deadly spikes was split from its mandible up to its back, its hard carapace completely cut open. With this slash, no more spikes were fired, and its massive body collapsed to the ground, twitching weakly. I was just observing and waiting for the right moment to strike. What's the rush? Tang Di appeared abruptly in front of Zhong Yuhuang, startling her so much she nearly swung her sword at him. Zhong Yuhuang let out a cold snort, her gaze sharp as a knife, seemingly chastising everyone. Why didn't you all attack together before the beast's blood boiled? None of that should have happened. Her tone carried a hint of dissatisfaction, yet Tang Di simply smiled faintly, seemingly unfazed. I was the one who struck it down, he said nonchalantly. One blow was all it took. Zhuang Ku and a few others gathered around, clearly surprised by Tang Di's performance. It's nothing much. My skills are more geared towards assassination, usually making a single strike, so I aim for a one-hit kill, Tang Di explained calmly, as if recounting an ordinary event. Qin Hong curiously asked, only one strike? Are there any other limitations? Tang Di shook his head, clarifying, not just one, but using my skills consumes a lot of energy, so I typically focus all my amplification abilities on a single attack. As for limitations, the preparation time might be lengthy. Even though his words revealed some secrets, Tang Di was willing to share some information during this hunt. In fact, before he unleashed his ghostly strike, he had already stealthily gone invisible and injected the giant plains millipede with a high concentration of blood poison. Coupled with the paralyzing poison mist of the black magic, he had been weakening its state. This was why, despite the beast's blood boiling, its spikes had lost their potency. You ungrateful bunch. I'm the one most injured, yet none of you come to check on me. Zhao Chun complained, clutching his shoulder like a wronged soul. Zhong Yuhuang scoffed. What are you pretending for? Don't think I don't know your talent is healing-based. Chat with us for a bit, and you'll be almost healed. As she spoke, she punched Zhao Chen's wound, making him yelp in pain. We need to quickly deal with this giant plains millipede. This is beast territory. The blood will soon attract other giant beasts. Zhuangke clapped his hands, interrupting their banter, and began directing everyone to swiftly dismember the millipede's corpse. Many parts of the giant beast held considerable value, especially when its blood was boiling, as this state nearly doubled their worth. In this state, the beast used its blood as fuel, overloading its energy to boost combat power. At this point, everyone efficiently and orderly dismembered the corpse, categorizing and storing the parts in the storage boxes inside their vehicle, before leaving promptly. However, they failed to notice that a drone, 1,000 meters above them, was recording their battle. In the distance, a man in his 30s watched the footage relayed by the drone and instructed through a radio, speed up and follow them. Once they are 100 kilometers out of the Academy's range, we move. Brother Lu, why do we have to wait? There are so many of us. Can't we just charge in and take them all out? What's the point of waiting until they're 100 kilometers out? A young man asked, puzzled. Brother Lu cursed inwardly, lamenting how his little aunt's son could be so clueless. The War Academy is known for fiercely protecting its own. While internal conflicts among students are left unchecked, The academy will not tolerate any interference from outsiders. Lu Gu suggested taking action 100 kilometers away, reasoning that once inside the beast territory, even if the academy investigates, they would have difficulty finding evidence. Young Master Wang, this operation has been specifically instructed by Miss, so we will be attentive. You need not worry, he said, though inwardly cursing Wang Yijie for being foolish, outwardly maintaining politeness. Wang Yijie snorted, leaned back in his seat, and arrogantly declared, "Fine, I don't care about the rest, but that Tang Di must kneel before me." Rest assured, Lu Gu replied confidently. A few third or fourth level beast masters are no match for us. Seeing Lu Ji's confidence, Wang Yijie said no more. As the convoy progressed, nearly 100 kilometers away, Tang Di suddenly frowned. The black demon on his shoulder shared its vision with him, allowing Tang Di to see several all-terrain vehicles heading their way from the site of his previous battle. This was something he had noticed during his fight with the plains millipede. Tang Di's battle habit was to use a spirit egg to survey the surrounding area before launching an attack to prevent any surprises. He hadn't expected to discover trackers this time. Just as he was about to share this information, Tang Di squinted slightly and instead sent a message to Zhong Yuhuang and Xiao Chun, "Be cautious." Having lived 2 lives, Tang Di was not lacking in intelligence. Zhong Yuhuang raised an eyebrow at the message but kept her face expressionless. Although Xiao Chun seemed carefree, he was quite perceptive, pretending to laugh exaggeratedly while watching videos. As expected, Zhuang Ku and Qin Hong in the front seats noticed nothing unusual. "Do you suspect someone leaked our plans?" Zhong Yuhuang replied. "Perhaps, but it's just a possibility. They might simply be traveling in the same direction." Tang Di thought to himself, aware that in this lawless area, caution was necessary. With this in mind, Tang Di had the black demon produce another gem-like spirit egg, which he tossed out the car window. Over 3,000 kilometers north of Yin country's border, a group of people dressed in standard armor returned to a secret underground facility. The 3rd Battalion of the Pursuit Unit, Longman's 6th Group, had completed their mission and was returning. After confirming their identities at the entrance, the steel doors slowly opened, and the vehicles drove into the parking area. 8 people got out of the cars. "Ah, finally back. I'm definitely going to get a good night's sleep this time." Tang Ji stretched, looking relaxed and lazy, much like a ragdoll cat. "You've got quite a figure, girl. Want to come play in my room tonight?" teased a nearby woman with short golden hair, wrapping an arm around Tang Ji's slender waist with a mischievous grin. "Rao Jia, with my skinny arms and legs. How could I withstand your teasing? Look, the captain is as strong as a bull, and at night, the noise he makes is like a tractor could really plow your black soil." They say birds of a feather flock together, and Tang Chi's talent for banter is definitely on par with Tang Di's. "Huff, cough cough, what nonsense are you spouting, you little girl?" The captain of Tang Chi's team is Lu Yu. His name sounds refined, but with a height over 2 meters and explosive muscles, he looks more like a well-dressed thug than anything cultured. "Humph." The captain's surrounded by a flock of admirers. "I wouldn't dare use his tractor." Rao Jia flipped her short hair and gave Lu Yu a dramatic eye roll, grumbling. I don't have time for that. We're out on missions together every day. Where would I find the time to fool around?" Lu Yu, a 7th-level beast master stronger than an ox, was trying hard to explain to Rao Jia with a grimace. Watching their open and secret displays of affection, Tang Chi and the other team members couldn't help but snort and disperse like birds and beasts. "Lieutenant Tang, there are emails from the general headquarters, all placed in the locker at your door," said a young woman in uniform at the entrance of the dormitory area to Tang Chi. "Mail for me? Where's it from?" Tang Chi asked, puzzled. The woman checked the forwarding records and replied, "It's from the War Academy," then forwarded through the military headquarters to here. The War Academy? Tang Chi knew of that place, notorious for its high death rate, where cadets constantly battled beasts. She was puzzled as to why someone from the War Academy would send something over. With questions in her mind, Tang Chi walked to her dormitory door and retrieved a storage bag from what looked like a mailbox, but was actually a 5-square-meter locker. Entering the room, Tang Chi took off her armor, folded it neatly into the maintenance chamber, and changed clothes while inspecting the contents of the storage bag. She was shocked. 5,000 liters of 98-grade spirit liquid, hundreds of high-quality 80-grade spirit crystals, a level 3 weapon from Penguin Company, and a skill augmentation aid. Sifting through, Tang Chi also found a letter. In this era, using letters for communication was truly retro. "Sis, I'm now a student at the War Academy. I know the burden you carry is heavy, and you don't want me caught up in it. But if a brother always listens to his sister, is he still a brother? Use these resources as you wish. I'll send over blueprints suitable for you later. I will also quickly enhance my strength at the academy. Until then, don't die." The letter was brief, lacking warm greetings, but Tang Chi read it several times, tears involuntarily falling onto the paper. In times of war, a letter from home is worth a fortune. Tang Chi would rather bear everything alone than have her brother Tang Chi involved. Now, she understood that he felt the same way. This bond of blood was what Tang Chi cherished most. Well, no matter how difficult the path, we'll face it together as siblings. With everything clear, Tang Chi regained her cheerful demeanor, grateful for the resources her brother sent. With these, she could soon reach the peak of level 5 and begin her push to level 6. But where did this kid get so many resources? Hopefully, he didn't seduce some rich lady. I wonder if he likes the wealthy women from the military? In the distance, Tang Di felt a sudden chill, as if there were pursuers close behind. They had been traveling all day, and night had fallen. They had covered over 150 kilometers, though the direct distance to the War Academy was just over 80 kilometers. Traveling at night in the beast domain is unwise, as many powerful beasts are nocturnal and active. Zhong Yuhuang explained this, and both Zhuang Ku and Qin Hong agreed, so they set up camp behind a large boulder. While they were setting up the tent, Tang Di noticed Zhuang Ku inserting some probes around them. Brother Zhuang, what are you doing? He asked curiously. Oh, these are beast repellents, Zhuang Ku replied, continuing his work. They contain pheromones that can drive away giant beasts and mask our scent. Tang Di nodded, and Zhuang Ku went on to set up some equipment for surveillance and traps. Tang Di asked questions along the way, gradually learning some survival techniques for the beast domain. He opened a self-heating meal that tasted similar to a dish made by Ace and Go and began to eat slowly. The meat of the large plain millipede they caught during the day was fed to their spirit beasts, as the blood and flesh of giant beasts have strengthening effects on spirit beasts. Hey, Huang, your spirit beast looks pretty. Is it a support type? Tang Di asked, his eyes on Zhong Yuhuang's 3 spirit beasts, particularly noticing a thumb-sized insect. Are you talking about Crystal? It's a support-type crystal-bellied midge, specialized in defense, and can purify some negative conditions. Zhong Yuhuang explained without hesitation. Specialized in defense, that tiny thing? Tang Di looked at the thumb-sized insect with gray-black wings and a crystal-clear abdomen in amazement. By the way, are all your spirit beasts particularly strong in defense? Tang Di asked casually while eating. Zhong Yuhuang widened her eyes, seemingly incredulous. You don't know about the inherent talent of our Zhong family? Yongla, you can't be unaware of this, right? After all, the Zhong family is one of the 8 sages, and her inherent talent must be the supreme shield blade, Xiao Chun remarked, looking at him with surprise. Zhong Yuhuang, not wanting to say more, simply searched for the inherent talents of the 8 sages on her phone and handed it to Tang Di to see for himself. The information about the inherent talents and inherited spirit beasts of the 3 sacred gates and the 8 sages had long been widely circulated online. Tang Di glanced at the phone and thought to himself, that's really something. The Zhong family's inherited spirit beast, the giant rock dragon, is an ancient holy beast renowned for its defense, majestic as a mountain, with a body like gold and stone, still as the 5 peaks, and moving like a mountain collapse. Its inherent talent, Supreme Shield Blade, can enhance 1 or more targets. The total defense of all spirit beasts constructed by a beast master increases their attack power. Tang Di sighed inwardly, marveling at the extraordinary combat talents of these families. It was particularly evident when he observed the 5th family of the 3 Saints sect, realizing just how absurd the situation was. Their awakened talents seemed to depend entirely on fate, with each awakening granting only 1 talent. Yet, these individuals could inherit several talents at once, each stronger than the last. The Lin family's inherent talent was also astonishing. When Tang Di glanced at Lin Zhonghe, he noted their talent was exceptionally insidious. It involved a potent toxin that paralyzed attackers instantly, preventing them from summoning spirit beasts or using skills. Even more terrifying was that the more spiritual energy within the victim, the greater the damage they suffered. Tang Di understood why the Lin family was hailed as the top assassin family. This talent alone made them the bane of beast tamers and spiritual energy-based beasts. However, talent is not something one can force, so Tang Di merely observed and made a few light-hearted comments. As he pondered, Hayamo suddenly alerted him. Tang Di immediately connected to its vision and discovered other people 5 kilometers away. These individuals were fully armed, gathering after stopping their vehicles. Tang Di was puzzled. These people were clearly not students, and he hadn't provoked anyone outside the academy, had he? Suddenly, he recognized a familiar face among them appear with a flamboyant demeanor, Wang Yijie. Seeing him, Tang Di's thoughts became clear. He hadn't expected Wang Yijie to hold a grudge. After giving him such a lesson, instead of being grateful, he dared to seek revenge. What shamelessness! Tang Di thought to himself that Wang Yijie was truly despicable, and he might as well rid the world of this menace. Ghost Slayer, go set up the spirit eggs and probe their strength, Tang Di instructed. Mo produced a dozen toxic spirit eggs, handed them to Ghost Slayer, and tasked it with setting them up and assessing the enemy's strength. Such a complex command was beyond ordinary spirit beasts, achievable only by sacred beasts. Ghost Slayer took the small bag containing the spirit eggs and vanished in a flash. Meanwhile, Tang Di took out a vial of spirit liquid to replenish Mo's spiritual energy. Just then, Zhong Yuhuang sat beside him and quietly asked, "The people trailing us made a move? How did you know?" The little thing on your shoulder started replenishing its spirit liquid, indicating it had expended a lot just now. So, you must have sent Ghost Slayer to do something. If I couldn't figure that out, I'd be a fool, wouldn't I? Zhong Yuhuang was indeed perceptive, deducing much from a few actions. Tang Di cleared his throat and told her about seeing Wang Yijia. Do you know the strength of that group? Zhong Yuhuang inquired. Ghost Slayer went to investigate ya. There's news now, Tang Di said gravely. 2 level 5 beast tamers and 7 level 4 9-stars, accompanied by a brainless weakling. The brainless weakling naturally referred to Wang Yijia. It's best to inform Zhuang Ku and the others about this, but as you suspect, it's possible one of them is involved. Zhong Yuhuang glanced at Zhuang Ku and Qin Hong, who were chatting, oblivious to the situation. Tang Di closed his eyes in thought and suddenly revealed a brutal, almost pathological smile. Then I'll just take care of all of them myself. The forest at night was eerily quiet. In the night sky of the endless divine land, the absence of the moon was compensated by countless bright stars, casting a mysterious and bountiful glow over the Yinbei rainforest. This vast expanse of land, stretching over thousands of square kilometers, was a haven for giant beasts and a graveyard for humans. At this moment, 10 armored individuals were making their way through the forest, led by Yi Jie and his group. They were highly skilled, vigilantly watching their surroundings, though their caution was directed only at the beasts, as the prey before them seemed insignificant. Lu Zhan, a combat member from a branch of the Lu family, held a rank of level 5, 2 stars, and was the team leader for this mission. He felt a sense of smugness, believing the task to be effortless. With 2 level 5 beast tamers and 7 level 4, 9-star members, taking down a few level 3 or 4 beast tamers seemed like child's play. His confidence stemmed from the disparity in levels. Level 4 beast tamers awaken a second psychic organ, significantly boosting their psychic energy reserves and efficiency, and their psychic barriers gain attributes, doubling in resilience. Level 5 beast tamers are even more remarkable, awakening a second talent, and their spirit beasts undergo a qualitative transformation, at least awakening an additional attribute, with the fused new attributes' power and functionality far surpassing the past. Bro, our targets went into the tent and haven't come out since. From what I can see, they've only left one person on watch, said Lu Ning, Lu Zhen's cousin, holding a tablet. All right, as long as everything's going smoothly. In a bit, we'll charge in, take out the others, and leave that fool half dead for that weakling. Lu Zhen muttered, clearly having no fondness for Yijia. Yeah, bro, I noticed there's a cute girl in their group, really pretty. Maybe we could. Lu Ning suggested with a sly grin. Keep your pants on and don't mess things up. Lu Zhen kicked him, feeling exasperated. Although Lu Ning was competent in many ways, his lecherous nature was troublesome. Don't worry, bro, I know my limits, Lu Ning said, licking his lips with a wicked smile. Just then, a leaf drifted down in front of them. In the forest, a single leaf wouldn't normally attract attention. However, it suddenly burst into a blinding light. Lu Zhen and Lu Ning, both level 5 beast tamers, were instantly blinded, with only the intense ringing in their ears. We're under attack, Lu Ning shouted instinctively as he felt a sharp pain in his neck and staggered back. His cry immediately threw the entire team into disarray, with those who could still see looking around warily. A few seconds later, Lu Ning and Lu Zhen regained their sight and hearing. Lu Ning touched his neck and found it covered in blood. Bro, be careful. The recent attack was a penetrating strike, and Lu Ning's psionic barrier was severely damaged, showing the formidable strength of the attacker. Lu Ning's armor shattered at the neck, leaving a shallow wound. But strangely, the bleeding stopped just a few seconds later. Hearing Lu Ning's words, Lu Zhen smirked, as if he had already guessed something. You're quite cautious, kid. Since you're here, come on out. In the void, Tang Di appeared 50 meters away from Lu Zhen, smiling at the 10 people before him. That's him. What are you waiting for? Go and take him down. Wang Yijie roared, his eyes blazing with anger. Tang, you've walked right into this. Today, I'll show you what I'm capable of. Before Lu Zhen could speak, Wang Yijie was already shouting impatiently. Tang Di calmly replied, stop yelling. I'll take care of your lackeys first, then I'll deal with you personally. Don't worry. A third-level beast master daring to boast? Do you really think your invisibility makes you invincible? Lu Zhen's murderous intent grew, and although he was engaged in despicable acts, being underestimated by Tang Di infuriated him. I'm certainly not invincible, but neither are you. As soon as Tang Di finished speaking, he vanished again. When he reappeared, he was behind Wang Yijie. Clink. The ghostly strike left only a faint scratch on Wang Yijie's face. 3 of you, protect young Master Wang. The rest, surround and kill that guy. Lu Zhen shouted, sweat beading on his forehead. If not for the psionic shield he had placed on Wang Yijie earlier, the boy's head might have been half gone by now. 2 nearby 4th-level 9-star beast masters quickly summoned their spirit beasts, with claws and 3 wind blades simultaneously striking Tang Di. The demon scales flickered, Tang Di's psionic barrier shuddered slightly, and the attacking spirit beasts suffered from the backlash. Although Tang Di didn't have a powerful defensive spirit beast, this backlash ability frustrated him. Whoosh! A searing yet invisible wave struck Tang Di, nearly melting his demon scale barrier. Tang Di quickly dodged, vanishing into the void. Everyone stood back to back, releasing spirit beasts with sound wave detection and heat source detection capabilities, determined to find and kill him. Lu Xun shook his hand. His spectrum ray had not only failed to penetrate Tang Di's barrier, but had also caused his own barrier to start melting. A backlash-type barrier? Lu Xun thought to himself, knowing that some rare spirit beasts could create barriers with a certain degree of backlash, but this level of backlash was unusually high. Looking at his hand's melted and damaged psionic barrier, Lu Xun clenched his fist, realizing that a swift resolution was necessary. Where is he? Lu Xun asked loudly. Lu Ning's face was pale, his breathing heavy. I can't find him. My sound wave and heat source detections show nothing, and there's no response from psionic detection either. Another beast master guarding Wang Yijie chimed in. Useless. You're all useless. A bunch of 4th and 5th level beast masters can't handle a 3-star, and you got me injured too. You're all useless. Wang Yijie had a shallow cut on his face, and his suppressed emotions exploded as he yelled at Lu Xun and the others. You spoiled brat, say one more word and I'll. One of the beast masters next to Wang Yijie couldn't take it anymore and turned to retort. However, before he could finish, his head suddenly flew off. The head soared into the air and then thudded to the ground. Tang Di, with a chilling expression, slowly sheathed his sword. Lu Xun and his companions felt as though they were staring into the eyes of a beast from the abyss through Tang Di's cold gaze. A shiver ran down their spines, especially for Lu Xun. As a 4th level, 9-star beast master, he was shocked to see his shield and himself shattered by a single strike. Even for him, achieving such a feat would require extensive preparation and the aid of explosive potions. Yet, this was a mere 3rd-level beastmaster? Don't be afraid, keep playing, Tang Di taunted with a villainous laugh before disappearing again with a stealth technique. Release all your water tribute spirit beasts, cover the battlefield with water, quickly. Lu Xun, experienced and quick-thinking, ordered as soon as their usual detection methods energy, heat, and sound failed. In water, any movement by Tang Di would create ripples or sounds, allowing these 5th and 4th level beastmasters to pinpoint his location. Upon his command, a variety of unique spirit beasts emerged, releasing torrents of water. Within seconds, the area was covered with a few centimeters of water. Despite his calm exterior, Tang Di was far from composed. Concealed on a tree, he consumed a spirit egg from Black Demon to replenish his energy. The swift defeat of a 4th level, 9-star beastmaster wasn't solely due to brute force. He had expended half of his and Ghost Slayer's energy to execute a Ghost Slayer attack at 6 Mach speed. This attack, with its speed-induced increased damage and the unique ability of Ghost Slayer to penetrate shields with 50 true damage, achieved the victory. It wasn't that Tang Di's strike could completely shatter the defenses of a high-level beastmaster. It was the true damage that severed the opponent's neck. After regaining some energy, Tang Di checked the time and sensed the presence of his opponents, frowning. He needed to keep them in this area for at least 5 more minutes. With this in mind, he targeted Lu Xun and launched another Ghost Slayer attack. Bring it on. Lu Xun, fully buffed, saw the ripples on the water and charged forward with his glowing yellow sword, opting for an offensive rather than defensive approach. Clang. Tang Di's Ghost Slayer struck his barrier, creating a crack. The true damage penetrated his neck armor, leaving a shallow wound. However, Lu Xun's retaliatory strike nearly shattered Tang Di's demonic scale barrier, leaving it covered in web-like cracks. Tang Di was sent flying, crashing through a tree before coming to a halt. Ha! Go! Get him, cripple him for me. Wang Yijie, seeing Tang Di thrown back, shouted for others to swarm and disable Tang Di. Charge! Lu Xun ignored Wang Yijie's foolishness and dashed forward, his sword leading the way as countless control skills rained down on Tang Di. If any of those skills hit, Tang Di would be doomed. Lu Xun's sword was nearly in sync with the incoming skills, his body leaving afterimages. Ding! The initial white light appeared again, freezing Lu Xun in place and robbing him of sight and sound. When his senses returned, Tang Di had vanished once more. Damn it! Is all you know how to do is hide in the shadows and ambush like a rat? Lu Xun was furious as the battle raged on. He had faced countless dangerous battles, but Tang Di's slippery, eel-like movements were truly infuriating. In a direct confrontation, Lu Xun and his team could defeat Tang Di in 3 seconds. However, this guy's stealth, traps, and sinister skills made them, the level 5 and 4 beastmasters, look like fools being led by the nose. Huff, bro, that guy's attack on you was a lot slower just now. Lu Ning panted, cautiously scanning the surroundings. His gaze fell on Lu Xun, who also noticed that the previous attack had only grazed his skin, its power significantly reduced. As expected, a level 3 beast master trying to kill above their rank must be exhausting themselves. Alright, let's force him out. Everyone, unleash indiscriminate attacks on the surroundings. No need to conserve energy. Lu Zhan commanded, and the 6 level 4 beast masters behind him immediately summoned all their spirit beasts for an all-out assault. Tang Di, who was recovering his energy, tensed at this order. Although the attack wasn't overwhelming, it was still troublesome. Dodging several wind pressure bullets, he locked onto the beast master with the fiercest firepower. This beast master had 2 spirit beasts, a basic wind fox and a special acid camel. The camel's hump stored over 1,000 liters of corrosive acid, and when Tang Di accidentally got grazed, it punched a hole in his energy barrier. He's the one, Tang Di decided, targeting the beast master to Wang Yijia's left and activated Ghost Kill. With 6 Mach speed support, Tang Di jumped from the treetop, activated his inherent speed midair, and became a streak of light, striking with his blade. The beast master's level 3 armor shattered instantly, and Tang Di's blade pierced through his chest, stabbing his heart. Why me? The beast master murmured in confusion and unwillingness as he fell. As Tang Di withdrew his blade, Lu Zhan was already upon him, executing Aurora Break. 6 beams hit Tang Di simultaneously, burning 6 holes into his magic scale barrier with their intense heat. Die heavy slash. Lu Ning's battle knife accelerated just as Tang Di's barrier melted through, shattering his defense and striking heavily at his abdomen. Thud. Tang Di's armor activated its defensive capabilities, but against a level 5 beast master, it was breached, leaving a 10-centimeter wound on his abdomen. Strong Conceal. Tang Di quickly activated Strong Conceal, vanishing into the void. Seeing Tang Di disappear again, Lu Ning snorted, continuing the bombardment. That guy got hit by Ning's blade. If he dares to attack again, it will be his end. Lu Ning knew that while Tang Di's attack power and speed were formidable, his defense was pathetically weak. Indeed, Tang Di was now hiding in the void, using Strong Conceal to move to a nearby tree, where he remained hidden. He took out a spray to stop the bleeding on his abdomen, then swallowed a spirit egg to recover his injuries and energy. Checking the time, he had a minute and a half left. 2 level 5 beast tamers and 7 level 4 9-star tamers. Tang Di is only at level 3 and hasn't even formed his 3rd spirit beast yet. Even with the powerful spirit beasts of Ghost Kill and Black Demon, he can't directly confront so many formidable enemies. Thus, he had a plan in place: poison. The paralysis toxin from Black Demon had already spread throughout the area. At this moment, a cautious level 4 beast tamer, observing the surroundings, clenched his fist, only to be shocked to find his fingers unable to bend effectively. Zhan Ning. Something's wrong. My body is starting to go numb. This experienced warrior immediately sensed the anomaly and shouted urgently. Lu Ning and Lu Zhan exchanged glances, quickly realizing that their bodies were also becoming numb, and the paralysis was accelerating. Everyone retreat. Cover your nose and mouth. There's poison in the air. Lu Zhan ordered decisively, turning to leave without hesitation. However, Wang Yijia was furious, blocking Lu Zhan and roaring. How can you leave? So many of us can't handle one weakling, and we've already lost 2 people. Now you say retreat? No one is leaving until that kid is taken down. That's the arrogance of the 6th brother. Wang Yijia was almost faint with anger. He brought so many people to see Tang Di kneel before him, and now these supposedly strong opponents were being toyed with by a level 3 nobody, and they were thinking of retreating. It was unacceptable to him. Lu Zhan, listen. My mother sent you here to be my lackeys. Now I'm telling you to stay and take that kid down. Understand? Otherwise, you'll face family punishment when you return. Wang Yijia threatened, his eyes burning with unwilling rage. Lu Zhan, unfazed, suddenly kicked Wang Yijia to the ground, spitting coldly. A piece of trash like you would be dead outside already. If it weren't for your luck and birth, who would bother with you? You worthless thing? Threaten me? With that, he turned to leave with his men. Brother, I can barely breathe. At this moment, Lu Ning, pale-faced, was half kneeling on the ground, clutching his throat as he struggled to breathe. While Lu Zhan didn't care about Wang Yijia, he was concerned about his right-hand man, his brother. What's wrong? The paralysis shouldn't be this strong, right? It's my blood starting to clot, causing massive thrombosis, Tang Di said with a smile, stepping out from the void, his gaze as sharp as a knife on the remaining 8. Blood clotting. Lu Zhan's pupils contracted as he tore open the wound on his neck, horrified to find no blood flowing out. This area is covered by my neurotoxic fog, and any attack that draws blood will carry a coagulant poison, quickly clotting your blood. If a person's blood coagulates, especially due to poisoning, they will immediately start to suffer internal bleeding, leading to multiple organ failure and symptoms like suffocation. However, Tang Di is only a level 3 beast master, while a level 5 beast master's physique is much more resilient, allowing them to endure for a longer period. Otherwise, suffocation would have occurred much sooner, and he would have been long gone. Lu Zhan was furious and cursed, despicable, shameless, like a sewer rat lurking in the shadows. He had never been played like this before, yet felt powerless and frustrated. What good is barking with rage? If you have the guts, come and fight me. Tang Di stood with his hands behind his back, shaking his head with a look of disdain. This demeanor almost made Lu Xun burst a blood vessel, but he was helpless. He couldn't catch him, couldn't touch him, and the surrounding area was filled with poison gas. Where on earth did this kid crawl out from? His deceitfulness was over the top. Lu Xun had thought that Tang Di's strongest tactic as a level 3 beast master was just invisibility, which, although tricky, he could still manage. Who would have thought he was facing a real menace? Boss, my legs are numb. Lu Ning's voice was weak, clearly starting to feel the suffocation too. Within a short time, several level 4 beast masters were losing their ability to move. Lu Xun felt his control over his body waning, reaching a point of desperation. He had two choices, either flee or fight to the death. What are you waiting for? Kill him, and we'll be saved. Wang Yijia, also feeling the paralysis, yelled at Lu Xun, his anger turning to fear. Lu Xun stood up, locked his gaze on Tang Di, then suddenly turned and thrust his sword. In Tang Di's shocked eyes, he pierced Wang Yijia's heart with his blade. You, how dare you? Wang Yijia, with a look of horror, spat out a large amount of blood and gradually died. With the main threat eliminated, Lu Xun, wearing a stern expression, dragged the struggling Lu Ning to Tang Di. We have no past grudges or recent grievances, yet you've killed 2 of my men. Now that I've taken care of Wang, give my brother the antidote, and let's part ways. Looking at the pale-faced Lu Ning, Tang Di smiled. Indeed, if it weren't for Wang, I wouldn't have bothered with you guys. He put away his sword and took out a syringe, seemingly ready to inject Lu Ning. No one noticed the small stone at Tang Di's feet. As he bent down, Lu Xun's eyes filled with killing intent, and he swung his sword towards Tang Di's neck with speed and ferocity. Red blaze slash. The blade, carrying a hot gust and glow, flew towards Tang Di, who responded with a sneer. At that moment, the small stone exploded, causing Lu Xun to freeze momentarily. Despite being caught twice, Lu Xun continued to swing his sword, but Tang Di, having merged with the Ghost Slayer, possessed the terrifying dynamic vision of a Ghost Slayer tiger armor beast. The brief paralysis was enough. Activating his inherent speed, Tang Di moved backward, dodging the strike, and aimed his sword at Lu Xun's chest. Ghost Slayer. Lu Xun's body was already filled with highly coagulated poison, compounded with paralysis toxins, weakening his energy barrier significantly. Tang Di's strike was precise and ruthless, piercing Lu Xun's forehead and through his skull, killing him instantly. With Lu Xun lifeless, Tang Di withdrew his sword and noticed that Lu Ning had already succumbed to respiratory failure. An antidote? There was never any antidote. Tang Di scoffed. Coagulated blood could be treated with anticoagulants and a specific enzyme, but organ failure and bleeding wounds caused by blood clots were beyond help. He didn't believe Lu Xun was unaware, but asking for an antidote was surely a trap. Satisfied, Tang Di happily looted the bodies. With a bright smile, he skipped over to the now paralyzed level 4 beast masters whose heart and lung functions were gradually shutting down. In the camp of Zhuang Ku and his group, Zhong Yuhuang anxiously gazed into the depths of the dense forest, constantly adjusting the monitors in various directions. Her heart was filled with unease. Don't worry, Yonglo will be fine. Zhao Chun, who was yawning and bleary-eyed, said beside her. After all, he was only a level 3 beast master, while the opponents were 2 level 5 and 7 level 4 9-star experts. If something went wrong, wouldn't it be a disaster? Zhong Yuhuang rolled her eyes at Zhao Chun, thinking that Tang Di's brother was even less reliable than him. You don't understand him. He claims to be cautious, but he's actually cunning. Zhao Chun sneered, his gaze also directed towards the depths of the forest. And here's a piece of advice. Never engage in a fight with Yongla in the wild. Zhong Yuhuang felt disdainful at his words, but she would soon understand their deeper meaning. Another half-hour passed when Zhong Yuhuang suddenly felt a tap on her shoulder and reflexively elbowed back. Ouch! She turned to see Tang Di clutching his face on the ground. Wow, you look so gentle, yet you hit so hard, Tang Di said, rubbing his face with a smile. I didn't know it was you. Plus, being touched from behind in the middle of the night in the beast domain. It's a miracle I didn't slash you with a sword. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Zhong Yuhuang reached out to help Tang Di up. How did it go? Are you hurt? Tang Di pointed to several damaged parts of his armor with a smile and said, took them all out. Not a single one escaped. Zhong Yuhuang's pupils contracted in shock. 2 level 5 and 7 level 4 9-stars, and Tang Di managed to take them all out alone. He was only level 3 and hadn't even constructed his 3rd spiritual beast, with only 1 auxiliary skill learned. How could he possibly handle so many people single-handedly? She swallowed, shaking her head slightly, thinking to herself, this can't be true. That means the forces behind Tang Di intervened. An organization capable of deciphering the Ghost Tiger Armor Beast blueprint while remaining deeply hidden, even beyond the reach of the Zhong family. You're back, huh? Then I'll go to sleep, Zhao Chen said, unsurprised by Tang Di's success against the enemies. Seeing him unharmed, Zhao Chen returned to the tent to continue sleeping. He wasn't joking. Zhao Chun was well aware of how insidious the abilities of the ghost tiger armor beast and the devil scale lizard were. Hey, you're all here. You can go to sleep now. Old Qin and I will keep watch for the rest of the night. At that moment, Zhuang Ke yawned as he emerged from a nearby tent. Feeling exhausted, Tang Di nodded and returned to his tent, while Zheng Yuhuang went back to the car to sleep. Snap! Wang Yiru suddenly crushed the precious purple clay teacup in her hand, staring intently at the small sphere in her palm. Originally, there was a delicate triangular object inside the glass sphere, but now it was shattered into glass shards. This was Wang Yijia's safety marker. Many beast masters made such markers for their families, which would break upon their death. Wang Yiru seemed unable to believe it, holding the shattered marker in a daze for several minutes before pulling out her phone to call Lu Jun, the team leader. This special phone is designed to reach anyone within an 800-kilometer radius of the Academy of War. However, no one answered. Wang Yiru kept dialing for a full half-hour before finally losing control and shouting out in despair. The sorrow of a parent burying their child was so intense that it seemed as if tears of blood would spill from his eyes. The commotion was such that Lu Yuan rushed in from another room, thinking Wang Yiru had encountered a problem with his training. But when she saw the insignia on the table, she froze. Holding the broken insignia of Wang Yijia, her expression shifted rapidly from disbelief to helplessness. Honey, there must be a mistake, right? This has to be a mistake. Lu Yuan's voice trembled, her breathing rapid. I called everyone in Lu Jin's team, and no one answered. I called your family, and they said all their insignias were shattered. No, my Yijia, my Yijia. Upon hearing Wang Yiru's confirming words, Lu Yuan broke down. 20 years of nurturing, and her flesh and blood was gone for a Verno mother could accept such a reality. She fell to the ground, her piercing cries tearing through the house like a banshee, leaving the servants bewildered. What's going on? What's all this noise? Who's responsible? I want to know who's responsible. I'll tear them to pieces. Lu Yuan's spirit had collapsed, yet Wang Yiru remained surprisingly calm. He held Lu Yuan gently, comforting her. I've contacted a few professors from the combat department. Once they arrive, we'll set out to investigate. I must find out who harmed Yijia, my Yijia. While Lu Yuan wept in despair, Wang Yiru clenched his fists, burning with a desire for revenge. Wang Yiru had many acquaintances in the combat department, and upon hearing that a friend's son had been killed, they rushed over without hesitation, even in the middle of the night, and quickly headed into the beast domain. A group of 5 or 6 experienced level 6 beast tamers rode their flying spirit beasts, leaping from high altitudes to swiftly locate several giant beasts gnawing on corpses. Die. One of the beast tamers released a spirit beast as fine as steel wire, which swiftly dispatched the level 3 and level 4 beasts. Lu Yuan immediately recognized Yijia's golden battle armor and stumbled over. When she saw the mangled, unrecognizable body, she could no longer endure the harsh reality and fainted. Wang Yiru did not attend to Lu Yuan, who had collapsed on the grass, but instead walked over to Wang Yijia's body with a grim expression. A professor from the combat department observed, Old Wang, these corpses are peculiar. The blood inside is severely coagulated, suggesting poisoning. Wang Yiru approached and, with little regard, cut open the chest cavity and part of the artery. Indeed, the blood inside had turned jelly-like, which was far from normal, and judging by the body's temperature, the time of death was no more than 2 hours ago. A coagulant toxin, and it's very potent, the professor continued analyzing. Old Wang, there's something wrong with the air here too. His words prompted everyone to start sensing the surroundings carefully. Half a minute later, Wang Yiru's eyes widened suddenly, exclaiming, neurotoxic gas. Tang Di never imagined that just over an hour after he eliminated Wang Yijia, Wang Yiru and his group would arrive. The area was lowlying, with poor air circulation, and the withering poison mist from the dark magic had not yet completely dissipated. Although only a faint residual, the withering effect was a rule skill, capable of reducing the inhaler's action capacity by 1,000th per second, even at low concentrations. This sophisticated nerve-paralyzing gas was incredibly subtle. If I hadn't suffered from toxic injuries in the past and been vigilant, I might not have noticed it. The professor adjusted his glasses and said smugly, coagulating toxins, colorless and odorless nerve-paralyzing gas. The combination almost entirely rules out the possibility of a beast attack. If it were a beast attack, it would never leave the body behind for other beasts to consume after killing someone. Wang Yiru's thoughts raced, suddenly recalling the conflict between Xiao Jie and Tang Di earlier that left Xiao Jie bedridden for 2 days. Was it also due to a nerve-paralyzing toxin? Tang Di. All clues converged in an instant, and Wang Yiru's suspicion focused on Tang Di. This time, Wang Yijia came to kill Tang Di, and now everyone was dead, surrounded by nerve-paralyzing gas. Although these clues weren't definitive evidence, based on them, Tang Di was undoubtedly the suspect. The only doubt was Tang Di's strength. The last time they met, Tang Di was at a level 2, 9-star strength, and now he could be at most level 3, 1 or 2 stars. How did he manage to eliminate Lu Jun and Lu Ning, both level 5 beast tamers, along with many level 4, 9-star beast tamers? Ladies and gentlemen, have you heard of a new student named Tang Di? Wang Yiru, being a spirit builder, was relatively out of touch with other academy matters. Tang Di? He's the rising star of this batch, having secured second place in the exhibition match. The first place was his friend, and they decided the ranking by rock, paper, scissors. Vice Dean Lin even mentioned that this kid possesses a sacred beast. A sacred beast. Who knows which family's genius he is? Tang Di has a ghost tiger armor beast with exceptional assassination skills, once making the Lin family of the 8 sages look like a joke, which was quite amusing. Several combat department professors who attended the exhibition match had a strong impression of Tang Di. Listening to their discussions, the coldness on Wang Yiru's face intensified. Sure enough, Tang Di had backing. No wonder he dared to offend me so recklessly. He had support behind him. But no matter how strong your backing is, I swear I will personally take your head to avenge Xiao Jia. Wang Yiru resolved silently, said no more, and returned to their residence in Day City with Wang Yijia's body and the unconscious Lu Yuan. With a flash of a blade, Tang Di swiftly sliced open the head of a level 4 giant beast at 8 Mach speed. It was a solitary lightning lion, with a cultivation level of 4 stars in its juvenile stage. As its massive body crashed to the ground, its capacitive mane continued to crackle with electricity. Once the discharge ended, Tang Di and his team extracted 4 beast cores from its body. Tang, your attack power is truly astonishing. Almost every strike you make is enough. Zhuangku praised Tang Di's combat prowess with a broad smile, not holding back his admiration. Indeed, who would have thought we could specifically trigger the beast blood frenzy in these giant creatures and then finish them off with a single blow? As Qin Hong complimented him, she skillfully gathered the mane of the thunder lion, a highly valuable natural capacitor material useful in both armor and weaponry, fetching a high price. Tang Di listened to their praises with a faint smile, yet he understood his own struggles. Over the past 3 or 4 days, he had been training with the spirit of all things at night. Despite achieving 100 purity in spiritual energy and significantly improved absorption efficiency, his cultivation progress remained frustratingly slow. His spirit beasts were in the same predicament, growing slowly and consuming resources massively. The 2 creatures, Ghost Kill and Black Demon, required 80 liters of spiritual liquid daily and were extremely picky, refusing anything below grade 98. When it came to spirit crystals, Ghost Kill preferred gold and illusion attributes, while Black Demon favored light and illusion attributes, dismissing anything below grade 80. With grade 98 spiritual liquid costing 8,000 yuan per liter, his daily expenses reached 600,000 yuan, equivalent to 10,000 points. Thus, raising sacred beasts is not something an average person can afford. Fortunately, Tang Di had previously acquired substantial resources from the spirit-slaying sect and had also managed to swindle the Xiao family, or he would have been in dire straits by now. All right, that's the 8th one, Zhuangku announced, having collected all usable materials from the Thunder Lion, and chuckled as he tallied the earnings for the group. With our current haul, each of us can exchange it for 30,000 points, no problem. 30,000 points, which is 30 million yuan. Imagine how much food you could buy with that. Tang Di hadn't expected their haul to be worth so much. Normally, a level 4, 9-star giant beast wouldn't fetch this much, but the materials of a beast in a blood frenzy undergo changes, doubling in price. However, such beasts possess formidable damage reduction abilities, and only Tang Di's true damage, which ignores defense, combined with his supersonic silent assassination, could achieve an instant kill. Otherwise, even a level 6 beast master would find it very challenging to instantly kill a level 4, 9-star beast in a blood frenzy. Everyone, we need to be more cautious from now on. Up ahead is the level 4 beast domain. In the previous level 3 beast domain, they had encountered a level 5 giant beast and had chosen not to engage out of caution. In the level 4 beast domain, they would need to be even more careful. Up ahead is the level 4 beast domain. It's about time for us to make our move, isn't it? 30 kilometers away, Xiao Ruiji and his team of dozens watched the screen, determining their strike location. Once our people signal, as soon as they enter here, they'll be trapped like fish in a barrel, Xiao Ruiji said, tapping the screen. The location was a gourd-shaped valley with only one entrance and exit, making escape nearly impossible. Chang and Yi nodded quietly, filled with apprehension towards Xiao Ruiji. Being able to unite various forces and devise such a meticulous plan, it would be wise to keep one's distance from him in the future. Even if Tang Di set up markers along the way, he couldn't detect anything within a 30-kilometer range. Before the pursuers caught up, his vision would have already failed. Therefore, Tang Di assumed the threat was over, and this trip was solely for hunting an ice dragon beast. The redline vine is a 5-year-old herbaceous plant, a natural extractor that draws spiritual energy from soil and minerals, producing a fruit called Zhu Meng to replace spiritual liquid. Now, in the level 4 beast domain, Zhong Yuhuang carefully transplanted a red vine onto the substrate she brought along, explaining its uses to the group. Once inside the level 4 beast domain, the experience of Qin Hong and Zhuang Ke seemed less applicable, and they had to rely on Zhong Yuhuang's academic ecological knowledge. The tree trunk showed signs of corrosion, and the watermarks indicated a creature of considerable size, with the smell revealing it was urine. Zhong Yuhuang found some water stains near a large tree, and without hesitation, she inspected and even sniffed them, confidently stating, "It's a Lee's forest cat," marking its territory. "It's definitely an adult, so be cautious." Based on the nearby footprints and scattered fur, Zhong Yuhuang eventually identified the territory's owner. Hearing Lee's forest cat, both Zhuang Ku and Qin Hong's expressions darkened. As a level 6 giant beast in adulthood, it excels in camouflage and ambushes. Its diet includes a type of toad, making its claws and teeth carry bacteria. While not directly lethal, dealing with the aftermath is quite troublesome. Qin Hong frowned and said, "Let's get the drone up quickly. I don't want to deal with that thing." Tang Di, also preferring to avoid complications, said nothing and continued toward their destination. Everyone got into the vehicle, with Qin Hong staying outside to personally launch the drone and set it to cruise mode. It was evident that he had a strong aversion to the Lee's forest cat, carefully avoiding areas marked by its urine while driving. 2 hours later, they finally reached a valley resembling a bottle gourd's mouth. As they got out of the car, Tang Di shivered, noting the significantly lower temperature compared to outside. "Tang, my brother, we shouldn't wait until this ice dragon gets all riled up before we make our move," Zhuang Ke said while preparing, feeding spiritual liquid to several spirit beasts. Tang Di smiled wryly, knowing that even as a seasoned warrior, he wasn't confident against a level 5 dragon, let alone if it became enraged. Seeing everyone was almost ready, Zhuang Ke wanted to proceed, but noticed Qin Hong was missing. "Old Qin, what are you doing behind the car?" he asked. "Oh, nothing. I just heard a strange noise from the engine and came to check," Qin Hong replied, which no one questioned, as he was in charge of vehicle maintenance throughout the journey. The group then cautiously moved forward, with Tang Di prudently leaving a marker at the gourd-shaped entrance just in case. The terrain inside was stepped, descending deeper as they advanced. "Look, there are some signs of artificial excavation around here, but they're quite ancient," someone observed. Walking through the narrow pass, which was over 10 meters wide, Zhong Yuhuang gently pushed aside the dense vines and pointed to some marks on the ground, her brow slightly furrowed. Could these be marks of artificial excavation? Was this place not naturally formed? It's quite possible. Humans have only been in the history of the infinite divine land for a few short years, while the indigenous people have lived here for hundreds of millions of years, leaving many traces. The territorial sense of dragon beasts is very strong. Usually only one large carnivorous lord exists in a territory, so they are not worried about attacks from other creatures. However, Zhong Yuhuang found some black fur in the corner of the pass, showing a look of confusion on her face. Tang Di and the others seemed more relaxed, listening to Zhong Yuhuang's explanations of the giant beast's ecology as they walked. Along the way, they were impressed by Zhong Yuhuang's vast knowledge, which was extremely practical. She could even identify the most active lord beast in the area by the types of small giant beasts they encountered. The seemingly insignificant details, such as a scale shed by a serpent-like giant beast, held no meaning for them. But to Zhong Yuhuang, they could reveal much about the creature's species, age, and injuries based on its shape, condition, and color. "I'll have to spend a month or two in the library when we get back," Zhuang Ke said somewhat sheepishly while listening. "Following Miss Zhong really broadened my horizons. Knowledge truly is power." Qin Hong, holding her sword hilt, generously praised. "Don't look at me. It's our brother Xiao Chun who diligently studies books on bioengineering every day." Zhong Yuhuang raised her delicate chin and exposed Xiao Chun, who was still pretending to be a poor student. Tang Di was taken aback, widening his eyes at Xiao Chun, exclaiming, "Oh, come on, you sneaky dog. We agreed to fail together, and you secretly studied, didn't you?" Xiao Chun scratched his head with a smile and replied, "I just suddenly found bioengineering really interesting." Indeed, interest is the best teacher. Tang Di scoffed dismissively, but he was genuinely happy that Xiao Chun had found a subject he liked. Beastmasters have never been in a profession that relies solely on brute force. A vast amount of knowledge is needed to support an excellent beastmaster. Take Qian Lin, for example, who has already become a disciple of the head of the bioengineering department, something that can't be achieved through connections alone. Rumor has it that Master Qian was already immersed in his family's biological laboratory, participating in various experimental projects, when others were still playing with mud. This is why even in the War Academy, a brutal meat grinder, students are required to take minor courses. It seems that when I get back, I need to focus on my spiritual cultivation studies as well," Tang Di began to say, but suddenly his pupils contracted, and his expression turned serious. "What's wrong?" Everyone heard the word alert and instinctively summoned their spirit beasts, while Zhuangke asked seriously, Tang Di's scouting ability has become incredibly formidable lately, even detecting beasts that are invisible or deeply buried underground. Therefore, they immediately assumed a combat-ready stance in response to Tang Di's warning. What a coincidence, Tang Di said in a low voice, his eyes fixed on the depths of the pass. Ali's forest cat is coming towards us. The Li clan forest cat at level 6 was a formidable opponent. Even though Tang Di and his team were strong, their chances against such a creature were slim. Tang Di calculated that even using his full strength and unleashing a 14-Mach ghost strike might not penetrate its tough defenses. He quickly decided to retreat and find a larger area to fight, as the narrow passage offered no room for maneuver. Qin Hong shouted and led the way deeper into the passage, with the others following closely, relieved to escape the narrow confines. Minutes later, their view suddenly expanded as they emerged from the passage. But just then, Qin Hong, who was at the front, suddenly vanished with a scream. Zhuangke reacted swiftly and grabbed Qin Hong. It turned out the end of the passage was a sheer cliff, about 30 meters high, with no slope. Qin Hong had been careless and almost fell. Once pulled back, Qin Hong took a deep breath and cursed in frustration. With everyone safe, they began to survey the vast space. Below the cliff was a circular area about 2 square kilometers, resembling a scooped-out bowl of pudding. Zhong Yuhuang, noticing Tang Di's curiosity, concluded, this place seems to be man-made. Forget if it's man-made or not. The cat's coming after us. Zhao Chen exclaimed, turning to see the cat pursuing them. Without hesitation, he jumped off the cliff. The others were stunned. 30 meters was a big drop. But midair, a golden light flashed around Zhao Chen, suggesting he used some ability to reduce his mass and soften the landing. Zhuang Ku and Qin Hong followed suit, using their spirit beast's abilities or tools to land safely. Zhong Yuhuang was more direct, jumping down and relying on her formidable defense to absorb the impact, leaving a crater. Tang Di landed gracefully, using inherent speed to convert his fall into a horizontal dash, cleverly bypassing physical limitations. As they landed, a shadow emerged from the passage and leaped towards them. The creature's 4 feet touched down lightly, and its form was smaller than expected, standing about 2 meters tall with slender limbs and black fur. Its round head looked somewhat cute, but the sharp fangs peeking from its mouth were a clear warning this was no pet. This was the lair of the Li clan forest cat, not of an ice dragon. Zhong Yuhuang seemed to realize something and exclaimed, only to suddenly reconsider. The Li forest cat is a top predator, much like the ice dragon, and their territories would never overlap. Tang Di felt a jolt of tension as the little cat in front of him seemed poised to attack. He noticed the Li forest cat's body lowering slightly, a clear sign of an impending feline assault. Chun, block it. Tang Di knew the battle was unavoidable and had to face it head-on. Zhao Chen didn't hesitate, quickly fusing De Huang's broadsword in front of him to confront the Li forest cat. With a tremendous crash, Zhao Chen managed to withstand the impact using De Huang's spiritual energy barrier, but the barrier was now webbed with cracks, indicating immense power. Be careful, the most frightening thing about the Li forest cat is its assassination ability. Zhong Yuhuang hurriedly summoned her crystal-bellied mosquito to enhance everyone's defenses, preventing Zhao Chen's shield from breaking earlier. Whirlwind slash. At this moment, Zhuangke launched his attack, sending 5 wind blades in succession. The Li forest cat's amber eyes blinked rapidly, its feet shifting slightly as the wind blades grazed past its body. In an instant, its back arched and it appeared right in front of Zhuangke, its pink paw pads extended with razor-sharp claws reaching for him. Bang! The shield shattered instantly. Fortunately, Zhuangke had a temporary barrier, with golden light rising to block the claw's cut, narrowly avoiding being sliced in half. Despite this, Zhuangke was flung like a projectile, landing heavily on the ground. Having succeeded in its strike, the Li forest cat was confronted by 2 figures, Xiao Chun wielding a battle knife, and Zhong Yuhuang in a berserk state. Facing their pincer attack, a hint of human-like mockery flashed in the cat's eyes. To their astonishment, its body suddenly vanished. It's using optical camouflage, use area skills to reveal it. Zhong Yuhuang had evidently taken command of the battle. Zhao Chun unhesitatingly shielded the vulnerable Zhuangke, unleashing the earth torrent, while Zhuangke deployed wind over the building, a wide-area attack. Stones and wind blades flew in unison, and sure enough, the Li forest cat reappeared, its claws trailing a long black shadow, the air trembling in its wake. This time, its target was Zhong Yuhuang. Good timing. Mountain cleaver. Hiss bang. With an explosive crackle, Zhong Yuhuang had no intention of defending, bringing down her heavy sword in a straightforward, powerful slash. The shadow claws slashed against her, not breaking her shield, but leaving 4 claw marks on her armor's abdomen. The Li forest cat took the hit solidly, but the thick barrier of the level 6 beast only flickered slightly. Heavy slabs of stone trap it within as it turns. Xiao Chun instructed Zhuang Ke's spirit beast to amplify his power, boosting the skill's potency by at least 30. Thud. The stone coffin was already heavy, and with the added mass of 2 scales, the leaf forest cat couldn't break free immediately. However, with its second attack, it violently shattered the stone coffin. The leaf forest cat seemed enraged, arching its body and hissing at Zhao Chun and Zhong Yuhuang. I feel like this guy's cursing us out, Zhao Chun joked lightheartedly as he stood next to Zhong Yuhuang. She rolled her eyes, summoning a roar, as if to say, "You two sure are relaxed, that's a level 6 spirit beast." Zhuangke removed an injector from his neck, smirking as he watched his barrier rapidly recover. What's there to fear? Even if it's level 6, as long as it's not a battle-hardened king. Before he could finish, the leaf forest cat's amber eyes flashed with a mysterious cross. The next second, it suddenly appeared behind Zhao Chun, its fangs piercing through his barrier and into his chest. Blink. The Battle King's skill, Blink. In a flash, Zhong Yuhuang recognized the skill one mastered by countless feline beasts. She cursed herself for her ill-timed words. Bang! Zhao Chen's psychic barrier shattered instantly, followed by a deafening explosion. Although injured, the explosion's force was still formidable. The forest cat let out its first wail, and cracks appeared on its psychic barrier, but the power of the rules left it dazed. Zhong Yuhuang realized what would happen after Zhao Chen's shield broke, and quickly pulled Zhuang Ke back, narrowly avoiding friendly fire. While the forest cat was stunned, Tang Di, who had been watching from the shadows, finally made his move. With his inherent speed of Mach 8, he used a stealth-breaking strike to slash at the forest cat. The blade tore through, creating a gap in the barrier, and blood splattered as it cut through its flesh. Tang Di stared at his broken battle blade and bloodied hand, shocked by the terrifying power of the level 6 beast. Don't just stand there, run. Tang Di shouted after his strike, realizing the forest cat was beyond their capability. The others, seeing Tang Di's full-force attack had little effect, understood there was no reason to stay. Especially Zhuang Ke, who mounted his wind spirit steed and galloped away. Zhong Yuhuang was not far behind. However, just as they prepared to charge towards the cliff, boom, an explosion sounded, and the narrow pass was suddenly buried by countless boulders. On those boulders, a bee-like spirit beast hovered, carrying Qin Hong. Holding something resembling a remote, Qin Hong sneered. Just die here quietly. Tang Di shouted in fury. Qin Hong, I considered you a brother. Why would you? What good is it for you if we die? With Qin Hong holding the remote, Tang Di and the others realized he was the traitor in their midst. Zhuang Ke yelled in disbelief, unable to comprehend how his longtime brother would betray him. I get it. This was all his plan. There's no ice dragon here. This place is the nest of the Li's forest cat. Zhong Yuhuang, recalling the black fur at the pass and other inconsistencies, suddenly understood the truth. Tang Di spoke coldly. Qin Hong, you're doing this for money, aren't you? The ice dragon intel came from Qin Hong, and in hindsight, he had been probing their abilities all along, clearly evaluating his plan's completeness. The world is bustling, all for profit, all for gain, Tang Di thought, realizing that their meager possessions weren't worth Qin Hong's risk. Qin Hong replied leisurely, smart. Someone put a price on your heads that would let me live in comfort forever. As he saw the forest cat recovering from its daze, he rose higher, laughing as he left. I'll bring you a pot of wine every year on this day. Feeling the danger behind him, Tang Di gritted his teeth, deciding to temporarily ignore Qin Hong. He could run with his inherent speed, but what about the others? He looked at Zhao Chun, who, though not unconscious, was pale-faced. Zhao Chun, who possesses a healing talent, should have started to heal the shallow wound on his chest by now. However, it was unusually pale, accompanied by the seepage of a large amount of tissue fluid. The threat of bacterial infection loomed large, as the forest cat's teeth and claws carried dozens of superbacteria resistant to drugs. Without targeted antibiotics, he would soon face organ failure due to internal bleeding. Zhong Yuhuang's delicate face showed a determined expression as she said to Tang Di, Yongla, don't worry about me. Let's fight together, and maybe we'll find a way out. Zhao Chen sneered, like a desperate beast. Tang brothers, this time, it's my fault for getting you involved. I'll charge first, even if it means dying before you. At this moment, Zhuang Ke's emotions were the most complex, a mix of guilt, anger, and helplessness. All he could do was fight the forest cat with all his might, feeling a deep sense of frustration. Brother Zhuang, don't say that. I think this time, it's me who got you all into trouble. Well, since it's a dead end, let's fight our way out. Tang Di took a deep breath and drew a spare combat knife. Brothers, let's. Before he could finish, the forest cat suddenly leaped in front of him, its tail sending him flying. Vortex shatter. Zhuang Ke reacted quickly, repelling the forest cat and immediately following up with a disintegration slash. At this time, Zhao Chen's psychic barrier had not yet recovered, so he hid behind Zhuang Ke, using his skills to increase the forest cat's mass and slow its speed. The effect was significant, with its speed visibly reduced. However, the level 6 beast was highly intelligent and, upon sensing the speed restriction, began using warp movements, becoming even more lethal. Just as the forest cat accidentally stepped on a small, inconspicuous stone, a burst of bright light exploded. It whimpered, curling up its body at high speed. Now was the chance. Tang Di, not holding back, used half of his psychic energy to unleash a 14-mach ghostly strike aimed at the creature's forehead. The blade glowed as it sliced through the air, heating up from friction. Without his psychic barrier, Tang Di would have been burned. The level 6 beast's barrier was breached, and the true damage ignored its defenses, affecting the forest cat's body. Everything seemed to be going smoothly. However, Tang Di had overlooked the level 6 beast's abilities. As the blade pierced the skull and dura mater, reaching the arachnoid, a sudden burst of red energy erupted. The beast's blood boiled. The once gentle cat roared, its purring turning into a deadly sound. Tang Di was sent flying, and in midair, the forest cat's pupils condensed into a cross again. A black dot appeared on Tang Di's chest. He didn't know what it was, but instinct told him it was lethal. Activating his inherent speed, he narrowly moved his chest away, but his forearm was hit instead. With a light snap, Tang Di felt intense pain as his forearm broke. In shock, he crashed into a stone pillar, using his other hand to cover the wound, barely managing to release high coagulation to stop the bleeding. What's happening? Fold. Be careful. This is an exceptional forest cat. Don't let that black sphere touch you, or whatever it touches will disappear. Zhong Yuhuang found the situation tricky, as the level 6 beast had dual and even triple attributes, and this forest cat had awakened a space attribute from the gravity system. Watching his arm stop bleeding, Tang Di re-entered the void to move stealthily, unaware that his blood was flowing down the stone pillar, slowly illuminating an ancient ruin. At this moment, outside the pass, Qin Hong retracted his spirit beast and slowly landed on the ground, casting a cold, mocking glance at the cliff opposite. You did well, came a calm voice from behind. Qin Hong turned to see Xiao Ruiji smiling faintly. Heh, a level 6 forest cat. It was only a matter of time before the three of us were taken out. Qin Hong chuckled proudly. To lure the foolish forest cat back to its lair, he had placed a special mint ball under the car, making it weave through its territory. He was almost discovered when retrieving the mint ball, narrowly avoiding failure. Xiao Ruiji's lips curled into a smile as he took out a pouch. Here's your reward. Qin Hong's eyes lit up. He had betrayed Zhuang Ku and the others precisely for this reward. Dreaming of a life of luxury, he reached out his hand. But as his fingers touched the pouch, his body suddenly jolted. Two short swords pierced through his throat and heart. Qin Hong's eyes widened as he used his last ounce of strength to grab Xiao Ruiji's collar, collapsing with a gurgling sound of blood. Did that fool really think he'd live to spend that money? Lin Zhonghe withdrew the short swords from Qin Hong's body and disdainfully wiped the blood on his clothes. Foolishness and greed always make these lowly people fight for us. Xiao Ruiji didn't bother to look at the fallen Qin Hong, but instead observed the battle in the valley through a drone. What do you plan to do? Changhe stepped forward to ask. If the forest cat can deal with them, all the better. If not, we will step in, Xiao Ruiji replied. Changhe nodded slightly in agreement. If Tang Di and his group were killed by the forest cat, no matter how others investigated, it would have nothing to do with them. At most, they would find a dead Qin Hong with no evidence. And if those people managed to take down the forest cat, then their group of level 4 beast tamers would step in. Exhausted and out of tricks, what chance would Tang Di have of survival? Everything was meticulously planned. From having Qin Hong leak information about Zhuang Ku's ice dragon to luring Tang Di and his group into a trap, it was all Xiao Ruiji's scheme. That's why they consistently received signals from Tang Di's vehicle and avoided his detection. Qin Hong had already relayed all of Tang Di's abilities to Xiao Ruiji from afar. From the start, it was all a conspiracy. No one insults the Xiao family, Xiao Ruiji said coldly, looking at the cliff. Just how fierce was the level 6 blood-boiling forest cat? Of Zhuang Ku's 3 spirit beasts, 2 had died in battle, leaving only the Qingfeng spirit steed barely hanging on. At this moment, Zhao Chun had fallen unconscious, with only De Huang bravely standing in front of him. The only one still capable of fighting was Zhong Yuhuang. She rode atop a massive rock dragon, 20 meters tall and made entirely of stone and wood. However, this mighty rock dragon was now covered in holes, ravaged by the forest cat's folding ability. Tang Di had launched 4 14-mach ghost kills and used 2 toxins to torment the forest cat, but it was far from fatal. The giant beast's resistance to poison was simply too strong. When the forest cat launched another fold, the massive body of the rock dragon finally fell to the ground. The forest cat, in a regal stance, looked down at the 4 people who were no longer capable of resistance. Zhong Yuhuang propped herself up with her sword, half kneeling in front of the unconscious Zhuang Ku and Zhao Chun, her eyes filled with reluctance. She knew she could escape and take them with her. Tang Di appeared from the void, standing in front of Zhong Yuhuang, his gaze firmly fixed on the forest cat enveloped in a red energy. Leave? I can leave, but what about you? Zhong Yuhuang understood that while she had a way to escape, it would take time and come at a cost. She didn't want to burden Tang Di. Don't worry about me. You know my abilities, right? If I want to run, no one can stop me. Tang Di forced a smile, but Zhong Yuhuang saw through his lie immediately. As they spoke, the forest cat moved again. Tang Di shouted, "Freeze. Run." He activated his skill, even though he only had a third of his energy left, willing to give everything for Zhao Chun and Zhong Yuhuang. Understanding the situation, Zhong Yuhuang quickly pulled Zhao Chun and Zhuang Ku aside, pricking her finger to draw runes on the ground. However, Tang Di overestimated his strength, and before the 30 seconds elapsed, his energy was depleted. He had used all his energy to cast the freeze, unable to form a barrier, leaving his neck vulnerable to the razor-sharp claws. Is this the end? In his mind, Tang Di started recalling his life, regretting not going to those dubious places with Zhao Chun. A sharp screech jolted him back to reality, as a blue barrier appeared before him, blocking the forest cat's attack. The sharp red claws left a trail of glass-like fragments on the barrier. What's going on? Tang Di couldn't comprehend for a moment, and the forest cat tilted its head, tapping the barrier with its paw, seemingly curious. At that moment, Tang Di noticed the stone pillar he had collided with began to glow blue, and the runes on the ground lit up one by one. On his hand, patterns from the divine touch began to spread, resonating with the runes. Huh. Seeing this, the forest cat's fur bristled, it arched its back, and its tail stood upright. Whoosh. A strange rune shot out a blue light so fast that Tang Di couldn't trace its path. When the beam struck the forest cat, it pierced its abdomen, turning its threatening screech into a whimper. The forest cat glanced around, saw dozens of runes, hesitated for a moment, then turned and leapt away along the mountainside. What the heck? Is this even possible? Watching the forest cat flee in panic, Tang Di's already exhausted body gave out, and he collapsed to the ground, staring in shock at the floating runes. Snap! Just as he was about to examine them, a rune on the stone pillar flickered and went out, as if a switch had been flipped. The countless runes in the air vanished, leaving everything calm once more. Tang Di, are we saved? Zhong Yuhuang walked over, carrying her heavy sword. She had interrupted the runes when the forest cat broke free, rushing over to help. Call me Yongla. Looks like we don't have to die just yet. Tang Di lay back on the ground, feeling grateful to have survived. Zhong Yuhuang tossed her sword aside and flopped down inelegantly. Hey, what were you thinking about just before you almost died? Regretting not going to Dream Hongchun with Big Chun to have fun, Tang Di replied with a wry smile. Zhong Yuhuang rolled her eyes at him. Seriously, you guys are always thinking about those ridiculous things? Got something dangling, and you can't stop thinking about it? Why not just chop it off? The two exchanged a laugh, but their laughter abruptly stopped as figures began to emerge around them. Narrow escape? The voice was calm, but the footsteps around them grew more intense. Tang Di and Zhong Yuhuang, who had just relaxed, forced themselves to stand once more. Xiao Ruiji, Changhaya. As they recognized the leading figures, Tang Di and Zhong Yuhuang couldn't help but gasp. It's me. Did you really think you could get away unscathed after causing trouble for the Xiao family? With those words, Tang Di suddenly understood a lot. So Xiao Ruiji was Qin Hong's employer. It all stemmed from the incident at the Xiao family's spirit forging hall. Recalling the day Xiao Ruiji personally came to apologize with gifts, and now facing this desperate situation. Even a ninja turtle would have Xiao Ruiji tattooed on its back. He truly was a patient man. So you, Tang Di began, but Xiao Ruiji suddenly accelerated, sweeping his spear to strike Tang Di's legs heavily. Both knees shattered instantly, and Tang Di could only lie on the ground, looking up at him. Xiao Ruiji said coldly, "Sorry, but to prevent you from running, it's safer to break your legs first." At this moment, Xiao Ruiji was no longer impulsive. He had the cunning demeanor of an old fox. Haha, pathetic creature. I still remember you crawling to my door to apologize like a dog. Tang Di, tired of lying on his stomach, lay on his back instead, yet his mouth remained defiant. Bang! As expected, Xiao Ruiji's foot came down, making Tang Di clutch his stomach, gasping in pain. Then, Xiao Ruiji humiliated him further by stepping on Tang Di's head. Now, who's the dog? Tang Di endured the humiliation. He wasn't afraid to die, but he refused to die in such a disgraceful manner. Even if he had to die, he would make sure the other side paid a price. Xiao Ruiji, don't go too far. Zhong Yuhuang couldn't stand by any longer. Tang Di was now a life-and-death companion to her, and she couldn't just watch. Changhaya, however, interrupted coldly. Zhong Yuhuang, do you think you can survive? Zhong Yuhuang's heart tightened, and she retorted. Changhaya, do you dare to kill me? If I die, the Zhong family will find out who did it. Changhaya slowly approached, chuckling. Why wouldn't I dare? Your reliance is merely the Zhong family's special mark, isn't it? You know and yet you dare. Before he could finish, two sharp daggers crossed from behind her, piercing through her abdomen and tearing a gash over 20 centimeters long. Seizing the opportunity, Changhaya reached into the wound and extracted a tumor-like object. Now, what means do you have? He asked coldly, leaning close to Zhong Yuhuang's face. Ugh, cough, cough, bastard, bastard. You trash, doing this in front of people. You better kill me, or I'll have your entire Chong family wiped out. Zhong Yuhuang spat out blood, enduring the intense pain in her abdomen as she angrily shouted. Chong Hai sneered, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. Heh, still got a sharp tongue, huh? I wonder if you'll be so eloquent when I put the knife in your mouth and stir it around. He grasped Zhong Yuhuang's chin with one hand and lightly tapped her cheek with the dagger in the other. You sure have a twisted sense of humor. Forget it, Lin Zhonghe said without a hint of compassion, pulling out the dagger and ignoring Zhong Yuhuang's screams. Then turning his attention to Tang Di. Pushing aside Zhao Ruiji, who was stepping on Tang Di's head, Lin Zhonghe grabbed Tang Di by the hair and lifted him up. Back then, was it fun to toy with me? Like walking a dog. It was quite amusing. With a swift motion, Lin Zhonghe plunged the blade into Tang Di's abdomen, twisting the hilt inside him. Blood gushed out as Tang Di continued to smile, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth, his expression a mix of agony and manic excitement. This is fun. Watching you look for your father is truly amusing, he taunted. Bang! Lin Zhonghe's fist landed heavily on Tang Di's face, breaking his nose with a sickening crack, blood splattering everywhere. Enraged, Lin Zhonghe grabbed Tang Di and slammed him to the ground, raining punches down on him until his ribs visibly shattered and caved in. Enough playing around. Just kill him to avoid any further complications, Zhao Ruiji said coldly. Lin Zhonghe paused, withdrew his dagger, and pressed the tip against Tang Di's heart, saying mockingly, Goodbye, Zhong Yuhuang. Meanwhile, Chong Hai tightened his grip on the barely conscious Zhong Yuhuang, his intent to kill growing stronger. Kids these days play with such bloodlust. A deep male voice suddenly interrupted, causing everyone to freeze. Who's there? Zhao Ruiji and the others turned towards the voice. An elderly man in casual attire, wearing a cheap mask from a street vendor, strolled in leisurely, beads in hand. Kill, Zhao Ruiji commanded, his gaze icy. He thought to himself that if the Zhong family or the forces behind Tang Di learned of this, they would be in grave trouble. Zhao Ruiji feared not Zhong Yuhuang, but the hidden power behind Tang Di. It was well known that the Zhong family had no protectors among their younger generation, but someone powerful must be backing Tang Di. Could this man be that formidable force? At Zhao Ruiji's order, 3 fifth-level beastmasters charged forward, their spirit beasts and skills targeting the old man. The elder stood silently as the space before him darkened, shadows clawing like demons, instantly sweeping the spirit beasts away. The 3 beastmasters were struck down, shields broken, convulsing on the ground. Shadow demon. Alarmed, Zhao Ruiji recognized it as the living nightmare, modeled after Leidnosa. Leidnosa once led a shadow demon horde, destroying 16 cities before 6 top-tier beastmasters managed to severely wound it. Now, this shadow demon mirrored Leidnosa's blueprint. Sir, may I ask your name? Zhao Ruiji, contemplating escape, feared that if this man were indeed Tang Di's protector, they were all doomed. Me? Huh, you're not worthy of knowing my name. The elder chuckled coldly. Lin Zhonghe's eyes flashed with anger as he vanished, his dagger aiming for the elder's head. Godslayer, the Lin family's ultimate skill, capable of piercing shields with true damage. Yet, as soon as he attacked, an invisible shadow demon seized him like a helpless chick. Let go. The elder didn't even glance at him. The shadow demon squeezed slightly, instantly breaking Lin Zhonghe's shield. His fate was worse than the others, left convulsing with the added humiliation of losing control of his bodily functions. Hey, the guy next to you is a level 6, right? Aren't you going to let him join the fight? The old man's words carried a playful tone, like a predator toying with a defenseless rabbit. The person beside Zhao Ruiji began to gather energy, but Zhao Ruiji stopped him. Sir, may I ask what your intentions are? Zhao Ruiji smartly noticed that although the old man rendered those people unable to fight, they hadn't suffered any real harm, indicating he wasn't there to kill. The Xiao family really is a den of foxes, the old man murmured softly. I'm just here to ensure this young man's safety at someone's request. Zhao Ruiji's heart skipped a beat as he glanced at Tang Di, who was on the ground, staunching his wounds and regaining his strength. This further solidified his belief that Tang Di had powerful backing. If you insist, then we'll take our leave, Zhao Ruiji calmly stated. Changhe couldn't help but exclaim. What? Are you crazy? Zhong Yuhuang isn't dead. All the things we've done. He trailed off, realizing that he and Lin Zhonghe had personally disemboweled Zhong Yuhuang. If she were alive, the consequences would be dire. What do you suggest? Zhao Ruiji asked coldly, pointing at the massive, shadowy form of the shadow demon. That's a spirit beast shadow demon, and every shadow demon belongs to a level 9 beast master. He thought to himself, is Changhe an idiot? What could they do if a level 9 beast master was protecting Tang Di? Were they going to throw themselves into the fire? Changhe hesitated for a moment. As a member of the Chang family, one of the 8 wise kings, he recalled information about the shadow demon and felt a sinking feeling. He glanced unwillingly at the old man and sighed. The Xiao family really are crafty foxes, knowing so much. But you do know how to adapt. I'll pass those words on to my great-grandfather, Xiao Ruiji said with a sidelong glance. The old man sneered. Just get out of here. I won't bother with you youngsters today. Take your trash with you. He finished with a kick at Lin Zhonghe, who lay foaming at his feet. Xiao Ruiji cast one last glance at Tang Di, still struggling on the ground, and resolutely turned to leave. Fourth, heal him. The old man commanded, summoning a small, rectangular object. As it transformed, a blue energy emerged and floated towards Tang Di. I'm fine really. Save her first. Tang Di weakly pleaded, feeling more guilt towards Zhong Yuhuang. The old man ignored him, and the blue energy first merged into Tang Di's body, followed by another blue orb that entered Zhong Yuhuang's body. As the energy entered, Tang Di felt revitalized, and the wound on his abdomen quickly healed. His pierced kidney, intestines, and other organs were the first to recover, and the pooled blood in his abdomen returned to his bloodstream. Soon, only superficial wounds remained. As soon as he could move, Tang Di checked on Zhong Yuhuang's condition and was relieved to find that she was not in mortal danger. Thank you for saving my life, sir. May I know your name so I can repay your kindness in the future? Tang Di stood and bowed respectfully to the old man. Oh, there's no need for that. The old man replied with a faint smile. My young lady instructed me that if anything happened to you, I would be in trouble. If you wish to express your gratitude, you should seek out my lady. The old man smiled warmly as he graciously accepted the gesture, slowly removing his mask to reveal a kind face. My name is Li Qingfeng, and you know my lady, Li Si, he said in a gentle yet firm voice. Li Si. Tang Di was stunned, not expecting anyone to come to his rescue, let alone someone like Li Si, whom he had only met once. He wondered if he had somehow charmed the beautiful Li Si to the point where she was now infatuated with him. Tang Di's mind was filled with absurd thoughts, as if he were intoxicated. Here, take this. Li Qingfeng offered a slip of paper. This is my lady's contact information. Reach out to her once you return to the War Academy. Tang Di asked in confusion. Aren't you coming with us, sir? Li Qingfeng shook his head. I can't. My duty is to protect my lady. If I'm here with you, no one is with her. He gave a slight, knowing smile. It's the first time in so many years that my lady has taken such an interest in a man. Tang Di was even more perplexed. Could his suspicions be true? But Li Qingfeng said no more, transforming into a streak of light and disappearing into the sky. Before leaving, he glanced at the spot where he had been standing, frowning slightly as if puzzled by something. After Li Qingfeng left, Tang Di led Zhong Yuhuang and the others over the mountain wall, back to their vehicle. He thoroughly checked the area with his true sight, ensuring there were no anomalies before letting everyone into the car. Before long, Zhong Yuhuang awoke, and her first words to Tang Di made him laugh uncontrollably. Does the afterlife have a stinky feet smell? Tang Di laughed heartily, and it seemed Zhong Yuhuang's wit had returned. She touched her not fully healed abdomen in surprise. We're not dead. Did someone secretly protect you? Tang Di shook his head. There's no one secretly protecting me. How many times do I have to tell you? I have no backing. He was stitching the cut skin and handed the suture kit to Zhong Yuhuang. She nonchalantly removed her outerwear, revealing a sports bra, and continued stitching herself up. No backing? Do you take me for a fool? Ouch, it really hurts. If you trust me, come find me after resting at the academy. I have something to tell you. Tang Di's tone turned serious, looking at Zhong Yuhuang with determination. Zhong Yuhuang smiled brightly and extended her fist. I trust you. We've been through life and death together, Yongla. Tang Di smiled back and bumped fists with her. Yeah, they've been through life and death together. So, what should I call you from now on? Huang Wang. Tang Di teased. Zhong Yuhuang pouted. Ugh. How annoying. My courtesy name is Yuawu. Just call me Yuawu, like you. What should we do now? Zhong Yuhuang and Tang Di are still alive, and Shanghai is anxious, fully aware of Tang Di's assassination skills. From now on, they'll have to sleep with one eye open. Throughout their journey, they've witnessed Tang Di's numerous assassination attempts stealthy, swift, and lethal. Shanghai feels uneasy, with no confidence they can escape unscathed from Tang Di's attacks. On a good day, they might just lose a limb. On a bad day, he might end up crossing the proverbial bridge to the afterlife. I have a solution. Xiao Ruiji finally broke the silence. Spit it out. Shanghai snapped back irritably. Kill them. Do you think I'm an idiot? If I could, I would have done it already. Shanghai roared, spitting in Xiao Ruiji's face. Xiao wiped his face, cursing internally, wondering if his teammates were all useless. Besides yelling and getting themselves killed, what good were they? The reason we can't kill him is because of that level 9 old man by his side. Level 9 seems invincible, but he's still bound by rules. Xiao Ruiji pointed towards the academy, a smirk forming on his lips. There are plenty of level 9 experts in the academy. He wouldn't dare act recklessly. So what? Are we supposed to hide in the academy forever? Shanghai was puzzled. Xiao Ruiji was frustrated by the vast difference in intelligence between them. The monthly exam. During the Academy's monthly exam, his protector won't be able to blend in. That's when we strike. He already had the outline of a plan and had identified a strong potential ally through his observations along the way. During the exam? Isn't that too obvious? Shanghai asked, concerned about the fact that the exam would be recorded by drones, and the Academy wouldn't let them off easily if they attacked openly. Fool, are you stupid? We're already in a life-or-death struggle with Tang Di, and you're worried about punishment? If you're scared, just hide in the Academy like a turtle and wait to be expelled and sent back to your family. Xiao Ruiji couldn't hold back his anger and shouted. Shanghai was startled, but after calming down, he realized the situation. If he hid in the Academy, he'd eventually be expelled for failing. Being sent back to his family as a dropout would brand him as a failure. But if he went out, he'd risk being assassinated by Tang Di. It was a deadlock. The only way out was to kill Tang Di and Zhong Yuhuang. I'm in. Let's hear the plan. Meanwhile, Tang Di and his group returned to the Academy in just one day. Without delay, Tang Di pushed Zhao Chun towards the treatment room. Li Qingfeng had only treated the injuries of Tang Di and Zhong Yuhuang, completely ignoring Zhao Chun and Zhuang Ke. Zhuang Ke had internal injuries, but Zhao Chun was in dire straits, suffering from a systemic infection, high fever, and extensive internal bleeding. Without bacterial cultures, it was unclear which antibiotics to use. Tang Di had only administered 2 general types, which were barely effective. At the treatment room, the doctor was overwhelmed, employing all kinds of equipment and tests as Zhao Chun was wheeled into the ICU. In the end, there was no life-threatening danger, just a long recovery period of about 2 or 3 days. While waiting for the results, Tang Di had the doctor reattach his severed hand. In this era, limb regeneration is still difficult, but reattaching an arm is quite simple. After parting ways with Zhong Yuhuang, Tang Di, feeling relieved, returned to his dorm in a daze, threw out 2 large cans of spirit liquid and some spirit crystals, and collapsed onto his bed, falling into a deep sleep. This hunting trip was intense, not only with the task of hunting a giant beast, but also encountering 2 assassination attempts and facing a level 6 giant beast Hedon. Surviving twice by the skin of his teeth, and with Zhao Chun in critical condition, Tang Di had to stay extremely alert, driving at full speed while remaining vigilant. Once the dust settled, the overwhelming fatigue left him unsure whether he was asleep or unconscious. It was clear he was still too weak. When Tang Di awoke again, it was already midday the next day. He was woken by an urgent need to use the bathroom. Otherwise, he might have continued sleeping. As he relieved himself, his mind gradually cleared, realizing he might have forgotten something important. With a final shiver, it hit him. Li Si, the young lady who had sent people to protect him. Without her foresight, he would have been in serious trouble. Finally remembering, he contacted his lifesaver. Tang Di dialed the phone, and soon Li Si's elegant voice came through. I was exhausted. After taking Chun to the hospital, I passed out on my bed, he explained. Where are you? I must come and thank you in person. I'm at the Tianlan Hotel in Days City. Just mention my name at the front desk, and they'll bring you up, she replied. With the time and place set, Tang Di took a shower, washing away the grime and blood of the past few days. Satisfied with the youthful and handsome reflection in the mirror, he nodded approvingly. Taking the subway from the academy, he hailed a taxi to the Tianlan Hotel. Led by a charming receptionist, Tang Di arrived at the door of the top-floor suite. Standing at the door, he hesitated, feeling a bit nervous. He tidied his hair, checked his teeth for any food remnants, and discreetly sniffed his underarms to ensure he smelled fresh, giving himself a thumbs up. Popping a mint into his mouth, he wore a refreshing smile and raised his hand to knock, but the door opened before he could. Looking quite dashing, come on in, Li Si's voice carried a hint of teasing. Tang Di was momentarily surprised, puzzled by her awareness. How did you know I was here? Can you really foresee the future? He wondered, recalling how she had sent Li Qingfeng to save him. Suspecting her talent might be some precognitive ability. Isn't it possible that every hotel room has surveillance at the door? By the way, you have nice white teeth, Li Si remarked playfully, pointing to a small screen by the door. Tang Di's face twitched as he looked at the screen, realizing how foolish he must have looked, grinning like a fool. He wished the ground would swallow him whole. Taking a deep breath, he followed Li Si into the living room. Ahem, ahem, this time I owe you my life, Miss Li. In the future, if there's anything you need from me, as long as it's within my power, I won't refuse. Tang Di set aside his embarrassment, sincerely expressing his gratitude to Li Si. This was a heartfelt thank you. Li Si flashed a charming smile as she handed Tang Di a cup of tea and sat across from him, speaking casually. It's nothing really, after all, we're friends. At that moment, Li Si was dressed in casual shorts and a t-shirt, exuding a relaxed vibe. However, her breathtaking beauty and long, slender legs stirred emotions within Tang Di. There were many beautiful women at the academy, and Tang Di had previously shared opinions about them with Zhao Chun, but with Li Si, he felt a nervousness. Her every expression and movement evoked a special reaction in him. prompting him to wonder, is this fate? Tang Di took a sip of tea, trying to clear his mind, and looked directly into Li Si's eyes, asking, Miss Li Si, what brings you to Day's city? And how did you know we went to the beast domain? This was his way of probing, trying to find out if she had someone monitoring him. Li Si took a gentle sip of her tea and replied casually, I came with my teacher. When we visited Dean Lei, he mentioned you, and our family's informants in the Xiao family also mentioned some things about you, so I had Mr. Li accompany you for a while. I see, Tang Di said, feeling somewhat confused yet easily convinced by her words. By the way, my teacher is going to hold a lecture at the War Academy. This time, the professor has brought over 20 specimens of 8th epic beasts. Would you like to see them? Tang Di's eyebrows raised with interest. His black demon was an 8th epic beast, and now Professor Su was bringing him more spiritual beasts? Of course I'd love to. When is it happening? The lecture is in 3 days, but before that, I have a small favor to ask of Mr. Tang, Li Si said, placing her cup down and looking at Tang Di with determination. Miss Li Si, you're too polite. Please, just call me Tang Di. As for your favor, if it's within my capacity, I'd be glad to help, Tang Di replied with a smile, though he felt an underlying sense of unease. I'd like to see your second spiritual beast, Li Si said with a bright smile, but Tang Di's face instantly froze. His intelligence, previously overwhelmed by her beauty, returned to the forefront, making him realize he might have exposed a significant secret. Ah, a misstep. Miss Li, feel free to speak your mind, Tang Di laughed, accepting that since it was out in the open, there was no need for further concealment. I want you to draw a blueprint for me, with a precision of 1/32 of a femtometer, Li Si said seriously. A blueprint? Tang Di tilted his head, puzzled. The blueprint of the world-ending heart, Flamenzosatha. Upon hearing this name, Tang Di's pupils contracted sharply. Every uniquely named beast carried a human scar. 300 years ago, the Dio Federation discovered this terrifying creature. That day, over 30 cities witnessed the most spectacular sunset. However, that fiery sunset turned into a nightmare for countless people, as dozens of cities became crematoriums in an instant. In just 3 days, millions turned to ashes, and at that time, the German-Austrian Federation didn't even realize that all of this was caused by the actions of a giant beast. Ultimately, 16 top-tier beast masters from around the world gathered to separate and completely destroy the beast's body. Despite this, humanity still paid the price of losing 5 of its top-tier beast masters. Your talent must be rapid scanning, right? Li Si smiled, as if she had everything under control. Rapid scanning. Tang Di's eyes flickered with a hint of possibility. You can actually know my talent? He asked, pretending to be calm. Li Si's eyes curved like a crescent moon, carrying a trace of pride. Yes, it's the top-notch talent that appears only once in several hundred years. According to my family's records, those who awaken the rapid scanning ability possess an extraordinary sense of perception and the ability to discern the essence of creatures. As she spoke, she waved her hand, and projections of books appeared in midair. Tang Di first gave a sly smile, then turned his gaze to those images. It seemed to be the self-account of the previous person who awakened rapid scanning. In summary, after awakening this talent, the person had a perception far superior to ordinary people, able to discern parts of the blueprint from living or dead beasts with similar strength. Moreover, the accuracy was higher for living creatures than dead ones. With just one glance, Tang Di knew this was not his rapid scanning. In his divine touch, rapid scanning could scan all beasts, including those vastly different in strength from him, both beasts and spirit beasts. Furthermore, he could discern all internal structures with equal accuracy between living and dead bodies. More importantly, his rapid scanning had a complementary nature to some extent, allowing him to complete and replicate even incomplete corpses. I have a part of Nswasa's core, but your current strength is too weak. When you reach level 5, I hope you can help me. Li Si looked at Tang Di seriously. This is very important to me. As long as you help me, you can name your condition, and I will never reveal your talent. Her words sounded like a request, but carried a hint of threat. Tang Di pretended not to understand, responding cheerfully. Miss Li Si, don't worry. You've treated me as a friend, so I'll definitely do my best to help. But his words trailed off, leaving a hint of suspense. Is it the reward? Rest assured, you can name your terms, Li Si said boldly with a wave of her hand. Well, can you be one of the conditions? Tang Di asked. Li Si was momentarily stunned, then laughed, lazily playing with her golden hair. You've got quite the plan, trying to gain both wealth and beauty? A fair lady is a gentleman's desire, after all. Tang Di looked at Li Si's alluring vertical pupils, his tone playful but his gaze sincere. You can be, but you should be prepared to face a host of strong competitors, and some people you can't even imagine right now trying to hinder you. Li Si jokingly responded, not taking Tang Di's words seriously, treating them as a mere jest. All right, deal. After finalizing the deal, Tang Di and Li Si chatted for a while. Although the embrace he had hoped for didn't happen, he did gain some crucial information. Li Si mentioned that there are replicas of the divine touch, and many organizations have been aware of its existence, searching for it over centuries. The replicators refer to the divine touch as the heavenly gifted treasure, and they have crafted these treasures using refined abilities like rapid scanning and psychic light trails. Li Si mistakenly thought Tang Di had happened upon a heavenly gifted treasure, which awakened his rapid scanning ability. Tang Di thought to himself that she would never guess his ability was the genuine article. Tang Di could accept this outcome as long as his divine touch remained undisclosed. However, those were concerns for later. Right now, he had to settle the score with Xiao Ruiji and his group. Tang Di said to Lu Wu, "Go check on Chun. If he's okay, bring him to my dorm and call Brother Zhuang." He hailed a cab and called Zhong Yuhuang. After she acknowledged his call, he instructed the driver to head back to the academy. In the dorm, Tang Di saw that everyone had gathered. He got straight to the point. "This time, we were set up by Qin Hong, or more accurately, by Xiao Ruiji and his group. We can't swallow this insult." At this, Zhong Yuhuang's expression turned icy, and she muttered through gritted teeth, "We have to retaliate. This time, I'm going to crush that guy Chong." The mention of this made the guys present wince, silently sympathizing with Chong and Yi for a moment. "Yongla, just tell us what to do. With your ruthless nature, those guys are in for a hard time," Zhao Qin said, as carefree as ever, but after learning the details, he agreed that they couldn't let Xiao Ruiji and his group off the hook. The monthly exam. Those bastards will definitely try to mess with us again during the monthly exam. Tang Di's plan was to strike first, leaving no survivors. His words carried a chilling intent, but everyone present, not being saints themselves, nodded in agreement with grim smiles. Tang Di knew Xiao Ruiji was smart. After the last incident, he would realize that the conflict between them was irreparable. Xiao Ruiji would likely assume Tang Di had powerful backing. Tang Di predicted that an open wilderness setting wouldn't work for Xiao Ruiji. The monthly exam, which only students could participate in, was his only chance. But if Xiao Ruiji wanted to strike first, so did Tang Di, and his resolve was even stronger. "Dare to scheme against me? Let's see how miserably you'll end up." However, the monthly exam also allowed participation under the guise of a hunting group, and Xiao Ruiji would likely enlist help from senior students, reducing their chances of success if they acted first. Zhong Yuhuang analyzed the situation, and Tang Di understood the gravity of it. The senior students of the War Academy were not to be underestimated. Each one had fought their way through blood and death, vastly different from those pampered outsiders. "That's why I called you all here," he concluded. Tang Di looked around at everyone, his expression serious, and said, "What I'm about to tell you, whether you believe it or not, please keep it to yourselves. I'm sharing this because I consider you true brothers and sisters." Seeing Tang Di's solemn demeanor, Zhong Yuhuang and Zhuang Ke couldn't help but sit up straight and nodded earnestly. "I've called you here to directly enhance your combat abilities." With a wave of his hand, Tang Di revealed his ID card and pointed to the talent section. "My apparent talent is detection, but my true talent is called rapid scan." He had originally prepared a story to mislead them, but after meeting with Li Si today and learning about the imitation of the divine touch, he decided to use it straight away. If they hadn't gone through life and death situations together before, Tang Di would never have revealed this. "Wow!" Zhong Yuhuang, clearly aware of the existence of rapid scan, stood up in excitement, even knocking things off the table. "Are you kidding me? You possess a divine treasure?" As a direct descendant of the Zhong family, Zhong Yuhuang had extraordinary knowledge, even about divine treasures, which Tang Di had just heard of today. Tang Di nodded non-committally, clearly not intending to explain its origin, and continued, "Although I've just started learning spirit building, with the rapid scan talent, I can transform your spirit beasts." Zhuang Ke looked at him eagerly, yearning for power. "Like my Qing Feng?" he asked. "Exactly, but back then, I just casually did it for your Qing Feng. This time, I'll give it my all." Tang Di's tone was firm. Zhuang Ke's facial muscles twitched involuntarily, thinking to himself, that was a king-level skill. Other spirit builders often took months to awaken a mediocre trait or slightly better skill, but Tang Di had awakened a king-level skill in his Qing Feng in just a few minutes, and he claimed it was done casually? Truly, comparisons can be disheartening. "And this time, I plan to officially form a hunting group." Tang Di's voice was filled with determination. Zhong Yuhuang had previously suggested this idea, and Tang Di was initially hesitant, but after recent events, he decided to build his own force. The matters within the academy were one aspect, but outside the academy, he needed an intelligence network, never forgetting the situation with his parents. "I'm in." As soon as Tang Di finished speaking, Xiao Qin immediately expressed his willingness to join. Having someone with rapid scan was an opportunity not to be missed. Zhong Yuhuang also readily agreed, and after some thought, Zhuang Ke decided to join as well. Seeing everyone willing to join, Tang Di smiled with satisfaction, thinking to himself, after living for decades, being a small leader for the first time is surprisingly nerve-wracking. "Ahem, now let's come up with a name for our hunting group," Zhong Yuhuang suggested. "You're the leader, so you should decide." Tang Di pondered for a moment, mulling over ideas. Flamenco street dance crew? No, that just sounds like knee trouble. Hydra? That's just asking for trouble, forget it. Akatsuki? Red nail polish is too flamboyant, forget it. Burning Crusade? No, those guys have been stuck in Azeroth for countless versions, too weak. Suddenly, inspiration struck Tang Di, and he excitedly clapped his fist into his palm, exclaiming, let's call ourselves the sage's words. The words of a sage? The analects? Aren't those just templates for scholars to show off? Zhong Yuhuang was aware of the analects. After all, the ancient culture has been passed down to this day, and many people still study it. She was right. We should indeed promote civility and foster new customs, becoming the gentlemen of our time. Tang Di looked up at the ceiling, a smirk playing on his lips, as if mocking the idea of a ghost spreading its wings with a fan. Zhong Yuhuang spoke politely, yet with a hint of sarcasm. You? A gentleman? Do you even qualify? Her tone carried a touch of disdain, as if saying, can you and your neighbors even find half a gentleman? Tang Di frowned, clicking his tongue, wearing an expression that said, look at your lack of ambition, appearing quite shallow. Confucius said, since you have come, you may as well settle down, he said coldly. Do you know what that means? Zhong Yuhuang, being a well-educated woman, immediately gave the correct interpretation. But, she thought, isn't it more like, since you're here, you might as well stay for good. Zhao Chun and Zhuang Ku, both cultured men, immediately understood and felt that the analects deserved a closer read. It was profoundly insightful. Only Zhong Yuhuang's mind was buzzing as she raised her hand to stop. Then, what about the noble man is open and at ease? The inferior man is full of anxiety. Her voice carried a hint of challenge. Obviously, the noble man is fierce, while the enemy is left weak and frail. Tang Di retorted bluntly. To hear the way in the morning and die in the evening? If you know the way to my house in the morning, by evening, you're done for. Brilliant. Zhong Yuhuang gave up, deciding she wouldn't bother anymore. However, Zhao Chun and Zhuang Ku, the two scholars, couldn't help but applaud, exclaiming, so cultured, how much cultural knowledge must one have? After finalizing the name of the hunting group, Tang Di began arranging for Zhong Yuhuang and Zhuang Ku's spirit beasts to undergo spiritual enhancement. They had no choice. During the monthly exam, they would definitely encounter a level 5 beast master. A level 5 beast master awakens a second talent, and a level 5 spirit beast also awakens a second or third attribute. The newly awakened attribute and the original attribute would merge, creating a new attribute. In theory, the attributes of spirit beasts are almost limitless, with over 8,000 known attributes already. Previously, the Lee's Forest Cat had awakened the most troublesome space attribute within the gravity category, demonstrating the power of attribute fusion. Additionally, a level 5 spirit beast can actively upgrade its skill level and awaken a new trait. This is why a level 4 beast master can hardly defeat a level 5 one. What? Tang Di took down a level 5 beast master. Zhong Yuhuang asked in astonishment. A holy beast's rule skill, it's not something to waste words on. Tang Di responded dismissively. Lo Wu, which spirit beast do you want me to enhance? The giant rock dragon. He referred to the giant rock dragon he had seen last time, noting its impressive combat power. If it weren't only level 4, it would undoubtedly crush the Lee's Forest Cat in a fair fight. Only one. Zhong Yuhuang asked, sounding a bit greedy. I recommend one, because if you have too many holy beasts under your name, your cultivation speed will be as slow as a turtle, Tang Di explained. Oh, I see. Wait, what do you mean? Too many holy beasts. Zhong Yuhuang initially didn't catch on, but upon reflection, she realized it didn't sound right. Are you saying you can transform an ordinary spirit beast into a holy beast with just one enhancement? Her voice carried skepticism. Exactly as it sounds. Any spirit beast you currently own, just give me one, and I can turn it into a holy beast, Tang Di replied confidently. Tang Di boasted shamelessly, while Zhong Yuhuang suddenly slammed the table, angrily questioning. Do you think I'm that gullible? No matter how advanced your rapid scanning is, it can't elevate your spirit building ability to the level of a legendary saint spirit builder. Not even they can do it. Unless they're a god. She was secretly annoyed, realizing her temper had flared up again. Tang Di wasn't one to back down easily. He immediately sneered and provocatively said, let's bet. Give me one of your spirit beasts, and in 2 hours, I'll return it to you as a saint beast. You have to bet. If you lose, you have to call me daddy. Deal or not? He flashed a mischievous smile. Raising an eyebrow, Zhong Yuhuang seemed intrigued. Backing out? Would Tang Di back out? Fine. What if you lose? Tang Di, undeterred, replied. If I lose? If you can give me a saint beast, I'll even have a child with you. She was brimming with confidence, unaware of the storm her words might stir. Zhao Chun was sipping on a cola and, hearing this, sprayed it everywhere, laughing so hard he looked like a donkey that had eaten a lemon, with his teeth nearly flying out. Ha ha, Yongla, you're ready to spread your wings and fly, he said, laughing and patting Tang Di on the back, almost out of breath. Tang Di couldn't help but laugh too, but extended his hand to Zhong Yuhuang. Hand it over, don't waste time. Zhong Yuhuang leaned back slightly, glancing at Zhao Chun, who was laughing like a dog, feeling a bit uneasy. However, considering the difficulty of turning an ordinary spirit beast into a saint beast, she stiffened her resolve and summoned the hoe. Be good, go with him, let him enhance your spirit, and there'll be treats for you when you return. She instructed like a merchant, gently patting the hoe's head before letting it go with Tang Di. Before closing the door, Tang Di gave Zhong Yuhuang a mischievous smile. With Zhong Yuhuang's hoe in tow, Tang Di headed straight to the laboratory allocated to him by the spirit building department. Having experienced many unofficial spirit building sessions, he wanted to try the official process this time. Welcome back, Mr. Tang. As he entered, an electronic female voice greeted him, which he recognized as the lab's AI assistant. I want to begin spirit building. Certainly, preparing the spirit building platform for you now. As she spoke, a large circular apparatus rose in the center of the lab, rotating slowly and breaking into 6 thinner rings, forming a hollow sphere. Please select the spirit liquid ratio. During this period, Tang Di had gained some basic knowledge of the spirit building department. Spirit liquid is essentially a transmission medium, and selecting different spirit liquids based on the attributes of the spirit beast can enhance perception and precision. He glanced at the hoe by his feet and chose a mix of illusion and water attributes in a 1:10 ratio. Wanting to verify the textbook, Tang Di even followed it step by step, heating and activating the spirit liquid for secondary processing to make it adhere more perfectly to the spirit beast's essence, despite still being an amateur. Soon, the hollow sphere was filled with pale blue liquid, suspended quietly within as if there were no physical container, astonishing Tang Di. Let's go in, ready for your rebirth, Tang Di called, and the hoe followed him as if stepping into the spirit liquid with its owner. Shrugging, Tang Di stepped into the spirit liquid. As his body immersed, the divine touch instinctively activated. Everything about the hoe was laid bare before him. The potential level of the Chaotian Hu is rated at 4 stars at level 4 and 8 stars at level 9. Its abilities include a passive skill called Dragon Slayer, which deals an additional 20 damage to dragon beasts while reducing the power of their inherited skills by 20. The Granite passive increases its defense by 100, and when a psionic barrier is present, the defense is further increased by 100, with this effect also applying to the psionic barrier itself. The asbestos passive embeds fine mineral fibers in all its attacks, making the wounds of injured enemies slow to heal. Its active skill, Assimilation, allows it to target multiple foes and rapidly petrify them. Another skill, Water Sense, detects the psionic signatures of multiple targets through water sources for precise tracking. The Water Blade skill can designate a path and launch a high-pressure water blade, slicing through all targets along a 10-meter path and dealing an extra 30 damage to psionic barriers. Its resonance trait boosts its defense by 15 for each earth attribute spirit beast nearby, while the spirit absorption trait increases its psionic capacity by 20. This is an exceptionally capable spirit beast, yet its offensive capabilities seem lacking. Tang Di observed the beast's veins with satisfaction. Before him, 2 golden veins, for red veins, and 7 or 8 purple veins glimmered. He took out his spirit forging knife, ready to begin his work, but was surprised to find that under the immersion in spirit forging liquid, faint lines were discernible in the beast's veins. Tang Di's eyes widened in surprise, urging the beast to step out of the liquid. Under its impatient gaze, Tang Di activated the divine touch outside the liquid. As expected, without the spirit forging liquid as a medium, those obscure veins were completely invisible. To confirm his hypothesis, Tang Di had the beast re-enter the liquid. Although it was visibly annoyed, it complied under Zhong Yuhuang's command. As anticipated, the obscure veins reappeared in the liquid. Upon closer inspection, these veins were far fewer than the thousands of nodes in the surface veins, with only 50 or 60 nodes, but one of them was a golden line. The potential of spirit beasts is indeed limitless. Tang Di, possessing the divine touch, was struck by this realization for the first time. He once thought that what the divine touch revealed was the entirety of a spirit beast's nature. Now, he realized he had been short-sighted. Gently moving his fingers, he positioned the spirit forging knife on the obscure golden line. The construction of the skill Sea Roar required a level 5 or higher water attribute dragon beast core weighing 400 grams, along with 3,000 grams of high-grade ice or water attribute minerals. Tang Di was taken aback. Had spirit forging now become a paid service? He couldn't help but think of the unscrupulous tactics of game designers from his previous life, luring players in with free entry only to introduce pay-to-win mechanics once they were hooked. Why charge for a skill that's part of the rules? Feeling indignant, Tang Di reviewed the effects of the Sea Roar skill. It could be activated over an area, instantly infusing it with massive amounts of seawater without any spillover. Targets touched by the seawater would be immobilized, and all the water would then evaporate instantly, causing a spirit fusion effect. The duration of immobilization depended on the level of both the user and the target, and the skill would not affect the user's allies. After reading the effects, Tang Di's facial muscles couldn't help but twitch. Sorry about earlier, I might have been a bit loud. Today, Tang Di had quite an eye-opening experience. Unbelievable. This skill basically seals an area in a glass jar, fills it with seawater, and triggers a steam explosion. And the fusion of spirits is even more outrageous. Fusion of spirits is a process where the basic structure of spiritual energy is dismantled. This means during the steam explosion, any spiritual energy barriers or temporary shields and armor effects are ignored. You can only rely on your physical defense to withstand it. The most bizarre part is that it defaults to being ineffective against allies. It sounds trivial, but in practice, it's incredibly satisfying. Gamers know that with friendly fire, you might not take down the enemy, but you can definitely headshot your teammates. Tangdi, imagine the scenario where this little thing charges into a chaotic battle, unleashes the skill, and the opponents think it's a suicide mission taking everyone down, only to find themselves turned to ashes while Tang Di and his team remain unscathed. Quite the little rascal, I like it. This is the one. Hey, Luwu, help me exchange 400 grams of level 5 or higher water tribute dragon beast cores, and 3,000 grams of high-grade ice or water tribute minerals. Come on, you cover it for now. It's for your spirit cultivation anyway. Tang Di immediately contacted Zhong Yuhuang to acquire these materials. While it might be hard to find elsewhere, at this Border War Academy, as long as you have points, it's not a problem. In just half an hour, Zhong Yuhuang arrived in a huff. Do you know how much this costs? 60,000 points, 60,000. I nearly had to sell my underwear. Tang Di took the items, pushed her out amidst her furious shouting, and began the spirit cultivation. With the spirit blade, Tang Di's spirit cultivation became more precise. It was like he used to perform surgery with a saw, but now he had a sharp scalpel. During Tang Di's spirit cultivation, 3,000 liters of spirit liquid were rapidly consumed behind the spirit cultivation platform. This is one of the strong features of the platform, allowing spirit cultivation through the use of spirit liquid without depleting one's own spiritual energy, utilizing external spiritual energy equipment instead. In 10 minutes, the 3,000 liters of spirit liquid were exhausted, and a synthesized female voice announced that the spiritual energy was depleted. After adding another 3,000 liters of 95-grade spirit liquid, Tang Di continued for another 5 minutes. And finally, the skill Sea Roar was mastered by the Kaioshin Awu. Feeling a transforming comfort within, the Kaioshin let out a long howl, releasing the aura of a sacred beast. Alright, that's enough howling. There's still another skill for you to awaken. Tang Di's gaze shifted to the other two golden lines, hesitating slightly. After learning the basics of spirit cultivation, he knew each spirit beast had a limit to its skills. Powerful abilities like rule skills can only be mastered 2 or 3 times at most, and other skills and traits need room as well. Now, Tang Di sensed that after learning Sea Roar, the Kaioshin was nearing its skill limit. Rule skills probably couldn't fit anymore, so he decided to add a defensive trait instead. Without much hesitation, he chose to increase the surface hardening, which simply and effectively boosts defense by 30%. Done. With a wave of his hand, the spirit liquid, now completely transparent and devoid of any spiritual energy, dissipated. The Kaioshin, previously disdainful towards Tang Di, now turned into a loyal follower, wagging its big tail and rubbing against Tang Di, making joyful sounds. You're quite the practical one, aren't you? At this moment, Tang Di had no idea about the sensation his actions had caused. The roar just emitted by the mythical creature Ho, carrying the unique pressure of a sacred beast, quickly spread throughout the building. Most people did not notice anything unusual, but the spiritual beasts outside felt it, curling up in fear, some even losing control of their bowels. However, professors and mentors like Zhun Yuding and Tao Ran were awakened by the roar. They immediately pinpointed the source and rushed over, some still in their pajamas. Director Zhun, did you feel it too? Tao Ran couldn't help but ask when he encountered Zhun Yuding hurrying along the way. Of course, I may be old, but I'm not deaf. How could I not hear such a distinct roar of a sacred beast appearing? Zhun Yuding replied impatiently, quickening his pace. When they arrived at the entrance, more than a dozen professors and mentors had already gathered. Tao Ran glanced at the lab's nameplate, thinking to himself, isn't this the lab he assigned to Tang Di? Could it be? Phew, I'm exhausted. Luwu, take a look yourself. Then let's figure out what to name our little one. Just then, the lab door suddenly opened, and Tang Di stepped out with a mischievous smile, looking a bit pale. What the heck, what's going on? So many people at the door? Is there a promotion giving away eggs for filling out forms? Tang Di was momentarily stunned. As he was trying to make sense of the situation, Tao Ran pushed through the crowd, grabbed Tang Di's shoulders, and exclaimed, was that you just now? Were you in there practicing spiritual cultivation? Tao Ran's eyes were wide with a complex expression of surprise and astonishment. Yeah, what's the matter? Tang Di was at a loss, thinking it wasn't good to reveal secrets with so many people around. He shook his head and firmly denied. No, I'm just a beginner. I've only been learning for a few days. How could I possibly cultivate a sacred beast? That's not scientific, right? As he was trying to make excuses, the Ho behind him suddenly leaped out, bounding towards Zhong Yuhuang. Snowball. Zhong Yuhuang affectionately embraced her spiritual beast, gently stroking its furry head. All the professor's eyes followed, as if someone was waving a cat toy in front of a group of kittens. This aura, it's definitely a sacred beast, one professor murmured in awe, with others nodding in agreement, their eyes filled with amazement and desire. The sacred beast aura of Ho was still unstable, indicating it had just recently ascended to sacred beast status. Obviously, I could tell with my eyes closed. A professor interjected impatiently, causing an uproar among the crowd. The professors and mentors of levels 7 and 8 pushed past Zhong Yuhuang, surrounding Ho and observing it intently. For these distinguished scholars, encountering a living sacred beast wasn't uncommon, but witnessing a spiritual beast that had just ascended to sacred beast status was a first. Moreover, the current sacred beasts were mostly legacy beasts of major families, thoroughly researched. One that ascends from an ordinary spiritual beast is truly a rarity. Every inch of skin and every hair seemed worthy of study in their eyes. Tao Ran squinted, staring intently at Tang Di, a sly smile playing on his lips. Hee, isn't this all thanks to the excellent teaching? My teaching? Pulling out people's eyeballs, is it? Jin Yuding's voice was tinged with dissatisfaction. If I could elevate ordinary spiritual beasts to sacred beasts, would the department head position have gone to that Jin fellow? I'm still here, you know. If you're planning a coup, at least do it behind my back. Am I shameless? Tao Ran had barely finished speaking when Jin Yuding kicked him, cursing under his breath. Seeing this, Jin Yuding waved his hand and said, All right, everyone, let's disperse. As official mentors and professors, you should know that observing someone else's spiritual beast requires the owner's permission and an observation fee. He seemed to think of something and began to disperse the crowd. Lao Han, stop talking nonsense. Are you trying to hog all the benefits? I'm telling you, no way. Absolutely no way. And this gentleman here, you're the spiritual architect of this beast, right? Let's exchange some experiences. Seeing Zhen Yuding willing to part with some benefits, the crowd naturally dispersed. However, if Zhen Yuding intended to back out, these people would indeed turn against him. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in my office. Tang Di and Zhong Yuhuang, somewhat perplexed, followed him into the office. The office was spacious but almost devoid of decoration, filled with specimens and surveying instruments. On a nearby table, there were even dissected organs of a giant beast, indicating that Zhen Yuding was not just someone who enjoyed power, but was a handsome person. Old Tao, your student is really something, Zhen Yuding said, settling into the main seat with a teasing tone. He's only been studying spiritual construction for a few days and can already work on his own, even elevating ordinary spiritual beasts to sacred beasts. Tao Ren shrugged helplessly. Director Zhen, it's not as exaggerated as you say. Tang Di tried to argue, but was interrupted by Zhen Yuding. Don't hide it. I've been researching spiritual construction for over a century. Do you think I don't know how outrageous your actions are? Are you hiding a genuine talent? Seeing he couldn't hide it, Tang Di admitted honestly. Well, you're right. My talent is indeed quite unique. It's called rapid scan. What? Tao Ran visibly shuddered, and Zhen Yuding couldn't help but gasp. The two exchanged a glance, seemingly understanding everything. Rapid scan endowed its possessor with formidable perception and the ability to discern essence, making it understandable how Tang Di could elevate spiritual beasts. You have a great destiny, Zhen Yuding said, his eyes burning with intensity. It's not that impressive, really. I just see patterns a bit more clearly and have a sharper perception, Tang Di replied modestly, scratching his head. Is that a humble brag? Tao Ran's forehead veins bulged as he looked at Tang Di with frustration. You see things so vividly, and now you say, oh, I just see patterns more clearly. I'm feeling a bit like punching someone right now. Seeing Tao Ran's expression, Tang Di cleared his throat, silently warning himself not to continue teasing. All right, back to business. Although he originally thought it might be a bit early, since your talent is rapid scanning, I won't hesitate any longer, Zhen Yuding said, taking out a document from the drawer. In this digital age, paper documents are typically only used in extremely important situations, such as business contracts and agreements, where a physical copy is necessary. Tang Di glanced at Zhen Yuding in confusion before accepting the file. The first page bore a bold title, Application for Personnel Changes in the Lingjiao Poetry Conference. Lingjiao Poetry Conference? Tang Di pondered over this unfamiliar term and turned to the second page, which surprisingly contained his own information. Director, has the dean already signed off on this? Although Tao Ran knew about the Lingjiao Poetry Conference, he didn't expect Jin Yuding to have Tang Di replace someone. He's just a novice who's been studying spirit building for a week and probably doesn't even know how to compile a blueprint. Yes, old.s has already signed it. And for this Lingjiao Poetry Conference, I will personally lead the team. Zhen Yuding's lips curled into a cold smile, as if imagining his former rivals already defeated. Tao Ran, who also had some grievances with those in the circle, joined in the laughter. The two were thoroughly enjoying themselves, but Tang Di rolled his eyes, cleared his throat, and said, I have no problem participating, but the reward. He rubbed his hands together like a shrewd businessman, his gaze fixed on Zhen Yuding. What? This kid actually dares to ask me for a reward? Do you know how many people would do anything to join the Lingdiao Poetry Conference? I didn't even glance at them, and you dare to ask me for a reward? Director Zhen, don't look at me like that. I know that our War Academy's results at each Lingdiao Poetry Conference are always at the bottom. Tang Di understood that these two wanted him to participate to turn things around. The Lingdiao Poetry Conference is essentially the Olympics for young spirit builders. Top universities send their under 30 talents to compete and enhance their reputation. Many master spirit builders first emerged from the Lingdiao Poetry Conference. However, to Tang Di, who possesses the divine touch, this grand event is as easy as Tony Stark entering a math contest for toddlers. He is fully capable of helping the War Academy claim victory, but if you want the horse to run, you have to feed it, right? Seeing Tang Di's mercenary demeanor, Zhen Yuding rolled his eyes and asked, all right, what do you want? The War Academy's performance has indeed been poor in recent years, and Zhen Yuding understood Tang Di's intention, not surprised by his straightforwardness. He just didn't expect this kid would dare demand benefits. I want to see all the rare beast specimens in the Academy and choose 3 level 9-star spirit beast blueprints. Tang Di said with bright eyes. He has been at level 3 for a long time, but has yet to find a spirit beast that satisfies him. All the specimens. Oh, you've got quite the appetite. All right, but remember not to blow up the archives. Zhen Yuding readily agreed to Tang Di's request. He understood that Tang Di intended to choose his 3rd spirit beast and wanted to use the specimens to find his target. Allowing Tang Di to view the specimens cost him nothing, so he was happy to oblige. As for choosing 3 9-star level 9 blueprints, although valuable, they were nothing compared to the championship of the Spirit Sculpture Poetry Gathering. The deal was struck. Tang Di extended his hand with a smile, only to have Zhen Yuding roll his eyes and push it away, saying, don't just think about taking advantage. Later, have your little girlfriend bring that Kaoshin Hu to show those old folks. He dared not forget this task. My girlfriend. Zhong Yuhuang's face flushed as she quickly waved her hands in denial. Director Zhen, you misunderstood. We're not in that kind of relationship. Zhen Yuding was taken aback, thinking how shy they were even with a child on the way. However, the young man before him was indeed capable. Not long after enrolling, he had already gotten the Zhong family's eldest daughter pregnant. TSK, does old man Zhong know? If he agrees, there's no issue. But if these two young ones acted without his consent, old man Zhong might just come over with a knife to chop the boy up. Oh, anyway, we're not in that kind of relationship and there's no child. You really misunderstood. Zhong Yuhuang stammered with a red face, ultimately not mentioning the bet. After all, betting on having a child would be a story that would force Zhong Yuhuang to live on another planet. Forget it. I can't understand you young people. Anyway, make sure you two arrange a time for those old folks to see the spirit beast. Zhen Yuding waved them out, and Zhong Yuhuang had no choice but to leave the office with Tang Di, feeling both embarrassed and angry. So how did I do, Miss Zhong? Did I complete the task perfectly? If so, I'll be waiting for you tonight, Tang Di teased outside the office. However, the already embarrassed Zhong Yuhuang immediately started punching and kicking him. Ouch, ouch. Can't take a joke, huh? I was just kidding. Come on, if you're upset, take it out on me, but don't hurt my little brother. Don't you still want that child? That day, all the teachers and students near the spirit building department witnessed the comedic scene of Zhong Yuhuang chasing after Tang Di with a giant sword as he fled for his life. After the events of the day, Tang Di had no energy left for a second spirit building. When he returned to the dormitory, Xiao Chun was already back in the treatment room. Although he appeared normal, he still had an infection inside. Zhuangke had also left, but he transferred some credits to Tang Di. These were from all the giant beast materials they hunted, sold to the academy, and the credits they received. However, part of it had been advanced by Zhong Yuhuang to buy materials, leaving the rest for Tang Di and Xiao Chun, totaling 20,000 credits. Judging by the amount, it was clear that Zhuangke hadn't taken his share, showing how honest he was. Zhuangke did this because he felt guilty. The hunting trip was his invitation, but it turned out to be Zhao Ruiji's scheme. He felt responsible for putting Tang Di and the others in a dire situation and believed he didn't deserve a share of the credits. Tang Di shook his head, knowing that even if he tried to force the credits on him, the upright man wouldn't accept them. He would have to find another way to compensate him. Just as he was about to turn off the lights and sleep, his phone suddenly rang. Late at night, the phone rang. Seeing the number, Tang Di felt a surge of excitement and quickly answered. Sis. Hee hee, my dear sister, I got your letter. How's life at the War Academy? The familiar, cheerful voice of Tang Ji on the other end brought him a sense of relief, reassuring him of her safety. The siblings chatted casually, always a bit awkward and childlike when talking to each other. Suddenly, Tang Ji fell silent for a few seconds and then asked in a somber tone, Xiao, do you want to hear about mom and dad? Tang Di's heart skipped a beat. This was the moment he had been waiting for. He remembered them as parents who were rarely home but doted on their children. In his childhood, whenever Tang Di asked for something, his parents would fulfill his wishes without hesitation. Though they seemed neglectful, compared to his previous life in an abusive family, these parents were like angels. Mom and dad died in a beast tide. Tang Ji took a deep breath and began to explain. Two level 8 beast tamers received orders from the military to support the defense of a city and ultimately died in battle. While tragic, in this era, countless people fell prey to giant beasts every day. The beast tide came unexpectedly, with level 9 beast men and level 9 beasts, yet the military only sent mom and dad for support. And that's not all. Tang Ji's voice grew agitated. The base city was just over 300 kilometers from the super beast tamers garrison. They requested support, but were told no one could come. And they were ordered to hold the line. Tang Di clearly heard the sound of glass shattering on the other end, a sign of Tang Ji's agitation. Later, I joined the military and secretly investigated with Uncle Xiao, discovering that this was a conspiracy involving the Beast Slayer cult, a mole in the military, and the Leaf family from the Three Saints sect. Tang Ji took a deep breath, trying to calm down before continuing. The reason? Tang Di gripped the phone tightly, his expression dark. We haven't found out the specifics yet, but they were looking for something. When mom and dad were on a mission, they accidentally explored an ancient secret realm and brought something back, which seems related to this. Tang Ji's voice carried a hint of tension. Something? Tang Di committed this to memory and then asked, what have you found out so far? There are two people who definitely know something about what happened back then. Who? Tang Di's voice grew cold, and the ghostly presence above sensed his anger, its wings trembling as if ready to strike. The military's formation core spirit builder, Yi Yang, and the white-robed bishop of the Beast Slayer cult, Hong Yida. I understand. Be very careful during your investigation. We must avenge mom and dad, but you must stay safe. Tang Di tried to keep his tone calm as he advised. I know. My sister is useless. I actually wanted to shoulder this burden myself, but it seems nearly impossible for me to avenge our parents alone in this lifetime. I'm sorry, Xiao, for suddenly putting such a big responsibility on you. Tang Chi teased. If you say that again, I'll upload the video of you drunk, taking the donkey behind our apartment complex as your godfather, to your military department's internal network. Tang Di replied helplessly. Are you a ghost? Can you do something with a bit of life in it? Hearing this, Tang Chi couldn't help but laugh, and the siblings laughed so hard they cried. Sis, how many spirit beast slots do you have open now? Tang Di suddenly asked. Tang Chi replied somewhat sadly. 4, except for Xiao Jin, the others are. She didn't say more, but Tang Di understood that the threat from the pursuing forces made survival difficult. Without spirit beasts, it's impossible to take on missions, and he was planning to send over some blueprints and a lot of resources. When you're constructing spirits, go directly to the Spirit Constructors platform. Don't skimp on resources, or you'll take a year to finish. Tang Chi was surprised to hear this. A Spirit Constructors platform is a rare item. Their base had one, but it cost money, charged by the hour, and they had to provide their own materials and spirit liquid. What? We have to pay and supply all the materials and spirit liquid ourselves. Tang Di was stunned, thinking the military's benefits were really lacking compared to their war academy. He didn't know that without the intermediate lab given to him by Tao Ran, he would have had to pay for and supply everything himself too. Resources aren't a problem. I'll transfer 200 million over in a few days, and the resources will be sent soon. Don't hold back, just build freely, Tang Di said generously. Tang Chi was surprised. So generous? You must have sent me a lot of resources this time. Be honest, where did they all come from? Tang Di didn't bother explaining and made up a story. Let's just say I snagged a rich woman. Tang Chi immediately asked, really? Which family, silly girl? Is she pretty? The saying, an elder sister is like a mother, couldn't be more true, as Tang Chi immediately began questioning him like his own mother. Believe it or not, that silly girl said she wants to have kids with me, Tang Di joked. Tang Chi, helpless, could only wait to receive the resources for cultivation, agreeing to Tang Di's request. Even if you're on a mission, you must come back alive. The siblings chatted a bit more before hanging up. Tang Di stood up, walked to the dorm window, and gazed at the hazy night outside, muttering to himself, the old 6 from the military, the Leaf family from the Three Saints sect, and the Spirit Slayer cult. He extended his hand, the markings of the divine touch glowing, and said with determination, just you wait. The next day, early in the morning, Tang Di went to the exchange area. Jin Yuding was very efficient and sent him the authorization code that night. With this, he could exchange for spirit beast blueprints of all levels in the exchange area. He had been here once before with Zhong Yuhuang, but at that time, he didn't have the authorization to view all the blueprints. This time, with Zhun Yuding's authorization, except for a few confidential blueprints with red borders, Tang Di could exchange for almost all the blueprints. The Academy of War has a vast reserve of blueprints, with a wide variety of types numbering in the tens of thousands. Tang Di asked Zhen Yuding for 3 blueprints in preparation for the hunting group. After all, the group couldn't remain just 4 people forever, and resource reserves were crucial. Additionally, he was also preparing for his 3rd spiritual beast. After searching for a while, Tang Di finally found a spiritual beast well suited for Zhuang Ku, but he couldn't find a satisfactory choice for himself. Ultimately, besides the one suitable for Zhuang Ku, Tang Di also exchanged for 2 of the most expensive blueprints, each valued at around 5 billion. Hey, isn't this little Tang? Just as he was confirming the exchange, a familiar voice called out. Tang Di turned around to see Su Zhongwu, though this time he was without Li Si, which left Tang Di slightly disappointed. Professor Su, long time no see. Tang Di greeted with a smile. Ha ha ha, looking at blueprints here. Su Zhongwu walked over to Tang Di, his gaze falling on the search screen. Tang Di chatted casually for a bit, and suddenly thought that Su Zhongwu, being an authoritative professor, must have extensive knowledge of spiritual beasts from ancient to modern times, both domestic and foreign. He then suggested treating him to breakfast. They went to a cafe together. Little Tang, do you have something to ask me? Su Zhongwu said, while sipping his coffee, clearly understanding the saying that there's no such thing as a free lunch. Tang Di stroked the black demon on his shoulder, showing a sincere smile. Professor Su, you have a keen eye. Actually, I'm trying to choose my 3rd spiritual beast, but my requirements are quite demanding, and I haven't had much luck so far. He then detailed his criteria for the 3rd spiritual beast. The 3rd spiritual beast is generally chosen as a secondary combat type, characterized by having different attributes from the main battle beast, with high burst potential and some support capabilities. Of course, these are just the basic requirements. I want more. Tang Di continued. He hoped this spiritual beast would have group attack abilities, control capabilities, durability, and protective abilities, and ideally, it would also enhance damage and replenish spiritual energy. Hearing these demands, Su Zhongwu frowned, thinking to himself that this young man was truly ambitious. Tang Di felt a bit embarrassed too. Although he had the god's touch, it wasn't a cure-all. He couldn't transform a weak supportive spiritual beast into a powerful main battle beast like a golden-scaled dragon, so the enhancement of god's touch was also limited. Maintaining a rigorous scientific attitude, Su Zhongwu seriously took out his phone and placed it in the groove on the table. In this era, cafe tables could become touchscreens when connected to a phone or computer. Su Zhongwu focused intently on browsing through documents for a full 2 hours. This dedication and seriousness earned Tang Di's genuine admiration. It was just a casual request, yet this elderly professor, while past his prime, was so responsible in researching for him. I'm sorry, little Tang, I went through most of the Yin Academy's materials, but there doesn't seem to be a spiritual beast that perfectly meets your criteria, Su Zhongwu said, looking up with a hint of apology. Tang Di quickly waved his hand. It's all right, Professor Su. You've already spent so much time on a casual request. I feel quite guilty. This was sincerely spoken. Su Zhongwu's fingers suddenly twitched as if he had thought of something, and he began sifting through pages on the table. Finally, he found a document that might meet Tang Di's requirements, but accessing it wouldn't be easy. Su Zhongwu rotated a page and pushed it towards Tang Di, which read, Demon King Specimen number 134 has been eliminated. Independent name, Kil'jaeden. Over 300 years ago, this name was infamous in the United States as the instigator of the century's Night of Terror event. Su Zhongwu gently tapped the blurred orc image and continued. This was the first case where an orc deceived humans into being collaborators, leading to a bloody massacre. Tang Di carefully read through the brutal record from centuries ago, where the dead and living intertwined, and the bodies of fallen soldiers rose again to kill mercilessly. His abilities were extraordinarily bizarre, enabling weak creatures to become frenzied and powerful. I can't believe what I went through. We killed him countless times, yet he exploded countless times, killing 8 top-tier beast tamers. God, I really don't want to remember that battle. He mentioned the corrosive green flames, which would dissolve any barrier they touched, and seconds later, one would meet the same fate as the barrier. He spoke in incomprehensible syllables, and as soon as he finished, the entire city turned into a ghost town. If it weren't for my substitute skill, I surely would have. Every post-battle interview video of the top-tier beast tamers spoke of Kil'jaeden's might. His record was terrifying. 17 top-tier beast tamers fell, 28 large cities destroyed, over 130 million lives lost. It was overwhelming. But why does this name sound so familiar? Tang Di wondered. Professor Su, Kil'jaeden is indeed powerful, but a Demon King specimen eliminated over 300 years ago. It's fierce, but the endless coiling dragon, numbered 1, is even fiercer. Where would I find such a thing? Every institution spends a fortune to study the remains or carcasses of each Demon King specimen. Tang Di remembered that part of Kil'jaeden's remains was kept in the specimen room of the War Academy. Su Zhongwu chuckled, clearly aware of Tang Di's talent for rapid scanning. As expected, upon hearing this news, Tang Di sprang up and leaned closer to Su Zhongwu, excitedly asking, "You're not kidding, right? This deity is really lying in the specimen room right now." "Yes, I saw the log from the Federation this morning." "Indeed, the War Academy bought it for research, and it will stay there for 3 months," Su Zhongwu confirmed, showing Tang Di the log for an accurate answer. I forgot to turn off the gas in my dorm. Goodbye, Professor Su. I'll catch up with you over coffee sometime," Tang Di said, rushing out of the cafe without looking back. No joke, that was a Demon King specimen. Li Si's background was mysterious, but she was certainly a big figure, and every young lady wanted a Demon King specimen, which spoke volumes about its power. "Hello? Director Zhen, is Kil'jaeden's body really in our specimen room?" Tang Di called Zhen Yuding while on the road. "Yes, the Demon King specimen is in specimen room number 7. What's up?" Zhen Yuding asked. "Huh? You wouldn't be thinking of." Before Zhen Yuding could finish, Tang Di hung up, fixed his gaze on the spiritual building, activated his inherent speed, and dashed towards it. As a blur of motion, Tang Di rushed to the entrance of the specimen room, almost crashing into the door as he came to a sudden stop. He scanned his face and entered without a glance, heading straight for specimen room number 7. Zhen Yuding had indeed been generous, allowing all the specimens to be viewed, even the Demon King specimen that had cost billions to acquire, which Tang Di could now examine freely. Upon entering, the strong scent of special chemicals hit him, but Tang Di paid no heed. He tapped a few buttons on the panel by the door, and a cylindrical glass tank over 4 meters high slowly ascended from the floor. Inside was Kil'jaeden. Tang Di's excitement turned to concern as he noticed that this corpse was vastly different from the Kil'jaeden he knew. There were no damaged red wings or curved goat horns. Instead, before him was a pale-skinned middle-aged man with fangs protruding from his mouth. What worried Tang Di even more was the corpse's horrendous condition. Though it had all its limbs, they were severely damaged, with a dented head, a gaping wound in the chest, and only half of its abdominal cavity remaining. Could the divine touch imprint this? And could it decode the essence of the beast, let alone an orc? Whatever, I'll give it a try first. Tang Di decided to proceed recklessly, hoping to figure it out later. He fiddled with the control panel, opened the metal lid on top of the glass tank, and leaped onto the edge, reaching in with his hand. "Hey kid, don't scan the orc directly." At that moment, the tightly closed door swung open, and Zhen Yuding's booming warning startled the focused Tang Di. He slipped and fell with a splash into the tank filled with the solution. As he struggled, his right hand made contact with Kil'jaeden's body. Instead of a blueprint, a flood of horrifying images surged into his mind. He saw himself devouring a human corpse, even experiencing the intoxicating pleasure that his body fed back, a sensation so addictive he couldn't stop. To continue feeling this euphoria, he kept consuming humans, evolving, and eventually leading other beasts to ambush small groups of humans, sharing the feast with them. Gradually, his desires intensified, culminating in a raid on a small town of veritable banquet. During that event, he finally evolved into an orc. Unlike the clumsy ones, he was cunning and adept at manipulation. However, the humans' resistance was fierce, nearly leading to his demise several times. It wasn't until a purple giant eye watched over him that he fully evolved into a demon king. Soon after, the United Federation witnessed horrific events as the beasts began their gluttonous feast. Ugh, ugh, ugh. When Tang Di regained consciousness, he was lying on a bed in the treatment room, vomiting uncontrollably until his stomach was completely emptied. Only then did he lie back, panting. "Serves you right for not listening to others," he thought. Turning his head slightly, Tang Di saw Zhen Yuding and Su Zhongwu sitting by his bedside. "Too saw myself eating people, consuming so many of them raw," Tang Di murmured weakly, rubbing his aching temples. The sensation of consuming the flesh of his own kind made Tang Di's body tremble uncontrollably. Especially after swallowing the blood and flesh of his kin, he felt a deep satisfaction within his soul, a twisted feeling that made him nauseous. Tang Di recalled that there had been others with rapid scanning abilities who, like him, attempted to interact with the corpse of a demon king species to decipher its blueprint. Su Zhongwu had told him that one such person had seen part of the demon king species' memories and ended up insane, becoming a vegetable who could only lie in bed drooling. Tang Di shuddered at the thought, realizing the need to remain calm at all costs. He considered himself lucky that the corpse was severely damaged, with half its brain missing. Otherwise, he might have ended up as a vegetable too. Zhen Yuding scoffed, cursing under his breath, but his expression showed relief. Tang Di, still curious, asked, "Isn't there a solution?" Su Zhongwu smiled and replied, "Of course there is. Otherwise, why would I tell you that Kil'jaeden is at the Academy of War? If you hadn't rushed in, you wouldn't have suffered like this." Tang Di scratched his head, hesitant to speak. Just then, the door to the treatment room opened, and Zhong Yuhuang entered with a flushed face. "What happened to Yonghua? Isn't he at the academy? Why is he in the treatment room?" As soon as Zhong Yuhuang entered and saw Tang Di still lying on the bed, She directly asked Zhen Yuding. She had seen the news on the Academy forum, where Zhen Yuding was pictured carrying a student into the treatment room, and the unconscious student was Tang Di. Zhong Yuhuang rushed over in a hurry, barely catching her breath. Mr. Su, let the young ones have their romance. We two old men should step outside for some tea. Kid, contact us when you're better, Zhen Yuding said with a playful smile, thinking to himself that he didn't believe for a second that there was nothing between them. Su Zhongwu also caught on, glanced at Zhong Yuhuang, gave Tang Di a kindly smile, and followed Zhen Yuding out of the treatment room. Once they left, the previously fiery Zhong Yuhuang seemed awkward and unsure of what to do. Find a place to sit. I'm fine, it's just that earlier. Tang Di briefly explained his encounter with the Demon King species, leaving Zhong Yuhuang shocked and anxious. As a human, experiencing the pleasure of cannibalism firsthand, that twisted perception could indeed drive someone mad. Are you really okay? Will there be any lasting effects? I've heard that some neurological damage can greatly impact one's abilities, Zhong Yuhuang asked worriedly. Tang Di reassured her. It's fine, nothing serious. But wait, why are you suddenly so concerned about me? You're not going to ask me to spirit bind your crystal-bellied midge too, are you? Don't mess around. I haven't even dealt with Brother Zhuang's breeze spirit steed yet. He glanced at her with a knowing look. How come Kil'jaeden didn't make you an idiot? When you're lying in bed, I'll have the dog poop on your face every day, choking you. Zhong Yuhuang suddenly burst out, cursing angrily before storming out. Tang Di was left baffled, just about to say something when Zhen Yuding and Su Zhongwu walked back in. TSK, what a waste. I gave you a chance, and you really blew it, Zhen Yuding said, shaking his head with a disappointed expression. Seeing Tang Di's puzzled look, he gave up trying to explain. All right, you'll figure it out on your own eventually. You're recovering well, right? Let's go. It's time to test your obsession with Kil'jaeden. In specimen room 7, Zhen Yuding gently tapped a few times, causing the glass jar to tilt and quickly drain its preservative liquid. Watching this, Tang Di couldn't help but feel a bit foolish. As the glass jar slowly opened, various detection instruments lit up. Professor Su Zhongwu pushed a surgical device forward and precisely inserted several probes into Kil'jaeden's brain tissue. After completing the preparations, Professor Su checked the opening once more. This method was developed by Professor Sun Lan, who, like Tang Di, possesses the ability to perform rapid scans. By inventing this isolation technique, she decoded several powerful spirit beasts from the Demon King species. Tang Di let out an "oh," and, at Zhen Yuding's signal, touched Kil'jaeden again. With a loud bang, Tang Di felt as if his head was about to explode, with every nerve ending tingling. However, this was just the beginning. The divine touch sensed the incompleteness of Kil'jaeden and was striving to repair and calculate the missing parts. But then the extended blue lines abruptly halted, becoming illusory and seemingly on the verge of collapse. Was the damage too severe? Just as Tang Di was about to give up, the lines suddenly contracted and progressed along a new trajectory. A brand new blueprint unfolded before him. Potential level, Sacred Beast 9 stars. Abilities, One-Hearted Unity passive. Once constructed, it permanently fuses with the host, manifesting as a psychic projection to help the host resist attacks and assist in casting spells. It does not occupy a fusion slot, but cannot be separated from the host. Extreme Evil Flame passive. All attacks amplify the attacker's negative emotions, causing them to become reckless and agitated, unable to remain calm. Psionic Siphon rule skill extracts the target's psionic energy for personal use, weakening the target by 10 to 40 in all attributes, depending on the relative strength of both parties. If the target's psionic energy is too low, there is a chance of instant death. Burning Enslavement rule skill. When a creature is killed, it transforms into a pure fire elemental energy entity, with strength determined by the strength of the deceased and duration based on strength. The fire elemental energy entity can be actively detonated or automatically detonated upon death. Incarnation rule skill splits off a clone identical to and controllable by the original. When the clone is killed, it releases a massive amount of high-power psychic spikes, ignoring defenses. The clone can be actively detonated, with its duration determined by the original strength. Explosive combustion rule skill forces nearby targets to move toward the user, causing a massive explosion at the cost of shattering psionic barriers. The created clone and fire elemental entity can cast spells in sync with the original at the cost of reduced existence time. Trait: Elemental Body, a body constructed from pure flame element, which will not extinguish as long as psionic energy exists, and ignores 80 of physical damage. What on earth is this? Tang Di grabbed his hair, taking a sharp breath, and thought to himself, this is way too powerful. For rule skills, each more outrageous than the last. That psionic siphon is like taking a huge chunk of blue from others, and they immediately wither. It feels a bit overpowered. Then there's the Burning Enslavement skill, which is incredibly effective in wild skirmishes. Tang Di felt a sensation akin to a swarm of insects. As long as he kept killing, the energy bodies would continuously increase. The ability to transform made him laugh out loud. Finally, he could feel the warmth of the sun, the doppelganger he had dreamed of day and night. The final explosive burn was practically a weapon of mass destruction in team battles. Although breaking the shield himself was somewhat dangerous, it was definitely worth it. Moreover, he didn't necessarily have to take risks himself, since his doppelgangers and energy bodies could cast spells in sync with him. Imagine 5 or 6 energy bodies and his doppelganger charging into a crowd, unleashing explosive burn. First, draw the enemies in. Make them face the attack heat. This guy permanently merges with him, without occupying a fusion slot, similar in nature to the pastoral beast herd. He could sneak into a crowd and unleash explosive burn, just the thought was exhilarating. Tang Di was so immersed in his fantasy that he didn't notice he was drooling with a silly grin. Oh no, the isolation spell seemed to have failed. This kid was about to turn into a vegetable. Zhen Yuding, seeing this, broke out in a cold sweat. He didn't want Tang Di to become an idiot now, especially since he was counting on him to win a championship. He swung his arm and slapped him. The slap sent Tang Di almost seeing the back of his head, spinning in circles and landing face first on the ground. Tang Di sat on the ground, half of his face immediately swollen like a pig's head. In the academy, those who could cast barriers were rare, they weren't beasts, and energy-saving mode didn't apply this truly consumed spiritual energy. Thus, Zhen Yuding's slap was real damage, and Tang Di took a while to recover. Do you understand now? Do you know how much psychological trauma that slap will cause me? Even my sister never hit me. Tang Di, now awake, felt the sharp pain on his left cheek and the looseness of his molars. Jumping 3 feet high in anger, saliva spraying everywhere. Zhen Yuding wiped the saliva mixed with blood from his face and said with a bitter smile, I was just worried, seeing you drool and smile like that. I just wanted to wake you up gently. Tang Di retorted angrily. That slap could have crippled an ordinary person, and you call that gentle? Were you emotional? Any personal grudges? Zhen Yuding quickly explained. All right, Director Zhen meant well. Our treatment room can easily help you grow a few more teeth. First, tell us, what did you see? Su Zhongwu hurried to mediate, bringing the conversation back to the matter at hand. Tang Di calmed down and cautiously said, I did see a lot of nodes, but this corpse is severely damaged. Fully transforming it into a spirit beast is almost impossible. The 2 big shots nodded in understanding, though they felt a bit dejected inside. But I feel like it could be possible to construct several weakened versions, though my theoretical knowledge is still lacking. Zhen Yuding immediately said, That's not a problem. Starting tomorrow, I'll have old Tao guide you throughout. If possible, you can set up a project, and I'll approve the funding to get a blueprint out as soon as possible. Hearing that several weakened versions could be made, Zhen Yuding's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Even a weakened version of a Demon King species would be a top-tier spirit beast, potentially even a non-legacy sacred beast. Tang Di was taken aback, not understanding why Zhen Yuding was so agitated. Soon, Su Zhongwu's passionate explanation made Tang Di realize the significance of the situation. The Demon King species, besides having strange and varied abilities, had 2 notable characteristics: the ability to completely command giant beasts and a unique void energy. The former allowed the Demon King species to lead countless powerful beasts to attack human territories, and this command was different from that of the high-level king beasts. When a king beast dies, the beast tide it initiated quickly disperses, but the beast tide of the Demon King species would fight to the last drop of blood. Even if the Demon King species perished, these beasts would continue their relentless assault. As for the void energy, attacks from the Demon King species carried this energy, penetrating barriers to reach the core and accumulating within. When a certain threshold was reached, both spirit beasts and beast tamers would explode and die. We are desperately researching the Demon King species to find the root of its special abilities and seek a solution. Each appearance of the Demon King species is accompanied by the fall of several supreme beast tamers. Every supreme beast tamer is a treasure and hero of humanity, and losing even one is a huge loss. Su Zhongwu looked at Tang Di with hope, like a drowning person grasping at a lifeline, and bowed sincerely. Xiao Tang, I hope you can help us. Rest assured, anything I have is yours for the asking. Tang Di quickly waved his hand, assuring that he would do his utmost. Faced with this elderly man who had dedicated his life to Yin country and humanity, he felt immense pressure. Don't worry, I will work hard and learn from my teacher to draft the blueprint as soon as possible, he promised earnestly, patting his chest. After making his promise, Tang Di and Zhen Yuding returned to the office to arrange for Tang Di to receive the title of Professor Assistant, which would help him upgrade the laboratory. At the time, Tang Di was unaware that the position of Professor Assistant was a coveted dream for many senior students. By the way, Professor Su, what was your original purpose for coming to the Ling System Teaching Building? Zhen Yuding asked as he busily worked on the computer, seemingly signing something, while Tang Di chatted with Su Zhongwu. Oh, my memory. Old Zhen, you asked me to come to discuss that ruin. What's the situation? Zhen Yuding responded with an "oh," and waved his hand, causing some images and annotations to float in midair. This was discovered over a month ago by the hunting group of the Jiang family boy. After the report came up, the dean said it might be a secret realm and wanted people from both the combat and Ling systems to explore it. I thought since you had studied ancient civilizations before, you should take a look. Su Zhongwu nodded calmly, focusing on examining the images. Meanwhile, Tang Di stared at the images, feeling increasingly familiar with them. Wasn't this the place where Xiao Ruiji's group got brutally defeated? And it turned out to be a secret realm? Suddenly, a flash of insight crossed Tang Di's mind as he recalled the rising barrier and subsequent energy beam when the forest cat was preparing its final strike. Wasn't that Li Qingfeng's doing? If it wasn't Li Qingfeng, then why would the secret realm protect itself? Su Zhongwu watched for nearly 10 minutes, flipped through some documents, and finally shook his head, looking helpless. Zhen Yuding was not discouraged and was about to speak when the office door was abruptly pushed open, accompanied by a demanding voice. Why was my spot at the Spiritual Sculpture Poetry Society revoked? What makes that trash Tang Di think he can stand above me? All three turned around simultaneously. Zhen Yuting frowned and sternly shouted, "Didn't anyone teach you to knock? Such a lack of manners. Get out." As the head of the department, Zhen Yuting couldn't tolerate such behavior, except maybe from Tang Di, but anyone else wouldn't get off so easily. Director Zhen, I think this is unfair. That Tang Di is nothing but a lowlife. How could he possibly cultivate spirit? This is blatant favoritism, and I demand an appeal. The young man raised his chin, glaring at Zhen Yuting with aggression. Oh, I was wondering who was making such noise. Turns out it's the young brat from the Xiao family. How's your brother doing lately? Got that accidental death insurance all set up? Tang Di's lips curled into a cold smile as he taunted the young man, who was none other than Xiao Zhe, with whom he had crossed paths during a performance match. After being set up last time, Zhong Yuhuang investigated Xiao Ruiji and his associates, uncovering that Xiao Zhe was Xiao Ruiji's brother, thus revealing the secret. Tang Di, what are you doing here? Xiao Zhe snorted, a hint of disdain in his eyes. Humph, you're just a grasshopper after autumn. You won't last much longer. Watch your mouth. Didn't I almost make you call me dad during the performance match? Tang Di retorted, undeterred, his gaze sharp. You, Tang, only have a few days left. Don't you know when to back down? How about this? Give up your spot at the Spiritual Sculpture Poetry Society, and I'll share some information that could save your miserable life, Xiao Zhe suggested, inwardly smug. He knew his third brother planned to target Tang Di during the monthly exam, and he intended to be part of it. Deceiving Tang Di with false information to give up his spot was his plan to kill two birds with one stone. Your brother, along with Lin Zhonghe and Chang Hai, plans to kill me during the monthly exam, right? Tang Di stated bluntly, his eyes piercing. Xiao Zhe was startled. Could Tang Di have already sensed something? He wondered if there was an insider. This person was indeed remarkable, able to stand against his third brother. You're like a mule. Even if fed a few walnuts, you could guess they plan to act during the monthly exam. Tang Di chuckled coldly, unconcerned. What's going on? Killing during the monthly exam. Do you know the consequences? Zhen Yuting squinted slightly, clearly uneasy about the conversation. Nothing of the sort, just some simple peer interaction. Tang Di replied nonchalantly, a smile on his face as he picked up the documents from the table, ready to head to his new lab to study Kil'jaeden's blueprint. I'm not worthy? In combat, I may not match you, but in spirit cultivation, what does a lowlife like you have to compare with me? Tang Di's voice echoed in the office, filled with disdain and challenge. Even the calmest person has their breaking point. Tang Di might tolerate others to some extent, but when faced with someone who would eventually try to kill him, he didn't hesitate to break their spirit in their own arena. Care for a challenge? If I lose, I'll give you my spot at the Ling Diao Poetry Club. But if you lose, tomorrow at 10 in the morning, you have to shout 3 times at the entrance of the exchange center. The Xiao family are all bastards, and Xiao Rui is an inbred animal. So are you in? Tang Di maintained a sunny smile, yet his words were devilishly cutting. Wow, that's savage. You're something else, Tang Di. Even the Grim Reaper would fear tattooing your face, afraid it might be too much to handle, someone remarked. 10 o'clock at the exchange center was when the place was most crowded. If Xiao Zhe lost, and had to curse his own family in public, claiming his brother was a product of incest, it would be a disaster. Xiao Zhe would be skinned alive at home, and the entire Xiao family would have to go out in disguise for a while. Hearing this, Zhen Yuting couldn't help but grin, thinking, if Xiao Zhe lost, he might as well find a hole to hide in. That's impossible. If you lose, it's just a spot. If I lose, I become an orphan. Xiao Zhe wasn't stupid and naturally wouldn't agree to such terms easily. Oh, are you scared? Tang Di's provocation was effective. Xiao Zhe twitched at the corner of his mouth and snorted. Do you think such childish provocation would work on me? He thought to himself, there seemed to be a barking dog just now. Calling him a lowlife, how could that dog possibly be skilled at spirit cultivation? Your opponent, Tang Di, has used the skill fan flames. Xiao Zhe's forehead bulged with veins, his breathing quickened, but he forced himself to stay calm. If you really want to compete, Fine, name your terms for resources and blueprints. Stop wasting my time. He was agitated, secretly worried. Really? Afraid of a lowlife spirit cultivation level? How insecure must you be? Does someone actually think their spirit cultivation level is worse than mine, a lowlife? Tang Di's words were sharp, piercing Xiao's heart. Oh, I get it, it's the lowlife dog, right? His mocking tone finally broke Xiao's composure. Enough, you lowlife. I agree. But if you lose, you will blind yourself and kneel at the exchange center, saying, I am a lowlife dog 1,000 times. Xiao's anger erupted, Tang Di's words sending his blood pressure soaring, his forehead nearly hot enough to brew tea. In his fury, Xiao agreed, but a last shred of reason made him add conditions for Tang Di. Fine, no problem. Let's go to the contract office now, sign the agreement, set the time and place, and have Director Chun as our witness. Let's get started. Tang Di didn't hesitate, dragging Xiao and Zhen Yuding along. After the handprints were made, Xiao calmed down but felt something was off. Zhen Yuding pondered whether to prepare Xiao's withdrawal application in advance, while Tang Di leaned in and whispered to Zhen Yuding, Director Zhen, remember you promised the tutors and professors to observe the sacred beast of music and dance. Zhen Yuding nodded, puzzled as to why Tang Di brought it up. I might be doing another spirit beast advancement to sacred beast level today. If they want to watch, the ticket is 10,000 points per person. Of course, it's free for you. Tang Di flashed a bright smile and chuckled. Wow, you're really squeezing Xiao dry and still thinking about making money from this brutal event? Even capitalists in the United States would call you dad for extracting surplus value like this. All right, I'll go inform them. Since it's free for me, I don't mind. With that, Tang Di took out his phone and notified Zhuang Ku. The reporting hall is actually like a battle arena, divided into different sections. Each section has identical materials and equipment, surrounded by tiered seating. Oh, I'm so nervous. If I lose, I'll never be able to show my face again. Walking towards the hall, Tang Di frowned and mumbled to himself. Xiao, walking alongside him, felt slightly relieved seeing his state and sneered with contempt. A commoner is always a commoner. Today, I'll teach you that lesson. Meanwhile, Zhen Yuting, walking ahead, could only roll his eyes internally, thinking, you never do anything decent. With that thought, Zhen Yuting casually pushed open the door. Bright lights from the open door shone on Xiao. He thought to himself, today, I'll completely crush Tang Di's dignity. What the heck is going on? As he looked around, he saw dozens of familiar faces in the stands. Almost all the tutors and professors from the spirit building department were there. He even noticed Lei Huiyao and Lin Ming, the dean and vice dean, sitting there. This is quite the grand setup. Hey, are you backing out now? Tang Di asked. Xiao immediately retorted. Who's backing out? You're done for. With that, he strode into the arena. Tang Di maintained his sunny smile and leisurely walked to another spirit building platform. Ahem, I'll be hosting this literary event. Zhen Yuding cleared his throat and continued. Due to the contractual agreement between both parties, the results of this literary event will have legal effect. I, Zhen Yuding, along with Su Zhongwu and Lei Huiyao, will serve as the judges. Once both parties were in position, Zhen Yuding read out the terms from a script for a good 4 to 5 minutes. Normally, this process wouldn't be necessary, but since both parties had signed a contract, this spirit builder's literary event had legal implications and would be recorded for evidence. Now, please present your spirit beasts for evaluation by the judges. Before a literary event, or a spirit builder's duel, begins, the judges need to assess the potential level and condition of the spirit beasts to prevent any cheating by temporarily lowering the beast's potential through special means. After all, the most direct measure of victory in a literary event is the difference in potential levels before and after the spirit building process. Xiao signaled with a nod, and a student stepped onto the stage, summoning a wind-greed wolf. This spirit beast is considered versatile, capable of both long-range and close combat, with decent speed, a sturdy build, and wind-infused attacks. Its racial skill, Greed Wolf Bloodlust, significantly boosts attack power. With a potential level of 4 stars, it advances quickly in the early stages. Moreover, due to its popularity, countless corporations have developed numerous potions specifically for it. This allows the Wind Greed Wolf to boost its potential level to 8 stars through later investments, making it an excellent choice for transitioning through early, middle, and late stages. It's similar to certain diseases that get more research funding for cures when more people are affected. Additionally, its popularity is due to its malleability. Its simple and straightforward node pathways leave ample room for spirit builders to work their magic. The potential level is ranked at 4 stars, with only one low-level skill, Rend, and a trait of Tough Fur, confirmed. Lei Huiyao and the others closely examined Feng Tanlang, and all came to the same conclusion. Now it was Tang Di's turn. As Xiao's gaze swept over, everyone expected Tang Di to summon a spirit beast similar to Feng Tanlang, as lower potential level beasts are easier to differentiate. Zhuang, bring out Qing Feng, Tang Di called out. Zhuangke quickly ran over and summoned Qing Feng, the spirit steed, with a wave of his hand, then swiftly dismounted. With so many influential figures present, Tang Di felt a bit nervous and didn't pay attention to Zhuangke. He gently stroked Qing Feng's mane, and the steed affectionately nudged Tang Di with its head, making a playful smacking sound with its lips. Xiao looked puzzled, wondering if Tang Di was giving up. Zhuangke's Qing Feng was quite renowned at the War Academy, being a well-trained and excellent spirit beast. Using it in the competition wouldn't create much of a difference in potential level. While Xiao was puzzled, Zhen Yuding had finished observing Qing Feng and nodded approvingly. Potential level of 8 stars, very impressive. He continued, wind fills the building, breeze like a blade. This is a battle-hardened king's skill, disband. Zhen Yuding seemed somewhat surprised, and Lei Huiyao and the others stepped forward to examine, giving Zhuangke the same praise as Zhen Yuding. All right, the competition begins. You have 3 hours. Time is very tight for spirit constructors, with 3 hours barely enough to connect some nodes and pathways, enhance basic attributes, or awaken a minor skill in the spirit beast, assuming the constructor has a decent perception. Xiao quickly prepared the constructing liquid and entered the constructing platform with Feng Tanling. At this moment, Xiao wore a pair of glasses, with 7 circular transparent light rings in front of his left lens, the largest being right in front of the lens and the smallest close to Feng Tanling. This was a perception-enhancing device, akin to a psychic version of a microscope. After observing for about 20 minutes, Xiao took out a constructing knife and began to write in the air. Every stroke was precise and swift, without any hesitation. The instructors on the platform nodded in approval. This young fellow has talent. He determined the meridian and node positions in such a short time, and his strokes are steady. He's a promising talent. Indeed, Xiao's accomplishments at his age were not just due to talent. They also reflected significant practical experience, which was no easy feat at this moment. Xiao was completely immersed in spirit construction. He wasn't someone skilled in combat, but had always been passionate about spirit construction since childhood. Fortunately, fate seemed to have heard his plea, granting him exceptional perception, and his family background supported his early education and practice in spirit construction. These elements combined to shape his current achievements. Time flew by, and 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Xiao finished his work. In just 2 hours, he had enhanced the basic attributes of the level 4 Feng Tanling by about 15, and added a detection and intimidation skill, named Intimidating Howl. At this moment, Feng Tanlong's potential level had reached 4 stars and 8 moons, an increase of 6 stars. Xiao felt extremely satisfied with his exceptional performance, thinking to himself that he truly was an exam-type competitor. He turned to see how Tang Di was progressing, assuming that the lowly opponent was desperately struggling. Tang, this is a literary conference, and also our duel. You're insulting the profession of spirit builders. Xiao's blood pressure spiked again when he saw Tang Di was actually shoeing a horse at the sacred literary conference. Yes, Tang Di was currently holding up one of Qing Feng's hind hooves, trimming it with a battle knife. Brother Zhuang, I'm not criticizing you, but your work is too rough. Hooves need regular maintenance, and the grooves need to be cleaned out, otherwise, they can slip. Mud and debris must be cleared to prevent inflammation. Tang, look at how worn these hooves are, they're all rough. When you return, they'll take you to Penguin Dock to get Qing Feng a set of horseshoes, so the kid has shoes to wear. Apply some hoof oil, see how shiny it is. You can almost see your reflection, Tang. Are you insulting me? Where's your spirit building? Also, Penguin Dock is for making knives, not horseshoes for your dumb horse. Xiao was so furious his duodenum started to twitch. If it weren't for the presence of so many prominent figures, he would have rushed at Tang Di. TSK, you busybody, why do you care so much? Oh, you're done. Tang Di put down the hoof, feigning surprise as he looked at Feng Tanling beside Xiao. Oh, finished building the spirit? Any change in its potential? Did you spend 2 hours neutering it? How cruel. Zhen Yuding smirked and clicked his tongue. If it were him on the field, he would have lost his mind. At this point, Xiao took a deep breath and charged at Tang Di, his spirit beast already fused. However, a literary conference is a literary conference. It can't turn into a martial brawl. Zhen Yuding swiftly stepped in, grabbing Xiao by the back of his collar and lifting him up. Don't stop me. I'm going to take him down with me today. I swear I'll kill him. Xiao roared in anger. Hey, referee, he's trying to fight me. Attacking another contestant is an automatic disqualification, right? Tang Di said righteously to Zhen Yuding, playing the victim. Be a decent person. Stop talking and start building the spirit, or I'll disqualify you for passive competition. Zhen Yuding, now truly wanting to smack Tang Di, urged impatiently. Watching Xiao, who was flailing and irrational, Tang Di cleared his throat, feeling it was time. He lightly tapped the control panel, pondered for a moment, and decided to give it a try. He poured ice and wind attribute spirit liquid into the spirit building platform at a ratio of 4:6, and then executed a rotating mix. After the spirit liquid had formed a vortex for a minute, Tang Di gestured. causing a hollow spherical ring to expand and contract until it could accommodate both him and Qingfeng, the spirit steed. He patted Qingfeng's back, and together they entered the spirit liquid. The touch of God, activated, and blue light flickered in Tang Di's eyes as he scanned Qingfeng without any instruments. To the astonishment of all the professors and mentors, Tang Di directly took out a spirit knife and began building the spirit. Did he see the nodes clearly? Starting so quickly, he might ruin the spirit steed. Reckless, I spent 10,000 points, and it turns out to be a sham. Old Jun, what a scam. Indeed, poor Qingfeng, if there's no effect, that's fine, but doing it like this might ruin it. At this moment, Xiao also calmed down, listening to the disdainful voices around him, glaring at Tang Di with malice. When I win, I'm going to humiliate you thoroughly and crush your dignity completely. Most mentors and professors were skeptical of Tang Di's approach. Although direct spirit crafting isn't as complex as drawing a blueprint, the boldness of his actions was still hard to believe. Spirit crafting is typically a meticulous task. If one is as rough as a wild donkey on the plains, how can success be achieved? Yet, with each stroke Tang Di made, leaving long marks, the Qingfeng spirit steed showed no signs of distress. Instead, it neighed joyfully, as if welcoming its rebirth. Unlike other spirit crafters who proceeded with extreme caution, Tang Di's movements were bold and confident, akin to wielding a heavy sword with finesse and grace. His actions were smooth and natural, reminiscent of a startled swan or a dragon swimming through the air. Zhen Yuding summarized Tang Di's spirit crafting as fluid and effortless. But what about the results? Just when some professors were about to confront Zhen Yuding, a powerful neigh echoed through the void. At that moment, the Qingfeng spirit steed underwent a dramatic transformation. Its previously gentle aura turned sharp. Its fur became a bluish white, akin to jade with a hint of color, and its stature suddenly rose to over 4 meters. As one hoof stepped out of the spirit crafting liquid, it seemed like a sharp battle blade was being unsheathed. The aura of a sacred beast. It had truly ascended, evolving from an ordinary spirit beast to a sacred beast. Old Man Jin wasn't lying to them. They were so focused on finding faults that they missed how Tang Di was crafting the spirit. The Qingfeng spirit steed shook off the water and approached Tang Di, gently nuzzling his face with its lips, seemingly thanking him for its genuine transformation. Tang Di patted its face and glanced over its new attributes. The Qingfeng spirit steed's potential level was 3 stars at level 9, with a sacred beast rating of 4 stars. Its passive skill, fleeting glimpse, doubles speed and spirit energy absorption rate. Polar Wanderer enhances skill power by 30% when the surrounding temperature is below -20 degrees. The active skill, Wind Over the Building, performs 3 cuts on a target, increasing damage by 50%. Stasis instantly boosts the spirit energy barrier strength by 2,000 for 3 seconds, but the steed cannot move or cast spells during this time. Eternal Blizzard Rule breaks thermodynamics laws, adding extreme cold to all attacks, and targets hit 3 or more times are completely frozen, with freeze duration depending on relative strength, during which all damage received is true damage. Disintegration locks onto a target, delivering 40 indiscriminate wind blade cuts within 3 seconds. The trait, Wind Spirit, increases spirit energy absorption speed, amplifies all skill power in hurricane environments, and reduces wind attribute skill damage by 30%. The trait, Biting Cold Wind, adds a cooling effect to all attacks, reducing targets' movement speed, spirit energy absorption, and operation speed upon hit. After reviewing these attributes, Tang Di couldn't help but feel admiration. This was an exceptionally pure rearline magic core spirit beast. It was already quite powerful on its own, but with a few supporting spirit beasts, it would be unstoppable. Continuous damage, instant bursts, and control for survival, it had it all. Tang Di admired the Qingfeng spirit steed, thinking to himself that Zhuangke was undoubtedly the key player for their hunting team. Just as he was basking in this sense of pride, someone suddenly lunged at him, pushing him aside. Zhen Yuding's eyes were like those of a bull elephant in rut, fixated on the Qingfeng spirit steed as if seeing a playful young female elephant in a river. Just as he was about to speak, the surrounding professors and instructors gathered around, their gazes just as eager as Zhen Yuding's, staring intently at the Qingfeng spirit steed. The Qingfeng spirit steed snorted, clearly uncomfortable with all the attention. Zhen Yuding released a bit of his aura, and the pressure from an 8th-level beast master left the Qingfeng spirit steed helpless, prompting it to seek help from Zhuangke. Zhuangke appeared both worried and pleased, mustering the courage to try and persuade these big shots, thinking, let them look, it's not like it will cost me anything. Tang Di, however, stopped Zhuangke, signaling him to let the professors observe freely, as he had been paid, and it was good to offer some benefits for future cooperation. The poor Qingfeng spirit steed could only let these high-level figures handle it at will. When it returned to Zhuangke, its face was full of helplessness, as if saying, I'm dirty now. I'm not clean anymore. Ahem, everyone, please return to your seats. I will announce the results of the literary meeting, Zhun Yuding said, glancing at Zhao Zhe, who was pale beside him, finally remembering the main event. After evaluation, the original potential level of the Qingfeng Spirit Steed was determined to be 8 stars, and its current potential level was a sacred beast with 4 stars. No one at the scene objected to this, as the professors had personally examined it, and the unique aura of the sacred beast was undeniable. Only one person disagreed. I don't believe it. You're all in cahoots, trying to trick me. I refuse to accept this. Xiao Zhe shouted frantically, his fear of losing transforming into anger, stripping him of any reverence. He pointed at Zhun Yuding and the others, cursing them, then turned to Tang Di and shouted, "It's all you, you despicable man, setting a trap just to ruin me. I refuse to believe that a lowly person like you could elevate a spirit beast to a sacred beast." He looked around and saw everyone gazing at him with pity, as if watching an animal about to be slaughtered. "Director Zhun, please announce the results." Tang Di maintained his sunny and gentle smile, but his words sent Xiao Zhe into a cold sweat. He vaguely remembered that the terms clearly stated that if either party breached the contract, they would have to pay the other 5 billion yen yuan. That wasn't just paper money, but real gold and silver. Although the Xiao family was wealthy, 5 billion was no small amount, and Xiao Zhe knew that the family wouldn't spend such a huge sum on a non-direct descendant like him. Thus, he faced the prospect of being banished from the family. But if he spoke up, besides being expelled, he might also be silenced to vent the family's anger. He was trapped with no way out. "All right, I hereby announce the winner of this literary meeting, Tang Di," Zhun Yuding declared. Xiao Zhe glared at Tang Di, his body starting to sway, and finally collapsed to the ground like a lifeless corpse. The next day, at 10 in the morning, Zhuang Ku and Zhao Chun dragged a bruised and battered Xiao Zhe to the entrance of the exchange office. The contract staff were already present. Zhao Chun, looking like a thug, crossed his arms, his face full of menace, and coldly said, "It's your turn now." Zhao Zhe, in pain all over, thought of the 5 billion and struggled to speak. Our Xiao family didn't have breakfast. 3 pancakes, 8 fried dough sticks, and a big bowl of beef offal noodles, all fed to the dogs. Louder! Zhao Chun, resembling a violent debt collector, kicked Zhao Zhe, showing his father's style. The Xiao family are all lowlifes. Xiao Ruiji is a product of inbreeding. Zhao Zhe steeled himself, figuring he might as well shout now to avoid more physical pain. His shout startled the entire exchange office. "Hey, isn't that kid Xiao Ruiji's brother? Why is he cursing his own family? Wow, Xiao Ruiji is a result of inbreeding? This Xiao family is a mess." After yelling 3 times, Zhao Zhe collapsed to the ground as if his bones had been removed. His life was over. Meanwhile, in the second-year dormitory, Xiao Ruiji sat expressionless, but the glass coffee table in front of him suddenly shattered. His trusted aide from his newly formed extreme hunting group urged him to check the forum. The academy forum was buzzing with a video of his brother cursing the Xiao family at the exchange office, calling them lowlifes and himself a product of inbreeding. The comments were harsh. "What a chaotic circle. Is this high society? Makes me sick. I've always thought Xiao Ruiji was no good. His extreme hunting group has done plenty of killing and looting in the beast realm. You might not believe it, but despite his young age, I've heard from a friend in the infirmary that 7 or 8 girls have had to get abortions because of him. Ew, this guy is disgusting." Seeing the comments, Xiao Ruiji was about to explode with rage. Just as he felt his blood vessels were about to burst, there was a knock on the dorm door. Assuming it was someone from his hunting group, he waved his hand, and the door opened automatically. As soon as it opened, a dark shadow shot towards him. Xiao Ruiji's eyes narrowed, and he instinctively swatted the shadow away. "Ouch! Brother, it's me." The shadow hit the wall and let out a groan. Looking closely, Xiao Ruiji realized it was Xiao Zhe. The latter grimaced, clutching his shoulder, which was now bruised from Xiao Ruiji's strike, and lay on the floor. "Master Xiao, it's been a while since we last met. I finally have the chance to visit you, and I'm truly embarrassed for the delay. I brought some things for you as soon as I had the time." As this sycophantic voice echoed, Xiao Ruiji's lips curled into a dangerous smile. "Brother Tang, no need for embarrassment. I regret not hosting you all last time. I will certainly visit you soon." Tang Di, carrying bags of gifts, maintained his enthusiastic smile and continued in riddles. "Oh, Master Xiao, you're too kind. Look, I've prepared these especially for you. See if they suit your taste." With that, Tang Di took out an intricately crafted small clock and shook it in front of Xiao Ruiji, producing a crisp clanging sound. The flower basket had a handwritten note from Miss Zhong. "To Mr. Xiao Ruiji, may you be remembered forever." The small writing was genuinely heartfelt. Just giving a clock wasn't enough. Tang Di also brought 2 large wreaths with flowers in full bloom, their white petals seeming to reach into one's soul. Without hesitation, Tang Di hung them right in the center of the living room, making Xiao Ruiji's anger nearly visible. As clever as he was, Xiao Ruiji could now guess why Xiao Zhe had said such things. It must have been Tang Di's doing, using this method to provoke him. Despite everything, Tang Di still dared to come and offer condolences, bringing wreaths and even health supplements, which were supposedly good stuff. The famous traditional Chinese medicine doctor at the school, Steve Rogers, had specially prepared the formula for him. With a warm smile, Tang Di placed a green glass medicine bottle into Xiao Ruiji's hand. Xiao Ruiji's eyes nearly popped out. What kind of traditional Chinese doctor is named Steve Rogers? And the bottle was clearly made from a beer bottle. The ingredients list read like something for feeding a donkey: croton seeds, bran, walnut shells, melon seeds, peach pits. As for its effects, it claimed to treat moral decay. Xiao Ruiji took a deep breath with all his might, suppressing the overwhelming urge to kill. Outside, they could fight freely, but within the academy, anyone involved in such a matter would face severe consequences, regardless of their status. With this in mind, Xiao Ruiji closed his eyes, took a few deep breaths, and let out a light chuckle. Thank you for your kind intentions, Brother Tang. I appreciate it. In time, I will repay you 100-fold. At the end of his words, the previously suppressed murderous intent inadvertently seeped out. Tang Di remained unfazed. I'll be waiting, brother. Oh dear, I suddenly feel the need to use the bathroom. May I use yours, brother? Please, go ahead. Xiao Ruiji's facial muscles twitched uncontrollably, his posture slightly distorted. A few minutes later, accompanied by the sound of flushing, Tang Di emerged, looking refreshed and rubbing his stomach. If there's nothing else, I'll be off. Looking forward to your visit, brother. With that, he left without further ado. After Tang Di left, Xiao Ruiji punched a sandbag with a forceful blow, causing it to burst open, sending sand everywhere. In that moment, Xiao Ruiji was a far cry from his usual calm and elegant self, his face twisted with rage, resembling an enraged beast. Tang Di, this time I'll make sure you suffer 1,000 tortures before you die. Third brother, listen to me, this time I was. Xiao just started to explain, but was grabbed and thrown out by Xiao Ruiji. In his fury, Xiao Ruiji threw Xiao Zhe so hard that he crashed through the door, breaking his arm. Yet Xiao Zhe dared not speak. Seeing the murderous glare in his brother's eyes, he silently endured the pain and headed to the infirmary. After venting his anger, Xiao Ruiji, having calmed down a bit, went to the bathroom to wash his face. He needed to stay cool, to stay calm. But he suddenly noticed some brown stuff on his face, and it smelled quite bad. He sniffed his face towel. The next moment, all the glass in the bathroom shattered simultaneously. Tang Di, I'll tear you to pieces. He had dared to use Xiao Ruiji's face towel to wipe his backside. In Tang Di's dorm room, for people were gathered around, intently watching a video and laughing quite freely. Zhong Yuhuang was laughing so hard, she was practically draped over Tang Di, her laughter punctuated by a series of goose-like honks. You are so wicked. When I saw the wreath, I was absolutely furious. Her laughter was so intense that she could hardly breathe, leaning softly against Tang Di, her chest aching from laughing so much. Yongla, when it comes to getting under someone's skin, you're the best. No one else could pull it off like you. Zhong Yuhuang continued to tease, laughing almost to the point of choking. After this, that guy will need 6 courses of blood pressure medication. Her laughter was contagious, causing Zhao Chun and Zhuang Ke to join in, making the atmosphere even more lively. Of course, that's me. Tang Di replied with a look of pride, his eyes gleaming with cunning. After all, in half a month, our monthly exams will determine our standings, so why not mess with his mindset a bit in advance? He recalled the previous incident with a sense of smugness. Tang Di isn't one to suffer in silence. If it weren't for Li Qingfeng stepping in, that relic would have been their burial ground. How did you manage to capture this video? Zhong Yuhuang suddenly remembered to ask, looking at Tang Di with curiosity. Xiao Ruiji wouldn't have let Tang Di walk around with a camera and act so recklessly. A super mini camera? She asked, puzzled. Oh, I had Ghost Kill grab black magic, and the two of them went invisible with the camera. Tang Di explained, a hint of pride in his eyes. The three of them knew well how great Tang Di's 2 spectral beasts were at stealth and camouflage, with one being completely invisible and the other blending into the environment, both having particularly small sizes. In his rage, Xiao Ruiji likely didn't expect Tang Di to use such tactics. When we get back, edit the video of him tossing Xiao Zhe separately and post it on the forum with a title like Xiao Family Succession Struggle, Brotherly Betrayal, Identity Exposed, Ruthless Actions, and Stir Things Up, Tang Di said with a sly grin. This forum, he's really figured it out. Zhong Yuhuang remarked with disdain, giving Tang Di a look that seemed unimpressed by his underhanded tactics, although she immediately started contacting someone to edit the video, her actions contradicting her words. Let's set aside these trivial matters for now. I want to discuss the roles within our hunting group, Tang Di said, putting on a serious expression. The other three sat up straight, listening attentively. I think we've all been through life and death together, so I won't beat around the bush. Our hunting group won't have many members, and besides improving our skills, the main goal is to target the Slay Spirit cult. Tang Di's tone became resolute, his eyes showing a hint of determination. The Slay Spirit cult. He mentioned with a trace of anger in his voice. My parents' deaths might be connected to those people. Feeling that as comrades, they deserved his trust, he shared some information to avoid lengthy explanations later. I understand. Those scum from the Slay Spirit cult deserve to be wiped out, and I'm willing to contribute to their destruction, Zhuang Ke stated seriously, while Zhao Chun and Zhong Yuhuang nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with a shared sense of enmity. No human beast master wouldn't want to eradicate these ungrateful traitors. Good, that's the basic tone. Our current strength is too weak, and the team is incomplete, so we can't force it, Tang Di said with a slight smile, turning his gaze to Zhong Yuhuang and Zhao Chun. Now let's talk about the team roles. Lu Wu, De Chun, you two are both classic heavy warriors, and your roles overlap somewhat. The two exchanged a glance, nodding in understanding, knowing that the upcoming discussion would impact their future. Both of them are the type to charge into battle, favoring close combat, and relishing the adrenaline rush. Is Tang Di suggesting they change their spirit beast types, and subsequently their roles? Sensing their confusion, Tang Di shook his head and said, it's not about forcing you to switch roles, but rather adjusting your type. Under their puzzled gazes, Tang Di looked at Zhao Chun and seriously said, De Chun, your ability to disrupt formations and make quick kills doesn't quite match up to Lu Wu's, do you agree? Zhao Chen's lips moved as if he wanted to argue, but under Tang Di's stern gaze, he eventually nodded. I admit, I'm not as reckless as Sister Huang. Zhong Yuhuang rolled her eyes and retorted, what do you mean reckless? I'm steady in my boldness, thank you very much. Tang Di continued, so, my suggestion for you is to take the path of a defensive warrior. The role of a defensive warrior is to intercept opponents' attacks, providing a good environment for the team or the main attacker. Tang Di knew that Zhao Chun, like his father, had a penchant for combat, so even if Zhao Chun declined his suggestion, he wouldn't press the matter. All right, I'll go with your advice, Zhao Chun agreed readily, joking. Hey, Zhuang, remember to hide behind me for cover, all right? The two laughed, but Tang Di was surprised by Zhao Chen's decisiveness. Good. De Chun, since you've decided, get ready to hand over your golden sword flying fish to me. Its current alignment doesn't quite suit you, but don't worry, its attack power will only get stronger. Zhao Chen agreed without hesitation, and Tang Di, not one to be stingy, was willing to invest the necessary resources to build those hidden connections. After all, he had over 200,000 points in his academy's crystal. The previous literary meeting with Zhao Zhe had brought in many mentors and professors, and to them, 1,000 points was nothing. After finishing with Zhao Chun, Tang Di turned to Zhuang Ku. Brother Zhuang, you only have a single Qing Feng right now, which isn't enough. Look for a spirit beast blueprint that suits you, and if money's tight, come to May have resources. Zhuang Ke hadn't taken any of the previous rewards, and Tang Di had always wanted to help him out. Oh, that's not necessary. Honestly, Brother Tang, you helped my Qing Feng evolve into a sacred beast, something that would cost billions outside. How could I possibly take your money? Then are we going to let Zhao Rui defeat us in the upcoming exam? Tang Di interrupted coldly, and Zhuang Ke fell silent, reluctantly lowering his head. The issue with Zhao Rui started because of me, and ultimately, it's my responsibility. You guys were just caught in the crossfire. I'll allocate some points to each of you later, so you can quickly enhance your strength. Besides those 200,000 points, I also have 3 valuable blueprints that I can sell for more funds. Thanks, boss. You're generous. Zhao Chen teased, while Zhong Yuhuang's sudden outburst made Tang Di shiver. All right, Brother Tang, I'll remember this debt, and I'll definitely repay it in the future. Tang Di didn't mind Zhuang Ke's integrity and simply nodded, thinking to himself, honest fellow. The Xiao family has become quite famous, especially Zhao Ruiji, who has turned into the new idol at the War Academy. His notoriety soared after a video post of him beating Zhao Zhe. However, his group, the Extreme Hunting Team, isn't entirely innocent. In the beast domain, acts like killing and looting are common, and their frequency is a bit high. An unknown faction on the forum has accused him of being fickle, suggesting even a female monkey wouldn't fare well with him, labeling him as a lustful rogue. Under such pressure, Zhao Ruiji became the target of the entire academy's denunciation. Now, when he walks through campus, female students make way for him, calling him a scoundrel, while male students express their fear through coughs and spitting, as if declaring they're not his match. In short, Zhao Ruiji is quite popular in the academy, living rather comfortably. Today, in the season when everyone is wearing summer uniforms, Zhao Ruiji wrapped himself up like a mummy and walked into a restaurant. In a private room, Chang Hai, with a schadenfreude expression, said, Brother Zhao, you've really been set up by Tang Di this time. Zhao Ruiji helplessly took off his hat, mask, sunglasses, and scarf, and sat down, looking a bit drained. Apart from the inconvenience of going out, it hasn't affected much else. I've arranged everything for the monthly exam, he continued. We'll be in the same area as Tang Di and 2 other hunting teams. Chang Hai, surprised, asked, you managed that? He thought to himself, how much did this guy spend to bribe the district tutor? If this gets found out, Losing his job would be the least of his worries. The Thunder God might not let him leave Days City alive. And when the exam starts, everyone needs to take this. Xiao Ruiji took out some small red pills from his pocket and placed them on the table. Lin Zhonghe, who had been silent, suddenly slammed the table and asked in horror, "Are you crazy? Where did you get these?" "For the first monthly exam of freshmen, both the Thunder God and that traitor from my family will be present. Do you know what will happen if you're caught using this in front of two ninth levels?" Seeing Lin Zhonghe's agitation, Xiao Ruiji chuckled. "Calm down. If only Tang Di's team dies, it will naturally raise suspicions. But if we also suffer heavy casualties and merely survive, will there be a problem? Killing 1,000 enemies while losing 800 of our own." Shanghai seemed much calmer, yet he still watched Xiao Ruiji warily. "I've heard that Tang Di's real talent is quite extraordinary. I don't know what it is exactly, but he made it onto the list." "Made it onto the list? With just Tang Di?" Shanghai and Lin Zhonghe's expressions turned serious. If Tang Di made it onto the list, he would surely become one of the targets. This time, Xiao Ruiji coldly said, "I wonder how you'll survive without protection." He exerted a bit of force, causing cracks to appear on the armrest of the chair. Meanwhile, Tang Di was ordered by Tao Ran to stay by his side and learn spiritual construction knowledge. Fortunately, with advanced technology, otherwise, he wouldn't know when he'd finish learning those terabytes of text data. Biological hard drive. A parasitic biological storage unit is encased in layers of protein, with an internal structure made up of encoded giant bacteria. Each bacterium measures 3 to 4 centimeters in length, with the largest exceeding 8 centimeters. These bacteria originally parasitized the roots of colossal redwood beasts, towering hundreds of meters high. Through experimentation, Professor Zhou Shuchen discovered that these bacteria form a network, creating effects similar to neural discharges, which enable the giant redwood beasts to actively hunt. Without these bacteria, or with insufficient bacterial colonies, the redwood beasts do not actively hunt. When a giant redwood beast captures prey, it places it in its roots, where the bacteria begin to decompose the prey's body. The waste produced then nourishes the redwood beast, akin to how gut flora in humans aids in digestion. Professor Zhou later discovered that the predatory behavior of the redwood beasts has memory capabilities, allowing them to discern which prey is easier to capture and which possesses richer energy. This discovery led to the development of a biological hard-drivia protein capsule the size of a droplet, suspended above the cerebellum, with a storage capacity of 3 terabytes. To prevent beast tamers from accidentally breaking it during battles, causing intracranial infections, Professor Zhou developed a vaccine. Once injected, the body's immune cells immediately eliminate it. Even if one slips through, its large size would only require a craniotomy at most. At this moment, Tang Di shook his head as he and Tao Ran walked out of the bioengineering building. Having just undergone the hard drive implantation surgery, everything felt dreamlike and swift to him. The surgery took only 10 minutes, which was incredible compared to the 20 minutes it took to extract his wisdom teeth years ago. First, go through the data on node principles, vein analysis, compilation sequences, and skill composition using the reader, and store it on the hard drive. Tao Ran instructed in Tang Di's lab, placing a helmet on Tang Di and swiping through the projected book covers in the air, occasionally tossing one into Tang Di's playlist. These 20 or so books should be enough. By the way, how does the hard drive feel? It's pretty good. The input and output speed is fast, and I can clearly feel the hard drive partitions, so it doesn't mix with other brain memories, Tang Di replied as he browsed. Haha, this is cutting-edge technology. Not to mention the transplant points worth hundreds of thousands. Without knowing Professor Zhou, you wouldn't even dream of it, Tao Ran said with a smile. Yes, I know how much effort you've put in, teacher. I'll be sure to repay your kindness when I have the means, Tang Di responded gratefully. You rascal, just keep studying. Tao Ran chuckled, playfully scolding him. Lately, Tang Di had spent most of his time with Tao Ran, who openly performed spirit building for the hunting group members and generously allowed Tao Ran to observe for free. This wasn't just a simple glance. Tao Ran could use various instruments for deep observation and recording of the nodes. If you went to those big families, you wouldn't even think about it without billions, Tao Ran thought to himself. Tang Di's honesty made him feel completely at ease, deciding to teach Tang Di all his techniques in blueprint drawing and spirit building. By the way, Yongla, have you chosen your third spirit beast yet? With a goal in mind, you don't need to worry anymore. Tao Ran smiled slightly, feeling secretly relieved that if there were any difficulties, he could always confide in him. He had many old friends at Penguin Group and Pig Factory. Master Zhu Ling had extensive connections and was well acquainted with everyone in the Lombang circle, so obtaining a blueprint was not a difficult task. Tao Ran waved his hand, indicating there was no need to trouble the teacher as he could handle it himself. He checked the time and realized there was a progress meeting for the group, so he didn't linger. He advised, take a good look, and then turned to leave. Tao Ran's research seemed to have made significant breakthroughs while closely observing Tang Di's spirit construction, which was at a critical stage. After more than 2 hours of intense spirit construction, Tang Di rubbed his sore eyes, got up, and sat at the drawing table to rest with his eyes closed, feeling utterly exhausted. His team spirit beasts were now considered a 5-star squad. Zhao Qin's golden sword flying fish, after spirit construction, eliminated several useless skills and added a new Battle King skill, advancing to a Holy Beast 2-star. Zhao Qin's Fortress skill, when activated, increased barrier strength by 500 and provided 40 resistance to spiritual energy damage, while the barrier's form became adaptable, no longer limited to the body surface. Imagine Zhao Qin's Fortress transforming the barrier into a giant shield to withstand an enemy's onslaught of 10,000 skills, creating a truly awe-inspiring scene. Meanwhile, Tang Di handed over the Shepherd Beast group to Zhao Chun, instructing him to only construct the main outline. Previously, without in-depth knowledge of spirit construction, Tang Di foolishly started building directly from the blueprint. However, after a few days of learning from Tao Ran, he realized he could simplify the blueprint by removing all skills and traits, focusing solely on constructing the summoning form, and then assisting with spirit construction later, significantly saving time. After all, the difficulty difference between self-construction and later spirit construction was akin to performing surgery on a 20-week-old embryo versus a young adult, a considerable challenge. Using this method, Zhao Qin's Shepherd Beast group was successfully summoned in just 45 minutes with the help of Tang Di's spiritual energy light track. However, Tang Di encountered difficulties during the subsequent spirit construction. The Shepherd Beast group's main body was a spinal cell sac, an adenoma-like structure attached to his spine. Zhao Qin went through quite an ordeal for this spirit construction. After Tang Di cut open his back, exposing the complete cervical, thoracic, and lumbar vertebrae, he walked into the spirit construction liquid, bloodied but with results that exceeded expectations. The Shepherd Beast group's potential level was Holy Beast 1-star, with a symbiotic passive increasing all attributes by 30 and daily spiritual energy consumption by 15. The purification passive purified and absorbed spiritual energy, significantly enhancing the speed of spiritual energy operation and accelerating cultivation. The adaptive barrier passive increased the resilience of the spiritual energy barrier by 20 and improved absorption efficiency of same attribute attacks by 50, while the barrier could automatically adjust attributes based on attacks. The accelerated prism active skill created a one-way prism, increasing the flight speed and power of friendly spiritual energy attacks by 20 after passing through. The life and death link skill allows you to connect with a target. If the target is an enemy, the damage they inflict on the host is reduced by 40, and their true position is revealed. If the target is an ally, 40 of the damage they receive is transferred to the host. The maximum number of linked targets is 3. The rapid healing trait significantly increases the host's wound healing speed. These attributes are impressive, especially the link skill, which makes Zhao Chun particularly important in the rear of the hunting group. If an opponent is caught in the link, breaking through Zhao Chun's defenses would require considerable effort. Zhuangke also acquired a supportive spirit beast, which was constructed from an ancient beast of the 8th era, specifically found by Tang Di at Su Zhongwu's place. His Ghost Slayer and Black Demon awakened new skills under the enhanced perception of the spirit platform. However, Tang Di was troubled by the blueprint of Kill Jaden. Evolved from the Demon Lord species, its strength was undeniable, but it occupied 2 of Tang Di's spirit beast slots. This meant that to construct it, Tang Di needed to reach at least level 4. Strangely, not a single node on this entity could be omitted, as its skills seemed intertwined with its physical form, and missing even one structure would cause it to collapse. Therefore, the usual shortcuts in construction couldn't be used. Calculations showed that even with the spirit of all things, the spirit platform, and ample external energy, it would still take 2 months. The task was daunting. Ding, the detailed rules for this month's exam have been released. Do you wish to view them? The voice of the electronics steward sounded, and Tang Di opened his eyes, waving his hand to reveal a light screen. After a quick glance, Tang Di couldn't help but chuckle. The rules of the War Academy were as simple and brutal as ever. All students were required to participate in this month's exam, either as individuals or in teams, with a maximum of 6 members per team. The assessment project was survival, requiring students to survive for 3 days in the exam area. Rankings would be based on the number and quality of giant beasts hunted. Note, conflicts between students must not result in death. There were 37 hours remaining until the first monthly exam. Finally, it was happening. Thinking of the plan previously decided upon, Tang Di hummed a little tune to himself. This time, I'll outsmart you all. November 20th marked almost 2 months since the new students had enrolled. The first monthly exam for freshmen was given nearly an extra month, which was the last bit of leniency from the War Academy. At the Academy's airport, over 10 large transport planes were taking off vertically, heading towards the distant city of Days. Sage's word hunting group, for members, proceed to the drop pod area. Hearing the announcement, Tang Di and the other three stood up, put on their helmets, and positioned themselves in small pits, arms crossed over their chests. 3, 2, 1. The hatch opened. Tang Di and his team felt the ground vanish beneath them as they began a free fall from thousands of meters in the air. Deploy the drone first to locate Xiao Rui and his team, Tang Di instructed through his helmet. Zhuangke spread his arms to slow down, retrieved a drone from his storage, and sent it soaring into the sky. To ensure fairness, students in the same area were dropped simultaneously from the plane, though their landing points varied. Found them, marking their position for you. Instantly, a red dot appeared on the map in everyone's helmet visor. Someone's approaching on a flying spirit beast. Zhuangke suddenly shouted, sharing the video feed. Let's take one down first. Monthly exams, especially for new students, are quite a spectacle at the academy. Over 20 reconnaissance drones fly at an altitude of more than 8,000 meters, with high-definition cameras broadcasting the event live. The contestants' helmets are also equipped with cameras, capturing every moment. The academy has thoughtfully set up a paid channel, allowing users to watch 3 days of exciting content for just 5 points per day. Real-time data, such as each team's score, individual scores, the number of deaths, and dropouts, are clearly displayed, keeping viewers fully engaged. In a conference room filled with screens, department heads and professors from the academy gather, including Lei Huiyao and Lin Ming. At this moment, everyone appears relaxed, as the monthly exam has just begun and nothing significant seems to have happened. However, Lei Huiyao's tea-making motion suddenly pauses as he notices the death count changing from 0 to 1. Could it be a parachuting accident? A beast tamer dying from a parachute fall is as ironic as a fish drowning. Show me the replay of his death, he requests, curious to understand what transpired. Others also notice the change in the blood red number and are eager to watch the death replay. The footage shows a student summoning a flying spirit beast after parachuting and then deploying a drone for reconnaissance, a standard procedure for those familiar with the beast realm. Yet, suddenly, the camera shakes, and the student looks down to see a blade protruding from his abdomen. The camera moves at an incredible speed, plummeting rapidly. As he falls, a massive beast appears near the ground. The scene ends with screams and darkness. It must be a personal vendetta. This person is from the extreme hunt group, and the outside students aren't exactly clean-handed. It's normal, Lin Ming remarks indifferently. Although the rules state that students cannot kill each other, the fact that the person was ultimately devoured by a beast doesn't count as a violation. Lei Huiyao chuckles, sipping his tea, and jokes, this does break the record for the fastest death in our academy's freshman monthly exam. Meanwhile, after landing, Xiao Ruiji receives a report that someone was taken out before even reaching the ground. The academy hasn't issued any disqualification notice, indicating a beast was responsible. The death replay showing Zhang Ziyue being ambushed and thrown in front of a giant beast makes Xiao's heart skip a beat. As a level 4 beast tamer, Zhang being ambushed in midair is clearly Tang Di's doing. Fortunately, Tang dealt with Zhang, who is still miles away from them, seemingly unaware of their presence. At this moment, Changhai shared the drone footage with Xiao Ruiji. The screen showed Tang Di and his group fiercely battling a large, bluish-green toad. Seeing this, Xiao Ruiji felt a wave of relief wash over him. He looked up at the sky and instructed, notify Lin Zhonghe to lead those two groups around to the front and prepare for an encirclement. This time, Xiao Ruiji's team was truly formidable. Among the three masterminds, only Lin Zhonghe was a freshman. The others had joined the monthly exam with the intent to take down Tang Di. Both Changhai and Xiao Ruiji were second-year students, and their strength was not to be underestimated. Xiao Ruiji had assembled an impressive lineup. Each freshman could invite up to 6 members from the hunting group, and he had recruited 5 freshmen along with his brother, Xiao Zhe, making 6 freshmen in total. This meant he had a total of 36 people, including 20 second-year students with a 4-star rating or above and 4 fifth-year seniors. With the family's backup plan, both he and his family were determined to eliminate Tang Di this time. Meanwhile, Zhong Yuhuang pulled a giant sword from the head of the massive toad, blood and slime splattering around. Her appearance was unusual. Her skin had turned dark, with a metallic sheen. How's it going on Yongla's side? She asked Zhuang Ku as she jumped off the toad's corpse, quickly returning to her normal state. Everything's going smoothly. The location of the main force has been sent over. That Lin Zhonghe, with 2 hunting groups, is preparing to circle around in front of us, Zhuang Ku replied. Oh, they're quite bold. Let's see if they're enough to warm us up, Zhao Chen said, wrapping an arm around Tang Di's shoulder with a sly grin. Zhong Yuhuang also smiled, gazing meaningfully at the sunset, and remarked, it's nightfall, and things below are about to crawl out looking for people. Xiao Ruiji and his team were tracking Tang Di's group with the help of high-altitude drones, now about 50 kilometers behind them. Previously, Qin Hong mentioned that Tang Di had a detection ability that allowed him to gain a view of a specific area regardless of distance for a certain period. Therefore, they didn't dare to get too close. In the extreme hunting group, there was also Xiao Hong, a collateral member of the Xiao family, and a 5th-level Beastmaster. His Lioli Toad could refract light within the area, preventing drones from detecting their movements. The plan was meticulous, leaving no room for error. At this moment, they were wearing specially designed cooling battle armor, taking a short break in the dark forest. The beast domain at night was a time when chaos reigned. Hey, has anyone seen Zhang Hao? A few people in the group chatted, looking around. Yeah, he just went over there to relieve himself, someone answered. What's the matter? Zhao Hong, the 5th-level beast master, noticed the commotion and came over. Brother Xiao, Zhang Hao is missing, someone in the group said anxiously. Hearing this, Zhao Hong became alert and quickly shouted into the intercom. Lu, can you locate Zhang Hao? Are his battle suit's life signs still active? Lu, in charge of detection, quickly responded. I can find him. He's in the woods 30 meters behind you. His heart rate is dropping fast. Everyone, stay alert. Upon hearing that the location was 50 meters away, Zhao Heng's heart tightened. In the beast domain, being separated from the group by just a few dozen meters could mean the difference between life and death. His heart rate began to slow as he decisively ordered everyone to be on alert. Instantly, everyone rose to their feet, and their spirit beasts fused with them. What happened? Hearing the alert, Zhao Ruiji also approached, accompanied by the metallic beast, Tungsten. Zhao Heng quickly briefed him on the situation, and just then, Lu sent another message. Young master, Zhang Hao's heart and lung functions have stopped. He's dead, but he's still moving further away, now over 200 meters from us. Another one dead? Did they spend the whole day doing nothing but dying? Zhao Heng said to Zheng Landao. Come with me to check it out. Zheng Landao, a 4th-year level 5 beast master, immediately stood up and went with Zhao Ruiji to the site of Zhang Hao's death. There, they found only a pool of blood and the footprints of a wolf-like giant beast. Zheng Landao crouched down, examined the scene carefully, and firmly said, went out to relieve himself and got ambushed by a giant beast? No, even if it was an ambush, he would have screamed, right? Could it be? He suddenly turned and shouted into the open space. Tang Di, stop hiding. Do you find this childish trick amusing? As soon as he spoke, Zhao Heng and Zheng Landao immediately summoned their spirit beasts, guarding them vigilantly. They were well aware that Tang Di's ambushes were not to be underestimated, with a risk of serious injury or even death. What's going on? Was it Tang Di? Chang Hai arrived with several others, and upon hearing Zhao Ruiji's shout, Zhao Ruiji signaled for him to stay quiet. After a moment, Zhao Ruiji scoffed. It's nothing. It was likely a beast attack, but we should remain cautious and ensure everyone stays close to the group. Chang Hai understood that Zhao Ruiji was testing the waters to see if Tang Di would take the bait, and secretly admired his cunning. Report, Zhou Hongda is missing too. His heart rate is rapidly dropping. Lu's voice came through again, bringing bad news. Beast attack, Zhao Ruiji exclaimed. We just said it was fine. He quickly asked, what type, what level, and how far? Lu replied almost instantly. It's a giant shell centipede. Level 4, 100 meters away, and it ate Zhou Hongda. A giant shell centipede, troublesome creature, Zhao Ruiji muttered, feeling wary. This beast wasn't particularly powerful, but was extremely nasty. Its shell had 2 layers. The inner layer was hard, and the outer was fragile, with a mix of volatile poison between them that released corrosive neurotoxic gas when exposed to air. Its spirit energy barrier only covered the innermost layer. This meant that any attack would cause it to burst, releasing the toxic risk. Have everyone activate the air circulation in their battle suits. We're heading over immediately. The veterans present knew exactly how to handle such a situation. By the time Zhao Ruiji and his team arrived, the scene before them was grim. 3 more were dead. They saw a level 3 beast master with half his body bitten off by the giant centipede, blood splattering everywhere, and his agonized cries echoing in the air. What's going on? There are so many of us, yet we can't take that thing down. Brother Xiao, it's a seasoned king. Its body has an energy barrier that can even reflect our attacks. Plus, it seems to have the ability to become invisible. Luo Ija and his team tried to sneak up on it, but got discovered and were pierced through the heart by its bladed limbs. A seasoned king? Damn, I must have had bad luck today to run into one. Zhao Ruiji frowned deeply, staring at the massive centipede over 20 meters long, which was truly terrifying. The seasoned king of beasts is entirely different from the seasoned king of spirit beasts, with far inferior basic attributes. The centipede's mandibles grated together, producing a sharp sound, and then several of its armored plates exploded, sending shards flying like knives. A level 4 beast master rushed forward, clasping his hands together and shouting, "Shield!" A green barrier appeared, blocking most of the shell fragments, but some people were still hit, forced to rely on their own barriers. Then, the giant centipede spewed a transparent slime, which began to smoke upon contact with the barriers. Zhao Ruiji shouted, "We can't drag this out. Zhao Heng, you're on my right. Zheng Landao, you and young Master Chong on the left. Go for the head." With that command, he lunged forward, spear in his left hand thrusting straight ahead. The spear vibrated, its dark tip gleaming coldly as it aimed for the centipede's head. Zhao Heng moved even faster, summoning a level 5 Thunder Lion, which shot a blinding purple beam from its horn, striking the same spot as Zhao Ruiji's spear tip. However, when the spear tip collided with the strange-colored barrier, Zhao Ruiji felt a powerful recoil almost wrenching the spear from his grip. What a strong recoil! But Zhao Heng's Thunder Lion's piercing attack also hit the barrier, reflecting a small beam that struck him. The barrier's smoking surface proved Zhao Heng's strength was not to be underestimated. On the other side, Chang and Yi made their move, enveloping the centipede's head in orange flames, while Zheng Landao's blue glowing blade slashed 3 times at the barrier. The flames split into countless embers, scattering in all directions. Zheng Landao grunted, his hands slightly numb, but the result was satisfying as the barrier finally shattered. Everyone attack! Take this beast down! Someone shouted, and the others immediately charged, unleashing their skills or rushing forward. Zhao Ruiji yelled, "Fools! Don't all go at once." But it was too late. Everyone except the one who shouted got caught. The giant centipede suddenly lifted its body, its underbelly armor shattering, releasing a spray of venom and shell fragments. This time, without a protective warrior's shield, they hit their targets directly. My hand. Damn it. This beast is so cunning. Several people were left exposed, their armor pierced, and they were wounded. The area was filled with the centipede's poison gas, and if armor or helmets were breached, their internal systems would be compromised, inevitably inhaling the poison. Look, its barrier has regenerated. Chang and Yi shouted. Zhao Ruiji looked over to see that, at some point, the giant centipede had regained its shimmering barrier. Is this really just a shell-covered giant centipede? Zhao Ruiji began to doubt everything. The strongest individuals of this species should only be 7-star level 6, so how could it be this formidable? Maybe it's time to visit a temple and pray when I get back. The fire demon warrior. At this moment, Chang Hai stepped forward, his entire body engulfed in roaring flames. He extended his left hand, clenched his fist, and a massive fiery hand appeared, squeezing tightly. With this grasp, the barrier that the giant centipede had just formed shattered instantly. Then, Chang Hai pressed his hands together, and flames surged beneath his feet. A towering pillar of fire shot up like a dragon, scorching the giant centipede with crackling sounds. As the pillar disappeared, the giant centipede's body began to wobble, its internal energy barrier on the brink of collapse. This is the sacred beast passed down in the Chang family, the internal combustion land turtle. Combined with the Chang family's innate ability of energy burn, their combat prowess is terrifying. Apart from slightly lacking in endurance, they have virtually no weaknesses, especially with this energy burn. As long as there's spiritual energy within, their flames will continue to burn using it as fuel. Watching the giant centipede wail continuously, Zhao Ruiji thought to himself that the outcome seemed decided. However, suddenly cracking sounds emanated from within the giant centipede, followed by a blood-red mist rising from its body. Its previously weakened state vanished instantly, as it spewed a large amount of scarlet liquid, so copious that it seemed like ink being splashed, making it unavoidable. Defensive warriors hurriedly raised barriers, but the scarlet liquid burned through them immediately, causing injuries to those behind. My hand. Beastmasters of level 3 and 4 quickly broke their shields as the barriers were burned through, and their armor was scorched. This single strike affected over a dozen people. Sizzle. Let's attack together and finish it quickly. Zhao Ruiji knew there was no time to delay, and swiftly switched to a fused spirit beast. The spear in his hand left his grip, spinning at high speed. Then, Zhao Ruiji leaped, thrusting the spear, crackling with lightning arcs, into the giant centipede's head. Zhao Hong, beside him, reacted even faster, with the Thunder Lion releasing 3 consecutive lightning arcs, causing the giant centipede to convulse. Chang Hai also flipped his palm, crossing 2 lines of fire over the centipede's head, resulting in an explosion. With these attacks, half of the giant centipede's head was blown off, and its massive body collapsed with a crash. Phew, go check if it's dead, Zhao Ruiji instructed. A team member went forward to confirm. It's dead. Zhao Zhe, with cold sweat on his face, asked Zhao Ruiji, "Brother, is a level 4 Battle King really this strong?" "Pretty much. Never let your guard down in the beast realm," Zhao Ruiji replied. Hearing the giant centipede was dead, Zhao Ruiji breathed a sigh of relief, but he still felt something was off. My legs are starting to feel weak," one team member muttered. "Me too. My armor is broken, and my whole body feels weak," said another, struggling to stand. Zhao Ruiji looked at the ground covered in venom, realizing the giant centipede's poison was taking effect, and ordered through gritted teeth. "Everyone, leave here immediately. Move 20 kilometers west. This place was not safe to linger. The scent of blood would soon attract other giant beasts, leading to more trouble." The team moved quickly, with those unable to move being carried by their spirit beasts or a teammate's spirit beast. In no time, they relocated to a safe area. However, Those more severely poisoned began losing consciousness, with their heart and lung functions declining. Is the venom of the giant centipede really capable of causing such intense paralysis? Xiao Ruiji wondered, given his extensive research on the ecology of giant beasts as a well-rounded scholar and warrior. Chang Hai replied, as far as I know, it shouldn't under normal circumstances. He paused and added, but do you think that giant centipede is normal? Master Chang said this while feeding spiritual liquid and crystals to his spirit beast. Xiao Ruiji frowned, deep in thought. There is indeed a significant difference in combat abilities between a battle-hardened king and ordinary individuals, which made sense. However, he cautiously asked through the intercom, Lu, how are Tang Di and his group doing? They're still resting in place. The ones on night watch are probably Tang Di and Zhuang Ku, and they seem to be drinking, came the reply, causing Xiao Ruiji's heart to tighten. He thought to himself, damn, here I am, fighting for my life in the middle of the night, and those bastards are chatting and drinking. He cursed inwardly, feeling frustrated by the unfairness, but he also knew their luck wouldn't last much longer. This time, 6 people died, and 11 were injured. Those who were poisoned won't recover for at least a dozen hours, Chang Hai reported with a grim expression to Xiao Ruiji. Looking at the list of the deceased, Xiao Ruiji squinted his eyes. 4-star 9, 4-star 8, 4-star 8, 4-star 7. Except for one 3-star 9, all the deceased were at the peak of 4 stars. There was something strange about this, and Xiao Ruiji's furrowed brow indicated his suspicions. Xiao Zhe, in 2 hours, take 2 people and search the area within a 500-meter radius of where we just fought. Have your dragon check for any pheromone traces, Xiao Ruiji instructed cautiously, feeling uneasy and determined to get to the bottom of things. Got it, third brother, Xiao Zhe responded. Chang Hai then asked, what about tomorrow? These injured people won't be able to regain combat readiness anytime soon. Their plan was to team up with Lin Zhanghe at dawn to take on Tang Di, but now Lin Zhanghe only had 6 people, while they had 29. With 6 dead, 11 injured, and 4 new recruits at 3-star 1 with no combat ability, only 15 were able to fight. Moreover, aside from Xiao Ruiji, Chang Hai, and 2 fifth-year seniors, there were almost no beastmasters above 4 stars left. The rest were 6 or 7 stars. Leave them here with 2 guards. The rest will proceed as planned, Xiao Ruiji decided, then went to inform Lin Zhanghe and his team. Su Ge, what's up? Still thinking about Jiang Hao? A member of the extreme hunter group patted Su Ge on the shoulder, trying to comfort him. Su Ge took off his helmet, revealing a determined young face, and waved his hand with a bitter smile, indicating he was fine. Su Ge was the first to notice Jiang Hao's disappearance, and everyone in the group knew about their close relationship. The separation by life and death undoubtedly brought him pain. Su Tengwu, Su Jian, you two come with me, Zhao Zhe's voice called out. Yeah, coming. Su Tengwu stood up and followed Zhao Zhe. They were heading back to the battlefield, and as Zhao Zhe leaped through the forest, he explained, my brother suspects that the battle-hardened king giant centipede was deliberately lured here with pheromones. Humph, if someone really did lure it here on purpose, they better hope I don't find out who they are, or I'll crush them. Su Jian said fiercely. Su Tengwu, meanwhile, gave an ambiguous cold smile under his mask. 3 hours had passed since the battle with the giant centipede. The bloody scent had initially attracted other beasts, but those hungry creatures seemed to have finished their meal and dispersed. Xiao Zhe, having merged with a poison dragon, now had an enhanced sense of smell, thousands of times more sensitive. He sniffed the lingering odors in the air carefully, moving in circles from the inside out. Su Jian surveyed the area, found nothing unusual, and then directed his spirit beast to keep an eye on Su Tengwu's shoulder. He spoke up, Su, let's chat. You haven't said a word all the way here. Still can't accept Jiang Hao's passing, can you? They were all part of the same hunting group and knew each other well. Su Jian was aware of the close bond between Su Tengwu and Jiang Hao. Sigh. Su Tengwu remained silent, only letting out a sorrowful sigh. Su Jian tried to console him. Don't be sad. These things are inevitable. But it's strange, isn't it? That young Master Chong, a level 4 9-star beastmaster, was so useless. He went on. Even I, a level 4 5-star, could easily dodge the bite, but he just stood there like a block of wood and got eaten. Lived so long and couldn't even dodge. Su Tengwu nodded slightly, indicating he was listening. Just then, Zhao Zhe suddenly exclaimed, There's definitely the scent of pheromones. Someone lured that giant centipede here. He shouted in disbelief. Are we really being set up? Damn it, we've always been the ones setting traps, and now someone dares to trap us. Su Jian's fiery temper flared up instantly. Zhao Zhe rubbed his chin, pondering that only their group of 36 and Tang Di's group of 4 were in the area, making the answer obvious. But how did they know their location? Didn't Liu and the others say Tang Di's group was just circling that area? Plus, his third brother had someone check, and the drone footage clearly showed Zhuang Ku and Tang Di drinking there. It was most likely Tang Di behind this. Let's tell third brother this news first. Old Suyu, Zhao Zhe was in the middle of speaking when he suddenly saw old Su's helmet shatter, and his right chest was pierced with a bloody hole. A blow to the head knocked Su Jian unconscious. Su Tengwu, smiling coldly, looked at Zhao Zhou and said, I didn't expect you to have a knack for recognizing scents. Does your Zhao family have canine blood? This was the first full sentence Su Tengwu had spoken, and it made Zhao Zhe's legs go weak. He finally understood why Su Tengwu had been silent, how Tang Di's group knew their location, and why those high-star beastmasters had been so easily devoured by the centipede. They had a traitor in their midst. And the Su Tengwu before him had a voice identical to Tang Di's. As Zhao Zhe stood there stunned, Su Tengwu suddenly moved, kicking him in the stomach and snatching off his helmet. These helmets could transmit messages, so he couldn't let Zhao Zhe keep it on. Su Tengwu reached up, his face and body twisting until he morphed into Tang Di's appearance. At this moment, Hei Mo was perched on Tang Di's shoulder, letting out a cry as if seeking praise, its little tail twitching. Ugh! You despicable person, you'll go to hell. The devils there will torture you 1,000 times over, for sure. Zhao Zhe cursed, clutching his stomach in anger, aware that he was no match for Tang Di and only thinking of how to relay the message back. However, Tang Di ignored his curses, smiling radiantly at him before suddenly punching him in the nose. With a crack, the bone broke and blood gushed out. Tang Di dipped his fingers in the blood and held them up to Hei Mo's mouth. Come on, have a taste. I'll buy you some shrimp later. Hei Mo seemed tempted but turned its head away in defiance, its big eyes seemingly saying, This is nosebleed. Someone else's nosebleed mixed with snot. How filthy. Can my noble self really endure this? 20 pounds. No more than 20 pounds. Those things are out of season and pricey, Tang Di bargained. Hei Mo thought for a moment and finally nodded, licking the blood. A few seconds later, it spat out a dark red spirit egg, barely larger than a sesame seed. Meanwhile, Zhao Zhe's pain subsided slightly, and he opened his eyes to see Tang Di. Under the moonlight, Tang Di's face appeared sinister and unclear. But Zhao Zhe witnessed Tang Di's face suddenly shift and morph into his own. Imagine, in a dark forest, the person who killed your friends slowly transforming into your likeness, wearing your face with an unsettling smile, staring directly at you. Zhao Zhe felt his blood run cold. This chilling scene sent shivers down his spine, leaving him speechless. What's wrong, Xiao? Why are you shaking? Don't be scared. I'm a good person, a gentleman, Tang Di said, squatting down with Zhao Zhe's face, wearing his own bright, sunny smile, which made Zhao Zhe almost wet himself in fear. Zhao Zhe felt that his current smile was the embodiment of a devil. What do you want? What's your purpose in becoming me? Zhao Zhe stammered, overwhelmed by fear. What do I want? It's simple. To take you all out, Tang Di replied with the brightest smile, uttering the coldest words. Tang Di planned to transform into Zhao Zhe, rejoin the group, and fabricate a story about being attacked by a giant beast. If it were anyone else, Zhao Zhe's third brother would surely be suspicious. But as himself, his brother would never doubt him. An enemy hidden within their own ranks, capable of paralyzing everyone without a trace. Zhao Zhe dared not think any further. Are you even human? Zhao Zhe asked in despair, only to be met with a blow to the head, causing him to lose consciousness. In this damp, swampy jungle, a crestfallen wind wolf was wandering dejectedly. It had not caught any prey all day and couldn't help but regret leaving its secondary beast territory to come to this dangerous tertiary beast domain. Forget about seeking opportunities, it was now nearly starving. Just as it was lost in its despondent thoughts, a human suddenly appeared before it. Oh, a weak and delicious human. I will tear him apart and lick every drop of his blood. It was about to pounce when, unexpectedly, the human swiftly moved, appearing right in front of it, and without a word, shoved his head into the wolf's mouth. After doing so, the human vanished in the blink of an eye. Hey, what's he putting in my mouth? Hope it's not something unpleasant. The wolf instinctively chewed. It was crispy and surprisingly fragrant. Looking down, it saw it was indeed a person. Gazing at the headless body it had bitten and then at the direction the human had left, tears welled up in the wind wolf's eyes, touched by the kindness in this world. Without further hesitation, it began to feast heartily. At this moment, Tang Di, moving swiftly through the tall trees with his inherent speed, soon reached the vicinity of Zhong Yuhuang and the others. Hey, it's me. I've changed my identity. I'm using Zhao Zhe's face now. The captured Su Tengwu can be dealt with in 10 minutes. The people at the camp were slightly startled but quickly recovered. I've taken Zhao Zhe down, drugged him unconscious, and left him here. You need to find a way to avoid the drones and bring him back, Tang Di instructed. Zhao Qin responded with a reminder. Got it. Be careful. In fact, from the very beginning, after Tang Di killed the Beastmaster riding a flying spirit beast, he had been stealthily following Zhao Ruiji's group, waiting for an opportunity. After several hours of tracking, he finally found his chance. Su Tengwu and Jiang Hao had separated from the main group, and Tang Di quickly took them down. Using pheromones, he lured a giant beast and hid the real Su Tengwu in a secret location for Zhao Qin's team to retrieve. Finally, he stabbed Jiang Hao, and the scent attracted the beast, which devoured the defenseless Jiang Hao. The reason for keeping Su Tengwu alive was because each person had a biometrically linked transponder, and if the real person died, Tang Di's disguise would fail. His face-changing ability came from a new skill of the Black Demon, another branch of the Spirit Egg called mimicry. By obtaining some DNA from the target, he could completely transform into that person and possess the same aura. Unfortunately, this was limited to appearance and aura. The voice remained unchanged, and the original person's spirit beast could still recognize them. It was because Tang Di discovered this skill of the Black Demon that this plan was conceived. The skill, spirit building, cost Tang Di over 100,000 points, and 80 of the materials needed to unlock it belonged to ancient flora and fauna. Without Su Zhongwu's help, gathering these materials himself would have taken ages. Fortunately, he devised this plan, understanding the combat strength Xiao Ruiji's group brought along. If it came to a direct confrontation, while not impossible to win, it would certainly not be an easy battle. After arranging for Xiao's safety, Tang Di swiftly climbed a tall tree and used his inherent speed to rush in the direction of Xiao Ruiji. However, the energy consumption for maintaining such speed was immense, and the distance of several kilometers made Tang Di feel overwhelmed. Eventually, he could only initiate his inherent speed from a high point and then continue gliding forward, which wasn't too slow. As he passed by a Feng Tan wolf feasting on Su Jian's corpse, Tang Di unhesitatingly used his ghost-slaying technique to kill it. While utilizing the beast to kill was an option, once its purpose was served, the beast remained a threat that needed to be eliminated. Brother Xiao, Su Tengwu and Su Jian are dead. The sudden voice over the car's intercom broke the tense atmosphere. Xiao Ruiji, who was resting inside the vehicle, immediately became alert upon hearing the news. What? What about Zhaozhe? When did the third-level beast territory become so brutal that even elite members of our war academy can't escape the clutches of these beasts? He pondered. Fortunately, Zhaozhe seemed unharmed, and just as Xiao Ruiji was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Lu urgently shouted, "Dechuan, go check it out." Xiao Ruiji quickly got out of the car, and the scene before him made his heart tighten. Zhaozhe was sitting on the ground, his neck and chest covered in blood. Dechuan was using a hemostatic spray to treat his wounds, while a palm-sized red spider was stitching his wounds with its capture legs. "What happened to you?" Xiao Ruiji asked, seeing that Zhaozhe was not in life-threatening danger. "Cough, cough. We were attacked by two Feng Iwak cicadas. Old Su and Brother Su." Zhaozhe's voice was hoarse, and he seemed severely injured, struggling to speak. The Feng Iwak cicada was a powerful beast, adept at camouflage and ambush, attacking silently with razor-sharp, hardened wings. Xiao Ruiji's heart sank, realizing it was their breeding season. "Did you detect anything?" he asked calmly. Zhaozhe shook his head, holding his bleeding neck, and continued, "No. We were circling the area for a while and only encountered the Feng Iwak cicadas on our way back." Xiao Ruiji nodded, pondering silently. It seemed he was being overly cautious. "You should go back and heal." Returning to the car, Xiao Ruiji couldn't find peace of mind. He reviewed the death replay, and Su Jian's last scene was simple yet terrifying, his face full of horror before the screen went black. Su Zhongwu's replay was similarly brief, showing Zhaozhe desperately fleeing ahead, the image shaking violently, as if he was running for his life. Just as he attempted to turn and fight back, a flash of red appeared, and the screen darkened. Everything matched the ambush characteristics of the Feng Iwak cicada, yet Xiao Ruiji felt something was off. "Zhaoheng, Zheng Landao, are you there?" he asked. "Yes. What's up, young master?" came the response. Xiao Ruiji said gravely, "From now on, during battles, don't be at the forefront. Pay close attention to your surroundings, including the beasts, the environment, and the movements of our people." He trusted his instincts, feeling that everything was too coincidental, as if some higher power was manipulating events. Meanwhile, Tang Di, disguised as Zhaozhe, pretended to rest for over half an hour before sitting next to Lu, who was in charge of reconnaissance. "Young master, your wounds aren't healed yet. Why not get some sleep?" Lu asked with concern. "We've got this covered," Tang Di replied with a cough. "It's my first time this deep into the beast territory, and I'm too nervous to sleep." He was still replaying the life and death experience he had just gone through in his mind, the excitement and tension intertwining, making it hard for him to calm down. After some time interacting with the group, Tang Di had roughly figured out the interpersonal dynamics. Most members here were quite capable, and even the newcomers had been absorbed into the extreme hunting team. Most of the attendees were team members, and while they were superficially polite to Zhaozhe, they weren't exactly close. As long as he remained cautious, he shouldn't reveal any flaws. He had even gone as far as cutting his own throat to ensure his hoarse voice masked his true sound, making his interactions seem perfectly normal. However, there was something off about this mission. The losses the team had suffered over the past 6 months were not as severe as this time. Lu took out a small metal stick, inhaled deeply, and exhaled a wisp of smoke. Some of the brothers, usually quite skilled, were inexplicably swallowed whole by the giant centipede, which was baffling. Perhaps they were poisoned. Listening to Lu, Tang Di's lips curled slightly as he thought to himself the reason was simple. They were immobilized by him. Yes, the giant centipede had been lured by Tang Di. While Xiao Ruiji and his team were fighting, Tang Di's neurotoxic gas had already spread. Under the cover of the centipede's poison, even Xiao Ruiji hadn't noticed. Those 4th level 8 or 9-star beast tamers who were easily defeated had been immobilized by Tang Di when the giant centipede targeted them, leaving them to be devoured alive. The reason the 4th level giant centipede was so powerful was that Tang Di had been feeding it armored spirit eggs, forming that reflective barrier. There was another big battle planned for tomorrow, and Tang Di wouldn't be easy to deal with. Seeing Zhao Zhi's worried expression, Lu chuckled. Let's not talk about us wrapping things up with Lin Zhongyi. You know the young master's temperament, right? I'm sure there's external support besides us, or the young master has some hidden cards. Lu was a veteran in the extreme hunting team, and although his 4th level 2-star strength wasn't particularly strong, he had 4 spirit beasts, 2 of which were dedicated to reconnaissance. This made him a valuable asset to the team since having someone who could detect danger from 8 miles away provided unparalleled security. Are there more backup plans? Tang Di squinted slightly, pondering. This person had been able to endure for months, replanning a scheme that nearly cost them their lives. Xiao Ruiji's intelligence was unrivaled among his peers, and Tang Di couldn't compare. After chatting a bit longer, Tang Di mentioned he was tired and was going to rest. Lu didn't question it and waved goodbye. Back in his tent, Tang Di pulled up his blanket and took out his helmet. We're moving out early tomorrow. Brother Zhuang, have those things been set up? Several kilometers away, Zhong Yuhuang asked through the helmet's communication function. All set. It's just a precaution, but Brother Tang is overly cautious, a 10 kiloton load. TSK. If Yongla could get more, I'd guarantee at least 5 times that amount. Zhao Chen confidently replied, well aware of Tang Di's cautious nature. Zhong and Zhuang thought about it and realized he was probably right. Yongla just sent a message. It seems Xiao Ruiji still has some tricks up his sleeve, so he must keep his identity hidden. If we have to act, we need to hit him hard right away, or he might expose himself. Zhong Yuhuang instructed, and although Zhao Chun and Zhuang didn't understand at first, they quickly realized the reason. Tang Di can only imitate appearance and aura. If a fight breaks out and he doesn't summon his spirit beast, it will be obvious. That old fox Xiao Ruiji will surely notice something's off. However, if we knock Tang Di out and he plays dead, then there won't be a problem. This plan is astonishingly meticulous. By the way, who is the first to come tomorrow? Zhong Yuhuang asked, a cold, vengeful smile on her face. Lin Zhongyi and 2 level 5 beast masters. Her eyes flickered with the fire of revenge. Those 2 slashes she had never forgotten. As dawn approached, Xiao Ruiji checked the time and ordered his men to set off in pursuit. They had fallen quite behind last night, and if they didn't start early, they might miss Lin Zhongyi and his team's attack window. This time, Xiao Ruiji brought only 12 people, leaving a few newcomers and some level 3 9-star members behind to care for the injured. After all, this is the beast domain. Leaving the weak and injured here would be like signing their death warrants. Zhao Zhi seemed quite concerned about the members of the extreme hunt group, kindly inquiring about their injuries and placing spirit eggs beside them. Before leaving, he even had Ghost Kill stealthily destroy a few beast-repelling devices. He definitely wouldn't kill them directly, but without these devices, what would those giant beasts, fond of morning strolls, do when they saw a group of humans incapacitated by poison? Since this is a life-and-death struggle, Tang Di would show no mercy. If you intend to kill me, don't blame me for being ruthless when you die. After all, if these people recovered and came to support, their combat strength would be formidable. Better to let them rest here permanently. Elsewhere, the sun shone brightly, bringing everything to life. 2 golden man hunting dogs were joyfully mating, creating a scene of harmony. Zhao Chen woke up in his tent, about to relieve himself, when he suddenly frowned, not even having time to pull up his pants. His body emitted a golden glow, and a spirit energy barrier formed a giant shield, positioning itself in front of the 3 tents. Bang! Several scorching lava spikes struck his shield almost simultaneously, causing a violent explosion. TCH, their front line blocked it. 2 young men in armor exchanged glances and leaped down from a high mountain, summoning 2 differently colored giant wolves that lunged at Zhao Chun. Is that all? Zhao Chun glanced coldly at the approaching giant wolves, raised his hand to summon De Huang, and quickly tucked his gun into his pants with the other hand, commanding, Stone Coffin, trap those mangy wolves for me. As soon as De Huang appeared, it charged at the red and blue wolves, but they agilely dodged. However, De Huang's eyes lit up, and the 2-toned wolves were suddenly immobilized in midair. For stone slabs rose, encasing them. While absorbing their spirit energy, De Huang brutally summoned rock spikes inside the stone coffin, eliciting pained cries. The pure black giant wolf had it even worse. Its prideful golden bite clamped onto Zhao Chen's arm. He didn't even bother to dodge. allowing it to bite him while his other hand swung a battle knife, piercing through with a flash of golden light. Crack, splurt. The golden flash shattered the black wolf's shield, and the knife pierced its fur like tofu, stabbing directly into its belly. My black gold. You little brat. Chun Jie and Wei Zijuan were both level 5 beast masters of the Gale hunting group and members of the Lin family's vassal clan. According to their plan, they launched a surprise attack on Xiao Chun, expecting to easily injure or kill him. However, Xiao Chen's reaction speed was unexpectedly swift. They had only heard that he was a heavy-armored warrior, with no intelligence suggesting he was a defensive warrior. How could a defensive warrior possess such powerful offensive capabilities? Chun Jie wielded 2 war blades, their edges glowing with a faint golden light, and swung them at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun quickly retreated. Though he released his grip, the blade twisted within Heijin's body. Heijin let out a wail as Chun Jie pulled it away. Chun Jie hurriedly checked Heijin's injuries, discovering extensive internal damage and massive bleeding in its abdomen. How could a defensive warrior inflict such damage? Heijin was a level 4, 6-star spirit beast, yet a single strike shattered its shield and severely injured it. How could a level 3 defensive warrior be so formidable? Is that all? You're too quick, Chun Jie scoffed, putting Heijin away and summoning a blue flying squirrel to his shoulder. The squirrel let out a cry, and Chun Jie's aura intensified, with blue energy shadows extending from his dual blades. It seems you don't know what a level 5 beastmaster means. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Chun Jie charged at Xiao Chun, slicing vertically and horizontally with his blades. Xiao Chun quickly retreated, but his shoulder was grazed by the blue blade, spirit energy particles scattering as he barely blocked the strike. The scratches on his barrier were slow to heal, as if a special spirit energy was hindering the recovery. My spirit beast has wind and water attributes, merging into a powerful force. It can attack and defend, break shields, and slow your spirit energy barrier's recovery. Chun Jie sneered, thinking to himself, how long could a mere level 3 beastmaster hold out against him? He expected Xiao Chun to panic, but instead, Xiao Chun, who had been holding back, now relished the fight, his eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty smile. So what? I can still smash your head in. Xiao Chun had never been one to shy away from a fight. Facing a level 5 beastmaster, his rational mind told him not to engage. It could be fatal. Yet, his muscles urged him forward, ready to charge headfirst into battle. Reckless fool, I'll grant your wish. Chun Jie said expressionlessly, flashing in front of Xiao Chun, his war blades slashing down with afterimages towards Xiao Chun. At that moment, a phantom chain shot from Xiao Chun's chest, linking him to Chun Jie. The blades clashed against Xiao Chun's barrier with a bang, the golden barrier now matching the color of his own energy, releasing a flurry of spirit energy particles, but doing no more than that. What? Chun Jie was shocked, knowing he had used considerable strength in that strike, which should have broken a level 3 beastmaster's shield under normal circumstances. Just then, a massive white-furred gorilla smashed through a nearby stone coffin, releasing a 2-colored giant wolf. Though the wolf was not severely injured, over half of its spirit energy had been drained. Chun Jie, I'm coming to help. Wei Zijuan moved to lend support. With a whoosh, a massive sword over 2 meters long plunged into the ground in front of him with a resounding clang. A beautiful girl clad in golden armor stood before him, drawing the sword and saying coldly, "De Chun, your senior Chun is quite fun, isn't he? As for this senior Wei, Zhuang and I will handle him." Zhong Yuhuang hefted the giant sword, as blackness spread from her heart, turning her entire body a metallic, glossy black. Zhong Yuhuang, that bumpkin might not know, but you should understand the difference between a level 4 and a level 5 beastmaster, right? Wei Zijuan squinted, as his 2-colored giant wolf and white-furred gorilla growled. With the neigh of a horse, an invisible wave swept over Wei Zijuan, and several wind blades sliced at them at speeds too fast for the eye to see. Spirit energy particles scattered, and Wei Zijuan was shocked to find cracks appearing in his barrier. It's Zhuangku. He has a sacred beast-level Qingfeng Lingju. Chun Jie shouted to Wei Zijuan, frantically knocking Xiao Chun away. Wei Zijuan turned to see Zhuangku riding the Qingfeng Lingju, standing not far away with a battle knife in hand. So what? Wei Zijuan's wristband lit up, illuminating his palm and all 10 fingers. Instantly, his hand turned blue, and he lunged forward, both palms striking at Zhong Yuhuang. Unfazed, Zhong Yuhuang swung her giant sword, shouting, "Thousand weight." The sword left afterimages as it smashed towards Wei Zijuan. Disperse. Wei Zijuan thrust his hands forward, and a blue mist-like spirit energy erupted, deflecting Zhong Yuhuang's giant sword. Explode. As the swords were knocked aside, Wei Zijuan's fist connected with Zhong Yuhuang's abdomen, and the blue mist burst violently. This move would be tough even for a level 5 giant beast to endure, let alone Zhong Yuhuang, a level 4 beastmaster. Thud. A muffled sound echoed, but the scene of shields shattering and being sent flying didn't occur. Instead, Zhong Yuhuang sneered and smashed the sword hilt onto Wei Zijuan's shoulder, stepping back half a pace. She spun, the giant sword embedding into the ground, carving an arc as it swung. At that moment, the giant sword seemed to transform into a formidable-long club wrapped in tons of earth. With a thud, it struck Wei Zijuan, who responded by hunching and throwing a punch, shattering the earthen club. The two-colored giant wolf seized the opportunity to charge, its body wreathed in cyan flames as it lunged at Zhong Yuhuang. Swish, swish, swish. 3 cyan wind blades swiftly and accurately intercepted the giant wolf, while the white-furred gorilla was simultaneously trapped by a liquid-like spirit beast, instantly immobilized. However, Wei Zijuan remained calm, merely engaging in a tactical dance with Zhong Yuhuang. He knew there were others lurking in the shadows, and Zhao Ruiji's reinforcements would soon arrive. Moreover, he had to allocate at least half of his attention to guard against his surroundings. Full invisibility, supersonic shield-piercing assassination, just thinking about these was enough to make anyone break into a cold sweat. Yet Tang Di still hadn't shown up. After another exchange of skills with Zhong Yuhuang, she suddenly retreated 2 steps, planting her giant sword into the ground. What's wrong? Giving up? Wei Zijuan chuckled. He hadn't even used a tenth of his spirit energy, but he could clearly sense that Zhong Yuhuang had already expended over a third of hers. I'm done. Trying to take down a level 5 with conventional skills is indeed quite challenging. Zhong Yuhuang sighed, the black hue vanishing from her body, replaced by a layer of earth-yellow dragon scales. Her eyes turned into vertical slits as she dispelled her barrier, producing a small metallic cube that vaporized instantly. She spread her arms and coldly stated, "Behold my new skill, plate compression." Tang Di originally agreed to enhance her spirit once, but Zhong Yuhuang pleaded for half a day, even offering the right to name their child, before Tang Di finally consented to fortify her landslide. After spending 200,000 points on materials, the giant rock dragon's landslide acquired a new rule: skill plate compression. This skill targets an object, using its mass as a template to generate 2 massive cubes that instantly converge. The volume of these cubes matches the giant rock dragon's own size, and the greater the mass within the target's volume, the stronger the compression force, consuming more spiritual energy. After use, the giant rock dragon enters a 48-hour weakened state, unable to summon or merge. Though the skill appears complex, it's actually quite straightforward. Zhong Yuhuang sacrifices an object. If it's gold, it creates 2 enormous gold slabs the size of the giant rock dragon, which then slam together. How massive is the giant rock dragon? Even without reaching adulthood, it's already a large spirit beast over 20 meters tall. Converted to an equivalent volume of gold, it would weigh several tens of thousands of tons. However, Zhong Yuhuang didn't sacrifice gold, but a roche alloy, 7 to 8 times heavier. When those slabs appeared and clapped together, the deep, thunderous boom was overwhelming, making one's entire body tremble and bones crackle. Wei Zijuan was instantly crushed into a pulp, a level 5 existence obliterated in a moment. Gasping heavily, Zhong Yuhuang knelt on one knee, her face pale, breathing rapidly as if she'd been holding her breath for a long time. The crystal belly moth quickly emerged, its fuzzy antennae piercing the back of Zhong Yuhuang's neck to infuse her with spiritual energy. Zijuan, damn it, get out of my way, get out. Chun, who was closely connected to Wei Zijuan, no longer referred to him as young master. Seeing his friend turned into meat paste, he and the massive purple-armed ape bear beside him became fiercely aggressive. Each strike was a trade of injury for injury, seemingly intent on finishing off Xiao Chun as quickly as possible. However, with 40 damage reduction, even level 5 attacks on Xiao Chun were only at level 4 effectiveness. Xiao Chun employed a similar close combat strategy, never allowing Chun to create distance. Using his adaptive barrier, Xiao Chun let Chun Jie's energy attacks only produce faint blue sparks upon impact. Furthermore, Zhuang Ku periodically launched wind blades or threw dissolves from tricky angles, making it impossible for the level 5 Beast Master to break free. At that moment, Zhuang Ku, who had been leisurely standing behind, felt a chill at the back of his neck. Die! Lin Zhonghe, who had been lurking for a long time, finally struck. His thin sword, as delicate as a cicada's wing, was nearly invisible under the sunlight, aiming straight for the back of Zhuang Ku's head. The pale purple glow on the sword indicated Lin Zhonghe, in his ghostly blue blood fiend state, could inflict shield-piercing true damage and poison. However, Zhuang Ku was well prepared, showing no panic, as a ding sound resonated his entire body encased in deep blue ice, instantly transforming into a deep blue ice pyramid. Lin Zhonghe's thin sword struck, producing a crisp crunch. The sword wasn't just broken, the entire person crashed onto the ice, leaving a crack. What was that? A fragile little thing dared to resist? He looked at his broken sword in shock and tapped the ice, producing a crisp sound. Suddenly, the icy pyramid exploded, and a strong wind blew Lin Zhonghe away. Mercury, boiling. With Wei Zijuan's death, The liquid that had entangled the bear was now freed and enveloped Lin Zhongyi. The silvery liquid bubbled, and Lin Zhongyi's violent struggles gradually calmed down. Did they succeed? Zhuangke wondered silently as the silvery liquid metal sphere made a pop sound. A shadow closed in instantly. Lin Zhongyi was enveloped in a thick purple-black fog. The Chun. Save them. It's the Lin family's for ghost soul steel. Someone's going to die? Zhong Yuhuang shouted, and Zhao Chen glanced at Zhuangke, shooting out a chain to connect them. At this moment, Zhong Yuhuang's crystalline abdomen emitted a mass of earth-yellow energy, forming a shield on its surface. Meanwhile, Lin Zhongyi split into four, attacking from four directions. Crack. Slash. Zhuangke's armor shattered, revealing a large cross-shaped wound on his chest, and he collapsed, unable to stand. The Lin family's inherited spirit beast, the faceless evil ghost. The four ghost soul steel is an almost rule-like skill of the battle-hardened king technique. It locks onto a target and teleports, dealing 4 times its maximum attack power. The Lin family spirit beasts are extraordinary, evolving from cold thorn beasts, Manyan beasts, and others through the Lin family's secret spirit-building legacy after reaching level 4. This qualitative change marked Lin Zhongyi's true entry into the ranks. Lin Zhongyi noticed that Zhuangke, struggling on the ground, seemed surprised that he was still alive. His 4 ghost soul steel was something even a level 4 beast master struggled to withstand, let alone level 5. You 3 go. Take down Zhuangke and Zhong Yuhuang first. Lin Zhongyi dispelled the black fog around him, his face pale. The typical flaw of an assassin, relying on a single set of skills. But when he called out, no one responded. Lin Zhongyi, you didn't think we only had 3 people, did you? Zhong Yuhuang's face had regained some color, and she smirked slightly. Tang Di. Lin Zhongyi quickly checked the status of his team through his helmet. Sure enough, all 3 were dead. Chen Jia, come over. Stop wasting time with that iron turtle. Lin Zhongyi swiftly drew a war knife, striking Xiao Chen away from Chen Jia, allowing him to disengage. I want revenge for my brothers. At this point, Chen Jia's barrier was full of cracks, its color turning gray, indicating a change in the fused spirit beast. His eyes were fixed on Zhong Yuhuang, as if he wanted to devour her. Calm down. That Tang Di has been around, and Luo Lai is already dead. Hearing Lin Zhongyi's words, Chen Jia suddenly became much more clear-headed. Yes, that old 6, Tang Di. At this moment, Chen Jia understood why he lost his mind earlier, allowing Tang Di to take out his teammates. As the two stayed vigilant, Zhao Chen stood in front of Zhong Yuhuang and Zhuangke, asking, how long until Yongla arrives? He said it would be a few more minutes. Zhao Chen wasn't in great shape at the moment. His barrier seemed like it could shatter with a breath. But it was him who could fight face-to-face with a level 5 Beastmaster. Symbiosis and adaptive barrier. He couldn't hold up without either. How are you holding up? As planned, except for the landslide going dormant, my combat power isn't too affected, Zhong Yuhuang replied calmly. Brother Zhuang, now's not the time. I can do it. Zhuangke stood up slowly, his face pale. Though injured, his wounds were not as severe as one might have imagined. Zhao Chun had taken a good portion of the damage for him, and the shield of the crystal-bellied mosquito was exceptionally strong. They for ghost seizing souls technique, although powerful, couldn't easily kill Zhuangke with so many layers of protection. He pulled out a vial of antidote and quickly injected it into his veins, his complexion improving slightly. This antidote was specifically designed to counter the Lin family's unique poison, the blue blood curse, neutralizing a special compound within it, brought by Zhong Yuhuang from her family. Just then, an unread message echoed in Zhong Yuhuang's helmet. Cadet Zhong Yuhuang, due to your deliberate actions against other cadets, your exam results are voided. Please leave the examination area immediately. She snorted dismissively, thinking that while exam results might be important, life was even more so. She swiped the message away and focused her gaze on the opposite side of the small valley. From the time Zhong Yuhuang and her companions started their actions, only about 10 minutes had passed, yet the academy was already in an uproar. The 8 sages, along with the Zhong, Lin, Chong, and Zhao families, acted openly without restraint, particularly Zhong Yuhuang's move of tectonic compression that crushed Wei Zijuan like a fly, sending shivers down the spines of countless young men. Captain, we still can't connect to Tang Di's helmet feed. It seems to have been stowed away, said the leader of the great Chu hunting group, Jiang Chuyi, who sat on a dormitory sofa, his brow furrowed as he watched the battle involving Zhong Yuhuang and the others. He realized that even he might not have been able to withstand Zhong Yuhuang's tectonic compression. Although watching through a screen, Jiang Chuyi was contemplating the enigmatic Tang Di. There was no information on his background, though rumors suggested he possessed an extraordinary ability known as rapid scanning, with limitless potential. But why reveal such an ability? It would be understandable if only a few knew. Yet Tang Di's public confrontation with Xiao Zhe puzzled him. Anyone with such a gift would know to keep it secret and grow quietly. So why make it public? Was he seeking the backing of a powerful faction? But his mentor, Tao Ran, was was not without influence, with families and corporations like Penguin Group and Pig Farm vying for his attention. A recommendation from Tao Ran could open countless doors. So, besides drawing the attention of the exterminator cult, what was he aiming for? Jiang Chu Yi tilted his head, gesturing to bring up the Academy's hunting group list. He typed Saint's word, and the page appeared. Ignoring member details, he went straight to the mission statement. We persuade with reason. We follow the teachings of the saints. We are dedicated to eradicating the exterminator cult. He chuckled, musing to himself. Are you using yourself as bait? Or do you have another plan? Meanwhile, high above where Tang Di and his group were, several figures watched everything unfold with cold detachment. Among them were Lin Meng, Lei Huiyao, and a tall, elegant woman. Lei Huiyao, with hands clasped behind his back, looked down and remarked mockingly. TSK. These three young ones, they could have picked anyone to mess with, but they chose that troublesome kid. Now even my brother's been swapped, and he's too clueless to realize it. The Xiao family's son isn't foolish. He just didn't expect someone like Tang Di to infiltrate his team. Lin Meng's gaze shifted to the other side, where Zhong Yuhuang and Lin Zhonghe were in a standoff. Drones still rely on optical imagery for reconnaissance, and nowadays, bionic robots are quite adept at mimicking humans. Although they can't completely pass for real people, they can easily deceive drones conducting aerial surveillance. However, this Tang Di character is ruthless. The injured trainees had no quarrel with him, yet he fed them to the giant beast without hesitation. The woman with the graceful figure frowned, seemingly displeased with Tang Di's cruelty. Sister Hu, since the monthly exam, both sides have been intent on eliminating each other. There's no room for mercy. She huffed, clearly irritated, and began to criticize, infiltrating the opposing team, ambushing, poisoning, assisting the beast in devouring classmates, even crippling them before feeding them to the beast. No academy would tolerate this behavior except our den of bandits. No wonder you two are called rogue leaders. Sister Hu put her hands on her hips, glaring at Lin Meng, who couldn't muster even a hint of masculinity, even with his spiritual beast. You're cut from the same cloth. Is he your illegitimate son? Despite her youthful appearance, Sister Hu was actually over 100 years old and was once hailed as the glorious Valkyrie. When she lectured, even the deans nodded in agreement like huskies facing a tiger. Yes, yes, no? Sister Hu, please don't say that. I'm not that kind of person. Lin Meng wore a bitter expression, thinking to himself that he was glad there were no younger people around, or his reputation would be ruined. Look, the Xiao family's son is in place, and the show is about to begin. Just then, after a few minutes of confrontation, Lin Zhonghe, who had been tense, suddenly smiled inside his helmet. Our people have arrived. As soon as he finished speaking, numerous shadows emerged from the surrounding forest, encircling Zhong Yuhuang and her group. Ha ha! You've met your match today, Tang Di, you worthless scum, come out. As soon as Zhao Ruiji appeared, Zhao Zhe jumped out, arrogantly hurling insults at those around. Let's see how you escape today. Don't let me catch you, or I'll chop you into pieces and feed you to the dogs. Zhao Zhe threatened fiercely, scanning the area as if searching for Tang Di. Shut up. Get behind me. Watching Zhao Zhe ranting in front, Zhao Ruiji pulled him back, wondering if they were really related by blood. If you push Tang Di too far, he might stab you before you even have a chance to beg. Meanwhile, everyone's attention was drawn to Zhao Zhe, so they didn't notice the three Zhao Chun and his companions holding back laughter. Quick, puffed, Sister Huang, say something tough quickly, I can't hold it in, Zhao Chun pleaded. Zhong Yuhuang heard his plea and was about to speak when she burst out laughing. Ha ha, cough, with just you few? You think you can keep us here? You wretched woman, you can try and see if we can keep you here. Chun Jia, gripping two blades, was burning with fury. If Lin Zhonghe hadn't stopped him in time, he might have already charged forward to attack. Tang Di, I know you're nearby. Last time, the gift you sent me kept me tossing and turning with surprise. This time, I've prepared a gift for you too, but you might need to risk your life to receive it. Zhao Ruiji's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he thought to himself that this grudge had dragged on for too long, and he intended to end it with Tang Di's death. However, he was unaware that Lao Luo Do was quietly observing his back, contemplating whether to stab him in the kidney first, or perhaps cut off his two hormone balls, dry them out, string them together, and pass them off as old-time chicken bloodstone beads to fool some idiot. Zhao Ruiji flicked his hand, and a dark red pill dropped into Zhao Zhe's hand, with Chong and Yi each receiving one as well. Looking at the pill, Zhao Zhe felt a pang of anxiety, uncertain of its purpose, thinking, if I don't want to die soon, I better swallow it, and keep whatever happens next to myself. Zhao Ruiji fixed his gaze on Zhao Zhe as he put the pill in his own mouth. Seeing him do so, Chong and Yi followed suit, and Zhao Zhe, steeling himself, gritted his teeth and swallowed the pill. The pill dissolved instantly, transforming into a surge of crimson violent energy, interwoven with purple energy. Initially, everything seemed calm, but 2 or 3 seconds later, Tang Di's divine touch sensed danger as a pure tide of energy rushed towards the crimson energy, carrying the power of the divine touch. The collision was like white blood cells enveloping a virus, quickly dissolving the outer crimson energy to reveal a faint trace of purple energy. The blue energy surrounding the purple began to boil, gradually shrinking until it was reduced to 1/5 its size, finally consuming the purple energy. What was that? Tang Di wondered, but before he could focus, a heavy object struck him like a massive rock, hitting the top of his head. He flew like a kite with a broken string, crashing into a large tree, which cracked open on impact. Cursing inwardly, he thought, that tigress hit really hard. If I hadn't activated my barrier in time, I might have had my brain splattered by that blow. His heart was filled with resentment, but he soon slipped into unconsciousness. Bah, useless barking. Zhong Yuhuang spat fiercely, wielding her sword that had turned into a stone club. Just as she finished speaking, Lin Zhonghe and Chun Jie appeared behind her, thrusting 3 battle knives from different directions. Zhong Yuhuang instantly turned pitch black, and the stone on her giant sword seemed to lose its energy support, shattering upon contact with the knives. She barely managed to fend off the 3 strikes, but the surrounding beastmasters weren't just watching. 3 wind greed wolves lunged to bite, and 4 wind blades accurately hit Zhong Yuhuang. She withstood the attacks, retreating near Zhao Chun. The spirit beast you possess, if I'm not mistaken, should be one of the Elemental Heart series by Master Mendeleev, right? Zhao Ruiji's eyes were sharp. Zhong Yuhuang did not hide it, responding, indeed, Mr. Mendeleev, a contemporary great scientist and holder of the highest titles in multiple fields. He once created a blueprint called the Heart of Elements, each with the potential of a 9-level, 9-star entity. Although it's called the Heart of Elements, this artificial spirit beast actually attaches to the ribs and thoracic vertebrae, allowing the user's body to become elemental upon activation. Zhong Yuhuang's element is vanadium, which provides the user with various enhancements, offering formidable defense and resistance to corrosion and high temperatures. Today, the Heart of Elements has become one of the most outstanding internal environment spirit beasts. However, despite its advantages, it is said that if the owner of the Heart of Elements is killed, the out-of-control spirit beast will turn entirely metallic. I wouldn't mind having a vanadium beauty statue at home. Zhao Rui's murderous intent was evident as metallic tungsten was summoned, forming a beam behind him. Changhai moved in sync, his body turning into flames, but this time with a subtle difference. Among the orange-eared flames, a hint of faint purple could be seen, almost imperceptible. With Changhai joining in, a massive fiery fist was launched at Zhong Yuhuang. Haha, bring it on. Zhao Chun took the lead, bravely standing at the forefront against the incoming projectiles and skills, as if he were a one-man barrier. He raised a semicircular psychic barrier, withstanding the attacks, his whole body exerting force. This was the most critical step in their plan. Whether they could take everyone down in one fell swoop depended on whether he could withstand the damage and reach 10 meters ahead of the crowd. The psychic energy within Zhao Chun surged into the barrier as he charged forward like a raging bull. When he reached the 10-meter mark, Da Huang let out a howl and launched a fearless charge. The reason for holding until 10 meters was because Da Huang's barrier could only withstand the attacks for a 10-meter charge. Sure enough, seeing Da Huang rush in, Changhai clasped his hands together. 2 giant fiery palms struck Da Huang, while Zhao Hang's Thunder Lion unleashed a thick lightning arc, cracking Da Huang's barrier. Despite being level 5, Da Huang's barrier, even as a rule skill, couldn't withstand many hits. But it didn't need to. It just needed to be broken within the crowd. Boom. The rule skill, unmovable as a mountain. The barrier shattered, injuring those close to Da Huang, and cracking the barriers of those further away. Da Huang's main targets were Zhao Hong, Zheng Landao, and Chun Jie, the 3 level 5 beastmasters. They weren't afraid of others, but these 3 instilled fear in them. Even with their sacred beasts, facing level 5s was daunting. Unknown, they weren't afraid, but with so many people covering them, they stood no chance. A perfect team battle, the title Tang Di gave for this operation. They only had one chance. If they missed it, they'd have to rely on backup traps to finish them off. When Da Huang's unmovable as a mountain activated, Zheng Landao and Chun Jie were stunned, but Zhao Hong escaped due to his distance. Oh, Zhuang, don't worry about me. Keep going. Unexpectedly, Zhao Chun tackled Zhao Heng to the ground with a bear hug, pinning him down firmly. Zhao Hong was bewildered, but an instinctive sense of danger prompted him to draw his battle knife and stab Zhao Chun. Eternal Snow. The second rule skill activated. Zhuangku was enveloped in swirling snowflakes, extending his hands to define a range as the wind filled the building. If Tang Di had to say, among the spirit beasts he's cultivated, apart from Ghost Killer, the most complete skill set belongs to Zhuangku's Qingfeng. The skill Eternal Snowstorm, a state-based rule skill, possesses exceptionally strong control capabilities. An enemy attacked 3 times consecutively by Zhuangku will be frozen and immobilized. Meanwhile, Feng Man Lu can launch 3 consecutive attacks on all targets within range. By activating Eternal Snowstorm and casting Feng Man Lu, opponents can be directly frozen. At this moment, Xiao Chun held Xiao Hung tightly, preventing him from escaping the range of Feng Man Lu, and both Xiao Chun and Xiao Hung ended up being frozen. Zhong Yuhuang, hurry! Zhuang Ke shouted, sensing that the freezing effect on those 3 level 5 Beastmasters would last no more than 2 seconds. Zhong Yuhuang seemed to be preparing something, her forehead drenched in cold sweat. She was the crucial step in their perfect team battle plan. Suddenly, Zhong Yuhuang opened her eyes, surrounded by a blue mist, and dashed forward. At this point, only 10 people were stunned by De Huang and frozen by Zhuang Ku, but it was enough. She leaped high, but the first to shatter out of the ice were Zhao Ruiji, Lin Zhonghe, and Chang Hai. The barriers on these 3 had a layer of fine, light purple patterns, appearing unusually eerie. Scatter! Zhao Ruiji didn't know what Zhong Yuhuang was planning, but his instincts told him that staying together meant death. Unfortunately, it was too late. Zhong Yuhuang landed heavily, but instead of a loud bang, there was a serene ding, like a drop of water hitting a calm surface. The blue pattern spread, and the 3 who had run a few meters away suddenly froze, unable to move. In the next second, a massive amount of seawater appeared out of nowhere. Instead of spreading outward, the water enveloped them in a giant rectangular prism made of water. Zhao Ruiji panicked. Were these people insane? He saw Xiao Chun and Zhong Yuhuang in the water as well. Were they planning to perish together with him? As he pondered, small, violently trembling bubbles began to surface. An overwhelming sense of unease surged through Zhao Ruiji, making him struggle with all his might. But rule skills are rule skills. Even as he channeled all his spiritual energy, he couldn't even move his eyes. Boom! A muffled sound echoed, like someone detonating a firecracker inside a high-pressure cooker. All the water simultaneously turned to steam, yet the overall volume barely changed. Several students instantly turned into a mist of blood. When the skill concluded, the steam that had been contained burst forth like untamed horses, with some bone fragments shooting out faster than bullets. 3 rule skills were seamlessly connected. The opponents, clustered for focused fire, were stunned by Xiao Chun holding the barrier, while De Huang charged into the group to stun them. Meanwhile, Zhong Yuhuang charged up Haoming. Finally, Zhuang Ke's Eternal Snowstorm and Feng Man Lu extended the control time, culminating in Zhong Yuhuang's Haoming reaping the rewards, creating the perfect team battle. However, even with such terrifying power, some survived. The wind howled as Zheng Landao's body was covered in gruesome wounds, his barrier shattered, and blood gushed from his mouth. At this moment, his body wavered, kneeling on the ground, struggling even to rise. Meanwhile, Chen Jia and Zhao Heng's bodies were unrecognizable. Zheng Landao's physique appeared exceptionally strong, clearly fused with a powerful physical spirit beast, explaining his survival, a fact understood by Zhong Yuhuang and her team. However, Zhao Ruiji, Lin Zhonghe, and Chang Hai were still alive. Despite their severe injuries, they managed to stand. A faint layer of purple lines could be seen slowly fading from their skin. In his perpetual state of being in the eternal blizzard, Zhuang Ke didn't regard these frail individuals as a threat. He sneered coldly and unleashed 3 wind blades, with metallic mercury sweeping towards them. Zhao Ruiji, sitting on the ground, let out a sinister laugh, his pupils gleaming with purple light. With a roar, a leopard adorned with blue-green patterns and an unusually swollen throat leapt out, blocking the wind blades. The effects of the eternal blizzard were triggered, but in less than a second, the leopard shook off the ice shards and regained its freedom. It was a throat pouch leopard, equipped with an organ to store and compress air for use in attacks and defense, even for acceleration. In this jungle, it was one of the top predators. Judging by its size, it was likely at level 6. But that wasn't the end. As the ground trembled, a massive swamp alligator gar slithered forward, leaving a long trail behind it. Its enormous 50-meter length made Zhao Chen frown. Another level 6 creature? How did 2 level 6 beasts suddenly crash into their fight? These 2 didn't waste any time, charging straight at Zheng Landao, who had little energy left but was the most nutritious target. The throat pouch leopard, only a little over 10 meters long, swiftly pinned Zheng Landao down and delivered a fatal blow. The swamp alligator gar roared and turned its gaze towards Zhao Ruiji and the others. Serves them right. Go, devour those little brats. Surely they taste like crispy chicken. Zhong Yuhuang and the others cheered internally, but the swamp alligator gar seemed picky, glancing at Zhao Ruiji and his group before turning away and swallowing 2 of their teammates instead. As they lamented the loss, the 2 giant beasts set their sights on the 3 of them. Run! Zhuang Ke shouted, quickly freezing the area with a gust of wind, while Zhao Chen summoned De Huang, and the 3 of them swiftly mounted it. De Huang, now 7 to 8 meters long and over 2 meters tall, was sturdy enough to carry all 3. It charged forward, sprinting away. The swamp alligator gar and the throat pouch leopard immediately roared and gave chase. Brother, are you okay? Zhao finally woke up and anxiously asked as he rushed over. Zhao Ruiji nodded slightly, cautiously scanning the surroundings, and summoned a large iron box. As soon as the box appeared, Zhao Ruiji and his companions quickly climbed inside, pulling Zhao Zhu in as well. It was a vault made of luo's alloy. Even Tang Di would find it challenging to cut through. Outside, I can't afford to relax, Zhao Ruiji said while applying a spray to himself. Brother, were those two beasts your backup plan? Zhao Zhe asked, taking the spray to reach the spots on his brother's back. Yes, it was a last resort, Zhao Ruiji replied, gritting his teeth against the stinging pain. I wouldn't have used my final card if I hadn't underestimated the power of their rule-based skills. Young Master Lin, young Master Chong, let's get our story straight before we get questioned outside, Chong Hai suggested. All right, but can those two beasts really take down those three? Lin Zhonghe asked while tending to his wounds. Two beasts. It might be tough, but what if there's a level 6 beast ambushing them on the way? When Zhao Ruiji spoke, the chilling intent to kill made Lin Zhonghe and Chong Hai involuntarily shrink their necks. Zhao Zhe, like a curious child, smiled ingratiatingly and asked, Bro, what's the deal with those three giant beasts? It's a secret only the direct line knows, and it's better for you not to know. It wouldn't be good for you, Zhao Ruiji replied with concern, clearly understanding that some knowledge could bring danger. It's better for you to just live as a carefree rich kid. It's less of a hassle. Lin Zhonghe interjected with a mischievous grin. You've consumed the seed of the void too, right? You must feel the void energy inside you. That's the power of Lord Iluabida. Stop it. This isn't something he needs to know. Zhao Ruiji glared at Lin Zhonghe, his tone laced with displeasure. Don't worry, it's not a big deal. It's almost time to select the ascendants, and your brother has quite the talent. He might be chosen. He'll find out what he needs to know then. Chong Hai controlled the purple patterns, which reappeared. The flesh covered by the patterns immediately stopped bleeding. Though the wound didn't heal, it at least closed. That's the power of Lord Alubida. Without this void energy, that steam explosion would have turned us into meat paste, Lin Zhonghe said, handing a potion to Zhao Zhe, suggesting he spray some too. Brother Lin, what exactly are ascendants and Lord Iluabida? Can you tell me? Zhao Zhe asked curiously. Ascendants are actually people from our 5 families, a recruitment event where the lords of Congtian beasts select talents. As for Lord Iluabida, he's one of the 12, Zhao Ruiji interrupted, his tone resigned. That's enough. He hasn't been chosen as an ascendant yet, so don't tell him things he shouldn't know. Besides, each of our 5 families is loyal to a different lord, so don't mix them up. Zhao Ruiji, along with Chong Hai and Lin Zhonghe, joined forces both because the enemy of my enemy is my friend, and because it's easier to work within the same faction. Let me extract the void energy from you. It's not good for you to have it lingering in your body for too long. Suddenly, Zhao Ruiji grabbed Zhao Zhe's wrist, his eyes widening in shock. Where's the void energy in your body? And the Xiao family imprints aura. Wait, who are you? Zhao Ruiji leapt back, but the box was only as large as 2 single tenths, so he could only press against the corner, watching Zhao Zhe warily. The box was dimly lit by a single indicator light. Zhao Zhe's face was obscured by darkness, but Zhao Ruiji could clearly see the smile curling at his lips. Long time no see. You three. Zhao Zhe's face twisted in front of their horrified eyes, eventually transforming into Tang Di's features. In that moment, without any explanation, Zhao Ruiji instantly understood all the doubts. Why their overwhelming manpower had been halved before the battle, why Tang Di never intervened in the fight, and even why, despite being sworn enemies, the other side could leisurely hunt giant beasts without any sign of searching for them. It turned out Tang Di had been hiding among their ranks all along. This meant all their plans and movements had been under the enemy's control the entire time. I've actually been wanting to make a move for a while, but you dog, never revealed your cards. It really drove me crazy. Tang Di raised an eyebrow, smugly speaking to Zhao Ruiji. This time, having learned from the 2 Lius that Zhao Ruiji must have other tricks up his sleeve, Tang Di decided to adopt a defensive strategy. Sure enough, the hidden card was well concealed. The 3 of them felt a jolt of electricity coursing through their bodies, leaving their scalps tingling. Tang Di, a master of assassination, had been lurking in their team all along. Lin Zhonghe realized the situation and was about to act when a sharp proboscis pierced into his temple, reaching deep inside. With his mouth agape, Lin Zhonghe's eyes bulged, his lips quivered slightly, and then he collapsed lifelessly. At the same time, Chong Hai erupted with energy, his body fueled by the power of gunpowder, as a battle knife plunged into his heart. Although he had only merged with the dark magic, he was at full strength, while the others were weakened and without skills. Like a reaper of souls, Tang Di swiftly dealt with them one by one. As the 2 lay dying with eyes wide open, Tang Di wiped his blade, wearing a gentle smile, inwardly pleased to have finally rid himself of these nuisances. It felt as refreshing as drinking celestial nectar. Reflecting on the past days, Tang Di's worries about them had even caused his hairline to recede. but now he was finally at ease. As for the last one, Zhao Ruiji found himself unable to move, recalling the moment Tang Di had sprayed something on his back. He laughed weakly, thinking to himself what a brilliant plan it had been to hide in plain sight. When did you infiltrate my team? Zhao Ruiji pondered his previous arrangements, realizing everything had unfolded under Tang Di's watchful eye, and in the end, had even brought himself into this trap, feeling like a foolish monkey being toyed with. Su Tungwu. Tang Di openly stated a name. Hearing this, Zhao Ruiji clenched his fist, remaining silent. My brother, is he still alive? Possibly. Tang Di replied with a smile. What do you want to know? Zhao Ruiji, ever the sharp mind, responded sarcastically. Oh, there's quite a bit I'd like to know. But Tang Di's response was a dark boot, breaking 3 or 4 of Zhao Ruiji's ribs with a wicked grin. Let's get to the point, or I'll castrate Zhao Zhou and toss him into the G to be a eunuch. Zhao Ruiji spat out blood, glaring fiercely at Tang Di, his gaze drifting over Lin Zhongyi's corpse before he finally spoke. The 12 heavenly beasts, they are the 12 beast gods we and the temple serve. Tang Di was taken aback. The temple? Beast gods? You mean giant beasts? He mulled over the words, a flash of blue crossing his mind, his eyes widening. The temple you mentioned, could it be the cult of the spirit slayer? Well, sort of, Zhao Ruiji replied with a cold laugh. Oh dear, I've gone to great lengths to expose my talent just to bait the cult of the spirit slayer, and it turns out these bastards were right under my nose. Tang Di thought with frustration. Feeling scared now? Haha, too late, you're already on the temple's kill list. Zhao Ruiji looked at Tang Di with a hint of pity, as if to say, even if I die, you won't live long. Really? That's great. I've been wanting to find them. By the way, since you're colleagues, do you know someone named Hong Yida, the steward of the temple? Tang Di increased the pressure underfoot. Cough. I don't know. Even our Xiao family knows little about the temple. We're just partners. Zhao Ruiji's voice was faint. What is void energy? Tang Di pressed on. The power of the 12 lords. Energy created specifically to devour spiritual energy. Zhao Ruiji stated mysteriously, his gaze drifting aside. You said your 5 families serve different lords? Which 5 families? Tang Di continued to ask. You already know 3. The other 2 are the Pahlavi clan and an ancient royal family. Zhao Ruiji replied with a cold smile. Pahlavi clan? Forces from other countries? And what is this ancient royal family? Tang Di wondered. If I were you, I'd be more concerned about what's behind you, Zhao Ruiji said coldly. Just then, Tang Di felt a tremendous force suddenly strike, breaking through the box's door and sending him flying. The barrier's resilience had decreased by 30%, but what on earth was attacking him? At that moment, a purple glowing arm extended from the edge of the box, revealing its true identity, the corpse of Lin Zhongyi. His entire body had turned purple, with something inside him writhing, ready to burst out. Following him was Chong and Yi, who was also completely purple. As he stepped out of the box, he let out a deafening roar, his body swelling to about 2.5 meters, while his flesh rapidly withered. As he became nothing but skin and bones, a pale purple flame suddenly ignited within him. His flesh vanished, leaving only a skeleton supported by the flame, its hollow eyes staring directly at Tang Di. Lin Zhongyi began to transform as well, his body covered in scales, with tentacle-like whiskers growing from his chin. His nose and eyes disappeared, leaving only 4 black holes, making him appear extremely terrifying. Tang Di was stunned, wondering if these 2 had drunk some kind of potion from an island or consumed too much of something else. As Tang Di stood there in shock, the monster that Lin Zhongyi had become suddenly vanished, charging at him with a speed that was almost impossible to see. The purple glow on its claws filled Tang Di with a sense of extreme danger. He disappeared from sight, wanting to test whether these void-energizing creatures could detect his invisibility. Seeing the 2 monsters lose their target, Tang Di breathed a sigh of relief, realizing they couldn't find him. Now, it was time to test their combat abilities. Cautiously, Tang Di targeted the monster that Lin Zhongyi had become, locking onto it. At 14 Mach, Ghost Slash. With one strike, Tang Di was surprised to find that these monsters had no psychic barriers. His attack cut directly into their flesh. Crash. However, the power of the Ghost Slash only severed 2/3 of its neck, failing to completely decapitate it. What shocked Tang Di even more was that the spiritual energy he had infused into his blade was entirely absorbed upon contact with the creature's body. Looking at his weapon, Tang Di thought to himself, replacing the blade, might be quite expensive. Almost simultaneously, a purplured circle formed beneath Tang Di's feet, and a pillar of flame shot into the sky. Too slow. Tang Di deftly dodged the attack, remaining calm. He judged that these 2 monsters might not be his match in a direct confrontation, but they were too slow to stop him if he decided to escape. Relaxed, he caught a glimpse of the monster Lin Zhongyi had become, its tweathered severed neck and drooping head now starting to move again. It lifted its head with both hands, and the severed wound instantly healed. Unbelievable. Tang Di felt a chill run down his spine. This ability was enviable. Within seconds, the monster charged at him again, roaring. Ding! A white flash triggered a spirit egg, but it didn't hinder the monster's attack. Instead, it twisted in midair, with bone spurs on its back trailing a purple afterimage, shooting towards him. Tang Di nimbly dodged, becoming invisible again, and drew out a battle knife, ready to split its head in two. At that moment, a figure glowing with dazzling, sun-like light appeared in front of Tang Di. Wrapped in the radiant holy light was a graceful figure, seemingly a young woman. The creature, seeing a new target, charged forward without fear. "Humph, filthy fallen one," she muttered. With a graceful swing of her body, her platinum cross sword traced an elegant arc in the air, swiftly slicing through the void creature, which instantly turned into a platinum fireball, leaving not a trace of ash behind. Seeing its companion killed, the fire demon's skeletal frame twisted, and it stretched out its hands as if to cast a spell. Crack! Before it had a chance to retaliate, a blue-white lightning bolt descended from the sky, striking it squarely. The lightning, as thick as 7 or 8 meters, consumed the flames, reducing them to nothingness. Tang Di was still in shock when Lei Huiyao landed beside him, giving him a pat on the shoulder with a smile. "Good job, kid. Without the guide's blessing, you managed to decapitate a fallen one with a single strike. You must participate in this year's great Yin martial meet." "Dean, when did you arrive?" Tang Di asked in surprise. "We've been here since you infiltrated the Xiao family's team," Hu Yang replied, sheathing his cross sword as the blinding light around him gradually faded, leaving Tang Di feeling excited. "Humph, even under the holy light, you're fully clothed, huh? Always cautious, aren't you? Wait, so you've been monitoring me since I joined Zhao Ruiji's team?" "This is one of our academy's honorary deans, Professor Hu Yang," Lei Huiyao introduced. "Hello, Professor Hu." Tang Di immediately put on a polite demeanor, greeting him with a smile. "You're quite a capable kid, but why follow Shaolin's path?" Although Hu Yang had earlier criticized Tang Di for his unorthodox methods, he now displayed the grace of an elder, nodding slightly in response. Just then, a shadow darted out from the box, causing Tang Di's heart to skip a beat. Damn, there was someone alive in there. Zhao Ruiji knows too much, and he can't be allowed to escape. Tang Di instantly activated his innate speed, chasing after the fleeing Zhao Ruiji. Just as he was about to sever Zhao's legs, a streak of black light shot through Zhao's head, from the back of his skull to his forehead. With a thud, Zhao Ruiji collapsed, sliding over 10 meters before coming to a halt. The promising scion of the Xiao family, with the makings of a hero, had met an early end. Dead, with K's head. I still had so much intel to extract. Who on earth was so rash? Turning his head, Tang Di discovered it was Lin Ming. "Don't bother, he's dead for sure. We've been blessed by the guides, so these fallen ones won't turn into half-beasts," Lin Ming said calmly, landing beside Tang Di. Tang Di began to complain, but Lin Ming quickly reminded him. "Aren't you going to rescue your team members first?" "Right, De Chun and Lo Wu are still being chased by 2 level 6 giant beasts." Just as he was about to move, a mushroom cloud suddenly rose in the distance, followed by a thunderous explosion that made it hard for anyone to stand steady. "Tang Di, what on earth did you bring to the monthly exam?" Lei Huiyao shouted, his face dark as he looked at the mushroom cloud. "Fireworks," Tang Di stammered, thinking of celebrating after taking them out. "You think I'm an idiot? What kind of fireworks make a noise like that?" "Trees as thick as a bowl blasted into the sky." Lei Huiyao snapped, pulling Tang Di over by the back of his collar like a cat. "Tell me honestly, is it contraband?" "Actually, it's nothing much. Just a little firecracker, a tactical nuclear warhead with a yield of 10,000 tons," Tang Di began. But before he could finish, Hu Yang covered his forehead, sighing and shaking his head as he looked at Lin Ming. "I take back what I said about this kid being like you. This brat is far more unscrupulous." Lei Huiyao was fuming with anger. A psionic tactical nuke. Such a weapon was exclusively military. Civilian psionic thermal weapons did not include it. In this era, although beast tamers held a dominant position, research on thermal weapons and genetic enhancements had never ceased. Psionic thermal weapons were a crucial project spearheaded by the military. With dozens of soldiers wielding psionic rifles and shield-breaking grenades, combined with skilled tactics, they could reliably take down level 3 giant beasts. Heavy firepower, like air-to-ground missiles, could significantly breach the shields of beasts below level 5. Even more formidable weapons, such as the United Nations' Valor's Glory and the Northern Kingdom's Winter's Wrath, posed a lethal threat to level 5 beasts. Unfortunately, these weapons were in sparse supply. Yet, Tang Di's possession of this 10-kiloton psionic tactical nuke, while not as powerful as the aforementioned weapons, was certainly more potent than Yin Nation's air-to-ground missiles. Lei Huiyao asked helplessly, "Where did you get this from?" "Never mind. I'm telling you, don't use this thing against your classmates ever again, understood?" Lei Huiyao was speechless. As the principal, it was his first time witnessing students' disputes escalate to the use of a psionic nuke. Fortunately, it was only a 10-kiloton nuke. Just as he was about to let Tang Di go, another mushroom cloud rose in the distance. How many of these did you bring? Did you raid the military's arsenal? Seeing the mushroom cloud, Lei Huiyao grabbed Tang Di again, shouting angrily. Before Tang Di could respond, another mushroom cloud appeared. Lei Huiyao, Lin Ming, and Hu Yang watched intently as the mushroom cloud stretched northward. Lei Huiyao glared coldly at Tang Di, who slowly turned his head, scratching it, and mumbling. I just kept a little backup plan. When the three of them found Zhao Chun and his team, clad in specially made anti-radiation armor and covered in dust, Lei Huiyao dropped Tang Di from 20 meters in the air more accurately, flung him down. Tang Di, unprepared, hit the ground hard, letting out a cry and giving Lei Huiyao a resentful look. He thought, this old man has no tolerance. I just set off a few small firecrackers, and that Zhao guy has so many tricks up his sleeve. Am I not allowed to have some backup? Look at the commotion. It's like a festive celebration. Hu Yang looked around and first saw the 3 level 6 giant beasts, their corpses disfigured by the explosions. Then he noticed the 10 giant craters, each with a 100-meter diameter, along the way. He thought to himself, Little Lin, I was wrong again. 10 of you wouldn't be as cunning as him. These tactical nukes were clearly traps set by Tang Di. If any part of their plan went wrong, they would flee here and use the preset tactical nukes to wipe out Zhao Ruiji's team. Even 2 of these could obliterate a level 5 beast tamer. The special gamma rays produced by the psionic tactical nukes explosion were equally deadly to both giant beasts and beast tamers. Lin Ming looked at the craters, his facial muscles twitching continuously. We shouldn't stay here long. Notify people to come and seal off this area. Lei Huiyao gestured, lifting the group into the sky and heading towards the academy. On the way, Tang Di actually wanted to tell Lei Huiyao everything he had learned from Zhao Ruiji. As he was about to speak, Lin Ming, standing beside him, gave him a sharp look and slightly shook his head. A familiar black light flickered between Lin Ming's fingers, and Tang Di swallowed his words with a cold sweat, deepening his wariness towards Lin Ming. Bang! Lei Huiyao slammed the table and scolded angrily. You guys! Unbelievable! Smuggling weapons and using unconventional strategic-level weapons against classmates, violating Yin country's laws. Such audacity. In the office, Tang Di and the other 3 hung their heads like quails, not daring to make a sound, letting Lei Huiyao's spittle fly as he berated them. Tang Di was anxious because he couldn't summon a 3rd spirit beast, Kil'jaeden, worrying about his lack of combat power. He was hesitant to ask for help, fearing Zhao Ruiji would force someone undesirable into their team. So he sought other solutions. After some thought, Tang Di considered psionic thermal weapons. However, he doubted the power of simple sinus-imbued missiles and decided on small nuclear bombs. These were only available through the military, so Tang Di approached Zhao Chun, who said his father, Zhao Lin, couldn't obtain them. However, Zhong Yuhuang's elder brother could. At this point, Tang Di couldn't help but admire the Zhong family's power, as they were one of the 8 virtuous kings, with a core industry in military manufacturing. No way, there are family rules. Every piece is accounted for and can only go to the military. How could I give them to you privately? Zhong Yuhuang said helplessly. Then I'll send your drinking video to your wife and our mom, Tang Di teased. You really are my ancestor. 10 at most. Any more, and I can't cover it up. Ultimately, the nuclear bombs were procured under the guise of the Tianhai City military and smoothly transferred to Tang Di. Just as Lei Huiyao was about to start another round of scolding, Lin Ming interrupted, speaking on their behalf. This is the last time. You've killed people. Your scores are nullified. Each of you will be fined 200,000 points. For a year, you're banned from exchanging resources and must have professor's lessons at a 50-point surcharge. What? 200,000 points? I might as well be dead. Tang Di collapsed to the floor, wailing dramatically. Trying to pull a fast one on me, huh? Lei Huiyao said coldly, stop whining. If you're not out in 3 seconds, it'll be 300,000. Got it. Seeing his act wasn't working, Tang Di quickly changed his tune, got up, and dashed out, inwardly proud of his adaptability. This kid's cheekiness is just like yours at his age. Hu Yang laughed heartily once they left. Lei Huiyao also chuckled. As the dean of the War Academy, he wasn't afraid of students being fierce or unruly, as long as they weren't inhumane. In times of war, combat prowess was more valuable than conduct. He stood and looked out the window. Tang Di and his group were just leaving the building, chatting excitedly, seemingly having received good news. Lei Huiyao squinted, gazing at the large clock tower in the War Academy. What he feared most were the cowards who would turn and flee at the sound of the war clock. As Tang Di and his friends discussed where to celebrate, his phone suddenly rang. Seeing an unfamiliar number, he instinctively wanted to hang up, but felt a chill on his neck. Turning, he saw a blue-furred cat sitting by the roadside, staring intently at him. Old Wu, the cat meowed, gesturing with its paw as if urging him to answer the call. Tang Di swallowed nervously and answered, Tonight at 10, your dorm. We need to talk about the 12 beast gods. That evening, Tang Di firmly rejected Zhao Chun and his friend's invitation and returned to his dormitory early. He knew the caller was Lin Ming, the deputy dean of the War Academy and a level 9 beastmaster. Initially, Tang Di worried that he might be silenced, but on second thought, if Lin Ming truly intended to kill him, he wouldn't stand a chance against such power. So, Tang Di decided to wait quietly in his dorm for Lin Ming's arrival. With a familiar eerie cat's meow, Lin Ming appeared as expected on the balcony of the dormitory. Tang Di glanced at the time and invited Lin Ming inside with a smile. Lin Ming looked at the tea on the table, nodded slightly, took a sip, and praised. "The tea is good, and your courage is commendable. Aren't you afraid I'm here to silence you?" Lin Ming asked. Tang Di rolled his eyes and replied nonchalantly. "You fined me 200,000 points and given me 2 months to settle it. Offering you a cup of tea is the least I can do. If you really wanted to kill me, nothing I could prepare would make any difference." He sat calmly on the sofa opposite Lin Ming. Lin Ming chuckled, not pursuing the topic further, and said, "Actually, I'm from the Lin family, the third granduncle of Lin Zhongyi." Hearing this, Tang Di's hand trembled slightly, and he thought to himself, "Is this old man here to settle a score with me?" Noticing Tang Di's reaction, Lin Ming waved his hand with a smile. "Don't worry, I've been expelled from the Lin family. Even if the Lin family were to be wiped out, it wouldn't concern me much." Tang Di breathed a sigh of relief, relaxed again, and asked seriously, "Dean Lin, why don't you just say what you came to say?" Lin Ming stroked the blue cat in his arms, gently scratching its chin, and said, "The reason I was expelled from the Lin family is that I accidentally discovered the family's most secret. Now, I'm on their must-kill list." "The Lin family's most core secret? Are you talking about the 12 heavenly beasts?" Tang Di asked. "That's what they call them. On our side, they're known as the 12 calamities," Lin Ming said, pulling out his phone. With a wave of his hand, several images of ancient documents appeared in the air, along with some hand-drawn illustrations. Tang Di immediately recognized the giant purple eye. He had seen this eye in Kil'jaeden's memory. The 12 calamities, each is said to possess a powerful ability that can grant unparalleled power to its followers. Tang Di pondered and asked, "Like the one used by Lin Zhongyi and his group?" "Exactly. That's the calamity worshipped by the Xiao family, the flesh dominator Ilobida's ability. Though that's just the tip of the iceberg," Lin Ming said, pulling up a translated document, and continued. "Professor Su Zhongwu once obtained a document from several eras ago, which recorded the origins of the 12 calamities." Tang Di carefully read the document, learning about the legends of these 12 terrifying entities. They come from the mysterious, twisting void. With a simple purposito conquer this endless divine land and gain control over its boundless continent. However, because the divine land's power is too strong, their true forms cannot descend, so they make the local natives submit, become their followers, and carry out conquests, searching for symbols of power to offer on altars, slowly devouring. As a result, countless fallen ones emerged. The ancestors began to engage in internal conflicts repeatedly, leading to inevitable destruction. To protect the items symbolizing power, they created numerous replicas to confuse the minions of these calamities. These replicas were hidden in extremely secretive and dangerous locations, seemingly to lure the minions into traps. As for the genuine articles, the ancestors kept them in their own great secret realms, places even more perilous and intimidating. Heavenly treasures, Tang Di suddenly realized, looking at Lin Ming in shock. Lin Ming responded softly, squinting his eyes as he said, "The reason I didn't let you tell Old Lei and the others is because for decades, I've been investigating these minions with some people. Some have already risked everything to infiltrate them. Are you afraid that if Dean Lei finds out, he'll rush to investigate and alert the enemy, exposing your people?" Tang Di intelligently speculated. Lin Ming snapped his fingers with a smile, but Tang Di's curiosity only deepened. "Dean Lin, you telling me all this isn't just because I learned a few things from Zhao Ruiji, is it?" "That's right." Lin Ming's gaze was sharp as he looked directly at Tang Di. "I want to recruit you." "What recruit me?" Tang Di asked in surprise, pointing to himself, questioning whether he was worthy of such an opportunity. It wasn't that Tang Di was self-recommending, but rather that Lin Ming's level was far beyond his own. Like Lei Huiyao, Lin Ming also had a title death. The phrase, "when death arrives, your life is over," was full of bravado, each word seemingly written in the blood of the cultists and beasts. Don't be surprised. Although the heavenly treasures are replicas of the items of power, they do indeed contain the essence of power, Lin Ming continued. According to documents and years of investigation, there is a hidden connection between the heavenly treasures. Tang Di's mouth twitched slightly, thinking that he might not be a replica, but the connection certainly existed. Otherwise, he wouldn't have risked his life to ambush a 4th-level beastmaster when he was only at the 1st level. It was a desire that surged from deep within his soul, and his divine touch told him he must obtain that thing. Thus, he acquired the talent spirit of all things. "Do you mean you want me to find other heavenly treasures?" Tang Di asked, feigning ignorance. "Yes, More precisely, I want you to investigate. We're looking for not only the heavenly treasures, but also the items of power themselves. Lin Ming said, taking a deep breath, his gaze firm. I once briefly encountered the embodiment of the zodiac among the 12 calamities. Just one look, and my mind nearly collapsed. So I know how terrifying the calamities are. Lin Ming clenched his fist, his gaze sharp as a knife. If their minions find the items of power, and the true calamities descend, humanity is truly doomed. Tang Di's right hand twitched slightly, a faint pattern flickering and disappearing. Your heavenly treasure must have a very high power content. I've seen others with rapid scanning abilities like yours, but they can't elevate spirit beasts to sacred beasts. The higher the power content of a heavenly treasure, the larger and more accurate its sensing range, which is why I've come to invite you. Lin Ming looked at Tang Di seriously and earnestly, as if waiting for his answer. I agree, but I have conditions, Tang Di responded without hesitation, thinking to himself that he wanted to find all the abilities of the divine touch anyway. Now that someone was offering free help and the chance to strike against the cult, why not? But he still needed to state his conditions. Lin Ming did not seem surprised by this and gave a slight nod, indicating his willingness to listen. First of all, I do have other motives regarding the Sibling cult. But don't worry, destroying them is also one of my goals. Since we're partners, I hope we can share their intelligence. Lin Ming nodded in agreement, but mentioned that for some highly sensitive information, they would decide whether to share it after careful consideration. Tang Di understood this, acknowledging that no one works for free without getting something in return. Tang Di then mentioned that his sister was also investigating the Sibling cult and hoped Lin Ming could assign someone to protect her. Lin Ming pondered for a moment before agreeing, noting that he had someone from the military's pursuit unit who could be reassigned for the task. Finally, Tang Di inquired about the former white bishop, now the temple steward, Hong Yida. Lin Ming frowned, explaining that the temple steward was not a minor figure, and even if they knew something, it couldn't be shared directly. Moreover, temple stewards were at least level 8, and knowing about them might not be beneficial. Tang Di's lips moved slightly, but he eventually nodded in agreement. A level 8 beast master indeed. With his current strength, what could he do even if he knew? Rush in recklessly? That would be no different from suicide. Understanding this, Tang Di had no further requests. Unlike with enemies, Tang Di always treated his friends or allies as warmly as Spring. Lin Ming continued, you don't need to worry too much about those 200,000 points. Xiao Ruiji and the others have been exposed as traitors, and to maintain appearances, the Lin, Chong, and Xiao families will make sacrifices. They'll compensate you publicly, so don't be shy about it. A sly smile appeared on Lin Ming's face, reminding Tang Di of his own expression when plotting against others. With that, Lin Ming stood up to leave. As he opened the balcony door, he reminded, keep our matters confidential, but if something happens, you can come to me. Also, be wary of Wang Yiru lately. Before the words were fully out, Lin Ming vanished into thin air. Tang Di closed the balcony door, pondering for a moment before realizing that it was no coincidence Xiao Ruiji and his group were placed in the same area. With so many students taking the monthly exam, there were 40 zones, yet in their zone, apart from the 4 of them, everyone else was Xiao Ruiji's henchmen. The likelihood of such a coincidence was about as slim as a programmer writing 1,000 lines of code without a single error. Clearly, someone was pulling strings behind the scenes. Wang Yiru, huh? Tang Di thought to himself, that old man has lived long enough. The next day, Tang Di and his 3 companions met up, discovering that the recent massive point expenditures had left them broke. Under Zhong Yuhuang's leadership, the 3 combat specialists decided to hunt in the secondary beast realm, as they still had a 200,000 point debt to repay. Meanwhile, Tang Di focused on advancing his cultivation and furthering his skills as a spirit builder, knowing that the income from that profession far exceeded that of hunting giant beasts. 2 days later, Tang Di was summoned to Lei Huiyao's office. Bring your team and come over immediately. Someone is looking for you. Fortunately, Xiao Chun and his team hadn't left yet that day. Otherwise, if they had ventured into the beast domain, it would have taken much longer to return. As soon as Tang Di entered the office, he sensed something was off. On the sofa were 3 middle-aged men, one of whom Tang Di recognized. When he saw him, Tang Di's face lit up with a smile. The ones bringing money had arrived. The man was none other than Zhao Jutong, one of the initiators of the dispute with Xiao Ruiji, and Xiao Ruiji's 7th uncle. Tang Di thought to himself, isn't this Zhao Jutong from the Xiao family, Mr. Xiao himself? Nice to meet you, nice to meet you. Long time no see, you're still alive. Tang Di approached with a bright smile, unhesitatingly shook his hand, and began to shake it. Zhao Jutong's blood pressure soared immediately. Last time, this kid insulted him, broke his finger, and in the end, they still had to pay compensation. The incident angered him so much that he needed 4 courses of antihypertensive medication to recover. Now, it seemed 4 courses might not be enough. Zhao Jutong really wanted to slap this brat, but he was sent to discuss compensation, so he forced a smile that was even harder than crying. Ah, ha, long time no see. Tang, we've caused you quite a bit of trouble this time. At this point, another middle-aged man stood up, smiling as he handed over a business card. Lin Yang, Board of Directors, Sakura Forest Group. Tang Di smiled slightly. Oh, Director Lin, it's no big trouble, you're too kind. Lin Yang, hearing this, also smiled, thinking this kid is quite sensible. As long as the other side doesn't demand an exorbitant price, he's willing to pay to avoid further issues. It's just that I was almost killed by him. Miss Zhong was gutted, and Brother Zhuang had open-heart surgery, not a big deal. Lin Yang's smile suddenly froze, and he awkwardly said, Lin Zhonghe fell into evil ways, which our Lin family did not expect. Rest assured, we will fully compensate for the medical expenses. Tang Di just smiled silently, thinking, only medical expenses? You must be dreaming. He then turned to the last person, Chang He's elder brother, Chang Dong. Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Tang. This person was clearly different from Zhao Jutong and Lin Yang, less hostile, and instead courteously extended his hand to shake Tang Di's. All right, now that everyone knows each other, let's move the negotiation elsewhere. I still have a lot to handle. Lei Huiyao, clearly a mediator, said before ushering them out. Seeing the fishing rod and box by the door, it seemed the dean was pulled back from a fishing trip. As he thought about how to make the most of this opportunity, the group moved to a private room in an upscale restaurant. Do you have footlong lobsters? Tang Di asked boldly, holding the menu. He knew this place, where even 3 slices of radish could cost 288. Now that someone else was paying, he wasn't going to be modest. The waiter replied, Sir, our lobsters are sold by the pound. Tang Di continued, Ahem, then bring 5 orders each of your most expensive Northern Island grouper, giant claw crab, Buddha jumps over the wall, silk thread shrimp, and clear heart stir-fried stone ear. Also, 50 pounds of deep-sea mantis shrimp, and your most expensive wine. Sir, 50 pounds of deep-sea mantis shrimp? The waiter glanced at the 7 of them, hesitating. That stuff wasn't cheap, 2,000 per pound, making 50 pounds 100,000. Plus, 7 people couldn't possibly finish it. Before Tang Di could respond, the black devil on his shoulder flicked its tail and let out a cry, meaning no nonsense, it's hungry. Mr. Tang, I assume you understand the purpose of our visit. Lin Yang seemed to be the spokesperson for the 3 families and appeared to be the most businesslike of the 3. Watching Hei Mo dive headfirst into the large basin of mantis shrimp, Tang Di chuckled softly, knowing what was going on. You must have prepared a compensation list before coming here, right? Seeing Tang Di get straight to the point, Lin Yang glanced at Chang Dong and Zhao Jutong. After they both nodded, Lin Yang waved his hand and presented a document. Tang Di took it and noticed the paper was specially made to prevent tampering, giving it a high-end feel. The document outlined the compensation, medical and rehabilitation nutrition fees, totaling 1 billion yuan. For current members of Sheng Ren Yin, after reaching level 5, could receive a custom set of joint level 5 battle armor from the Xiao family. The specified attributes exclude dragon beasts and beast blood beast cores up to 5 kilograms. Related spirit building materials, level 4 and below, 500 units. Specified attribute number 80 spirit crystals, 5,000 units, and 95 number spirit liquid, 10,000 liters. Zhong Yuhuang watched from the side, her brows furrowed, but Tang Di nodded as he read. Lin Yang felt a sense of pride. Despite Zhong Yuhuang's influential background, it seemed Tang Di was the one who made decisions for Sheng Ren Yin. Perhaps it was related to his talent. Seeing Tang Di nodding repeatedly, Lin Yang's expression remained unchanged, but he felt a sense of triumph inside. This kid must be a naive pauper. I trust Mr. Tang can see our sincerity. What do you think? Lin Yang asked with a smile. I've looked at it, and it's absolutely ridiculous. Tang Di looked at Lin Yang with a puzzled expression. Do you think we're inexperienced and easy to dismiss like beggars? Tang Di, these things are already quite substantial, Zhao Jutong said, arms crossed and disdainful. In the end, you didn't suffer any actual damage. This incident was just the usual Spirit Slayers cult luring geniuses to fall and then attacking you. Oh, so the fact that they plotted against us, nearly killing us, and leaving us with holes in our bodies doesn't count. Tang Di said coldly, tapping his fingers on the table. Oh, is that so? Without evidence, you can't prove anything with just words. Besides, the beast domain isn't considered within Yin Kingdom's borders, is it? Zhao Jutong looked at Tang Di confidently, feeling secure. Indeed, the actions of Zhao Ruiji and his group took place entirely in the beast domain, beyond the reach of Yin Kingdom's law. Even with evidence, it would be useless. Lin Yang also smiled at Tang Di, about to speak when a voice interrupted. Don't worry, it's not a big deal. The selection for promotion is coming, and your brother's talent is promising. He might be chosen. Then, all will become clear. Haha, this is the power of Lord Alobida. Without this void energy, we would have been minced meat in that steam explosion. Hearing this voice, the pupils of the 3 across the table instantly shrank to pinpoints. Despite their shock, they maintained calm expressions, showcasing their impressive composure. Mr. Tang, what does this recording mean? Lin Yang tilted his head, feigning confusion. Wow, you're trying to play me. Tang Di thought to himself, amused, thinking this was like showing off sword skills in front of Guan Yu or selling coffins at a funeral. Back in the day, playing the fool was second nature to me. Manager Go came over and asked, when will this be done? I shook my head helplessly, thinking about how I had taken leave and still hadn't heard back from the client. Tang Di's expression was exaggerated, as if trying to explain something. A perfect combination of skills and expressions. Lin Yong looked puzzled, scratched his head, and asked, is this some game you young people play? What's it got to do with our conversation? Tang Di seemed to have convinced himself, while Lin Yong took a sip of red wine to calm his nerves. Lu Wu, you have a lot of connections. I'll send you this recording. Let your grandfather and brother listen to it, and see if they can make sense of it, Tang Di said, waving his hand as he sent the recording to Zhong Yuhuang. Miss Zhong quickly responded, pulling out her phone and dialing a number. To Chun, your dad's a deputy commander too. I'll send it to you as well. Ask your dad. All right, I'll have my dad post it on the military's internal network to gather opinions. De Chin's voice came through the phone. Zhuanggu also chimed in. Hey, good idea. You should put this recording on the school forum and let everyone take a look. I'll call Director Lin and Director Lei to ask them too. The four of them acted swiftly, and Zhong Yuhuang had already connected the call. Her voice was tense. Huang? What's up, calling this old man? Grandpa, I have something to ask you. As soon as the old voice was heard, Lin Yang and the others couldn't sit still, thinking to themselves, that's the voice of the current head of the Zhong family, a top-tier beastmaster. If he says he doesn't know, something's fishy. All right, state your terms. Lin Yang could no longer keep his composure, his face full of bitterness and anger. He thought to himself, these guys, even in death, they're causing such a big issue. How much does Tang Di actually know? Does he understand the implications? Or is he clueless and just thinks this information is crucial to their three families, using it to threaten them? At other negotiation tables, Lin Yang could strategize and probe further. But Tang Di was breaking the rules, not even discussing terms before threatening to spread the news. If he really did that, ordinary people might not be affected, but the Zhong family, the military, and Lin Meng, Lei Hui and any of them are easy to deal with. It's nothing, Grandpa. Wrong call. Wishing you good health and eternal life. Zhong Yuhuang sat down smugly, watching the three others who looked like someone had died in their family. Lin Yang admitted helplessly. All right, I admit this involves some internal scandals of our three families. Those involved have been dealt with, but we have to maintain our corporate and family image, so name your price. He understood the art of language, probing as he said. If Tang Di knows more, he'll either mock himself or correct his statements. Either way, he'll reveal more, raising the stakes. But if he's just a clever opportunist, then we needn't worry too much. For families like ours with centuries of heritage, problems solvable with money aren't really problems. Lin Yang squinted slightly and turned his gaze to Zhong Yuhuang. Miss Zhong clearly understood that every family had its own factions. To gain power, some factions inevitably did outrageous things. At this moment, they were also testing how much Zhong Yuhuang knew. Unlike Tang Di, who was like a drifting weed, the Zhong family was like a towering tree. If Zhong Yuhuang knew too much, there would be no need to continue the discussion. If the Zhong family uncovered all their secrets, it wouldn't be as simple as discarding a few collateral branches. They would have to eliminate at least half of the direct lineage to ensure survival. Of course, Lin Yang had other contingency plans, but it was best if they weren't needed. Are our families that close? I'm not interested in getting involved in your mess. Let's talk compensation. Lin Yang forced a smile, feeling relieved inside. Zhong Yuhuang's attitude clearly indicated she only knew the surface details. Otherwise, she wouldn't be using Lin Zhongyi's actions against her as leverage. Looking at Tang Di, he noticed he was already writing on the paper, seemingly not intending to speak. It was clear now that Tang Di knew nothing and had just stumbled upon their weakness. Tang Di knew he was aware of more than he let on and was deliberately pretending. This exposure would certainly cause the three families to tighten their operations. He could reveal some information to extort them, but he couldn't push them too far. If he revealed everything, he would gain nothing and might even be silenced in this very room. Therefore, Tang Di was carefully maintaining his balance. All right, that's it for now. Take a look, Lin Yang said, handing over the paper. The first line made him grin. Medical expenses of 2 billion, 5 sets of level 5 battle armor and weapons with an additional effect rating above 90, 5 kilograms of level 5 designated attribute dragon beast or beast blood cores, 1 kilogram of level 8 fire attribute dragon beast cores, 1,000 sets of level 6 and below giant beast materials, 5,000 level 85 and above vibration, gravity, and ray attribute spirit crystals, 5,000 other attribute spirit crystals, and 50,000 liters of level 90 spirit liquid. After reading it, Xiao Jutong was furious, glaring at Tang Di. Are you a bandit? Why not just rob us? The words sounded familiar, as if he had said them before. Tang Di was unfazed. What do you mean by bandit? It's not like I'm forcing you. You can refuse, and the only consequence is me releasing the recording. That's not robbery. Zhao Jutong pointed at Tang Di, his chest heaving, unable to speak for a while. Lin Yong pulled him aside, softly clearing his throat, maintaining a calm demeanor. Mr. Tang, the items you're asking for, I've roughly calculated, and their total value is nearly 200 billion. I think these items as compensation and confidentiality fees exceed our budget. Could we make some adjustments? Anger at the negotiation table only appeared incompetent, so Lin Yong continued calmly. The secrets you hold, in my opinion, aren't worth this much. Tang Di wasn't surprised by the refusal. He had already planned to offer a high price in exchange. The conditions he proposed included a beast core from an 8th level fire attribute dragon beast, and some giant beast materials. Although it seemed insufficient, the injuries they had sustained made him uneasy. Just as Tang Di was about to use his persuasive skills, Lin Yang's phone rang, displaying an unknown number. Their phones rarely received spam calls. Lin Yang gave Tang Di a slight smile and waved his phone, indicating he needed to take the call. Tang Di shrugged, not stopping him. As Lin Yang stepped outside, Tang Di noticed a figure. Whatever that person wanted, he would provide. Moreover, he would find a way to give him something else as well. Li Si, dressed in an elegant gown, stood by the wall, her golden dragon eyes coldly fixed on Lin Yang. Lin Yang swallowed nervously and cautiously accepted a translucent shard, which seemed to have liquid flowing inside. I don't care about the temple people, and I'm not interested in your affairs. But if you dare to make a move against him again. Li Si's voice was as deep as a dragon's roar, her brow slightly furrowed. The beauty's anger didn't amaze Lin Yang. Instead, it sent chills down his spine. He nodded like a pecking chick. Yes, yes, we wouldn't dare. Li Si turned gracefully and walked away, disappearing around the corner. Lin Yang's legs nearly gave way as he leaned against the wall, gasping for air. He looked at the shard in his hand, and then in the direction where Li Si had vanished, wishing he could tear Lin Zhonghe apart. Others might not know about Li Si's family background, but their 5 families knew all too well. If not for that family's covert support, the Blue Star people would have been extinct long ago in the endless divine land. It said that Li Si's family lineage dates back to the 13th era. Lin Yang shook his head, dispelling these thoughts, calming himself, and reopening the door. Mr. Chang, Mr. Xiao, please step outside for a moment. We have something to discuss. Chang Dong and Zhao Jutong looked puzzled, but since they were on the same side, they got up and followed him out. Tang Di felt a bit uneasy had his act been too obvious, and had Lin Yang, that old fox, seen through it? De Chun, you start merging with De Huang. Lu Wu, you merge with Ho, and begin storing energy for Hai Ming. Brother Zhuang, be ready with the Millennium Blizzard at any time. Tang Di thought for a moment, and then instructed everyone to prepare for a level 1 combat readiness. He reached out to grab Hei Mo, who was swimming in the mantis shrimp ocean. Hei Mo grumbled, holding a mantis shrimp much larger than itself in its mouth. Stop eating, spit out a dozen spirit eggs for me. You'll have plenty to eat later. Sensing Tang Di's tension, Hei Mo loyally spat out the mantis shrimp meat and began quickly producing spirit eggs. The traps and toxic gases were set, and the door opened. As the 4 people tensed, Lin Yang, Chang Dong, and Zhao Jutong appeared with slightly unnatural expressions. Ahem, sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Tang, Lin Yang said, his tone carrying a hint of urgency. We've agreed to all the conditions you mentioned earlier. The price is negotiable, let's not act rashly. We're reasonable people. Tang Di was advising them not to act rashly, and that he didn't mind asking for a bit less. However, upon hearing this, Lin Yang and the other 2 broke out in a cold sweat. Was he implying that they hadn't been actively raising the price? Especially Zhao Jutong, whose forehead was practically dripping with sweat. He was in a panic, having previously dealt harshly with Tang Di, not realizing this obscure young man had such powerful backing. Why didn't he say so earlier? If they had known, would the Xiao family have dared to provoke him? Zhao Ruiji really had it coming. Tomorrow, he'd dig up his ashes from the memorial hall and flush them down the toilet. If you think I've asked for too much, we can discuss it, Tang Di said calmly. No, Mr. Xiao, look at the quality of these armor and weapons. Can we raise it a bit? Lin Yang quickly responded, sensing an opportunity. Huh? Yes, exactly. It's too low, level 5 isn't sufficient. Let's make it level 6. And the additional effect rating, let's bump it up to 95, how about that? Lin Yang's voice was filled with urgency. Huh? What is going on here? Tang Di widened his eyes in confusion, looking strangely at Lin Yang and Zhao Jutong. What was with their expressions? Were they still not satisfied? Young Master Chong, look here. The quantity of dragon beasts and beast blood cores, let's increase it to 20 kilograms. For the giant beast materials, let's change it to 1,000 units. How does that sound? Lin Yang hurriedly asked Chang Dong. Sure. No problem. Absolutely no problem. Chang Dong smiled obsequiously, while Tang Di looked at the table full of food, puzzled. Is there something wrong with this? Is the wine fake? Tang Di quickly grabbed the bottle of dragon blood red wine from the Lafite winery, scanned it, and confirmed it was genuine, not fake. What was wrong with these people? Raising the price themselves? Were they allergic to money? Tang Di racked his brain, but couldn't figure out what was wrong with the thinking of these three people. I know that due to the actions of the younger generation from our three families, Mr. Tang was fined 20 million points. How about this? My Lin family will pay, and will increase the compensation from 2 billion to 5 billion. Lin Yang chuckled, smiling broadly as he continued to raise the offer. Seeing Tang Di still in a daze, he quickly added, I noticed that Mr. Tang's hunting team often travels. Our Lin family has a set of the most advanced outdoor equipment, including vehicles, security systems, and drones. We'll send a set over as a token of our goodwill. The four of them were dumbfounded, except for the black demon on Tang Di's shoulder, which took a bite of shrimp. But just as it tilted its head, a sharp proboscis pierced the shrimp, whisking it away. Hearing the sound of spirit beasts playing, Tang Di snapped back to reality and asked dumbly, Are you serious? Ha ha, we wouldn't dare joke with Mr. Tang. It's all true, and if you agree, my secretary will draw up the contract, and you'll receive everything in a few days, Lin Yang said, wiping the sweat from his forehead with a sincere smile. Tang Di's mouth formed an O shape as he let out an O. Seeing Tang Di hadn't nodded yet, Lin Yang cleared his throat, ready to continue raising the offer. Well, about the spirit crystals. All right, that's enough. Tang Di interrupted him, thinking to himself, it's really enough, and if they offered any more, he'd want Lin Yang to stab him, otherwise taking this money would make him feel guilty. Seeing Tang Di nod, the three finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although there was quite a bit of bloodshed, it was still within an acceptable range, as long as this ancestor didn't pursue the matter further. As Lin Yang had said, things were progressing quickly. Soon, a young woman in professional attire entered, holding some documents. After Lin Yang repeatedly confirmed if any additional items were needed, Tang Di signed his name on the papers. Then, in a requesting tone, Lin Yang asked Tang Di if they could take a photo of their handshake to symbolize the resolution. Tang Di naturally didn't refuse. After all, the benefits were already secured, and this was a minor matter, not to mention one of the negotiation's objectives. After completing everything, the three quickly got up to settle the bill, almost as if escaping a disaster. Suddenly, Tang Di exclaimed, Ouch! Why did you pinch me? He looked at Zhong Yuhuang, trying to confirm if he was dreaming. Then pinch yourself, Zhong Yuhuang retorted. Wouldn't that hurt? At this moment, Zhao Chun and Zhuang Ko also realized what had happened, and exchanged a glance before bursting into laughter and hugging each other. Brother Zhuang, we're rich now, no more debts. Haha, this windfall is huge, 50 billion. Let's go, Captain, to Chun, dinner's on me tonight. Zhuang Ko excitedly blurted out, pulling Tang Di and Zhao Chun along. Oh no, I won't go. I'm a gentleman, I can't do such things. I'm against vulgarity, don't pull me. Tang Di, looking troubled, was dragged by Zhuang Ku, still speaking pretentiously. If you won't go, then stop. Zhong Yuhuang grabbed Tang Di by the collar, glaring at Zhao Chun and Zhuang Ku. The three immediately dropped the matter, packed their food amidst Black Magic's cries, and left the hotel. About 10 minutes later, Li Si and a young boy in yellow casual clothes walked out slowly. Is this all right? Letting him grow on his own. Li Si slightly turned her dragon eyes, asking the boy. The boy, with eyes closed, gazed into the distance, speaking with a surprisingly aged tone. Time changes everything. He continued, let him grow on his own, and it's not yet time for us to appear. I shouldn't stay out too long. I'm leaving. With that, the boy seemed to vanish into thin air. A golden dragon tail flicked through the clouds, and the previously overcast sky suddenly cleared. Li Si's dragon eyes were unfazed by the bright light. She smiled at the dazzling sun, then turned and left. That day, many students at the academy inexplicably broke through bottlenecks, or spirit builders miraculously crafted powerful skills. That night, almost every restaurant and tavern was packed with people celebrating. Meanwhile, on a plane leaving Day City, Changdong, Lin Yang, and Zhao Jutong were in conversation. Should we tell the other two families and the temple about Tang Di's connections? Changdong asked, opening the third bottle of vodka and downing half of it. Lin Yang and Zhao Jutong, holding whiskey to calm their nerves, considered the question. Lin Yang swirled his glass and replied, my advice is not to tell. Tang Di is also well known in the temple, and it was the Xiao family who reported him. Let those lunatics test the waters for us. I don't want to offend that family. Zhao Jutong and Changdong nodded in agreement, deciding to let the temple's zealots act as attack dogs while they watched from the sidelines. In an elegant courtyard, a few powerful figures sat around a large stone table. A beautiful woman, dressed in a white fox fur cloak, scanned the middle-aged man across from her with piercing eyes and softly said, I heard your northern outpost has been in a terrible state due to the pursuit forces from the Yin and northern kingdoms. The middle-aged man, tall and stern-faced, coldly replied, we don't need your concern. That's what you say, but during the last two secret realm battles, wasn't it the pursuit forces from the Yin kingdom that snatched the power fragments? An elderly man interjected bluntly, sipping tea with a calm demeanor. The middle-aged man grunted and remained silent. All right, it's not just the northern outpost. The entire Yin Kingdom's outposts are struggling, especially those near the capital. I heard the Jiang family struck and shattered an outpost's mountain. The man at the head of the table spoke with a hint of disdain while playing with a piece of blue ice in his hand. I've already started to teach the military and those families a lesson. At this spiritual sculpture poetry gathering, let that kid give those arrogant families a hard slap in the face, and then make them pay the price. As he finished speaking, the ice in his hand suddenly turned into flames and vanished instantly. The dozen or so people present exchanged knowing smiles. In Tang Di's dormitory, people stared blankly at the resources filling the living room, caught in an awkward silence. Finally, Zhong Yuhuang broke the silence with a teasing remark. That blow was worth it, wasn't it? Tang Di and the others burst into laughter. Ha ha, Lu Wu, you're also the eldest daughter of the Zhong family. Why do you look like you've never seen money before? Tang Di laughed so hard he bent over, while Zhong Yuhuang blushed and defended herself. What can I do? In my family, even if you die, they won't care if it's a peer who acted. We have some resources, but nothing compared to this. TSK, all show and no substance. Stop staring, let's divide the spoils. Tang Di began distributing the wealth, a massive sum of 50 billion, giving each person 12.5 billion. Just as he was about to transfer the money, Zhuangke stopped him. Brother Tang, give my share to you. I shouldn't have taken this money in the first place, and besides, you've been covering my cultivation and blueprint purchases. I can't take this money. Tang Di rolled his eyes and impatiently said, Come on, this is just the beginning. Just work hard for me, and you'll have whatever you need in the future. Stop talking nonsense and take it. With that, Tang Di transferred the money to them, leaving Zhuang Ku with a sheepish grin, feeling like a talented general finding a worthy leader. The spirit crystals, spirit liquid, and beast cores have all been delivered. The battle armor and weapons, being level 6, need to be custom made, and the giant beast materials have yet to be confirmed by Tang Di, so they haven't been delivered yet. The distribution of spirit crystals and spirit liquid was completed quickly, within half an hour. By the way, a big iron box was delivered to the underground garage. Could it be the car they mentioned? Xiao Chun, who had been interested in cars since learning to drive at age 7, asked eagerly. Learning to drive in this era is incredibly easy, thanks to ultra-intelligent autonomous driving features and correction sensors that are 100 times more responsive than the human eye, allowing beginners to hit the road with ease. With Xiao Chen's guidance, Tang Di and the group arrived at the dormitory's underground garage. Sure enough, at Tang Di's parking spot sat a massive metal box, 4 meters high and 10 meters long. Tang Di placed his hand on the verification screen, and with a click, the metal box emitted a piercing depressurization sound and slowly opened, revealing a colossal black machine, the Luoying Prototype 2, a multi-terrain shuttle ship. Tang Di was amazed by the car's features as he read the floating introduction page. The vehicle was made of roche alloy, renowned for its exceptional psionic performance. When most metals are imbued with psionic energy, they can exhibit the skill traits and attributes of the psionic master, such as fire and lightning attributes, allowing weapons to have high temperature and corrosive effects. However, other metals pale in comparison to the performance of roche alloy. Tang Di opened the car door, sat in the driver's seat, and took out 2 metal bracelets from the side of the seat, wearing them on his wrists. Activating the stealth skill, the entire car began to gradually disappear. Zhong Yuhuang, seemingly unfamiliar with such technology, watched in astonishment, while Xiao Chen excitedly patted the now invisible car body like a child. Tang Di continued reading the manual, deactivating the stealth and merging with black magic, injecting psionic energy. As expected, a barrier lit up on the vehicle's surface. Zhuangke drew his battle knife and, without using psionic energy, slashed at it, producing a crisp ringing sound and an unusual recoil in his grip. Zhuangke nodded in confirmation. This is the black magic barrier. The car also comes with a 50 cubic meter storage trunk and multi-terrain psionic tracks, enabling it to traverse vertical cliffs and water surfaces. The engine operates at a noise level below 8 decibels and includes 3 optical camouflage low-altitude drones and 1 ultra-high-altitude reconnaissance drone. It boasts a massive 5,000-liter psionic reserve tank, a maximum land speed of 450 km per hour, and an acceleration from 0 to 100 in just 1.4 seconds. Tang Di thought to himself, this car is simply perfect, its pure black massive body exuding a sense of power that is utterly captivating. Isn't there a blue one? As the 3 men admired the muscular beauty of the vehicle, Zhong Yuhuang frowned slightly. Dissatisfied, she remarked, Humph. Women, clueless about the aesthetics of power. Go away, don't cause trouble here. Squeezed out by the 3, Zhong Yuhuang stomped her foot and pouted, thinking to herself, men are such pigs. As they continued discussing the vehicle in the underground garage, Xiao Chen's phone Ranjit was their class advisor. A few minutes later, Xiao Chen looked at Zhong Yuhuang with a pained expression. Miss Zhong, we're in the same class. We haven't attended a single one of the 5 public lectures in the past 2 months. Professor Wang said if we aren't in class within 15 minutes, we can kiss our public credits goodbye. Public lectures are essentially free classes for students, as not everyone has the points to hire teachers for lessons. The Academy arranges for dedicated instructors and professors to conduct 1 public lecture per week. Attending once a month is sufficient. However, these two seem to have completely forgotten about it. They exchanged glances, contemplating the distance to the public classroom. Suddenly, Zheng Yuhuang grabbed Tang Di's hand, and amidst Tang Di's internal fluster, placed his palm on the steering wheel. With a hum, the spear of Aten activated. Zhao Qin pushed Tang Di aside, jumped into the driver's seat with Zheng Yuhuang, and sped off with a press on the accelerator. Tang Di was left stunned, cursing internally, what the heck? But before he could finish, his phone rang. It was Tao Ran. Does the Spirit Building Department also have public lectures? The Construction Spirit Department does indeed offer public classes, but unlike the Combat Department, they hold only 1 class per month and attendance isn't mandatory. While combat students spend their days battling giant beasts, Construction Spirit students also need to hunt these creatures to obtain dissection materials. Additionally, they're buried under a mountain of books and exams, leaving them with hardly any time for public classes, let alone for studying. The Construction Spirit Department is known for 3 main characteristics: failing grades, the smell of corpses, and thinning hair. The curriculum includes practical courses like microcomputing, software, systems, blueprint compilation, and depiction exercises, as well as essential knowledge such as beast physiology, biochemistry, blood circulation, spirit organs, mathematical pathways, internal node structures, microbiology, genetics, and molecular studies. Essentially, a construction spirit specialist is a profession that combines and enhances knowledge from computing, biology, and clinical medicine. As exams approach, Tang Di often feels immense pressure. As a senior once said, just consider me dead. There's even a humorous image circulating of a skeleton smoking on a balcony, captioned that it's just a construction spirit student taking a breather, not a ghost. At this moment, Tao Ran approached Tang Di to inform him that in a little over a month, he would face his first construction spirit specialist certification exam. This exam was crucial for Tang Di to become a certified specialist, allowing him to legally draw and sell blueprints. Otherwise, he'd face hefty fines for smuggling. Casually sitting in Tao Ran's office with a bottle of cola, Tang Di remarked, "Teacher, everyone knows my construction spirit skills. Why go through the hassle of formalities?" Tao Ran scoffed, making Tang Di feel a bit awkward. "Your practical skills are indeed good, but what about blueprint drawing and the written exam?" Tao Ran's questioning made Tang Di tense up. Although he had a wealth of information on his hard drive, much of it was surface-level knowledge. Tao Ran continued, "I know you've been burdened with debt due to personal issues recently. I'll cover the 200,000 credits for you now. For the next month or so, focus on absorbing the knowledge, and you can pay me back later." Tao Ran waved dismissively, appearing unconcerned. Even though Tang Di's debt was resolved, he felt a warmth in his heart and deep respect for his mentor. "All right, master, but you don't need to worry about the credits. Those 3 companies negotiated compensation with us, and I managed to get a good deal. The fines for the 4 of us are settled," Tang Di replied. Tao Ran let out a relieved, "Oh," as 200,000 credits was no small amount even for a professor like him. "You still need to study the basics thoroughly. Our project has just wrapped up, so both your senior and I have some free time. Feel free to come to us with any questions," Tao Ran suggested. Tang Di tilted his head, realizing he hadn't met Tao Ran's other disciples. "Oh, you haven't met them yet. Perfect, I'll arrange a meeting over lunch so you can all get acquainted," Tao Ran said, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. In Day City, there stood a standalone Villa Tao Ran's home. Under the guidance of the young yet dignified and gracious wife of the master, Tang Di walked into the pavilion in the backyard. Instead of a garden full of blooming flowers, it was planted with fruits, vegetables, and even a small patch of rice. It seemed the deep-rooted traditions of the Yin kingdom had endured for thousands of years. The master's wife smiled and introduced, "This is Luo Xiaohao, your senior from the 5th grade." At that moment, Tao Ran and a young man were crouched in the vegetable patch, discussing something while pointing at a sapling. As Tang Di approached, Luo Xiaohao greeted him with a smile. "Hello, you must be Tang Di, my junior. I'm Luo Xiaohao, but you can also call me Vladimir Romanov. Nice to meet you." Tang Di noticed that Luo Xiaohao's Chinese name seemed Slavic and thought to himself, "Likewise, Tang Di," styled Yongla. "If you have any questions, and I'm not around, feel free to ask Xiaohao." Although he's only in his 20s, he's already a level 6 spirit builder. Tao Ran's voice was gentle yet firm. Tang Di looked at the composed Slavic youth in surprise, thinking, a level 6 spirit builder? That means he's just one step away from being a spirit master. He smiled slightly. "I might need to trouble you in the future, senior. While I'm okay with practical skills, I'm really a novice when it comes to theory." "Not at all, junior. You have a talent for turning the ordinary into extraordinary. Many of my studies might need your help, Luo Xiaohao's polite and rational attitude left a good impression on Tang Di. Just then, Tao Rant's wife called everyone for lunch. The meal was plentiful but not extravagant. Tang Di took a bottle of fine wine from his bag and said with a smile, "Here, senior, I brought a good bottle of wine." He recalled ordering over a dozen bottles of expensive wine last time he hosted. This time, he took out a bottle of Luzhou Yu worth tens of thousands of yen yuan, and with a gentle pull on the silk thread, the bottle opened. One of the selling points of this wine was a strand of silk, a lifetime treasure. As Tang Di poured wine for Luo Xiaohao, Tao Rant's facial muscles twitched noticeably. Luo Xiaohao didn't refuse and drank the first glass, which set off a chain of events. By then, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. By evening, around 5, Xiao Chun arrived at the villa, puzzled, to pick someone up. "Brother Luo, I'm telling you, you're just my type. You shouldn't let such a good catch slip away. I have a sister, gentle and kind, with a good temperament. You two should meet sometime." Xiao Chun saw a tall and sturdy Slavic man supporting Tang Di by the roadside from afar. "You must be the friend of my junior? He and I had a bit to drink, and he had a little too much. You should take him home," Luo Xiaohao said to Xiao Chun, smiling apologetically. Xiao Chun took Tang Di, who immediately spoke in a way that stung the eyes. "Well, how much did you drink?" Xiao Chun asked. "Not much, only about 20 bottles each," Tang Di replied. Knowing his brother's drinking capacity, Xiao Chun tossed him into the car and continued to inquire. "Oh, it's vodka I brought from home, the kind that's over 60 degrees. Maybe he wasn't used to it on his first try, but he'll get better." Tang Di's response made Xiao Chun glance at Luo Xiaohao like he was a creature from another world, then sighed sympathetically at Tang Di. The next day, Tang Di woke up in the bathroom, sitting by the toilet, and found himself lost in deep thought. He mused to himself, "If I ever drink with people from the north again, I'm a fool." Just half an hour after regaining consciousness, there was a knock on the door. When he opened it, the sight of the person standing there made him feel nauseated, almost to the point of vomiting. Luo Xiaohao stood outside, asking with concern, "Junior, are you all right?" It wasn't that Luo Xiaohao looked disgusting, but rather that Tang Di's stomach seemed to convulse instinctively with fear at the sight of him. Luo Xiaohao mistakenly thought Tang Di was still hungover and offered him a can of beer, which Tang Di declined. Luo then explained his visit. He had been sent by Tao Ran to supervise Tang Di's studies. Over the next month, Tang Di devoted himself almost entirely to studying and practicing the compilation and depiction of blueprints for Beastmasters, neglecting even sleep, and advancing his skills to level 3, 9 stars. With Luo Xiaohao's help, he made rapid progress in blueprint depiction. However, starting from scratch with blueprint depiction was still a significant challenge for Tang Di. The blueprints of spirit beasts required not only an outline of the body, but also the mapping of internal skill nodes and the networks of attributes. Through extensive experimentation, humans discovered that by activating specific nodes and connecting particular networks, a spirit beast could be endowed with specific skills and characteristics. Yet, the location of these nodes varies within each beast, differing greatly by species. This requires a specific algorithm and the unique sensing abilities of a beastmaster to identify and adjust the formulas accordingly. Beastmasters incorporate the identified nodes and networks into the calculated formulas, which are written in a special coded language. Computers then fill in the contours and integrate them into a three-dimensional image that can be directly read by perception. If errors occur during the simulation of the final 3D image, the formula must be revised, or issues must be systematically troubleshooted. The use of computers is due to the vast amount of calculations required, but their assistance ends there. Once the final 3D image is confirmed, the Beastmaster must still rely on their unique sensing ability to meticulously depict the blueprint. After all, the depth of the networks, the size of the nodes, the depiction of the internal structure of the nodes, and the operational transition patterns of the extranuclear spirit particles can only be sensed by a Beastmaster. Even if technology replicates the final 3D image, it cannot perceive these subtle structures. At this moment, Tang Di held the carving knife, swiftly and accurately engraving on the drawing board. He finished with a flourish, completing the entire blueprint. Exhaling deeply, he set down the carving knife and inserted the board into the simulator to run it. The Hellhound, potential level 9 stars, was complete. Its passive skill, Burn, allowed it to engulf itself in flames reaching temperatures of 2000 degrees, reducing energy attacks by 35 and lowering heat-related damage by 60. The passive skill, Burning Armor, incinerated all nearby units, dealing continual fire damage. The active skill, Burning Hunt, enabled it to charge at a chosen target, increasing speed by 300, causing an explosive impact upon contact. The active skill, Hell Singularity, launched a compressed heat source that could be detonated at will. When 4th Sandegree flames are unleashed around, the damage of the psychic barrier doubles. While the Burning Sanctuary is active, the resilience of the psychic barrier increases by 200 for 5 seconds. If the barrier is directly attacked, the enemy will suffer additional fire damage. When Demon Wings is activated, the flames covering the body undergo a transformation, becoming adhesive. Enemies hit will gradually have their five senses weakened, and the power of fire-related skills is increased by 50. Additionally, fiery wings extend, enhancing the flight speed of skills for 10 minutes. This skill cannot be used again within 3 hours after activation. The trait, Burning Affinity, increases all attributes by 20 when fighting in high-temperature environments. Meanwhile, Heart of Slaughter allows the Hellhound's attribute enhancement cap to reach 50 as the killing progresses. Luo Xiaohao admired the simulated blueprint, exclaiming, "What an excellent blueprint!" He knew there was still room for improvement, as abilities are not omnipotent. Tang Di stretched lazily, practicing and learning alongside Luo Xiaohao, deciphering the blueprint from Kil'jaeden's specimen. Although this was a simplified version for Tang Di, the original's complexity was daunting, with its star-like nodal network being particularly impressive. Luo Xiaohao joked, "The first blueprint produced is already a 9th-level high star at 1/8 femtometer scale. What more could you ask for?" Leaning on the table, he took a sip of coffee and continued. "Most spirit constructors' first creations are usually at the millimeter scale. My talent is just okay. My first spirit construct was only a 1/64th micrometer pokeworm," Tang Di quipped without reservation. As their relationship grew closer, they became more casual with each other. Luo Xiaohao chuckled, about to respond, when the laboratory door burst open, and Tao ran and Zhen Yuding hurried in. "You said the first version has been decoded?" Zhen Yuding was immediately drawn to the simulated attributes as soon as he entered, eyes gleaming. "Quick, let me see the 3D image," he exclaimed, eagerly getting to work. Soon, a diagram appeared that only spirit constructors could understand. Yes, an outstanding main battle spirit beast, whether in speed, attack power, or defense. Zhen Yuding praised without reservation, while Tao Ran nodded appreciatively at Tang Di and Luo Xiaohao, clearly pleased with their joint effort. Although the blueprint was labeled as 9-star level 7, its combat capability was comparable to a sacred beast. Tang Di, this blueprint is impressive, but the potential of the Demon King type is far greater, Zhen Yuding said seriously. Moreover, your foundation is not yet solid, and there are flaws in the detailing. You must work hard. I'll grant you an initial fund of 1 million points to quickly decode the sacred beast version. He patted Tang Di on the shoulder encouragingly, his expression turning slightly somber. Humanity needs talents like you. As Tang Di looked on in confusion, Zhen Yuding hurriedly left. Luo Xiaohao teased, "Keep it up, Junior. Tomorrow is the Spirit Constructor Qualification exam. Remember not to bully those kids too much." With that, he turned and left. Tang Di returned to the Kil'jaeden specimen, resolutely placing his hand on it. During this period, Tang Di and Luo Xiaohao, while studying Kil'jaeden's specimen, unexpectedly discovered that the Demon King species possessed a unique ability, void energy. They both could manipulate this energy, and Tang Di, through Kil'jaeden's scattered memories, saw that he had once used void energy to kill several top-tier beast tamers. However, this void energy didn't originate from himself. It was received through a special organ inside his body, akin to a mobile terminal receiving signals via a Wi-Fi module, unable to generate signals directly. Even more shocking was that this organ didn't exist before Kil'jaeden became a Demon King species. According to his memories, it all began after he was engulfed by the light emitted from a giant purple eye, evolving from a beast core. Tang Di felt a wave of nausea, unable to hold back the urge to retch. He knew that to uncover this secret, he must repeatedly use the touch of God to interact with Kil'jaeden. After a dozen interactions, the impact of those violent memories gradually weakened. Thankfully, his touch of God was authentic, allowing him to filter out those savage fragments. Otherwise, he might have ended up a vegetable, lying in bed waiting to die. After much turmoil, Tang Di finally recovered and returned to his dormitory, enjoying a rare good night's sleep. By mid-morning, Tang Di rode the Academy's electric scooter, yawning as he arrived at the Spirit Construction Department building. He had previously informed other members of the hunting group, asking if they wanted to come as spectators, only to be met with indifference, as everyone was incredibly busy. He inwardly cursed these heartless friends. In reality, the lives of the four of them had been quite similar recently, as each had constructed 1 or 2 sacred beasts, making their cultivation progress extremely slow. Besides their powerful skills, sacred beasts had a much higher growth rate in all attributes with each star upgrade compared to non-sacred beasts. For instance, a level 9 potential spirit's basic attributes would only grow by 3% per star, while an overall attribute upgrade would grow by 12%. In contrast, a sacred beast's growth per star could reach 6 to 8%, and an overall upgrade could approach 30%. Therefore, gaining any power required an equivalent sacrifice. Following the directions on his phone, Tang Di arrived at the qualification exam site. With 10 minutes to go before the exam began, the examination hall was already crowded. He glanced around, chuckling to himself. In this waiting area, the crowd was clearly divided into 2 groups. One group consisted of the Spirit Construction Corps in neat military uniforms, standing straight with serious expressions, forming a rectangular formation. This Spirit Constructor qualification assessment was conducted jointly by the military and the War Academy, which didn't surprise Tang Di, though he hadn't expected such a stark contrast between the two. He glanced over at the War Academy side, noticing students in uniforms, casual clothing, and even some in battle armor. The most outrageous sight was someone with battle armor covered in dried blood, seemingly just returned from a hunt. This comparison was akin to the difference between regular soldiers and bandits. Considering the outrageous school rules of their academy, Tang Di thought it all seemed quite normal. Humph, the War Academy people were indeed as lazy as ever. After Tang Di completed the registration, a dark-skinned officer in a sharp military uniform walked to the front of the line, frowning as he stared at the War Academy. Oh, what's the problem? Are we in your way? Have we eaten your rice or used your Wi-Fi? Is that your business? A student below retorted bluntly, instantly heightening the tension. The officer gave a cold snort, about to speak when an elderly voice interrupted. Major Zhang, just take care of your own people. Zhen Yuding approached, hands behind his back, smiling. Seeing Zhen Yuding, Major Zhang chose not to argue with the young people and instead addressed Zhen Yuding. Senior Zhen, I don't mean to interfere, but I believe that a spirit builder should always maintain a rigorous attitude, which should begin with disciplined daily behavior. How can they carry themselves with such unruliness? What? You think we're like your military, building spirits all day? Don't they need to go to the beast domain and slay giant beasts? Think we're not teaching well? Fine, take 20 people to the field and prove it. Zhen Yuting, undeterred, signaled with his eyes that they could challenge if they dared. Major, I'm willing to lead 20 people into battle. A young person responded loudly. Get back. What battle? Can you even win? It's not just the spirit building corps. Even the main battle corps might not be a match for these students who live on the edge, Major Zhang sighed, holding his forehead, thinking to himself that the War Academy's spirit builders were the strongest fighters, the only ones who would actually go to the beast domain to slay giant beasts. Hey, this is interesting. Come on, let's go. Who's with me? A student shouted excitedly. I'm in. Spirit builders from elsewhere who haven't seen blood dare to be arrogant at the War Academy? All right, you guys calm down and get ready for the test. Zhang Yuding, seeing Major Zhang at a loss, decided not to press further, scolding his students and waving for both sides to enter the venue. However, the atmosphere grew even tenser. The Spirit Builder qualification test consisted of two parts, a written exam on theoretical foundations and a note analysis. The latter required students to sketch the rough outline of a giant beast's corpse and at least one skill's meridian and nodes. The written exam was tedious, with students answering question after question on computers, their results immediately revealed upon submission. Being a science, each question had a standard answer, and computers graded much faster than humans. These kids, Zhen Yuding frowned as he looked at his students' scores. Out of over 200 examinees, only a little over 70 passed, with half just barely making it. Most scored between 40 and 50, and some even only managed 6 points. This new recruit isn't doing well. Send him back to work harder. Does he even have a brain with just 85 points? Major Zhang said with a serious expression to his adjutant. Hearing this, Zhen Yuding felt a pang of jealousy, his eyes almost blazing with fire. Look at their kids, considering 85 a poor score. Then look at his own students, celebrating just for passing. Put down the drinks. You guys, anyone scoring below 85 in the practical test will be licking the floor clean. Zhen Yuding shouted at a few students. Major Zhang felt secretly pleased, but seeing the score comparison, his smile gradually faded. The military and most academies share a similar approach to nurturing talent in the art of Zhuling. Among these 200 trainees, the lowest score was above 85, yet only 4 managed to achieve a perfect score of 100. In the War Academy, however, this number reached 6. Zhen Yuding had heard that while academies and the military were dedicated to cultivating talent, the harsh environment of the War Academy somehow bred geniuses. He understood that the difficulty of the last 3 questions was such that those who scored perfectly had an understanding of the structure of giant beasts far beyond their peers. Amidst the groans of the trainees, Zhen Yuding returned to his position as an examiner and said to Major Zhang, Haha, don't mind the fuss. There are quite a few promising candidates from the military this time. That young man named Han Jianwei is quite impressive. Major Zhang nodded and replied. Is he the one who stepped up to the challenge earlier? That's right, he's an exceptionally talented Zhuling master. Probably the most outstanding recruit the military has had in 20 years, Zhen Yuding said with a hint of admiration in his eyes. Good lad. Let's see if he wants to join the War Academy later. He's got the right spirit, just like us. Major Zhang seemed hesitant. Zhen, isn't that inappropriate? After all, he's been trained by our military. It wouldn't be right to poach him so directly, would it? Zhen Yuding dismissed the concern. What's wrong with that? Whatever the military can offer, we can too. Besides, he's a person, not livestock you raised. Can you really force him to stay forever? Faced with Zhen Yuding's roguish demeanor, Major Zhang was at a loss, gradually understanding why the students of the War Academy were the way they were. The leadership set the tone. Suddenly, he remembered something and asked, by the way, regarding the earlier conversation about some of our candidates taking a level skipping exam, how is your preparation going? Oh, it's ready. We also have some trainees taking the level skipping exam this time, so we'll conduct them together, Zhen Yuding replied casually. Major Zhang was a bit surprised but quickly understood. With so many geniuses at the War Academy, it wasn't unusual for someone to have the capability of a second-level Zhu Ling master during their first exam. However, he glanced at Han Jianwei sitting below and couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed for Zhen Yuding. If both are taking level-skipping exams, and you suddenly can't keep up, that would be quite embarrassing. Soon, the second round of practical exams began. Staff members wheeled in several unclassified giant beast carcasses. Students, in groups of 3, were tasked with observing one carcass and decoding it. They didn't need to synthesize a final 3D image, just analyze and describe it using compiled language. The beasts brought in were common giant creatures called ball termites, which were only about 20 centimeters long and could be easily killed by an ordinary person. However, these creatures lived in swarms, and if encountered, they could appear in thousands. It was best not to provoke them in the wild as they were a nuisance and would call for backup if threatened. As soon as the ball termites were presented, the students eagerly moved forward to observe. The carcasses had been processed so that, apart from the outline, most nodes and veins were damaged, leaving only one intact. This was to prevent cheating, as ball termites were so common that a familiar Zhu Ling master could easily memorize a particular vein. Therefore, each group's remaining node and vein were different, and if they couldn't discern it, they would have to rely on luck. Just 5 minutes after Zhen Yuding announced the start of the exam, 8 students had already submitted their papers. The scores flashed on the big screen, and remarkably, all 8 had achieved perfect scores. 100%, without a doubt. Tang Di, who had just finished boiling water and was about to rinse his cup, saw the results and sighed softly. Are they trying to put pressure on me? As 10 more minutes passed, more students submitted their exams, but this time the scores varied widely, ranging from perfect to just 6 points. Surprisingly, the one who scored 6 points was the same person who hadn't performed well in the previous written test. Zhen Yuding was visibly angry, his gaze intense. Half an hour later, Tang Di finally submitted his exam, and as he expected, he scored full marks. By the end of the exam, 90% of the students from the military department had become level 1 spirit constructors, while only fewer than 50 from the War Academy met the standard. Next, the advancement exam took place, and students whose names were called went on stage. This time, 5 students from the military department and 6 from the War Academy went up. The students below cheered for the young Zheng Yuefu. Go, Captain! Zheng, how many levels are you planning to skip this time? Zheng Yuefu waved to the crowd with a sunny smile. Thank you for your support. I'll do my best. In contrast, the military department remained much calmer, simply shouting encouragement as they watched in formation. Zhen Yuding noticed Tang Di holding a thermos cup and smirked. Major Zhang, after this assessment, make sure to work on your new recruit's morale. Major Zhang seemed puzzled, just staring blankly at him. Poor kid, he didn't even realize that a Tony Stark had snuck into this infant math competition. Soon, the materials for the Level 2 Spirit Constructor Certification exam were brought on stage. This time, it was a ground swallow, a Level 3 potential beast known for its speed, reconnaissance ability, and excellent support skills. The difficulty had indeed increased, but those on stage were no ordinary people, especially Han Jianwei from the military and Zheng Yuefu from the academy. These two seemed to be in a competition, finishing almost simultaneously with perfect scores again. You're pretty good, Han Jianwei smiled slightly. Not bad yourself, Zheng Yuefu replied, both showing a hint of rivalry in their eyes. After the Level 2 exam ended, only 4 people remained on stage: Han Jianwei, Zheng Yuefu, Lu Xiao, and Tang Di. Once it was confirmed that all 4 would participate in the Level 3 qualification exam, Zhen Yuding had the materials brought up. This time, the potential level was raised to Level 4, and the exam required a complete compilation and 3D diagram drawing. Even Han Jianwei and Zheng Yuefu took an hour to finish. In the end, Han Jianwei scored 93, while Zheng Yuefu scored 90. Both passed, but it was no longer a perfect score. Director Chun, I request to take the Level 4 qualification exam, Han Jianwei said, raising his hand after everyone had submitted their papers. The crowd was abuzz, surprised that at just 20 years old, he wanted to challenge Level 4. Zheng Yuefu looked at the smug Han Jianwei and sighed. You win. If I took the Level 4 exam, it would just be embarrassing. Han Jianwei seemed to comfort him. You're already very outstanding. This made Zheng Yuefu smile wryly. And I will join too. Just as Han Jianwei was feeling triumphant, Tang Di's voice unexpectedly rang out, making him turn his head. Tang Di, in his school uniform, stood tall with sharp features, half reclining in his seat, holding a thermos cup. The The students around cast curious glances. Who is he? Not only Han Jianwei and Major Zhang, but also the new recruits from the military and the academy's students all focused their attention on Tang Di. At this moment, a student with even more talent than Zheng Yuefu had emerged. Look, his score on the level 3 test. A student suddenly shouted, and everyone turned to the central screen. The top spot had been taken by Tang Di, with a perfect score of 100. Han Jianwei quickly tried to recall his impression of this person and was surprised to find that although Tang Di submitted his work slower than him and Zheng Yuefu, he always scored full marks. The War Academy truly was a place full of hidden talents. The sudden appearance of a strong rival didn't intimidate Han Jianwei. Instead, he approached Tang Di seriously, extending his hand. Hello, I'm Han Jianwei, a new recruit from the Zilingshi Corps. Tang Di was momentarily taken aback, then shook his hand. Oh, I'm Tang Di, the leader of the Xing Grenyan hunting group. It had to be said, people from the military were indeed disciplined, completely different from their ragtag group, with much higher quality. Achoo! Countless people in the audience felt a tickle in their noses, secretly wondering who was plotting against them. Just then, Zhen Yuding announced, the Level 4 Zilingshi qualification exam begins. As he spoke, he instructed people to bring up materials. This time, they needed to correct errors in the 3D image based on the giant beast's corpse. Hearing the topic, Tang Di felt a wave of annoyance. Fixing bugs, huh? And bugs without comments? It's a hassle. What's the big deal if it runs? With the resentment from his past life, Tang Di rolled his eyes, just wanting to finish this round of the exam quickly. So, he decided not to act anymore. Han Jianwei, on the other hand, carefully observed the level 4 giant beast being brought up, his instrument scanning it bit by bit. His cautious attitude greatly pleased Major Zhang, who appreciated the child's steady and thorough approach. Being a Zilingshi wasn't like fighting as a beast master. A beast master could charge in first and retreat if necessary, but a Zilingshi needed to be solid and steady with every step. Han Jianwei was exemplifying this perfectly. However, while Han Jianwei was fully engrossed in his instrument, Tang Di placed his hand on the beast's corpse and turned away after just 2 seconds. This made Major Zhang frown, and he said to Zhen Yuding, Senior Zhen, regardless of ability, I think this student's attitude is a big problem. It's not only disrespectful to Zilingshi and the profession, but also to his opponents and himself. What can you see in 2 seconds? Major Zhang himself was a level 6 beast master, and even he needed at least half a minute to discern issues with a level 4 giant beast. Major Zhang, please be patient. Zhen Yuding summoned a nimble little monkey to scratch his back and casually said, could it be that he didn't come to the assessment with them? Major Zhang was even more puzzled, but his confusion was soon resolved. Because after touching the corpse for 2 seconds, Tang Di submitted his work within 3 to 4 minutes. I'd like to see what score you get. Major Zhang thought to himself, immediately looking at the big screen. The result was 100 points. What? What? Major Zhang exclaimed excitedly at Tang Di, startling Tang Di, who was sipping tea. Tang Di responded with a look that seemed to say, you're the invigilator, just watch if you want. I can't stop you. Major Zhang felt a bit embarrassed and sat back down, opening Tang Di's answer sheet. After reviewing it, his expression became quite colorful. Tang Di had accurately corrected all 7 mistakes. Major Zhang, any more questions? Zhen Yuding asked with a cheeky grin, shaking his head playfully. Major Zhang tried to calm his rising blood pressure as he replied, I have no more questions. Zhen Yuding smiled contentedly and poured Major Zhang a cup of tea, feeling quite pleased. As he looked at Zhen Yuding's smug face, Major Zhang couldn't help but wonder if this guy had leaked the exam questions to that kid. However, since the venue and exam materials were provided by the War Academy, but the questions were set by the military, that possibility could be ruled out. An hour later, Han Jianwei let out a sigh of relief, submitted his paper, and scored 89 points. This score would be considered good by most, but upon seeing Tang Di's perfect score, a sense of defeat washed over him. Yet, his fighting spirit quickly reignited as he looked at Tang Di and said firmly, Captain Tang, you're really strong. Yeah, you're pretty good too. Tang Di sincerely complimented. He possessed the touch of the gods, and for someone to achieve such accomplishments at this age without any help was proof of exceptional talent and diligence. Little Tang, get ready. The level 5 qualification exam is about to start. Zhen Yuding waved and said, what? Level 5. Han Jianwei's newly calmed emotions surged again as he looked at Tang Di in shock. Tang Di gently blew away the tea leaves on his thermos and signaled an okay to Zhen Yuding. Major Zhang quickly opened Tang Di's file and discovered he had just turned 19 this year. A 19-year-old level 5 spirit builder, trained by master spirit builder Tao Ran, with a level 3 9-star strength and a hidden talent. His talent was concealed. Major Zhang squinted and continued reading. He possessed a spirit beast, a ghost tiger armor beast, sacred beast level. Sacred beast level. Major Zhang leaned back in his chair, then suddenly stood up with his mouth agape, staring at Tang Di in shock. 2 sacred beasts? Are sacred beasts so cheap these days? Even if they were, no one informed me to go get one. Major Zhang, are you having a sudden illness? Zhen Yuding and the others were startled by Major Zhang's reaction, wondering why he was so suddenly agitated. Major Zhang coughed and apologized. I lost my composure. May I ask, which family is he from? Which family? He's from our War Academy's family. Zhen Yuding replied with a smile, though inside he was laughing hysterically. The combat division of their War Academy was often labeled as bandits, but this time the spirit building division could finally hold their heads high. Hearing this, Major Zhang assumed Zhen Yuding didn't want to disclose more, so he didn't press further. At that moment, Han Jianwei's loud voice rang out. Major, I want to take the level 5 exam too. He looked at Major Zhang with determination, his eyes clear, yet filled with intense fighting spirit. Even Tang Di couldn't help but be moved, thinking to himself that this young man truly had commendable courage. Well, if you want to give it a try, then go ahead. Major Zhang saw the determination in Han Jianwei's eyes and agreed with a smile. This was merely a public assessment. If he passed, he would become a level 5 beast master, and if not, there was no harm in trying. Han Jianwei turned to Tang Di, his tone firm. This time, I will give it my all. I will fully display what I've learned and compete with you. Tang Di scratched his face and nodded awkwardly, unsure how to respond to such youthful enthusiasm. Unlike an adversary like Xiao Ruiji, Han Jianwei wanted to compete fairly, and Tang Di saw no need to embarrass him. However, the harsh reality of the outcome would ultimately be for the young man to digest on his own. Soon, the materials for the qualification assessment arrived. This time, it wasn't about fixing bugs. It was about observing the corpse of a giant beast and marking additional traits and skills on a 3D model. Each additional skill and trait earned an extra 20 minutes, and finding 5 would mean a perfect score. However, the corpse of a level 4 giant beast was quite damaged, making observation challenging. This required a spirit architect to have a deep understanding of the beast's nodal pathways. Wow, this level 4 star bug is over 30 damaged, right? Exclaimed one student. The abdominal ganglia are probably incomplete. Perfecting the spirit architecture won't be easy. Another student, Zheng Yuefu, shrugged helplessly. If I could do it, I wouldn't just be standing here. Everyone laughed. On stage, Han Jianwei carefully observed, marked the missing parts, and began entering his modified formulas into the computer, making adjustments bit by bit. Meanwhile, Tang Di casually walked over, tapped the star bug's hard shell, and then returned. About 10 minutes later, while Han Jianwei was still painstakingly working, Tang Di had already submitted his paper with a perfect score. Han Jianwei looked at Tang Di's relaxed demeanor and the perfect score displayed on the big screen, letting out a long sigh. Indeed, he was no match for him. Should he give up? Really give up? Sometimes talent is innate, but a resilient heart and hard work can achieve greater heights than genius. Even in failure, at least he wouldn't regret it. So, Han Jianwei slapped himself and dove back into meticulous calculations. This tenacity was something Zhen Yuding greatly admired. A genius without effort can be surpassed by ordinary people. But if a genius puts in 100 times more effort than others, his achievements will be immeasurable. 2 hours later, Zhen Yuding, drenched in sweat, submitted his paper, scoring 40 points failing to pass. However, the entire room erupted in applause for him. Very good. Maintain this initial determination and resilient spirit, and your future achievements will not be low, Tang Di said, his conscience pricked, offering encouragement. Han Jianwei wiped his sweat and said bitterly, to earn your praise, I feel ashamed. The person was his peer, perhaps even younger, yet already a level 5 spirit architect. I'm different from you all. I'm simply favored by the gods, Tang Di said enigmatically, turning his gaze to Zhen Yuding. Director Zhen, prepare for the level 6 qualification test. After level 6, I won't take any more tests. I need to save some face for my senior brother. Han Jianwei felt a moment of relief, then nearly stumbled in shock. Level 6? You're really something else, aren't you? Major Zhang couldn't help but gasp. A 19-year-old level 6 beast master. Forget it, there's no material for this. We'll talk next time. Zhen Yuding spread his hands helplessly. Finding material for the first 5 levels was easy, but the material for the later assessments was much harder. Moreover, the level 6 spirit cultivator assessment takes over a week. The main issue was that Zhen Yuding hadn't expected Tang Di to aim directly for level 6, so he wasn't prepared. Well, there's nothing to be done. Here's my contact information. We can exchange ideas in the future if there's a chance. Tang Di turned and exchanged contact details with Han Jianwei, though whether he was genuinely interested in academic exchange or had other motives was known only to him. All right, with everyone assessed, I declare this examination over. You lot, go clean up the champagne in the hall. Zhen Yuding, who was smiling just a moment ago while announcing the end of the exam, suddenly shouted angrily at the students who had opened the champagne earlier. And you, the one with 12 points. Get to the beast domain right now. If you don't kill 3 level 4 giant beasts, I'll beat you every time I see you. With that, Zhen Yuding grabbed the student who scored 2 6s and threw him out of the building. This scene left the new recruits from the military in shock. Major Zhang, previously seen as a strict instructor, now seemed like a gentle mother in comparison. Han Jianwei, twitching at the corners of his mouth, looked at Zhun Yuding's outburst, wanting to chat with Tang Di beside him, only to find that Tang Di had already disappeared. Tang Di was notified before even reaching his dormitory that someone was waiting for him downstairs. Riding his scooter back, he saw a luxury car parked at the entrance. Before he could approach, a familiar face stepped out of the car. Lin Yang. Mr. Tang, hold on. Here are the materials you requested. It took some time to source them, so I brought them personally this time. Lin Yang approached with a smile, holding a storage bag and a half-percent high metal box at his feet. No need to go to such trouble. You could have just sent it by courier, Tang Di replied with a smile, as it's hard to be unfriendly to someone bringing resources. This is the psionic organ of the magma tyrant dragon. It's quite valuable, so I didn't include it with the other materials and decided to escort it personally. Lin Yang laughed awkwardly, his tone full of humility. Tang Di felt a bit embarrassed. The psionic organ of the magma tyrant dragon was actually considered an 8th level material. When Tang Di expressed interest and offered to pay for it, Lin Yang generously insisted on gifting it to him. This was something worth nearly $1 billion, and extremely rare. Though he felt guilty accepting it, Tang Di remained very courteous to Lin Yang. After receiving the metal box and storage bag, Tang Di bid farewell to Lin Yang and went upstairs. This material was extremely useful to him, as it was one of the components needed to unlock a hidden node in Kil'jaeden's domain. Once upstairs, he couldn't wait to open the box without even changing his clothes to check the quality. As soon as he opened the door, a diamond-shaped crystal fell out. What the heck is this? Is this low-temperature storage box so poorly made? Tang Di casually picked up the crystal, and before he could react, the divine touch suddenly activated. When the blue lines of the god's touch extended along Tang Di's fingers to the crystal, it quickly softened and seemed to be drawn into his body. Tang Di initially thought it was a trap set by Lin Yang and the others, and he hurriedly shook his hand, but the liquid-like substance had already seeped completely into his hand. Minutes later, Tang Di checked his condition and found everything to be normal. However, when he sensed the god's touch, an eye pattern suddenly appeared on the back of his hand. In the next moment, he instinctively looked in a certain direction, feeling an inexplicable connection that stirred his soul. An object of power, Tang Di instinctively realized, sensing the presence of such an object. Quickly, he turned in another direction, where he sensed a similar feeling. After some concentration, he discovered that this power seemed to be within the academy. Although the feeling at the academy was faint, the one in the distance was markedly different, like the contrast between the moon and a firefly. Tang Di realized that there might be a divine treasure within the academy, while the one far away was likely the genuine article. He gazed in the direction, which seemed to be deep within the beast realm. After brief contemplation, Tang Di decided not to rush there. Lin Ming had mentioned that whether genuine or imitation, these items were stored in secret realms, and the dangers of such realms were unknown to him. Tang Di knew that with his current power level of 3-star 9, even a regular secret realm could be perilous, let alone a major one housing genuine artifacts. He suppressed his excitement and decided not to act recklessly until he had constructed the Kil'jaeden. Once calm, Tang Di curiously examined the low-temperature storage box, finding its inner walls covered with variously shaped crystals, cold and hard to the touch. Near the door was a small gap, and Tang Di wondered to himself, have I struck ultimate luck? Am I truly this fortunate? Having been considered unlucky in his previous life, he pondered deeply. After some thought, he concluded it was merely a coincidence that the crystal had been placed there as an ordinary cooling stone. After all, it wouldn't react in anyone else's hands, only absorbing when in his. Despite lingering doubts, Tang Di decided to focus back on his training and constructing Kil'jaeden. Once a Beastmaster begins training, time flies by. More than 20 days later, Tang Di posted a sign at his lab's door reading, "I am dead, leave a note if needed." Then glanced at the prepared 20,000 liters of spirit liquid number 98 and entered the spirit building platform. During this period, Tang Di spent 18 hours daily in the positioning amplifier, operating the spirit of all things in overdrive, with a continuous supply of spirit liquid and the amplifier's assistance. He finally broke through from 3-star 9. However, this training experience also revealed that his god's touch ability had improved by approximately 10%. It seems to have some connection with that fragment. Tang Di pulled up the preset blueprint of Kil'jaeden and began constructing at full power. Despite the skills being standard, Tang Di executed them with ease, encountering no obstacles. The key lay in the hidden network nodes, marked by 2 deep purple lines with black spots. Tang Di had never seen such lines before, yet he sensed the presence of void energy. Unlike the violent void energy of Lin Zhonghe and his group, this energy carried no negative emotions. He decided to proceed with the construction, confident that if any issues arose, the divine touch would respond, just as it had expelled void energy from his body before. Besides, the skills these lines represented were incredibly enticing. Over a month later, Zhao Chun and Zhong Yuhuang met in the library and took the opportunity to discuss Tang Di. As Zhong Yuhuang wrote her thesis, she asked Zhao Chun, who was speed reading beside her, Yongla won't die in the lab, will he? If he does, the smart assistant would alert us. They were both busy people now, especially Zhong Yuhuang. Despite having two sacred beasts, her cultivation speed was as slow as a snail's pace. Like Tang Di, she spent all day in the positioning pressure chamber, or else she wouldn't feel any progress in her cultivation. After 3 months, her power had only increased to level 4, 6 stars. According to her original cultivation pace, she should be at level 5 by now. Zhao Chen's situation wasn't optimistic either, stuck at level 3, 9 stars for 2 months. He mentioned, it would take nearly 2 more months to break through to level 4. This was assuming they had ample positioning pressure chambers and spiritual fluids. Sacred beasts may be strong, but their cultivation speed is painfully slow, Zhao Chen lamented, rubbing his brow after removing the speed-reading helmet. It seems we need to find some secret realms where the flow of time is different from the outside, making cultivation more effective, Zhong Yuhuang suggested, while checking the plagiarism rate. Are there really such secret realms? Zhao Chen asked curiously. Of course there are. Zhong Yuhuang nodded, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Hey Yongla. Zhong Yuhuang initially thought it was Zhao Chun, but realized it was Tang Di. Yongla, you finally came out. I thought you found a good spot and buried yourself. Zhao Chen gave Tang Di a bear hug. Did you successfully construct a new spirit beast? Zhong Yuhuang also gave Tang Di a warm hug, her cheeks slightly flushed as she asked. Yes, a very strong spirit beast. Tang Di grinned, a bright red flame flickering on his palm, its brilliance startling. Oh, a flame-type spirit beast. Yongla, you're finally moving away from the dark arts. Zhao Chen exclaimed, as if seeing a lost child return to the right path. Let's not worry about that now. How about we go out for a good meal tonight to celebrate? Tang Di suggested. We definitely should, and Chun is treating us. Zhong Yuhuang responded excitedly. Why am I the one treating? Zhao Chen protested helplessly. That evening, the four of them gathered at a restaurant. They were not only celebrating Tang Di's successful spirit beast construction, but also Zhuang Ku passing the strategic course exam. Congratulations, brother Zhuang. I heard you had to retake the strategic terrain course several times? 7 times, right? Zhao Chen teased, making Zhuang Ku wish he could kick him. I couldn't help it. With Qing Feng's situation, I was too busy taking care of it. Zhuang Ku coughed, trying to cover up. Is it possible, brother Zhuang, that we just don't have the brains for this? Why does talk about me? How did your minor exam go? It's been half a year since we started, and there's no escaping the midterms. Tang Di even took a special trip to the beast domain to slay 3 level 4 giant beasts just to pass. As for the major exam, the main examiner is his mentor, so does he even need to take it? Believe it or not, Chen's exam scores ranked in the top 50 among the freshmen. Zhong Yuhuang peeled a mantis shrimp for Hey Mo and laughed. Really? You, with your head full of nothing but nonsense, managed to make it into the top 50? Did you bribe the proctors? Nonsense. I'm naturally gifted, unlike you, whose brain is the size of a hazelnut and might fly out with a sneeze. Zhao Chun bantered with his friend Zhuang Ku, while Zhong Yuhuang got to the point. Yongla, it's time for our sage speech hunting group to recruit some new members. Tang Di expressed his confusion. Huh? Why? Aren't the 4 of us enough? Definitely not enough. Have you heard of the Da Yin Martial Tournament? It requires at least 5 people to participate, Zhong Yuhuang explained. The Da Yin Martial Tournament is a grand event for the younger generation of the Yin Kingdom, where each academy can send a few hunting groups to compete. The champion receives generous rewards. I'm not really interested. Tang Di considered attending the Spirit Sculpture Poetry Gathering sufficient. As a genius human spirit builder, wouldn't the Spirit Slayer sect send someone significant? Once the goal is achieved, there's no need to participate in the Da Yin Martial Tournament. I know you might not care about the rewards, but the ranking in the Da Yin Martial Tournament can secure a spot, Zhong Yuhuang said with a mysterious smile. A spot? A hunter's spot in the hunt gathering. Zhong Yuhuang's tone turned cold as he continued. The hunt gathering is a brutal event where human geniuses and beast clan geniuses battle directly. What? Such a competition exists? Tang Di had never heard of it before. He had some knowledge of the Spirit Sculpture Poetry Gathering and the Da Yin Martial Tournament, but the hunt gathering seemed to have never been revealed to the public. Choose a place, throw in 50 human and clan geniuses, and fight for 7 days and nights until only one remains or time runs out. Zhong Yuhuang's voice was low. You might not know, but the Spirit Slayer sect is considered one of the clans, and their members participate in the hunt gathering alongside the beasts. As he spoke, Zhong Yuhuang clenched his fist, took a swig of strong liquor, and his voice softened suddenly. My second brother was brutally killed by the Spirit Slayer sect and the beast clans in the hunt gathering. After saying this, Zhong Yuhuang fell silent. Tang Di also took a sip of his drink and remained silent for a long time. While Zhao Chun and Zhuang Ku were still messing around, Tang Di suddenly spoke up loudly. Let's recruit someone quickly. We're joining the Dai Yin martial tournament. Zhong Yuhuang initially thought Tang Di's silence meant he intended to stay out of it, as the hunt gathering is different from academy competitions. Even though the War Academy is known for its wild ways, it still has limits. But the hunt gathering is pure hatred between humans and beasts. Unaware of Zhong Yuhuang's story, Zhao Chun and Zhuang Ku, fueled by alcohol, went off to have some fun. Meanwhile, Tang Di walked along the academy's path with Zhong Yuhuang. Did you know that I came to the Academy of War to improve my strength and avenge my second brother? Zhong Yuhuang's cheeks were flushed, looking particularly alluring under the reflection of the streetlights. My original plan was to form a hunting group, win the Grand Yin martial encirclement, and participate in the hunt. So, how did you end up gracing this small place of mine? Tang Di asked with a smile, genuinely curious. Given Zhong Yuhuang's family background and status, she could easily rally countless people to her cause. Moreover, she herself is undoubtedly a genius. Because your potential far exceeds mine. Zhong Yuhuang paused, then smiled and offered her fist to Tang Di. Since you have a grudge against the spirit-slaying cult, let's destroy them together. Haha. All right, let's destroy them. Tang Di laughed, bumping his fist against Zhong Yuhuang's. Then, with a mischievous glint in his eye, he unexpectedly pinched her chubby cheek. No worries, at the hunt. I'll help you take them all down. With that, Tang Di made a quick getaway. Zhong Yuhuang's face turned a deeper shade of red as she playfully called him a rascal, then giggled softly. It seemed like a night full of events, as Tang Di hadn't even reached his dormitory when Lin Meng's call came through. We've discovered a large secret realm. Bring your hunting group members and head to the battle department's main classroom immediately. Seated in the classroom, Zhao Chun and Zhuang Ku were wearing simple dialysis devices on their wrists, quickly sobering up with the help of decomposition fluid. Around them were already many students, and judging by the badges on their chests, they belonged to several hunting groups. The leftmost 3 rows were filled with young people in military uniforms, clearly soldiers from the military department. Ahem, the reason we've gathered everyone here is that a suspected large secret realm has been discovered over 200 kilometers northwest of the academy. Lei Huiyao and Lin Meng, along with a colonel from the military, walked in and went straight to the point. Lei Huiyao waved his hand, and a blue holographic screen appeared in midair. It showed a valley with a circular depression in the center. Tang Di and the others hadn't realized what it was at first, but when the close-up image appeared, they immediately recognized it as the place where they had previously had a life-and-death struggle with the forest cat. Isn't that where the little cat beat us up last time? Zhao Chen squinted, rubbing his temples. Yes, that's the place, Tang Di replied without surprise. Last time, their survival from the forest cat was likely due to the secret realm's defense mechanisms. He sensed that this secret realm might be the one his divine touch had detected. With a flick of his fingers, he produced a small flame, a smile playing on his lips. We're sending you there because Beastmasters above level 5 can't enter this large secret realm. So, it's your lucky break, you brats, Lei Huiyao said with a hint of regret, explaining why the big shots weren't going in themselves. Many secret realms have peculiar rules, and some are downright bizarre. There's even one where canine spirit beasts, canine beasts, and beastmen aren't allowed to enter. Each of the 4 hunting groups here will send 5 members, and the military department will send 20 people, led by Colonel Li. Set off immediately. Yes, sir. In the relay square, a group of 40 people were busy preparing their equipment with swift movements, ensuring all supplies were complete. These 4 hunting groups were exceptionally powerful, led by captains who were experts at the peak of level 5 and financially well endowed. Their vehicles were equipped with spirit-breaking firearms and high-tech gear. Before departure, weapons and equipment needed testing, and supplies had to be replenished. At this moment, Jiang Qi stood on his vehicle, squinting as he examined a massive vehicle nearby. As the leader of the Dechu mercenary group, backed by the powerful financial conglomerate Zalibi, Jiang Qi was no stranger to such sights. However, he had never seen this particular vehicle before. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted, and Jiang Qi turned to see Tang Di pulling out over a dozen pipes, each more than 3 meters long and as thick as a human head. Initially, he did not grasp the situation, but when he noticed the nuclear radiation symbols flashing on them, he exclaimed in shock, his face full of fear. Zhuangke hefted one of the pipes and placed it on the launch rack at the back of the vehicle, leading Jiang Qi to ponder. Are we really using nuclear bombs for hunting now? These pipes were acquired by Tang Di through Zhong Yuhuang using previous methods. This time, Tang Di also shared the blueprint of the Hellhound with the Zhong family. Such an exceptional level 9 main battle spirit beast blueprint was naturally welcomed by the Zhong family, allowing Tang Di to obtain a significant amount of military hardware, particularly 50 spirit-breaking nuclear bombs. Although these bombs were moderately effective against level 6 behemoths, they were extremely effective against beasts with spiky defenses and minor beasts. The only downside was that the area would be inaccessible for a short time after use. Is everyone ready? 10 minutes later, Colonel Li, clad in armor, stood atop a military vehicle and inquired. Ready, responded the military in unison, while the Academy's response was more staggered. Good, everyone move out. Colonel Li commanded decisively, gesturing for the 8 vehicles to start simultaneously and head into the beast domain under the cover of night. Night marches were typically perilous, but with a large group and Colonel Li, a level 7 beast master, leading the way, the risk was mitigated. They sped along, relying on over 20 drones overhead for surveillance, making smooth progress for 3 hours, covering more than 100 kilometers, with only a few dozen kilometers to the destination. Do we have any targets for new team members? Tang Di asked as he sat in the vehicle, unfolding the wings of Ghost Killer to clean its body. There are a few potentials, but they may not join us, Zhong Yuhuang replied, having done her research and summoned a list of 4 names. She pointed out that 2 had already joined the Dechu and Xiao hunting groups, while the other 2 were still undecided. Tang Di followed her hand and noticed a familiar name on the list: Li Chong, a second-year level 4 beastmaster who had not joined any faction yet, with specialties in detection and large-scale control, possessing a potential level 9 ice crystal rainforest, having already mastered 2 Battle King skills. Zhong Yuhuang explained seriously, lightly tapping on the image of a resolute-looking male student, which brought up his combat video on the screen. In the footage, an ice blue spider shook its body, instantly freezing the entire area. Within the icy mist, a silver-white wolf beast lurked, showcasing its powerful piercing and ray skills. This skill could combine with the ice crystals created by the spider, reflecting an attack trajectory that was difficult to evade. Even more terrifying, enemies in this frozen arena would gradually become immobilized. Tang Di nodded, thinking that if their lineup included him, Zhuangke's combat effectiveness would significantly increase. And the other one is an old acquaintance of yours, Zhong Yuhuang remarked with a mischievous grin, opening the last screen. Upon seeing Qianlin's profile, Tang Di frowned and said, "Are you kidding me?" Qianlin, the young master of Hongfeng Heavy Industries, was exceptionally talented in combat and a top student in psionic bioengineering. More importantly, Tang Di had once left a hole in his chest during an exhibition match. Looking around, Tang Di noticed that young Master Qian seemed to be in the team, sitting in a multi-terrain vehicle belonging to the Xiao hunting group, a renowned group in the academy known for exploration. Tang Di remembered that his childhood sweetheart was also part of the Xiao hunting group. Oh, is it that short-haired beauty with a slender waist, long legs, a deep cleavage, a beauty mark at the corner of her mouth, wearing bright red Lavelle lipstick, and a bit too much highlighter on her nose? Zhong Yuhuang teased. Tang Di replied helplessly. You noticed too much. How could you see all that in this darkness? Are your eyes glued to her? Zhong Yuhuang, irritated, punched Tang Di, who quickly pointed to He Mo and Gue Sha, saying, "They were looking, not me. I'm a gentleman who doesn't indulge in such worldly desires." The 2 sacred beasts seemed quite intelligent, tilting their heads as if to say, "I might not be human, but you're truly a dog." Zhong Yuhuang was about to argue when He Mo and Gue Sha suddenly arched their backs. With He Mo's shout, Tang Di instinctively yelled, "De Chun, shield up!" Xiao Chun quickly infused psionic energy into the steering wheel, enveloping the entire vehicle in a bright yellow glow. Bang! In the next moment, the ground in the middle of the convoy collapsed, and a massive creature burst forth. It resembled a blood and flesh chrysanthemum, with layers of sharp bone spurs covering its body, and a gigantic central maw over 10 meters in diameter. A bone spur fiercely struck the barrier of the Spear of Aten, but fortunately, Xiao Qin's yellow barrier was incredibly strong, otherwise, it might not have held up. The enormous body was flung into several vehicles, crashing to the ground. Countless figures emerged from the gigantic maw. Chaos erupted on Tang Di's side. Colonel Li was the first to rush out, summoning a huge hummingbird in midair, which soared skyward. However, upon seeing the full extent of the creature, Colonel Li widened his eyes and shouted, "Everyone, prepare for level 1 combat. This is a tunnel worm. The orcs are here to seize the secret realm." Orcs? At these words, everyone present froze, the military soldiers showing murderous intent, while those from the academy wore bloodthirsty smiles. When humans and orcs meet, there's no choice but to fight. Oh, so much delicious and tender flesh. From the enormous maw emerged a bizarre creature, slowly writhing its way out. Its upper body resembled an octopus, while its lower half was akin to a slug, covered in a slick, slimy substance that made it appear particularly menacing. This was an Inca snail, an amphibious giant beast with slime that could dissolve spirits. Its main attack style involved control, restriction, and corrosion. Thanks to De Huang's sturdy defenses, Tang Di and his team were unharmed. Zhong Yuhuang immediately recognized the beastman's true form upon arrival. "Bloop bloop, I didn't expect you livestock to find the secret realm so quickly." The Inca snail sneered, spitting bubbles and fixing its 6 eyes mockingly on Colonel Li. "Livestock? Humph. It's you who should be chopped up and fed to the animals," Colonel Li retorted, unfazed. drawing a blue battle knife with a determined look. Dadaluo, our mission is to seize the treasure, not waste words with these livestock, he said, turning to his companion. The Inca snail beast man, addressed as Dadaluo, then spoke to a crow-headed beast man who stepped forward. Suru, I'll hold off this strongest livestock. You take them into the secret realm. Beside the crowhead were 8 other beastmen of various forms, all disdainfully observing the humans regrouping below. All right, I'll send them in and come to assist you, Suru replied, flapping his wings as the other beastmen ascended into the air, swiftly heading into the distance. Trying to escape? Stay here. Colonel Lee raised a hand, and a massive stegosaurus, over 200 meters long and 50 to 60 meters high, appeared on the ground, its back igniting with blue flames. The crowhead's flying altitude was level with the stegosaurus's head. Dragon's breath, Colonel Lee commanded, and the giant stegosaurus spewed a fan of blue flames, instantly covering 100 meters. Call. The crowhead flapped its wings, weaving countless feathers into a black net that shielded against the flames. It was clear that blocking the stegosaurus's breath was no easy feat, as he barked at the younger beastmen. Hurry up and go. The beastmen didn't hesitate, turning and dashing several hundred meters away. However, a flash of fire zipped past the crowhead at incredible speed. Boom! The next moment, a dazzling white light illuminated the night sky, reminiscent of the grand fireworks festivals in Sakura country thousands of years ago. As a mushroom cloud rose, the intense shockwave sent all the military personnel and cadets scrambling for cover, cursing. Tangdi, you crazy bastard, throwing a nuke in our faces. Jiang Chui shouted against the raging wind from behind an all-terrain vehicle. Who cares about that? Get in the car, don't let those bastards get away. Colonel Lee, contact the academy. Colonel Lee laughed heartily at Tangdi's shout. Go after those brats. I won't let a single wolf get through. All right, everyone, get in and chase. Hearing Colonel Lee's response, Tangdi exchanged a fierce grin with Xiao Chun and the others, jumping into the vehicle and speeding off. Scruffy Chicken? Blue Poop. These nicknames made Dadaluo and Sara glare at Tangdi with fierce eyes. Damn, even my old man wouldn't dare call me that. But Tangdi ignored them, shooting off like an arrow from the bow in the Spear of Aten. Chase them, don't let them take all the credit. Jiang Chuya swiftly gestured, summoning a double-clawed locust. He sat at the junction of its thorax and abdomen, and with a flap of its wings, they skimmed the ground as they flew away. The others quickly got into their vehicles and pursued the distant target. Foolish little bugs looking for death, Sara screeched, sending several feather-like crescent blades slashing towards the just-departed convoy. However, a massive shadow blocked the attack. The Stegosaurus's bulwark cracked in several places, then turned to unleash a breath of dragon fire. Meanwhile, Dadaluo and Colonel Lee were locked in an intense battle. Although slightly disadvantaged, neither could break away in the short term. Watching the convoy disappear into the distance, Dadaluo blew a bubble and taunted. Glug glug, do you really think those adorable livestock can compete with our elite offspring? I'm scared. What a joke. You're all treasures from head to toe. After Colonel Lee spoke, a surge of azure energy flowed from the hummingbirds behind him, significantly boosting his speed as he thrust his sword directly at Dadaluo's head. Dadaluo twisted his body to evade the attack, and dozens of tentacles reached to entwine Colonel Lee. The Colonel's eyes flashed with a blue light, and the air screeched with friction as those limp tentacles were instantly severed. Meanwhile, the battle between the 3 7th-level powerhouses had already begun, and Tangdi's group finally caught up to the 8 orcs. They could no longer fly after taking a nuclear hit. Even at just 10 kilotons, it was not something to shrug off. These beasts are really annoying. Yin Lai, a clay-like orc, suddenly stopped and plunged his hands into the ground. In front of Tang Di and his team, a 3-meter-high, 1-meter-thick earth wall appeared, blocking their path. The sound of screeching brakes filled the air as other hunters and military warriors halted. Zhao Qin grinned fiercely and shouted, "Eject!" The tachometer maxed out as countless psionic particles were expelled from the sides of the Spear of Adon, crashing into the wall at a speed of 400 kilometers per hour. The leader of the Xiaozhuan hunting group clutched his hair in terror. Are they crazy? Are the sages all mad? This was no ordinary wall. It was an orc's skill and extremely sturdy. Yet, in the next moment, with a loud crash, the Spear of Adon shattered the wall with brutal force and sped towards the orcs. Seeing the large hole created, the remaining 30-plus individuals turned pale. Jiang Chuya reacted the fastest, leaping over the wall on his double-clawed locust and shouted, "Break through! Hurry and follow!" He summoned a blue bat once more. As soon as the bat appeared, it screeched, creating a vacuum tunnel between the orcs and itself. Without wind resistance, the double-clawed locust propelled forward, instantly reaching behind the 8 orcs. Jiang Chuya clasped his hands together and unleashed cognitive deficiency. The orc's previously agile form twisted as if it had lost the ability to walk. Good catch, Zhuang Ku. Seeing this, jumped out the window and activated Eternal Snow, while Xiao also made his move. As the wind blades swept by, 6 individuals were frozen. However, a dragon-like orc with blood-red eyes evaded Jie's attack with an uncanny agility, then punched the ground fiercely, sending several ice sculptures flying and evading the attack from Zhong Yuhuang, who was enveloped in a shroud of moisture. Hai Ming. Only 2 orcs were caught by Hai Ming, one a giant with a triangular head, the other a clay man. Realizing the danger, the former's skin rapidly grew layers of black keratin, while the clay man transformed into an elliptical sphere, continuing to spin. Evaporate. The sea cube vaporized instantly, and the 2 beast men let out cries of agony. Even a giant beast would suffer when hit by a rule skill. As the sea cube disintegrated, the 2 trapped beast men fell, their bodies incomplete. At this moment, the clay figure shattered completely, leaving only a yellow crystal rolling away. The giant with a triangular head had half of his body crushed. Just then, a beast man shrouded in white mist began to sing loudly, and as the sound waves spread, the giant's wounds healed at a visible pace. Another arthropod-like beast man swiftly moved, grabbing the earth-colored crystal in an attempt to flee. How could Jiang Qi let him succeed? An eye-shaped phantom appeared behind him as he changed hand gestures, causing the surrounding air to vibrate violently. The arthropod beastman immediately cried out in pain. "Cover him to return," commanded the beastman with black ram horns, and several other beastmen immediately rushed forward. However, Zhuang Ku blocked their path, immobilizing them with a disintegration spell. Zhao Chun, without hesitation, charged forward, targeting the crystal in the arthropod beastman's hand, and pierced through it. The battle blade trembled slightly, enhanced by the power of rules, and the crystal shattered like pierced glass, emitting a crisp sound as the first beastman fell. "Damn livestock!" The ramhorn beastman roared in fury, seeing his side lose a member in less than a minute of combat. Meanwhile, the other beastmen closed in, surrounding the remaining 7 beastmen. Jiang Chui returned to the hunting group and shouted, "All of them are peak level 5 beastmen with high potential. Keep your eyes sharp and don't let them escape." The people from the War Academy understood the warning to be cautious and prevent their escape. However, the slang-filled warning left the military soldiers somewhat confused. "Lowly livestock. I, Sha Jilua, will tear you apart." Suddenly, the beastman with black ram horns surged with energy, black mist rising from his reverse-jointed limbs. In the blink of an eye, Sha Jilua appeared in front of Zhao Chun, thrusting a black spike toward his brow. Just as he was about to strike, a sense of impending doom forced him to turn and crouch to evade. Yet he was a step too slow, as a series of psionic particles sparked against the barrier. Assassination isn't done this way. Tang Di stood beside Zhao Chun, grinning with his battle blade in hand, ready to ensure Sha Jilua wouldn't keep his head if he dared to harm Zhao Chun. Sha Jilua looked at Tang Di in shock, knowing only he was aware of his attack speed, yet this livestock intercepted him even faster and so lethally. At that moment, a beast man with enormous butterfly wings flew into the air among the beast men, and countless flaming meteors descended from the sky, targeting Tang Di and his group. The energy contained in those meteors was astonishing. "Everyone gather to me." Zhao Chun let out a loud roar, and a barrier instantly formed above everyone's heads, creating a sturdy dome. As the group gathered around Zhao Chun, the spirit beasts launched their attacks, firing beams and other assaults that shattered several meteors. Those who managed to arrive were highly skilled and experienced, adept at handling various situations. With the disappearance of 5 or 6 meteors, Zhao Chun's burden was significantly eased. Amidst the intense explosions, he propped his hands on his knees, taking a few heavy breaths. The opponent's well-prepared strike was so powerful that even he struggled to withstand it. However, as the dust from the explosions had yet to settle, Jiang Chuyi, 2 soldiers from the military, and Zhong Yuhuang charged forward, each intercepting an attacking beastman. Beast blood boiled, and the air was thick with a crimson hunger for prey. One beastman suddenly activated its boiling beast blood, opening its blood-red mouth to bite at Jiang Chuyi. At the same time, in Jiang Chuyi's hunting team, 4 or 5 beams of light entered his body, forming 3 or 4 additional spiritual barriers. The ferocious combat style of the War Academy once again shocked the military personnel. Jiang Chuyi fearlessly plunged into the beastman's gaping maw, allowing its fangs to pierce through the barriers layer by layer. Yet, he placed one hand on the beastman's head, unleashing a skill called Death Sentence. The beastman's body convulsed violently, its massive form collapsing lifelessly. Jiang Chuyi grabbed its head and tossed it towards Sha Jila, as if discarding trash, the hefty corpse hitting the ground with a cloud of dust. "Is that all you've got?" Jiang Chuyi sneered at Sha Jila, unfazed by the blood streaming from his arm and shoulder. As Sha Jila looked on in shock, Tang Di's figure suddenly appeared, throwing 2 severed heads. "Is this it? Even the old man in our academy's mailroom has a dog that can fight better." A military soldier scoffed, kicking a half-headed corpse aside, wiping the blood from his sword with disdain. At this point, only Xiao and his 2 bodyguards remained among the 8 beast men. Why? Weren't humans supposed to be weak fools? How could they be so strong? Of course, he didn't realize that the combat prowess of ordinary students and soldiers was far less than these 40 individuals, each a prominent figure in the military or academy. Especially since there was a hunting team with an all-star 5-star squad. Xiao was truly embarrassed. Just then, at the valley entrance, dozens of armored figures appeared. Seeing the insignia on their chests, Tang Di's expression turned icy. The Soul Slayer cult. It seems like some of their operatives have infiltrated our academy or the military. Jiang Chuyi asked his teammates to treat his arm and shoulder injuries and turned to ask, have we contacted the academy? No signal. We've tried, replied a capable girl from the Dechu hunting team. No point trying. We've turned the surrounding hundreds of kilometers into a signal dead zone to prevent reinforcements. On the other side, a figure from the Soul Slayer cult approached Xiao, smiling at everyone. Xiao, stop dawdling and get into the secret realm. Once we have the item, we can leave at any time. The military has regular contact, and if there's no response for too long, they'll definitely send reinforcements. Xiao glared at Tang Di and the others, snorted coldly, and turned to run toward the valley. At the same time, a flash of fire rose, targeting the valley entrance. Another nuclear bomb. Jiang Chu cursed angrily, immediately directing the hunter's protection warriors to step forward and brace for the impending storm. Other members of the hunting group realized that Sheng Renyin was indeed a madman, who would bring a nuclear bomb to explore or hunt. The bomb landed precisely at the valley entrance, causing a violent explosion that unleashed a fierce whirlwind, even flipping over heavy multifunctional terrain vehicles. The bomb's power completely destroyed the valley entrance, collapsing the surrounding rock within a 100-meter radius, burying the narrow passage in an instant. Madman, the young member of the Spirit Slayers sect cursed inwardly. They had planned to enter the secret realm first, grab what they needed, and then use their prepared means to escape. They hadn't expected the lunatics from the War Academy to collapse the entire entrance to trap them inside. The 2 Tankiloton nuclear bombs left both the Spirit Slayers and the orcs in shock. At this moment, Tang Di also emerged, scanning the Spirit Slayers, noting that their strength wasn't weak, with only a few suffering severe damage to their psionic barriers from the blast of the spirit-breaking bombs. Prepare for a quick battle. Don't linger here too long. I don't want to go back for genetic correction surgery. Jiang Chu stepped forward, casting an annoyed glance at Tang Di. With the entrance collapsed, the Spirit Slayers looked up at the 100-meter shy cliff, feeling helpless, and could only gather around their leading youth. What now, Instructor Wang? Someone asked. Instructor Wang snorted coldly, a flicker of purple energy dancing at his fingertips, tempted to act, but knowing better than to be rash. The Great Chu, Xiaozhuan, and Beifeng Pavilion hunting groups were renowned in the War Academy, and this Sheng Renyin seemed no less formidable. A direct confrontation might not yield quick results. How long will it take your 2 elders to deal with Colonel Li? Instructor Wang mused, recognizing that a swift victory was unlikely. The opponent was strong, at level 7 9-star, while Dodaro and Saru were only level 7 3-star. He sneered internally, muttering useless under his breath. Considering the time, if they couldn't contact the military, an 8th-level powerhouse from Day City would arrive in 20 minutes, and then it would be all over. Retreat, abandon the target. Instructor Wang made the most rational decision he could. He wasn't confident in quickly eliminating these opponents and escaping over the rocks into the secret realm before the military's 8th-level fighters arrived. Without hesitation, the Spirit Slayers followed Instructor Wang, speeding off in one direction. Tang Di and the others moved swiftly, with Jiang Chu intercepting as fast as he could. At that moment, the ground suddenly shook violently, and the center of the valley began to crack, with brilliant blue light bursting from the fissures. The ground beneath them shattered like glass, sending their bodies into an uncontrolled free fall. Jiang Chu quickly summoned his double-clawed locust, but no matter how he flapped its wings, he couldn't take flight. As for Tang Di, he noticed the pattern of the divine touch on the back of his hand starting to spread, and the perception between powers became unusually clear. In that instant, the surrounding scenery seemed to be swept up by a whirlwind, beginning to twist and change. After a brief dizziness, Tang Di found himself standing steadily on the ground. Looking around, he saw only himself. The space he was in resembled a large circular arena, with 2 wide stone doors on each side. Yongla, can you hear me? How's it going on your side? Zheng Yuhuang's voice came through the communication device on his armor, bringing a sense of relief to Tang Di. It seemed Zheng Yuhuang was safe, and the radio signal was still effective. I'm fine, how about you guys? Tang Di responded. We're all okay. I'm with the people from Dechu. Zheng Yuhuang replied. I'm good too, with Brother Zhuang and a few guys from the military. Another voice chimed in. Support. Can anyone hear me? Ah. The public radio channel was filled with a mix of emotions. Tang Di analyzed the situation, realizing that they had underestimated the size of this secret realm and that entering it didn't necessarily require coming through the altar in the valley. Once inside, participants were randomly transported to different locations. If multiple people entered, they might find themselves with teammates or with enemies. Whoosh! At that moment, 5 blue lights flashed on the other side of the altar, transforming into 5 figures. Tang Di tensed up, intending to step forward to investigate, but the blue light instantly dissipated. Xiao, the instructor, and 3 followers of the Sibling cult appeared before him. The group swayed slightly, then cautiously surveyed their surroundings, quickly locking eyes on Tang Di. What a coincidence, human genius Tang Di. Xiao displayed a sly smile, eyes glinting with greed. Oh, still on the must-kill list, a talented spirit builder. Seems like good luck indeed. He pulled out a tablet to confirm Tang Di's identity. Spirit builder? Then his flesh and brain must taste exquisite. Xiao licked his lips, his gaze predatory. Although he appeared human, his pupils were slitted, exuding a menacing aura. Then you can have his flesh. I'll gladly take whatever good stuff this kid has on him. The instructor chuckled lightly, clearly dismissive of Tang Di's capabilities. Of course, I want to use his flesh to brew wine. It must be more flavorful than that made from human children, Xiao said, taking out a flask and sipping from it, seemingly oblivious to the looming shadow of death. Aren't you mistaken about something? Tang Di smiled as he slowly approached Xiao, his tone relaxed. It's not my misfortune to meet you. It's your misfortune to encounter me, isn't it? Human children brewing wine? Well, I've never tried black goat meat either, so I guess I'm lucky to taste it this time, he teased, a light smile on his face. Xiao sneered and suddenly lunged, his spike in hand, effortlessly piercing through Tang Di's skull. Seeing Tang Di's head being effortlessly pierced, Wang Jiaoxi and his followers sneered with disdain. A mere level 4 weakling dared to boast in front of them and was destined for such a fate. However, just as they thought victory was assured, Tang Di's corpse, now riddled with holes in the head, began to swell. With a pop, like a balloon being burst, Tang Di's body exploded instantaneously, sending countless purple energy spikes shooting out. Even a level 5 energy barrier couldn't withstand the sudden attack for more than a few seconds. 2 members of the cult of the Slayers were pierced in the abdomen by 5 or 6 spikes, bleeding profusely, and the flesh around the wounds turned a ghastly gray. The worst off was undoubtedly Shigila, who was closest. He was skewered like a porcupine and fell to the ground howling in pain. If there were too many people outside, I wouldn't have shown this power. Thanks to you, I got to test this guy's abilities. Wang Jiaoxi and his group had no time to care about Shigila's fate. They immediately spread out, looking towards the source of the mocking voice. Then, they were stunned. Tang Di, who should have been dead, was now standing 20 meters away, arms crossed, with a sinister grin on his face. Surrounding him was the terrifying shadow of a demon over 4 meters tall, its cold gaze sweeping over them. This shadow had wings on its back, horns on its head, a blurred face, and held a glowing green saber in each hand, resembling a stringless bow. However, what truly shocked Wang Jiaoxi was the purple energy flames burning on the shadow. Void energy. This was a power only their patrons could bestow. Why did this person also possess it? Whom do you serve? We are followers of Lord Zolosis. Since you can wield void energy, you must also be a follower of some lord. We might not need to fight if we talk it out, Wang Jiaoxi tentatively asked. Followers? Those 12 pieces of trash aren't worthy of my servitude. You traitors of humanity are willing to be their dogs, but I still have my dignity. Tang Di retorted, arms crossed, showing no fear or respect. Wang Jiaoxi clenched his fists, glaring coldly at Tang Di, his anger boiling. Ignorant insect. Do you think obtaining some void power can compare to the blessings of the lords? As he spoke, Wang Jiaoxi's eyes instantly turned into bulbs emitting a purple glow. The energy barrier disappeared, his height increased to over 3 meters, his hands transformed into dragon claws, and his entire body was swiftly covered in purple scales, with his head morphing into a dragon-like shape. Behold, this is the power bestowed upon us by Lord Zolosis. The power of the dragon. He roared, transforming into a dragon form, lunging fiercely at Tang Di. Dragon disintegration. 8 purple claw marks tore through the air, their destructive power comparable to a high-level 6-star attack. Yet, Tang Di remained unfazed, allowing the razor-sharp claw marks to slash at him. This mighty blow was completely nullified upon contact with his demon shadow, not even making a sound. It wasn't over yet. Wang Jiaoxi punched the shadow with force, and the purple light in his eyes grew even brighter. Starbreaker. The void energy gathered on his fist, and then exploded violently, propelling Instructor Wang back 6 or 7 meters. He stared into the swirling dust, filled with confusion. Starbreaker was a battle technique only their kindred could master, designed specifically for piercing through shields by triggering an explosion behind them using the properties of void energy. Instructor Wang had never seen anyone survive this attack. Does your Spirit Slayer cult not feed you? You hit like you have no strength, yet you dare call yourselves an evil cult. Instructor Wang was puzzled as he looked at Tang Di, who emerged unscathed from the dispersing dust. None of this made sense. He, a level 4 beast master, was completely unharmed after taking a full force blow from a level 5 9-star attack. Had he been overworking lately and started seeing things? Although it's unnecessary, let's use you as an experiment to see just how strong a deceiver can become. Tang Di smiled, then opened his arms under Instructor Wang's terrified gaze. Demon King Armament. A massive shadow behind him began to twist and eventually adhered to Tang Di like skin. His form didn't change much, but a pair of horns grew backward from his forehead, while a pair of purple energy wings unfurled from his back, and he held two strangely shaped battle blades. Inherent speed, activate. Tang Di scanned the 5 individuals opposite him and snorted, Ghost Slash. This time, the Ghost Slash wasn't a straight line but a graceful arc. Despite the curve, the speed was undiminished. In an instant, Tang Di returned to his original spot, watching Instructor Wang and the others with interest. What did he do? Instructor Wang realized that Tang Di had launched an attack, but he couldn't discern what had happened. When he attempted to speak, he found he had lost control of his mouth, and his vision began to shift oddly. Finally, his perspective suddenly dropped, revealing his body missing half of its head. Zarasath? A dragon? After you die, persuade him to change his name to Blue-tailed Stone Dragon, lest his reputation outstrip his abilities and he ends up in a stew. In less than a fraction of a second, the dragonified Instructor Wang, 3 cult members, and a beast man perished. Tang Di sensed that with the Demon King armament, he could easily defeat a level 6 Battle King beast, though a level 7 5-star opponent would require more effort. As for his limits, he was unsure himself. As the 5 perished, their bodies were consumed by purple flames. Seconds later, more than a dozen blue crystals and 5 purple crystals floated toward him. Are these pure energy crystals? Tang Di swallowed them all, the pure energy causing his cultivation to soar. Previously at level 4 1-star, consuming these energy crystals elevated him to level 4 3-star. He let out a comfortable cry, understanding why Kil'jaeden could grow so rapidly. According to records, Kil'jaeden was the fastest growing Demon King species. It was said that when first discovered, his combat strength was only level 9, but within a year, it skyrocketed to transcend an 8-star. It's known that for transcendent beasts or beast masters, increasing their strength often requires centuries of training. In comparison, Kil'jaeden's progress was like riding a rocket. It seems that in the future, we won't fall too far behind others in rank due to having too many sacred beasts. Tang Di's combat abilities have significantly improved, thanks to his new spirit beast, a Demon King species named Kil'jaeden, now renamed the Deceiver. The Deceiver's potential is rated at the 9-star level of a sacred beast, and it possesses several formidable abilities. First is the passive skill Unified Entity. Once the Deceiver is fully integrated, it permanently merges with its host, Tang Di, manifesting as a psionic phantom to help repel attacks and assist in casting spells, without occupying a fusion slot, though it cannot exist independently. Next is the Infernal Flame, a skill that amplifies the attacker's negative emotions, making them reckless and irritable, losing their calm. The Deceiver also has the Psionic Drain skill, enabling it to siphon psionic energy from targets, leaving them weakened, with all attributes reduced by 10 to 40, depending on their relative strengths. If the target's psionic energy is too low, it may even result in death. Additionally, the Burning Enslave skill allows creatures killed by the Deceiver to transform into pure fire elemental energy beings, whose power correlates with the strength of the slain, and their duration depends on the Deceiver's power. These elemental beings can be detonated either actively or automatically upon death. The Incarnation skill allows the Deceiver to split into a fully controllable clone. When the clone is killed, it releases numerous high-powered psionic spikes that ignore defenses. The clone can also be detonated actively, with its duration depending on the Deceiver's power. Following this is the Combustion skill, which draws nearby targets towards the Deceiver, shattering its psionic barriers for a devastating explosion. Created clones and fire elementals can cast spells in sync with the main body at the cost of reducing their existence time. Void Convergence is a skill that uses the Divine Touch to gather and store void energy, with attacks imbued with this energy-consuming psionic forces. Flesh eroded by void energy quickly becomes necrotic. Lastly, the Demon King armament skill unleashes all stored void energy, materializing the Deceiver into an armed form, enhancing all attributes by 300 while shattering its psionic barriers. All attacks include void consumption, and targets killed by this skill are refined into pure energy crystals. It's important to note that after using the Demon King armament, it cannot be used again for 10 minutes, and upon ending, requires a 12-hour cooldown. Exceeding 10 minutes of use results in a 72-hour inability to use any of the Deceiver's abilities, along with a 12-hour period of weakness. The Deceiver's features include an elemental body, constructed from pure fire elements that won't extinguish as long as psionic energy is present, ignoring 80 of physical damage. The manifestation consumption trait means that when the deceiver's phantom form appears, it consumes a certain amount of psionic energy per second. When Tang Di completed the deceiver's construction, he himself was astonished by its power. Especially after using a dragon beast core to modify the void energy receptors, the deceiver gained the ability to autonomously absorb void energy. Tang Di realized that void energy itself is not inherently evil. The issue lies in those who cannot absorb it independently and must passively receive the void energy from the 12 celestial beasts, which has been tampered with. The beast core that stores void energy is fundamentally different from the cores of ordinary giant or spirit beasts, which is why no one has yet been able to absorb them actively. To avoid complications, Tang Di decided not to reveal the void energy to the public for the time being. As for the members of our hunting party, they'll eventually get the hang of it. If they happen to see it in an emergency, it's no big deal. Now, let's have a head count of the survivors. At this moment, Jiang Chuye's voice came through the armor, and it seemed like he wasn't in a good mood. Soon, names were reported over the radio. After the count, out of the 20 humans who came in, 14 remained. 6 had fallen. Everyone, be cautious. The number of people from the Spirit Slayer cult is far more than we've seen, and they're quite strong. Our Dechu team has found a massive hall, with a door that's several dozen meters tall. Brother Zhou also mentioned that this door is likely the true entrance to the secret realm. Listening to Jiang Chuyi, Tang Di sensed the distance to the artifact of power and realized it was quite far. My suggestion is for everyone to gather in this hall. Brother Wu, Brother Zhou, and I will hold the fort here. Don't worry, we've scouted the area. Although there are many rooms, just follow our signal, and you'll be fine. Hearing this, Tang Di put on his helmet and indeed saw others sharing their locations nearby. He checked and found he wasn't far off. No more time to talk. Some of those Spirit Slayer scum are coming. We'll hold the entrance for 10 minutes, so hurry up. With that, the signal cut off, and Tang Di heard the sounds of battle. Confirming the direction, he pushed open the stone door and ran towards the signal. Suddenly, he paused, glanced at the blood splattered on the ground by Instructor Wang, and smirked slyly. Inside the hall, Jiang Chuyi pulled his sword from the chest of a Spirit Slayer cult member and glanced at the others retreating quickly, his expression worried. Brother Jiang, any casualties on your side? Asked Wu Xuanji, the leader of the Beifeng Pavilion, known for his formidable strength. Jiang Chuyi glanced around and waved his hand, saying, just 2 brothers injured, nothing major. It's a pity we couldn't bring more people. If we'd brought the whole hunting party, we wouldn't be in this sorry state, Wu Xuanji said, patting the inky beast beside him, whose black and white fur was stained red in many places. The beast, however, was incredibly strong and remained uninjured, the blood on it belonging to its enemies. It's about time, we should head in, said Zhou Jintang, leader of the Xiaozhuan group, tossing over some water bottles with a smile. Although Xiaozhuan is strong, most of its members are students specializing in ecology or secret realm analysis, giving the group a more academic focus compared to Dechu and Beifeng Pavilion. They are particularly skilled in detection and decryption. The 2 leaders drank some water while checking the time and noted there were only 10 people present. Where are the members from Sheng Renyan? Wu Xuanji asked Jiang Chuyi, puzzled. Jiang Chuyi noticed this too, and was about to call out when they heard the roar of an engine. In the next moment, the flashy Sheng Renyan vehicle emerged from a passageway, performing a slick drift before stopping at the entrance. Sorry we're late. We had some enthusiastic company along the way, Tang Di said with a bright smile as he got out of the vehicle, tossing out over a dozen bodies. Lieutenant Lin, the military squad leader, winced at the sight of the mangled bodies and the blood on the spear of Arden's tires. Those Spirit Slayer cult members were truly unlucky to run into Tang Di. In the rainforest, a figure plummeted from the sky like a cannonball, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater. Colonel Li, bleeding profusely, wondered to himself if the people from the Spirit Slayer cult really dared to come here. Lying on the ground, he glanced at his broken sword and let out a grim smile. At that moment, a figure clad in green armor, emblazoned with the emblem of the Spirit Slayer cult, slowly descended. What's there to be afraid of? Colonel Li struggled to stand, his vision gradually blurring. Earlier, he had severely injured 2 orcs, Dada Luo and Sa Ru, and was about to finish them off when the white-robed bishop of the Spirit Slayer cult suddenly appeared, saving them and injuring him. Colonel Li cursed inwardly, thinking how foolish the orcs were to send such worthless fighters. If they had sent stronger ones, they would have been detected long ago. The white-robed bishop injected something into Dada Luo and Sa Ru, then raised his hand, causing the air around them to vibrate. Though invisible, it seemed he was holding something completely transparent. Colonel Li heard a faint beeping from his armor, spat out blood, and sneered. Not necessarily. The orcs might not even make it into the secret realm before being taken down. True, but these orcs came from some remote place, taking a shortcut, far from being real geniuses, the white-robed bishop said, waving his invisible blade and pressing it against Colonel Lee's chest. Our Spirit Slayer cult, however, has over 100 outstanding young people who have gone in. The orcs and our reinforcements will arrive soon. Colonel Lee's eyes showed unwillingness, puzzled as to why the orcs and the Spirit Slayer cult valued this secret realm so much, yet he seemed powerless to resist. The white-robed bishop sneered. You really have the guts to lurk right under our noses. Just as Colonel Lee was about to self-destruct his armor to call for military help, a flash of lightning appeared. The white-robed bishop's eyes narrowed, and he quickly retreated, kicking Dedaluo and Saru into the tunnel worm, then sprinting in that direction himself. Just then, a flash of green light streaked across the night sky, and the once arrogant white-robed bishop suddenly had a thumb-sized blood hole in his forehead. The green light moved several times, at speeds exceeding Mach 5, easily taking out the remaining 2 orcs and the tunnel worm. The green light then transformed into a small cat, which licked the blood off its paws. Lin Meng picked it up and held it cautiously, squinting his eyes in alertness. Colonel Lee remarked, Xiao Li, you really risked your life this time. When we get back, I'll tell your commander to give you a promotion. Lei Huiyao summoned a thundercloud-like mist spirit beast, enveloping Colonel Lee, with arcs of electricity visible within. Colonel Lee grimaced, feeling numb but relieved as his fatal wounds began to heal rapidly. Facing the veteran Lei Huiyao, he could only smile wryly. No need for commendations, it's embarrassing. Lei Huiyao chuckled and turned to ask Lin Meng. Mengzi, can we confirm with Professor Su? Lin Meng gave him a sidelong glance, adjusted his helmet, and then replied softly, it's confirmed. That place is indeed where the ancients stored the divine treasure, and the level should be quite high, probably not inferior to the rapid scan level Tang Di got. Great. Sister Hu, what's your status? At that moment, Hu Yang, glowing like the sun, shook her long spear, flicking off a corpse with the tip, and calmly replied, quite a few followers of the Spirit Slayer cult have entered the secret realm. I've taken care of those on the outskirts. The ones inside might be a problem. You should quickly organize a group of students from the academy to support them. All right, the first batch of students should already be on their way. Lei Huiyao ended the communication and frowned. He hadn't expected such a simple secret realm exploration to involve so much. The Spirit Slayer cult and the orcs reacted too quickly. Luckily, Lin Meng was at the academy and encountered a white-robed bishop of the Spirit Slayer cult, taking him down on the spot. From him, they obtained intelligence on the orcs and the cult's actions, as well as information about the divine treasure stored there. Otherwise, the military and the academy's geniuses would have been doomed here. Whether Lin Meng stumbled upon this or had an insider providing information, only he knew. At this point, Lin Meng gazed at the large crater 3 to 4 kilometers in diameter, and the pagoda at the center where the altar should have been, deep in thought. What? Thinking of going in yourself? Lei Huiyao walked over and patted Lin Meng on the shoulder. Who wouldn't want to? If we could go in, we wouldn't need to send those kids in to fight. No, look at the sky across the pit. Doesn't it seem like there's some pattern? Lin Meng pointed to the sky, his eyes flickering with caution. Huh? Pattern? Lei Huiyao followed Lin Meng's finger, squinted, and indeed saw some faint purple patterns. Damn, it's a trap. Go. Hu Yang, run. Head west at least 30 kilometers, quick, he said, grabbing the half-wounded Colonel Lee and running with Lin Meng at full speed. Hu Yang didn't understand, but the trust built over the years made her take off at a sprint. Just 6 or 7 seconds after they started running, a purple light curtain rapidly spread out from the central giant tower as the center. Within seconds, an area with a radius of 15 kilometers was completely covered. Lei Huiyao and Lin Meng narrowly escaped and immediately contacted Hu Yang. I'm fine, lost a piece of my lower leg, but it'll grow back soon. Hu Yang showed no pain, but her lower leg had turned completely gray. She pulled out her battle knife, chopped off the leg from the knee down without changing her expression. Now the area is filled with void energy, we definitely can't get in. Only the orcs and the Spirit Slayer cult can send people in now. Lei Huiyao's expression was grim as he flew into the air and indeed saw 6 people in red armor sitting atop the giant tower. Redrobe bishops, 9th level experts. Too bad they didn't take out Lei Huiyao and the others. Oh well, as long as they prevent humans from sending people inside. Is the teleportation array ready? It can be activated at any time. The redrobed bishops of the Spirit Slayer cult at the top of the tower were maintaining a skill called the Human Exclusion Zone. This was the ability of one of their spirit beasts, granted by a beast god's spirit building. With 6 identical spirit beasts at 9th level strength, they could simultaneously use the skill to construct this exclusion zone. Quite the setup, 6 9th level redrobed bishops. Lei Huiyao said angrily, taking off his helmet and pulling out his phone. What are you doing? What are you doing? Calling reinforcements. Lei Huiyao calculated in his mind that there must be a traitor within the academy, so he quickly contacted the heads of the various departments. The cardinal opposite them was at level 9, and to face such an opponent, they could only send out their own level 9 to respond. Lin Meng frowned and asked, what are you planning to do? Rush in and fight them to the death? He was worried that Lei Huiyao might act impulsively and charge into the human forbidden zone to battle the cardinals. However, even those at level 9 could not withstand the erosion of such concentrated void energy. Otherwise, Huyang would not have lost half a leg. I've been foolish, Lei Huiyao calmly analyzed. These guys are being so blatant with the sole purpose of preventing our people from entering while allowing their own to come in through teleportation skills. He waved his hand decisively and said, then I'll seal the entire space of this area, so they can't bring anyone in. Lin Ming couldn't help but gasp, looking at the vast area that needed to be sealed. He thought to himself that this sealing would cost the Academy dearly. Spatial sealing is one of the scientific achievements of the Department of Psionic Mechanical Engineering. The devices emit strong gravitational waves that can disrupt and deviate gravitational abilities. Although this cannot completely stop teleportation, it can destabilize the high-pressure environment inside the wormhole, causing some areas to have extremely high pressure and others to have extremely low pressure. If the spirit-slaying cult continued to teleport, it would be like throwing their own geniuses into a meat grinder, with disastrous consequences. However, this technology requires not only level 9 beast tamers to maintain a special psionic wavelength, but also a very difficult-to-manufacture metal known as Wing 647. The isotope is expensive, and even though the War Academy is wealthy, sealing such a large area would still come at a significant cost. Detsy, quickly get the brothers to grab their gear and come over. Lei Huiyao shouted angrily. I want to crush that damned spirit-slaying cult. Lin Ming listened to Lei Huiyao's boisterous, bandit-like language, thinking to himself that the academy being called a rogue academy was no exaggeration. Got it, boss, came the voice of Zhengge. I'm bringing people over to you, and we'll be there in 10 minutes. The speaker was Qian Ida, the head of the Department of Psionic Mechanical Engineering, whose name reflected his parents' hopes for him. After hanging up the phone, in less than 5 minutes, more than a dozen black dots flew toward them. It was Zhun Yuding along with the heads of various departments and their associates. Ahem, the professors. Dean, is the situation that urgent? I heard the goods are tough. Lei Huiyao explained the situation to Zhun Yuding and the others with a serious face, only to have his head smacked hard with a large gun. Can you stop using that bandit slang? The reason our academy has such a bandit reputation is because of you old bandits. Lei Huiyao clutched the back of his head, grimacing in pain, but he could only roll his eyes and endure it in front of Huyang. The other department heads and professors remained silent, pretending not to see. Boss, the tough goods are here, where's the target? Huyang, having just calmed down a bit, saw Qian Ida quickly approaching with a dozen people. Qian Ida had just started speaking when he felt the murderous gaze of Huyang. The others were also making faces at him, prompting him to quickly lower his head, clear his throat, and ask, where is the dean's designated position? As soon as the serious business began, Lei Huiyao immediately marked several points, and Qian Ida and his team swiftly took action. Meanwhile, 6 cardinals sitting atop the tower had just received 10 people through the portal when their brows furrowed. They looked around and noticed a blue cubic film enveloping the sky. Something's wrong, it's a spatial lock. Quickly, contact them to stop the transmission. One of the well-informed cardinals recognized the spatial lock and hurriedly attempted to contact headquarters to prevent more people from coming. However, when he took out the sect's specialized communicator, he found there was no signal at all. Had even the special communication signals been jammed? Without contact with headquarters, more people would keep coming, and their fate would be dire. As he pondered this, the second transmission activated. This time, what emerged from the portal were 2 broken corpses and a large mass of bloody flesh. How did the War Academy manage such a large-scale spatial lock? He thought to himself, suspecting it was the work of the old fox Qianida. Eyeing the devices, he said gravely, we must destroy those devices or break out to contact headquarters. The 6 exchanged glances, confirmed the locations of over a dozen devices, summoned their spirit beasts, and with their energies surging, charged down from the tower. However, as they rushed out of the human exclusion zone, Lei Huiyao and his team boldly blocked their path. A high-level battle was about to erupt. Outside, the commotion was as deafening as hydrogen bombs colliding. Meanwhile, inside the gates, Tang Di and his group felt uneasy. The secret realm was too bizarre. It was a complete spirit energy vacuum. As the group of over 10 people entered the labyrinthine secret realm, Tang Di sensed something amiss within just a minute. A spirit energy vacuum is a special environment required by spirit builders during their construction, signifying the complete absence of spirit energy here. Let's start exploring, Brother Zhou. This is your specialty in seal script. The group sensed their surroundings and confirmed the absence of any spirit energy. Initially stunned, they then relaxed. Nowadays, who doesn't carry hundreds or thousands of liters of spirit liquid when going out? When there's no spirit energy, they feed it to their spirit beasts to have them reciprocate. Jiang Chuyi frowned, then instructed Zhou Jintang and his team to survey the area. Zhou Jintang nodded and turned his gaze to Qian Lin. Qian Lin retrieved 3 metal canisters from his wristband, releasing countless small steel balls that scattered in all directions. I'll share the scan terrain with you all. Qianlin tapped on the light screen, and a vast, expanding three-dimensional map appeared in Tang Di and his team's helmets. This thing is really convenient, Tang Di remarked, to which Qianlin replied with a light laugh. I may not be a match for you all in combat, but we're the tech experts here. Indeed, Qianlin majored in spirit energy bioengineering and minored in spirit energy mechanical engineering, both research-oriented fields. Tang Di realized that Qianlin wasn't a petty person. Despite having previously injured him, Qianlin didn't hold a public grudge against him. This guy's alright, Tang Di thought. Fei, could you adjust the parameters and set the sound wave intensity to 35? Qianlin directed the short-haired woman, and as their eyes met, they exchanged a fond smile. Ugh, Tang Di and Zhao Chun involuntarily scoffed, while Zhong Yuhuang looked at the three with an amused smile. Jealous, huh? She asked casually, then teased. Why don't you find someone too? Next time Yongla, brother Zhuang, and I go out, we'll definitely bring you along. Halfway through Zhao Chen's sentence, he suddenly felt a chilling intent nearby. Turning his head, he saw Zhong Yuhuang's expression was terrifying, like a living hell, making him shiver involuntarily. As they were joking around, Qianlin spoke again. Something's not right. The terrain here seems to be constantly changing. Zhou Jintang moved closer, staring intently at the images being relayed back, a sense of unease creeping in. Mist, come out, Zhou Jintang commanded, summoning a smoke-like spirit beast. As he focused, the spirit beast rapidly expanded, its color gradually lightening. What is that? Tang Di asked in confusion. Jiang Chui smiled and explained. Mist, a well-known illusion-type spirit beast. It's a dual type of illusion and water, not particularly strong in combat, but very powerful in restriction, amplification, and detection. Its body can expand and contract at will, enhancing the skills, speed, and perception of allied forces wrapped within it, while enemy forces will have their spiritual energy slowly drained and their bodies gradually poisoned. Moreover, when mist expands to a certain size, it becomes almost invisible and intangible. Enemies shrouded within it will find it extremely difficult to track its presence, even with thermal imaging, sound waves, or spiritual energy detection, Zhou Jintang added with a smile. Yes, the terrain is indeed not fixed. Let me explain to everyone. He took out a tablet, about to speak, when his body swayed slightly. The others blinked hard as their vision blurred. Zhong Yuhuang rubbed her eyes, realizing it wasn't her imagination or vision was truly blurring. Not only her sight, but her spiritual perception, hearing, and smell were also diminishing. Jiang Chui's observations were more detailed, and his expression grew increasingly grave. Captain, this secret realm is too strange. A member of Xiaozhuan pointed to the data on the tablet, exclaiming in surprise. Our strength suddenly increased. Zhou Jintang looked at him incredulously, quickly assessing his own strength, only to find, to his shock, that it had decreased. He was originally at level 5, 9 stars, but now he was only at level 5, 3 stars. My strength has decreased too. Wu Xuanji and Jiang Chui immediately noticed the issue, while Tang Di and the others were surprised to find their strength had actually increased. Their strength, originally at 3 stars of level 4, suddenly increased to 3 stars of level 5. When they each shared their current abilities, almost everyone reached the same conclusion. Their powers had been averaged out. Consequently, the group decided to exit first to verify this hypothesis and then re-enter after gathering and analyzing more information. Recklessly advancing is a major taboo in relic exploration, as Zhou Jintang prudently pointed out, and everyone agreed. As they stepped out through the main gate, they found that their original strengths had indeed returned. They scanned the surroundings and, seeing no sign of the cult of spirit slayers, relaxed and sat by the entrance to rest. Instinctively, each person took out some spiritual liquid and crystals to feed their spirit beasts, while also grabbing some food to snack on as they chatted. Firstly, this secret realm is a spiritual power vacuum, meaning they cannot replenish their energy by absorbing spiritual power. Furthermore, spiritual energy is constantly consumed at a rate of about 1% per minute. Secondly, the inside of the realm is made up of various rooms, but even the mist cannot reveal what lies within them. The paths leading to these rooms change, but Zhou Jintang has already deciphered the pattern of these changes, which is not a major issue. The most challenging aspect is that while inside, their 5 senses are gradually stripped away. Based on their time spent in the realm earlier, they estimated that after about 30 minutes, their senses would be completely gone. After Zhou Jintang shared this information, Tang Di was secretly impressed. If their hunting group had come alone, they would never have gathered so much intel in such a short time. It seemed this group was more like an expedition team with extensive experience in such matters. Losing all senses in half an hour. How would they explore then? Qianlin mentioned that just this layer alone is almost a tenth the size of the academy. A tenth might not seem large elsewhere, but considering it's the War Academy, that's a different story. How big is the War Academy? Nearly half of the capital city. Exploring such a vast area in half an hour is nearly impossible. Moreover, the deprivation of senses doesn't happen instantly, but is a gradual process. In about 10 minutes, their vision might start to blur. Zhou Jiantang used the special abilities of the mist to peer into the interior, but even the secrets of the realm couldn't be fully uncovered by the mist. Jiang Chui rubbed his chin and said, "Practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. Let's have someone fast go in and check if the weakening of senses can be reversed in places with spiritual power." "I'll go. I'm fast enough," Wu Xuanji volunteered, improving Tang Di's impression of her. This group was quite commendable, capable of uniting against external challenges and pooling their efforts. Tang Di believed that unity was strength. "I'll go. You all are too slow," Tang Di said, holding Wu Xuanji back. "Oh, you're only level 4. How fast can you be?" Wu Xuanji raised an eyebrow. "I'm not exaggerating. After merging with the royal white sturgeon, I can reach subsonic speeds," Tang Di confidently replied. Hearing this, Jiang Chuyi and Zhong Yuhuang couldn't help but laugh. Wu Xuanji looked confused, and his teammate tugged at his sleeve, signaling him to come back quickly and not embarrass himself. "What's with those expressions? I'm at least a level 5 with 9 stars. Supersonic speed isn't slow. It's really fast," someone teased. "Being fast isn't always a good thing. Better come back quickly before you embarrass yourself." Tang Di's smile vanished instantly, and he quickly retorted, "What's wrong with being fast? Explain clearly what you mean by that. You can't just accuse someone without reason." The men who understood laughed, and the young women looked at Tang Di with interest, smiling ambiguously. "Ahem, let's not talk about that," Tang Di continued. "Brother Wu, my movement speed isn't that fast either, at most around 10 Mach." He emphasized this point. Wu Xuanji leaned in, skeptical. "How much?" Around 10 Mach, Tang Di replied. Wu Xuanji was incredulous. "You won't suddenly crash and burn, right? At that speed, you might as well sprout wings and fly." Tang Di was about to explain when Jiang Chuyi put an arm around Wu Xuanji's shoulder. "He's got a sacred beast-level ghost tiger armor. You better step aside and not waste time." He then pulled the disbelieving Wu Xuanji away. Qianlin handed Tang Di some data. "I've added a real-time algorithm that will accurately inform you of terrain changes. Even if you accidentally stray, it will guide you out." Tang Di nodded. "Thanks." He glanced at the guidance within his helmet's visor, hoping it wasn't a faulty map. At the gate, Tang Di was about to make a move when almost everyone summoned their spirit beasts. Various support skills were applied to Tang Di, with 6 or 7 barrier types alone, giving him a strong sense of security. Zhong Yuhuang looked a bit worried and patted Tang Di on the shoulder. "Be careful." Tang Di smiled back. "Thanks, I'll be back soon." He targeted the first marked location, closed his eyes, and set his inherent speed. 14 Mach inherent speed. Activate. Without a sound, Tang Di vanished instantly. 14 Mach is nearly 5,000 meters per second. After reaching level 4, Tang Di's total spiritual energy had significantly increased. At full inherent speed, he could maintain it for up to 40 seconds. Now, in just 10 seconds, he reached his destination. It was an area enclosed by a semicircular space with a radius of about 10 meters, not very large. Tang Di paused outside for 5 minutes, noticing his vision blurring before stepping inside. Upon entering, he choked on water. The air was filled with liquid, which Tang Di quickly realized wasn't spiritual liquid, but contained an energy he was very familiar with, Zhu Ling Tai. Surprisingly, these liquids filled his lungs but allowed him to breathe. Tang Di summoned Black Demon, who let out a call and swam happily in the sphere. Tang Di sensed the meridians and nodes within Black Demon, but found no changes. Strange. After pondering for a while without any leads, Tang Di decided to get on with his task. He assessed his condition and was surprised to find that his spiritual energy depletion had stopped and was instantly replenished. His lost senses were fully restored. This week, Gung Tang's deduction skills were particularly impressive, earning Tang Di's silent admiration. The situation had become clear, and he emerged from the water sphere, activating his inherent speed. Oh, he almost forgot about the presence of the Dark Mage. Captain Zhou's hypothesis was indeed correct. Those areas were safe zones. After coming out, Tang Di quickly reported the situation, and after some discussion, Jiang Chui decided to explore the rooms first. "What do you think, Brother Tang?" Jiang Chui asked. "I have no objections," Tang Di replied indifferently. Jiang Chui nodded, asking Tang Di out of respect for his position as the leader of a group. It would be inappropriate not to consult him. Tang Di didn't voice any objections because he knew what they needed wasn't on this level. It was much deeper. But why didn't he just take it? Mainly due to the limitations of the divine touch, as if some game developer had set an unreasonable requirement. Even though he stood at the marked spot, he found the item was 10,000 levels underground. Moreover, the divine touch only indicated a straight line position, with no clues on how to reach it. So, Tang Di had no choice but to honestly join Jiang Chui and the others in finding a way out. As he pondered, Qianlin suddenly shouted, "Everyone, members of the cult of killing spirits have entered from where we came. There are 5, 7 a lot, dozens of them, and 7 or 8 in teaching attire. Tang Di squinted his eyes. Those who could become instructors were likely similar to Instructor Wang, capable of transforming. Once they turned into dragon people, he could handle it. But what about the others? Dozens of them. Are you sure? He asked. Absolutely sure. And now there are over 100 heading this way. They'll discover us in about 10 minutes. The group's expressions instantly turned serious, but Tang Di smiled. Don't panic. Take out your phones, ahem. Gentlemen, I have a plan that could take out half the enemy forces. Tang Di chuckled, feeling secretly pleased as he beckoned everyone closer. After Tang Di explained, Jiang Chui, Wu Xuanji, and the others all wore mischievous smiles. Why has the transmission been interrupted? Did the Archbishop give any instructions? A young man in his 20s asked with a cold expression. No, all contact with the outside world has inexplicably been cut off, replied a follower in armor, shaking his head. Instructor Liu, is something happening outside? Instructor Liu narrowed his eyes, stroking the hilt of his sword at his waist, shaking his head. It doesn't matter. 100 or so people are enough. Once we get what we came for, the high priest will forcibly summon us back, so it doesn't matter. Yes, his subordinate responded. Instructor Liu, we found a lot of blood ahead. Hearing his subordinate's call, Instructor Liu hurried forward to investigate. Indeed, in the corridor, there were many signs of fighting and a lot of blood. Where were the bodies? Moreover, many bloodstains showed clear drag marks. Instructor Liu was puzzled. He knew the war college and the military had entered, and it was normal for there to be bloodshed after battles. But why move the bodies? Neither the cult of killing spirits nor the military or those bandits had the habit of collecting corpses. Instructor Liu, you'd better come take a look. His subordinate's voice trembled inside the helmet. Instructor Liu didn't dare delay and immediately followed the marked path to a large door. Seeing the door, he felt a chill. Blood streamed down it, and there were a door header and a bright red couplet on either side. The couplet read, "Where gods slumber, demons rest, and monsters gather." The other line, "The path of no return to the depths of the underworld." The blood-dripping horizontal inscription on the door header was even more terrifying. "The living must not enter." Gulp. Over 80 members of the spirit-slaying sect gathered here, swallowed hard in unison. In this secret realm, the faint light depended almost entirely on the sources they carried, making the door appear particularly eerie and terrifying. Instructor Liu noticed the drag marks on the ground, while another instructor spotted more details. Beneath the door were smears of what seemed to be dragged blood, with no footprints around, clearly not left by humans. These fresh drag marks made them uneasy. Had there been footprints, they would have noticed them earlier. Without footprints, could it be a beast? They were well aware of the brutal nature of fierce beasts, which would devour human corpses immediately, not leave them behind. A spirit beast, perhaps? Instructor Liu tried to calm the group, suggesting it might just be a trick by the War Academy. Open the door. Instructor Liu, the highest-ranking instructor present, commanded. For sect members slowly pushed the door open. As soon as there was a narrow gap, two dark figures darted out. Be on guard. Instructor Liu's body tensed, and with a whoosh, over 80 sect members summoned various spirit beasts, ready for battle. The members who opened the door expected to be the first to suffer, but were surprised when the two shadows merely slumped against them, lifeless. However, when they looked up and saw a ghastly, eyeless pale face, one of them nearly wet himself, screaming loudly as if calling for his mother. Calm down. What kind of training did you receive to be so easily scared? How will you fight against the Human Federation? Instructor Liu thought anxiously as he stepped forward to inspect. Sure enough, the emblem on the corpse identified it as Instructor Wang. Another female instructor pointed at the body with a deep frown. Look, this is our battle armor. Instructor Liu's heart sank, and Instructor Wang's ghostly pale face sent shivers down his spine. The followers of Xerosis, using the power of a calamity, had met such a grim fate. He dared not think further as cold sweat trickled down his back. Looking at the other corpse, the clothing revealed it was someone from the War Academy's small seal hunter group, who had also died a tragic death. Smart people would understand. If only our people ended up like this, it might be a trap by the enemy. But now, even our own are like this, indicating a neutral entity is responsible, attacking both sides. Instructor Liu pondered for a moment, clenched his fist, and resolutely ordered. Continue opening the door. We came prepared to sacrifice for the calamity, for the calamity. These words seemed like an incantation, slightly boosting the previously low morale. Instructor Liu didn't single out the sect members to open the door, but instead summoned the other 6 instructors to join him in doing so. The heavy stone door slowly creaked open, and this time, no bodies fell through. Instructor Liu peered into the darkness inside, summoning 2 spirit beasts to lead the way before cautiously stepping in. After taking more than 10 steps, the surroundings remained silent, and Instructor Liu breathed a sigh of relief. He gestured for the others to enter and began setting up lighting and detection equipment. Yes, sir. Seeing their leader take the lead, the followers gathered their courage. It's just a secret realm. What's there to fear? Thinking this, dozens of people rushed into the realm. Just as they were about to release the illumination spheres, a sudden snap was heard. Instantly, dozens of light spheres lit up midair, illuminating everything around the spirit-slaying cult members. In the center of the grand hall, several desiccated corpses were neatly arranged in a circle. In the middle of the corpses, three small objects glowed with a purple light, drawing attention. Was some kind of ritual being performed here? None of the spirit-slaying cult members dared to move. They stared in shock at the formation of corpses, instinctively holding their breath. Summoning his courage, Instructor Lu moved closer and discovered that among the corpses were members from their own cult, as well as from the military and the war academy. At the very center, the three small, purple, glowing, oval objects, about the size of a pinky finger, seemed to captivate his gaze. Why was one section of this circular pattern missing? At this moment, the short-haired female instructor noticed in detail that a part of the circle was indeed missing. It's not missing a section. This spot should be where Instructor Wang and that small script member were, right? One cult member remarked. Upon hearing this, Instructor Lu looked over and indeed saw that the gap was precisely where the two individuals had been. Moreover, there were distinct bloodstains extending to the door. They must have been gravely injured and crawled to the door. Then why didn't they crawl out? Instructor Lu's heart tightened as he suddenly realized something, shouting, "Watch the door, don't let it close." Indeed, they had only the strength to crawl but couldn't escape. When they opened the door, the two were standing when they fell, indicating the door was closed at that time. Instructor Lu and the others reacted quickly, but the stone door still slammed shut with alarming speed. The sound of the door closing hit the hearts of all the spirit-slaying cult members like a heavy hammer, especially Instructor Lu, whose heart sank. "Instructor Lu, look." The female instructor's voice interrupted his thoughts. Instructor Lu turned stiffly to see that in the place belonging to Instructor Wang, words were written in blood. "Run. Why didn't you write this outside? Damn it," he thought, exasperated, while focusing intensely on his surroundings. This place was incredibly eerie, and although the spirit-slaying cult always considered themselves to be the real threat, this time, they might have met their match. As the spirit-slaying cult members stood around, terrified and on high alert, in one corner of the hall, Tang Di and his group of 20 or 30 people struggled to suppress their laughter, their expressions showing how hard it was to hold it in. "The Chun, don't turn around. Your face looks like a drunken goldfish about to puke. Don't let me see it. I can't hold it in." Tang Di pinched his mouth with one hand and pushed Zhao Chen's face towards Jiang Chui. Jiang Chui had been suppressing his laughter at the suspicious actions of the Sibling cult. But upon seeing Zhao Chen's expression, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. The laughter spread like a wave, triggering a chain reaction as everyone doubled over with laughter. Fortunately, Zhou Gintang's fog had completely covered this level. Although it couldn't silence the sound, it could scatter it. The laughter, processed through the fog, became eerie, like nails on a chalkboard, sending shivers down everyone's spine. The instigators didn't mind, but the Sibling cult members, already on edge, were startled by the strange sounds coming from all directions, causing their swords to tremble in their hands. "Gather together, don't spread out too much, stand together." Instructor Lu couldn't pinpoint the source of the sound, and instinctively ordered everyone to gather to prevent an ambush. On the other side, seeing the group huddle together, Tang Di's lips curled up as he looked at Wu Xuanji, Qian Lin, and Lieutenant Lin. "Ready?" The three nodded in unison, and the plan commenced. Utilizing the fog to fully control the internal environment, Tang Di and his team began releasing spiritual energy. Crack! A sharp sound startled Instructor Lu and his group, drawing their eyes involuntarily to the center of the corpses. At that moment, only two of the three purple oval glowing objects remained, with purple shards scattered on the ground, indicating one had shattered. Could this be a signal of what's to come? "Instructor Lu, have you noticed that our vision is getting blurry?" The short-haired female instructor asked uncertainly, waving her hand in front of her eyes. Upon hearing this, Instructor Lu checked his own vision and realized the problem was more than slight. Spiritual energy was being consumed unknowingly, and all five senses were diminishing. "Let's retreat and blow open the main door together." Instructor Lu's composure began to crumble, feeling uneasy about every brick in the place. If this continued, not only would they fail to lead the team in treasure hunting, but he also feared it might leave a mental scar. Instructor Lu, look over there. Doesn't that look like a person?" As they took a few steps towards the door, a cult member's trembling voice called out. "A person?" There were plenty of dead bodies here, but weren't all the living ones accounted for? Yet when he looked towards the door, he was horrified to see two staggering figures approaching. "Isn't that Instructor Wang? Wasn't he dead? How is he walking, and why are there flames coming out of those holes in his face?" At that moment, everyone saw with their own eyes the corpses, with flames rising from their eye sockets, staggering towards them. These Sibling cult members, each carrying enough blood debt to warrant a lengthy execution, had never felt fear even against the strongest foes. But now, they were truly terrified. Those who haven't done anything wrong aren't afraid of ghosts knocking at their door. These people, every single one of them, have guilty secrets stored in the cloud. Now, it seems like they've really encountered something supernatural. Lu Jiaoxi's legs felt weak. The scene before him made his heart tighten. It was indeed Wang Jiaoxi. He gasped in shock, wondering how it had suddenly turned into a resurrection of the dead scenario. As Wang Jiaoxi approached, the members of the Soul Slayer cult retreated, fear spreading among them. Finally, one of the cult members shouted in anger, "To hell with what you are, die." Before the words were fully out, arcs of lightning poured out like rain, striking Wang Jiaoxi and instantly charring his entire body. However, Wang Jiaoxi's skin cracked under the electric assault, with flames shooting out from the fissures in his flesh. Eventually, all his skin and flesh burned away, leaving only a fiery figure standing before the cult members. The fiery figure seemed to break free from its shackles and suddenly dashed towards the densest part of the crowd. Lu Jiaoxi reacted quickly, summoning a dozen rock spikes that shot up from the ground, aiming straight at the fiery figure. However, the figure, composed entirely of flames, easily passed through the spikes and fell into the crowd. It spread its arms, pulling 7 or 8 people towards it, their bodies glowing in a bright orange hue. Lu Jiaoxi and his battle-hardened companions immediately sensed the boiling energy within them, a sign of imminent self-destruction. "Spread out," Lu Jiaoxi commanded, and everyone quickly distanced themselves, keeping at least 20 meters away from the fiery figure. Then, with a loud bang, it exploded, injuring most of those around with the shockwave, while 3 were killed instantly. The destructive power was around level 6, terrifying, yet manageable. Lu Jiaoxi calmed down, assessing the explosion's impact. As he pondered, on the other side of the crowd, a cult member suddenly fell to the ground, struggling. Something resembling a starfish was tightly attached to his face. Just as they were about to help him, there was another loud bang, and the man's shield and head were blown apart. More corpses on the ground began to rise, eyes aflame, lunging towards the crowd. A series of explosions followed, but this time, they were prepared. With 3 fiery figures exploding simultaneously, only 2 people died. However, an eerie phenomenon occurred again. Those who were killed turned into fiery figures themselves, attacking others around them. Hearing explosions on the left and witnessing the nightmarish scene on the right with those strange creatures, Lu Jiaoxi spotted the only seemingly safe passage. "Anyone who can move, follow me," he shouted, leading the charge down the path, unable to assist those on either side. Their spiritual energy was depleting rapidly, and their senses started to fade. Lu Jiaoxi felt his entire body gradually becoming numb. Those fiery figures assimilated their victims into the secret realm after killing them. Continuing to delay was akin to slow suicide, so he had to make a tough decision, leaving about 20 people behind and fleeing down the passage with the rest. After the group moved away, Tang Di and his companions emerged from the shadows. With a wave of Tang Di's hand, all the fiery figures halted, standing uniformly behind them. "Hey, you only caught a live one." Capturing members of the Sibling cult alive was usually an arduous task. Both their intelligence agents and combatants carried poison capsules to avoid capture and interrogation. However, this time, because it involved a core talent, they didn't bring such items. Now, the unfortunate member finally understood. What they thought was a haunting was actually orchestrated by Tang Di and his team. The blood outside the main gate was mostly from the slain Sibling cult members, mixed with some blood from giant beasts. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a large amount. As for the plaque, it turned out to be written by the regiment leader Zhou Jintang in small seal script. He casually wrote a couplet and then treated it with hydrofluoric acid, making the originally new iron plate look ancient. Tang Di was sure this guy had a side hustle, likely exploiting the wealthy collectors in Days City. The face-hugger-like creatures were a new product that Qian Lin had been working on with his senior, named Infiltrator 1. Although they were only at potential level 3, they required a significant amount of spiritual energy to construct. Fortunately, 8 infiltrators only occupied 1 spiritual beast slot, allowing them to be deployed in numbers. Despite their low potential, they had the ability to stealthily infiltrate and deliver a shield-breaking effect upon self-destruction. As for the fiery figures, they were naturally Tang Di's creation. Tang Di went to such lengths with the intention of reducing the Sibling cult's numbers while having them blaze a trail for him. This hidden realm wasn't as simple as it appeared on the surface. Although he couldn't recognize the runes on the room, he had heard from his teacher that they indicated danger. Zhou Jintang had said that his teacher was not a beastmaster's mentor, but a scholar of ancient civilizations. With expertise in mind, Tang Di adhered to the principle of listening to advice leads to a full belly and devised this plan. First, he created a terrifying atmosphere to focus the Sibling cult's attention on external matters. Tang Di deliberately made a spirit egg, transforming a corpse to resemble Instructor Wang, leading them to believe he had also died there. This tactic distracted them from the hidden realm's drain on spiritual energy and senses, weakening them and paving the way for subsequent chaos and misdirection. Once they realized the negative effects, Tang Di would strike, easily achieving his goals. Ultimately, their aim was to drive the Sherling cult members to the first room. In their haste, they might overlook the semicircular space available for recovery. While not particularly sophisticated, this strategy was indeed effective. Shameless scoundrel, the Sherling cult member cursed in frustration upon discovering the truth. They were used to outsmarting others, and now someone dared to outsmart them? Wu Xuanji chuckled, suggesting that those with weak stomachs might want to look away. After just one curse, he had his spirit beast conjure a set of tools. In addition to his ink beast, Wu Xuanji had a tortoise. The entirely blue turtle lay on the ground, and with a slap of its forelimb, more than a dozen small interrogation tools appeared. Wu Xuanji casually picked up a curved scalpel and grinned menacingly. Say goodbye to your meniscus. Hey, don't come any closer. You're with the military, right? You promised to treat the prisoners well, didn't you? The cultist, though bound, struggled and glanced uneasily at Lieutenant Lin in his uniform. Today was supposed to be a good day, with everything he hoped for coming true. However, Lieutenant Lin hummed a tune as he casually covered the camera on his armor with his hand. The cultist's expression fell instantly, and before he could say another word, Wu Xuanji's knife pierced his knee. Oh, are you going to talk or not? You need to ask the right questions. Ow. 10 minutes later, the cultist passed away with a relieved look on his face. Tang Di and the others remained silent for a moment. Although the guy was easy to crack, he didn't know much. The Spirit Slayer cult had received a divine revelation that a high-level treasure was hidden here, which was why they came. Moreover, they had allied with orc elites, not the weaklings like the Sha Jilaw group. However, it was unclear why the orcs hadn't entered yet. The intelligence regarding the instructors was troubling to Tang Di. Instructor Lu and Instructor Lan were local disasters of Yin country, followers of the sorrowful deer. According to the cultist, the followers of the sorrowful deer could transform their entire body into void energy, with bizarre and varied attack methods. Unlike Instructor Wang, who was more of a warrior, these two were definitely mage types. Ladies and gentlemen, they've reached the room's entrance. At this moment, Zhou Jintang reported through the fog the main forces position of the Spirit Slayer cult. Let's recover a bit first, Tang Di suggested, not in a rush, and proposed they soak in the spring. Everyone nodded, as their condition was quite similar to the cultists. However, halfway there, Tang Di received a private message in his helmet. The followers of the sorrowful deer are extremely difficult to deal with. Avoid direct confrontation if possible. The sender was Jiang Chui. Tang Di acknowledged, thinking that Jiang Chui indeed knew a lot. While soaking in the hot spring to restore their energy, Zhou Jintang suddenly opened his eyes wide. They've gone in. All the room doors have been opened. What? One door opens, and they all open? Are these doors linked? Before they could react, massive statues began to materialize from the doors. There were 8 in total. These statues depicted unrecognizable figures, and upon their appearance, the entire secret realm began to tremble. Ultimately, beams of light emanated from the statues, forming a purple barrier that encircled everyone. Both the Spirit Slayer cult and Tang Di's group looked at the barrier in confusion. They had expected some terrifying creature to emerge from the doors, consistent with the usual setup. But now, a prison-like scenario had unfolded instead. The purple dome released an energy wave that swept over the Spirit Slayer cult members. Dozens of them fell like wheat being harvested, leaving only 7 instructors standing. The 7, bewildered, assumed defensive stances, surprised to find they were unaffected. Why? Tang Di and his team were equally astonished, though the sudden decrease in enemy numbers was advantageous for them. But before he could rejoice, the purple light swept over their side as well. Oh, that's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this until next time.